In this Hogwarts without a savior. Chapter 351-349. Containment of Dragons. The Hungarian horntail dragon's face kept gushing out dragon blood, and the moment the hot scarlet liquid hit the trees and grass leaves, it made a sizzling sound like molten lava. John's life-killing curse failed to kill it directly. For such a fire dragon with full magic immunity, the normal death curse could not meet the conditions to kill them, just like never learned them. The wizard of the fate curse suddenly used a death curse on the person. At most it can only make the person under the curse have a nosebleed, and the head is dizzy for a while. Of course, the current state of the horntail dragon is not so slight. John's killing curse, which he cast with both hands, was not only researched by himself based on the forbidden book in private, but also passed the long-term guidance of Grindelwald. The death curses used by normal black wizards are not even a little bit stronger. This level of death curse caused the horntail dragon to suffer a lot of damage. It was dizzy and didn't get up from the ground for a long time, but the terrible dragon blood that spewed out from the 7 orifices at the beginning had gradually stopped. Only a large pool of blood was left on the ground. It is also lucky enough, because the flying speed is fast enough, and John himself is constantly moving, so there is not much time for precise aiming. If this death curse hits the weakest eye, then it's not just such a simple thing as it is now, it is absolutely inevitable to die. Even so, it didn't arouse much fear in the hornet dragon's heart, but aroused its ferocity even more. It struggled to get up from the grass, and the pair of huge wings suddenly opened. The trees around were all broken by the huge force on the spot, until a turbulent air current swept across the grassland and tree crowns. The hornet dragon roared, and the dragon blood that hadn't dried up kept sliding down and dripping from the surface of its dragon scales, and finally rose to the sky again. John panted heavily, and kept dodging and moving in the air. The Norwegian ridgeback, which was following the Hungarian horntail before, was still chasing closely behind him. The breath of the dragon that was constantly being sprayed out had a high temperature enough to melt steel, and it was constantly baking his back. Casting spells with both hands can strengthen the power of spells, but this method is not free, and will extremely seriously overdraw the caster's physical strength. And the more advanced the spell, the more stamina it consumes. The killing curse is the best black magic. The spell John used just now, he thought that even if it couldn't hit the eye directly, it was enough to make the Hungarian the hornet dragon died, but he still underestimated the strength of dragons in magic resistance. Now even if John can use the second death curse, he dare not use it again. Even if he successfully kills a fire dragon, it will not help his situation in the future. There are 5 or 6 dragons chasing him in the sky. People probably will lie on the ground for a long time and won't be able to get up. That's no different from sending them to death directly. As for the matter of being flashed back to check the magic wand after the game, instead of worrying about being held accountable by the referees, John should now think ahead of time what kind of ugly words to use to spit them out. No matter who is behind such an accident, the direct responsibility must be the referee in charge of the normal game. He was forced to use the death curse, and this cannot be blamed on John. While constantly avoiding the Norwegian ridgeback attack in the air, John also noticed that other dragon species were getting closer and closer to him. It was a Heshadiah black dragon, known for its ferocity and aggressiveness. Flying from the other direction was a Peruvian viper-tooth. This dragon species was the smallest known fire dragon, but it was also the fastest. Yes, even faster than horntail dragon. It spanned a distance of tens of meters almost in the blink of an eye, and the target was aimed straight at John. The scarlet pupils were full of madness, and the pair of fangs full of poison were so attractive under the moonlight attention. Coupled with the Hungarian horntail that has climbed up from the ground again, facing the encirclement of the 4 fire dragons, John knew in his heart that he could not continue to stay like this in the unobstructed sky. If he has the advantage in speed, it is undoubtedly the best choice to escape from the forbidden forest and place the battlefield in mid-air, so that he can observe the direction of action of the dragons while avoiding them, avoiding the appearance of whosi led him to run in the woods, but happened to collide head-on with the Ukrainian Iron Belly. But now, these fire dragons have the speed advantage, so John has to choose to change his strategy and return to the densely forested Forbidden Forest. With the huge size of these fire dragons, no matter how fast they are, there is no way for them to be able to perform in this Forbidden Forest, but John can evade them with a more dexterous size. So John didn't hesitate, he directly changed the direction of flight, and at the same time that the Hungarian Horntail relaunched, he also entered the dense forest of the Forbidden Forest. Between the trees, he didn't land, but kept flying at a low altitude, dexterously like a bird in the Forbidden Forest, constantly moving forward. Soon the ridgeback closest to John also crashed into the woods. That's right, with its size, it is impossible to shuttle in the Forbidden Forest, so the word crashing is more appropriate to describe it. Countless trees around it collapsed under the heavy pressure, and the native animals of the Forbidden Forest who had no time to react fled in all directions. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, these tall trees that took hundreds of years to grow brought enough resistance to the ridgeback dragon, making it unable to keep up with John's flying speed, and was quickly pulled away. But these fire dragons are much smarter than John imagined. The Norwegian ridgeback was thwarted in the Forbidden Forest, but the other three dragons that had approached John had no intention of chasing him at the same level. They originally tracked John through scent instead of vision. After he flew into the woods, the Peruvian Venomtooth, the fastest dragon, approached first. Soon, it locked the position of John under the tree through its smell, and then aimed the pair of long and narrow fangs at the ground without hesitation, and the whole dragon body began to fall. Boom! Even if it is the smallest dragon species among dragons, the Peruvian viper-tooth dragon is much larger than ordinary creatures. Its size and the huge impact generated by falling from the sky caused the nearby ground to have violent vibration. John heard the movement above his head 2 seconds earlier. He couldn't see the viper-toothed dragon through the canopy of the tree, but his body had already reacted immediately. The surrounding trees were broken under heavy pressure, making a weak and crisp sound. At the same time, it instantly deflected to the right. The viper-tooth dragon is not too big after all. If it is an iron belly that falls, John will not be able to avoid it no matter what. Even so, the strong wind brought by the heavy object still blew his body away, making him unable to control the direction of his flight, and crashed straight into the trunk of a big tree. The moment John was hit the back, John felt as if his entire body lost consciousness, and then there was an unbearable fishy sweetness in his throat. Forcibly suppressing the desire to vomit blood, he didn't stop at all, and immediately reorganized the floating spell on his body, and flew away from this place immediately. That is, 2 or 3 seconds after he just flew away, a golden red dragon flame fell from the sky. The high temperature ignited the surrounding trees in an instant, and the dragon's breath didn't stop after realizing that it hadn't attacked the target correctly, but kept moving in the direction that John was escaping. It only took a few seconds, this place has already turned into a sea of flames. John endured the pain and grinned his teeth while continuing to fly forward. He had fled with the carriage before, entered the wolf den in Hogwarts Castle, been to the prison in Azkaban, and been surrounded by Death Eaters. He had faced the cruelest black wizard couple before, but today he encountered such a miserable situation in front of a group of beasts. It can only be said that the person who planned this plan has already calculated his ability accurately. The mobility that can fly can be a great advantage when facing wizards, but it is not enough when facing multiple fire dragons. If there is any advantage, it will infinitely magnify his goal. In addition, the fire dragon itself has a very strong defensive power. The magic power in John's body has not yet fully grown, and normal spellcasting has no way to improve their defense, let alone effective damage. The ease with which he was able to escape at the beginning was entirely due to the speed of Hoth's racial talent. Now that the two are running away separately, Even if John is only facing 5 or 6 fire dragons, it is not something he can easily fight against. With such a number, even the most professional dragon slayer would have to gather more than 20 people to barely solve it, and these people are all well trained and professional dragon fighters, but John now has only one person. Just after John escaped from the breath of the horntail that was hit by his killing curse and was seriously injured, the next moment, another shadow covering the starry sky enveloped his head. The black dragon of the Heshadili Islands is much larger than that of the Peruvian viper tooth. This kind of dragon has always been known for its strong physique, so John reacted faster than before. His body accelerated and tilted forward. A blasting curse was cast silently and instantly at a nearby location. Under the blessing of continuous spells, John shot out like a cannonball. Afterwards, the black dragon's figure overwhelmed the forest heavily. Even though John's speed had been increased to the fastest, he still couldn't escape its size. The huge and ferocious head was aimed directly at his open mouth, and there was a burst of scorching sparks coming out of it. It seemed that he wanted to swallow John directly, and then use the dragon's breath to roast him into charcoal. However, at the same time, John also raised his wand with both hands. The spell-casting action that has almost become a muscle memory was instantly swung by him, and the sound of the spell was also blurted out. Shenfeng Wuying. In the magic world, there are only a handful of magics that can show their effects faster than Shenfeng Wuying. Almost at the same time as John recited the spell, countless sharp blades produced a long and narrow tremor in the air. Then the air was pierced, and the ear-piercing sound of piercing the air accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart resounded impressively. Compared with the eyes, the mouth of the fire dragon is not their vulnerable part. After all, it can withstand the high temperature of the dragon's breath, and the defense in the mouth is not much inferior to that of the body surface. But even if it is not much inferior, the defense inside is still not as good as the dragon's skin. In addition, John's Shenfeng Wuying has been fully released and strengthened, and its power is far superior to the ordinary version. The invisible blade raged in the mouth of the black dragon, making it feel unbearable pain. With this gap, John accelerated forward as if gliding in mid-air, and finally escaped from the cover of the black dragon. Scope. The black dragon of the Heshadili Islands let out a painful roar, and hot blood continued to flow out of its closed mouth, dripping on the grass. Just as John was out of danger, a huge claw suddenly brushed against his side and fell, hitting the ground. The Norwegian ridgeback that followed him into the forbidden forest was stepping on the black dragon, trying to slap John to death with its claws. Although its attack was skewed by a part of the distance, part of the stones splashed by the dragon's claws on the ground still hit John's body, which made John who felt that he might be the broken rib again. The injury worsened, and the fishy smell that had been suppressed surged up from his throat again. This time he didn't suppress it anymore, he opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of blood, staining the grass under his feet red. The surrounding scene was extremely chaotic. The Norwegian ridgeback stepped on the back of the black dragon of the Heshadili Islands, and wanted to attack John again. In the direction of John, the injured Hungarian tree-peak dragon that was still dizzy was inhaling again and gathering dragon flames, as if it didn't care that the black dragon and the ridgeback dragon were nearby, and wanted to launch another dragon breath on John. Just as John wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to distance himself from the fire dragons again, a silver-white figure suddenly jumped out of a sea of flames. The figure was extremely fast and aimed at John with great precision. Before John could even react, he felt supported by a smooth back, and then disappeared from the chaos. After discovering that John had disappeared, all 4 fire dragons became more violent. The black dragon of the Heshadili Islands turned its head and sprayed a mouthful of breath mixed with blood at the Norwegian ridgeback, and the Hungarian horntail, which had already fully charged, did not hold back the dragon flames in its mouth when John disappeared. The high-temperature flames it has affected the Peruvian viper tooth that just flew up. Dragons have no racial concept at all. Now that the common enemy John has disappeared, conflicts naturally arise between them. Chapter 352-350. Enmity can't stay overnight. John felt that his stomach was about to be knocked out. It was the leader of the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest who led him to escape from those fire dragons. It was larger than normal unicorns and had longer horns on its head, so it was easy to identify. Of course, its running speed is not as fast as that of Hoth, but it is also much faster than John's normal flying speed. As the darling of nature, it is still in their base camp in the Forbidden Forest, and those fire dragons want to catch up here. It's almost impossible. John sprayed 2 more mouthfuls of blood on the ground, then hugged the unicorn's neck, barely turning his body around so that his stomach wouldn't be hit all the time, which made him feel a little better. He strokes the unicorn's fur. "Thank you for your help, but don't take me to your group in the end. Those dragons can track the scent and find them. If there are more of them, you will also encounter big trouble." The unicorn didn't respond to this. It was still running deep into the Forbidden Forest, as if it knew what to do. John didn't say anything to it, but looked at the time on the pocket watch with strength. It was less than 20 minutes before the end of the game at 8 o'clock, and he didn't know what was going on with Haas. Just as John was looking at the time on the pocket watch, the unicorn had already brought John to the destination it wanted to reach. In the end, it brought John to its own group, where unicorns, large and small, gathered together, as if avoiding the scourge of the fire dragons in the Forbidden Forest. John is extremely exhausted now. An enhanced version of the death curse and a no-shadow attack made him very physically exhausted. It was almost impossible to stand up on his legs again. After coming down, the whole person was lying on the grass in all directions. He knew that he couldn't rest now. When they separated from Haas, they agreed on a rendezvous time, and it was not long before this time. He had to go through the fire dragons in the sky to observe where Haas is now. Position. Coupled with the possibility that the dragons chasing him would come over at any time, John's tense spirit did not relax at all. But now that John was lying on the ground, he couldn't even open his eyes. He could only vaguely feel that there were unicorns surrounding him, and then a few drops of slightly warm liquid dripped down. When it reached his lips, he subconsciously licked it. When the liquid was licked into his mouth by him, it took only a few seconds for him to feel something different in his body. There was an extremely pure and powerful magic power flowing in his body, like a heat source, moving along every part of his body, and soon the intense pain on his back disappeared. Even he could feel his broken rib recovering bit by bit. Not only the physical damage, but also the exhausted spirit, which is also reinvigorated, making John, who wanted to close his eyes like this 1 second without moving a finger, the next second Huo sat up from the ground. He blinked, and saw the little unicorn in front of him. It was looking at him with clean and bright eyes. It was originally burned by the fire dragon's breath, and then most of the wounds have been healed with white fresh juice, and a few drops of silver liquid can still be vaguely seen. Unicorn blood. This can be said to be the most powerful healing potion in the world, and there is no need to add other messy things to neutralize it. It is said that only the blood itself can achieve the effect of resurrecting the dead. But unicorns are such a pure race, if a unicorn is killed just to get its blood, then the person who drinks the blood will suffer the most painful curse in eternity. As a result, although unicorn blood has such a powerful effect, it is hardly circulated in the magic world, because it is life-saving blood and the deadliest poison. But that was the case of forcibly taking blood. If there is a unicorn willing to take the initiative to send its own blood to humans, then naturally there will be no such curse. Obviously, the few drops of liquid that John drank into his mouth just now were the blood of this little unicorn. Even though there were only a few insignificant drops, they had a therapeutic effect far surpassing that of phoenix tears, which made John almost pass out the moment before. In the next moment, he will be able to jump up from the ground alive and well. The little unicorn saw John, who sat up from the ground with a dazed face, poked his head over and rubbed his face, which brought John back to his senses. And at this moment, a few bowtruckles jumped up to him holding some leaves, and then tore and crushed those leaves, and soon some turquoise juice fell on John's body. The little unicorn also licked John's face and upper body along the juice, and soon the lingering fishy smell that had been on his body disappeared. John's eyes widened suddenly. He touched the place that was licked by the little unicorn just now, and even felt that the skin of this part was whiter and tenderer than other parts. This is obviously the effect of mixing the leaves brought by these bowtruckles with the saliva of the unicorn. He looked at the animals that surrounded him, and the emotion and complexity in his heart were self-evident. If he hadn't promised to help Hagrid, he would never have thought of looking for these unicorns at first, nor would he have met the bowtruckle, let alone know Hoth. Now in the Forbidden Forest, no matter which one of them is, they have given John a great help, and it can even be said that he saved his life. Hi, thank you, my friend. John rubbed the little unicorn's face, which made the unicorn look a little embarrassed. He stood up from the ground, and those bowtruckles with broken leaves in their hands jumped onto his shoulders one after another, and John turned his head to look at them. Thank you very much, too. The bowtruckles tugged at his hair, as if responding to John's thanks. John picked up a branch on the side, pointed it at it with his wand, and turned it into a black robe and put it on himself, and those bowtruckles jumped and fell on the little unicorn head, and then jumped off the ground. Not only are unicorn herds and bowtruckles gathered here, but most of the other magical animals in the Forbidden Forest are also gathered here. The commotion caused by the fire dragons makes them try to find a temporary safe place to hide, but it has not been invaded by dragons yet. The sound of the dragon's roar could be faintly heard in the distance. John buttoned up the robe, and he turned his head to look at the unicorn herd and the other animals. This danger will pass soon, don't worry, no one will come to the Forbidden Forest to make trouble after this period, and these fire dragons will also be taken away. Not all magical animals can understand human language, but most animals feel the kindness in John's words. Finally, John looked at the group of unicorns, with a smile on his face, and stepped forward to hug the neck of the unicorn leader who rescued him from the siege of the dragon group. I've helped me a lot this time. Although I've already said it, there won't be too much to say. Thank you very much. Sometimes, animals have purer emotions than humans. Just because John has helped them, they will naturally feel that they should repay John's kindness as a matter of course. The unicorn leader also rubbed John's face, expressing its intimacy. John didn't delay the time any longer. He looked at the time on his pocket watch for the last time. It was less than 10 minutes before the end of the game, and now he had to solve the problem of these fire dragons in the Forbidden Forest, and finish the game by the way. The expression on his face became cold. If he can think of using the rules of the game to deal with him, he doesn't even need to guess who is the mastermind behind this, and the other party has no intention of hiding it, because even if John succeeds in being surrounded by so many fire dragons, in the end he survived without any tangible evidence. The golden snitch in question must have been found by now. Since they can instruct a manticore to protect Emil, they can naturally let another animal deal with the golden snitch's hand and tail. The most critical evidence is gone, and there will be more to say about this fire dragon riot. Even if everyone knows who the person who did this will be, as long as they bite to death and don't let go, then no one will. There is no way. The Triwizard Tournament is definitely impossible to suspend, and John will not be compensated with any extra points for this matter, and even if it is given, it will be useless at all, and it is because of this that they have no fear to make such an obvious attack come. John has always felt that he is not a bad person, otherwise he would not have followed Grindelwald to learn the killing curse. Now that he has suffered such a big loss, of course he will not just swallow his anger and end up as a nothing happens. Since there is no way to get this breath back by following the normal rules, the worst thing is to create some accidents. The dragon riot was an accident, so it is normal for other accidents to happen, right? John not only didn't want to swallow this breath, he didn't even intend to endure this hatred tonight. He used the floating spell and flew over the forbidden forest. From here he could observe the movements of all the fire dragons in the sky at a glance. After the smell of dragon eggs was removed from his body, the 4 dragons that surrounded him before all lost their original target and flew towards the periphery of the forbidden forest instead. There are more than a dozen fire dragons wandering in the night sky in that direction, and this larger group of dragons is like a kite being pulled by a string, moving together over the forbidden forest. They were obviously chasing Hoth, but Hoth's extremely fast speed made it impossible for them to judge the exact target. They flew around in the sky and never attacked the ground. That is, based on their locations, John judged the approximate direction of movement of Hoth. He didn't wait any longer, and immediately flew directly from the sky above the forbidden forest towards the approximate area where Hoth was located. Chapter 353-351. Interest. John quickly found Hoth based on the trajectory of the dragons over the forbidden forest. According to John's words, it has been wandering around the outer edge of the forbidden forest, not far away, and deliberately circled in a circle. When John found it, it almost slammed into a tree. Hoth and John looked very excited after they reunited. The clothes in its mouth were soaked with saliva, and its eyes were full of fighting spirit. Not only did it not feel scared, but it also aroused inner restlessness. After reuniting with John, it let out a donkey-like sound at the top of its throat, as if showing off its achievements. Nice job, Hoth. I'll definitely ask Hagrid to introduce you to a female Pegasus after I get out. Do you like the Thestral species? Well, I almost forgot that you can accept different species, Nightmare. Of course she can, but I don't know if you can see them. John wiped Hoth's bald head, and his face gradually became serious and serious. But the next thing is the key. Don't forget what I told you. Everything is about your own safety. If there is any problem, hurry up and run to the position of the carriage on the edge of the forbidden forest. When you get there, no one or anything can trouble you again. If everything goes well, then you will immediately leave the confines of Hogwarts and run to Hogsmeade. Do you know this place? It is forbidden, that little village on the other side of the forest. You can easily find a pub with a pig's head on the door on that street. Take this note, and the owner of that pub will take care of you. While talking, John folded a note that said, "Help take care of him, just like you took care of me last year," and then glued it on its donkey-like ears with magic. After all this was done, John turned over and rode on Hoth's back, and the fire dragon in the sky was already smelling the smell and approaching quickly. Looking at the time on the pocket watch for the last time, John said softly, "Let's go, let's go." The duel between Emil and Diane has entered a heated stage. The two are the same age, and the magic they learned in school is basically the same. They also belong to families with a long history in black magic. They both have some experience in magic duels, but not much. Coupled with the fact that the Forbidden Forest is such an empty place, it is difficult to tell the winner of the duel between the two. But as time passed and the game was getting closer and closer to the end, both of them knew that they could no longer delay it and had to solve it quickly. Thunderbolt explosion. Emil recited the spell in a cold voice, and then a loud noise sounded beside Diane. A huge pothole was blasted on the grass, and the mud was mixed with the airflow generated by the explosion, which not only interrupted her progress. The casting action also caused her whole body to be shifted to the left by the impact. Outside the playing field, Roger's complexion fell instantly, and she turned to look at Matthew, who didn't change his expression. So some people violated the rules in front of so many people present, shouldn't they have any expression? Matthew said to Roger calmly. Please don't worry about Professor Roger. We will check the use of his wand according to the rules afterwards. This blasting spell is indeed on the verge of violating the rules. After discussion by the referee team, we will give corresponding punishments and punishment. The vice principal of Beauxbatons snorted coldly beside him. What does it mean to test on the edge of violating the rules? Emile has already restrained himself and restrained his black magic spell casting. The spell was not cast on anyone at all, and it was deliberately blown to the open space beside it. Can this also be called violating the rules? Dermster has Lang's life been so long that he can't even tell that this is actually showing mercy. Roger narrowed his eyes, turned his head and silently looked at this tall, thin wizard with a sour face who kept trying to die. Actually, it's been so long since we met, and I haven't asked the gentleman's name yet. Brooke burst. The wizard turned his head to look at Roger proudly, and proudly pronounced his surname. This is a long-standing pure-blood family that is not inferior to the Roger family. Dumbledore was watching the conversation between the two, smiling without saying a word. Roger nodded. Very good, Brooke burst. Just when everyone thought she was going to make some tit-for-tat or leave some cruel words, Roger suddenly raised his wand. A vicious red light suddenly shot out from the tip of her staff, and instantly hit Beauxbaton's body. The next moment, Beauxbaton's vice principal fell onto the grass convulsively, screaming in pain. And when almost everyone around was still shocked by what happened in front of them, and before they could react, Roger had already walked up to Boster in 2 or 3 steps. His boots covered in grass clippings and mud were heavy like this. Stepped on his bald head. What are you doing? She's going to kill me. Help. The pain directly aimed at the soul of the Cruciatus curse made Boster unable to hold his magic wand at all. Fear completely occupied his heart, and he could only keep shouting loudly. The referee from the Middle East looked like he couldn't stand it any longer. He frowned and took a step forward. I don't know much about the customs in Europe, but are you all accustomed to using the Cruciatus curse when you greet each other? Matthew didn't turn his eyes to Roger's position at all. He seemed to have neither seen nor heard anything. He still focused on the duel between the 2 warriors outside the Forbidden Forest. The reporters were extremely excited. They felt that this night was definitely worth it, and every photo they took was enough to make the headlines the next day. Roger didn't pay attention to the Middle Eastern wizard's words at all. She just stared coldly at the still twitching Bester under her feet, and said in a low voice, I don't like to talk nonsense with dead people, but some people are always disgusting like slugs all the time. Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being, but you'd better not accumulate more interest, or you will be sometimes I'm afraid that you'll beg for death. And just when some episodes happened inside the referee, the time was also important until the last minute before the end of the game. Although the blasting spell that Emile suddenly used did not cause direct damage to Diane, it also greatly disrupted her spellcasting rhythm. Amir forced himself further away from the silver line at the exit. And Emile himself got closer to the obstacle that had begun to gradually diminish its light and was obviously about to disappear. His eyes lit up with excitement. No matter how unbearably he was crushed face to face with John in the Forbidden Forest, as long as he can finish the game first, he will be able to get the stable first place in the score. 1. Unless Diane voluntarily waited at the exit until John came out and gave him the second place. But whether John can come out of the Forbidden Forest is still uncertain. However, just when Amir was about to reach the edge of the silver line, suddenly a group of dragons roared like thunder in the sky not far away. There's more in the morning, sleep if you can't wait. Chapter 354-352. Inside the castle. Hogwarts Castle, 1 hour before the curfew time, and at this time the castle's large and small towers were crowded with students. Those who can occupy the highest and best positions are naturally pure-blooded students, and mixed-race students are also very conscious, and have not competed with those noble figures. But no matter where they are, they can see that the originally scattered fire dragons in the Forbidden Forest are gathering together at this moment. Yes, those crazy dragons seem to be connected by someone to the traction rope, dragging them to the edge of the forbidden forest, which made the students in the castle scream. I dare say it must be caused by that terrorist named John Green. Grandio, a 6th grade student at the Mixed Blood College, spoke vividly, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. I heard from the professors that he is full of evil, with a rotten orange face like a goblin, and a bad idea that will harm the magic world can come up in his heart just by blinking his eyelids. He must be in the forbidden forest. What did the fire dragons do, like throw slugs on their heads, or steal their most valuable nerves with weird black magic or something? Now he's in big trouble, and the dragons are after him, etc. We can get the news after a game is over, Mr. Principal said to us happily. The last hope of the wanted criminals is dead, their ambition to repollute this castle has been completely shattered. Children, we will exempt this one-term assignments to celebrate. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. He seemed to have imagined a bright future, and the mixed-race students around him also showed smiles on their faces, as if they had heard something that couldn't be more interesting. The Dark Lord Dumbledore is even worse. He made a bet with Mr. Principal. Once John Green dies, they have no hope of winning at all. What is the name of that contestant in Durmstrang? Come on? Diane Rozier? Rozier, maybe she will be capable, but she is definitely not as good as Lestrange and Malfoy. The victory must belong to us. In the end, France will also it will be ours, and those Whoopingsian people will turn into rats in the trench and get out of our territory. There was a burst of laughter among the mixed-race students. Most of them were immersed in Grandio's future, which can be said to be a fantasy or is close at hand, and some even reminded them with a sneer. Don't forget what Mr. Principal said. Mudbloods are not human beings at all. It is said that the so-called Whooping line is a collection of Mudbloods. Cedric watched blankly as the students around him were expressing unabashed discrimination and humiliation against Dumbledore, John, and everyone they represented. When the laughter sounded, he didn't laugh along with it. Only by living in this school could he feel the horror brought about by the twisted education. He can be sure that most of the classmates around him are kind. They are loyal to their friends, respectful to their teachers, and friendly to their relatives. They are no different from all children who have received the education of truth, goodness, and beauty. But they are also used to seeing themselves as a member of the current Hogwarts castle, and regard that great gentleman as the spiritual leader in their hearts. The school's long-term division of the gap and level between mixed blood and pure blood has made them now understand the difference between superiority and inferiority. They believe that as long as the blood is pure, wizards must be excellent, and the so-called Mudbloods are not even human. Not really. Because they didn't even have much contact with those oppressed students, all the impressions in their minds came from the distorted cognition taught in Cedric's eyes, which was enough to be called a horrifying Muggle studies class. This is scary. Even if the reality is exposed in front of their eyes and all the lies of pure blood are exposed, they will find various reasons and excuses to justify the rules and systems they have recognized. Many mixed-race students have heard and seen what John said last year. Sometimes language can touch people's hearts, but in more cases, no matter how straightforward the words are, they are so pale and weak. Their only desire is power, breaking down the principles they believe in solidly, turning correct principles into habits, and allowing an equal environment to reshape behaviors. Only then can it be possible to truly reverse people's values. And Cedric, he never really believed in the truth taught in this castle. His family education has told him what is right and what is wrong. Just to live in this wrong society, his father violated his own ideas and continued to serve more higher purebloods in the Ministry of Magic, and Cedric himself could only live in this castle blankly and alone. John's words never changed Cedric's point of view. He never thought that the education in Hogwarts Castle was right from the beginning to the end. It just tore off his timidity and let him know that perhaps many people also know the real right and wrong from the beginning, but in a little obedience, they are subtly changed. Cedric couldn't accept that change, so he had all kinds of contacts with the centaur after John rescued the students from the castle. He knows that there are very few things he can do, and he is far from able to change the overall situation much, but people can't just stop doing things because of their insignificance, and wait to be rescued by more capable people, right? Life may need the help of others to be saved, but the inner salvation can only rely on oneself. Cedric didn't intend to reprimand the malicious speculation and ridicule of his classmates around him. He knew very well that it was useless, and at the same time, it would put himself in a dangerous situation. But sometimes if he didn't say anything, no one would bother him anymore. Why are you pulling your face? Diggory, do you disagree with Grandiose words? The person who asked such a sharp question was a girl with freckles on her face and a bitter expression on her face. She glared at Cedric fiercely, wishing to find out his shortcomings every moment. Logically speaking, Cedric, who is a good guy no matter where he is, shouldn't be at odds with anyone, but this girl is an exception. Because just last semester, she expressed her admiration and love to Cedric in private and was rejected. Even if she and Cedric didn't mention it to anyone, it still made the girl hate her former crush. Object. Hearing her words, everyone on the tower looked at Cedric. Everyone could see that what the girl said was true. In such a happy atmosphere, only Cedric had no gregarious joy on his face. Cedric looked at the girl, his face as gentle as ever. You can't expect everyone to have a unified mind, right? I just think that using the enemy's fantasy as a pastime and relaxation, no matter it is a kind of belittlement to anyone. Although his words made the surrounding students feel uncomfortable, he couldn't find anything wrong with them, because he didn't say that it was wrong to belittle John, he just felt that their way of relaxing was very low level. However, the girl still said sullenly, I think you actually have sympathy for these mudbloods, right? Don't pretend, Diggory, I saw you once secretly delivering bread to those mudbloods who clean the bathroom. But they rejected your kindness, right? They all know that with their own lowliness, they don't deserve to eat this kind of thing at all. And you, a full-fledged citizen of the British wizarding world. A student of Hogwarts Mixed Blood College. You are still right, they have sympathy. Do you have connections with those wanted criminals? A hat was put on Cedric's head in this way, although after he had met John, the hat was not wrongly put on. But the conclusion without any reasonable evidence is actually a kind of labeling. Maybe she didn't know what she was doing, and the words she said now were just out of instinctive hatred, but her behavior was to want Cedric to die. The scene fell silent for an instant, all the students looked at each other, and finally turned their eyes to Cedric. If it was just an unwarranted accusation against Cedric at the beginning, and someone who just stood up and said a few words on the scene could change the matter, then no one would dare to speak anymore. Cedric must explain this to himself, otherwise surely someone will report this to the professor. They surrounded Cedric, surrounded him in the middle of the crowd, like an outlier. Cedric's face was calm. He looked at his classmates, who were divided by blood and classified into the same class as him. They were all waiting for him to explain, but for some reason, Cedric suddenly didn't want to talk now. He looked at the bright starry sky. The world at night is beautiful and full of mystery, but under this imaginative canvas, a huge shadow did not know when to cover half of the sky. Astronomical Tower, the place where the current principal of the castle was crowned king in the duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort. As the tallest tower in the entire Hogwarts castle, it is naturally full of professors in the castle. Except for Snape, who went to the outer platform of the Forbidden Forest for Voldemort, Barty Jr., the Carlo brothers and sisters, Greengrass, and even some professors from the Pure Blood College were here. There was a lot of movement in the Forbidden Forest, and the cloud made of dragon breath that appeared in the sky at first was also very dazzling. Not only the students in the whole school were alarmed, but the professors were no exception. If you are surrounded by 10 fire dragons, how long can you last? The night wind blew the light yellow hair on little Barty's forehead. He looked at the group of dragons who had obviously gathered together and were chasing something, and asked Amicus Carlo beside him in a casual voice. Amicus looked at the distant sky and narrowed his eyes. If I can use apparition, I can try to pull them one by one to solve them. Although dragons are powerful, they have no racial concept. They have always been alone, and they don't know how to cooperate. They divide and solve. It's not hard to get up. When he said this, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, Hogwarts, including the Forbidden Forest, cannot use apparition. Being surrounded by so many fire dragons is a dead end. His sister, Alecto, who was fat and ugly like a pig, also showed a cruel and rampant smile on her face. Who came up with this method for the master? It's really great, but I don't know if that little mudblood can leave some eye-catching corpses, and I want to show such a unique case to the students in class. Greengrass frowned, and she glanced at Alecto, as if she was dissatisfied with her innate cruelty and vulgarity, without any pure-blooded family cultivation. Little Barty didn't answer Alecto's question. He just put his hands on the edge of the tower, looked at the place surrounded by fire dragons, and showed a casual smile on his face. If there is anyone in this world who has absolute loyalty to Voldemort, then Barty Jr. dares to be the first, and Bella is probably the second. He and Snape did not get along, not only because Snape was a half-blood but had a higher status than most pure-bloods, but also because he always felt that Snape was loyal to his master, not pure. That's right, Barty Jr. never denied Snape's talent. He just thought that this man was an unstable time bomb, useful but also dangerous, so he always tried his best to dissuade his master from letting Snape do things. But he must not be given absolute power. Little Barty didn't know if his master had listened to his suggestion, but he knew very well that the focus of their entire organization should not be on the inside. Because his master hadn't paid attention to him before, Dumbledore and his group, who were hanging like a boiled old man, are now showing signs of gaining momentum. Among them, the one who had the greatest influence on Voldemort himself was a student who had just entered the 4th grade. This is very abnormal and disturbing, at least it disturbs Barty Jr., a group of loyal servants who are really creating the British magical government for Voldemort. Of course they firmly believe that their master is great and invincible, but there will always be some ants who want to tear off a piece of flesh from the giant, and because of their smallness, they often succeed easily. But when the giant really started to pay attention to this ant, then he would no longer be a problem. Little Barty narrowed his eyes, and the golden red flames that lit up from time to time under the starry sky were nothing more than a wonderful picture in his eyes. Look, this overwhelmed ant is about to die, and he didn't even meet his master's highest expectations for him at the beginning. When the wizard who killed his father and mother was thinking like this, his brows suddenly frowned. The scenery that was so beautiful in his eyes suddenly became bigger and bigger, gradually occupying all of his pupils. Talking about early in the morning, I was thinking and writing until 7 o'clock before I knew it, and I couldn't sleep anyway, so I'll write the night's work again. I'll post this paragraph in the morning if I can finish it, and I'll wake up at night if I can't finish it. Continue writing. Chapter 355-353. Dragons breaking through the Forbidden Forest. Amir was very excited. He felt that he was only one step away from success, but when the roar from the sky came, he still subconsciously paused. And just at this moment, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing past him, and then one hand grabbed the back collar of his robe, and suddenly pulled him back. The next moment Emil fell to the ground defenseless. But Diane's feeling was exactly the opposite of Emil's. She also felt the gust of wind, but at the same time, she also felt that her back seemed to be pushed forward by a pair of hands, and then she only took 2 steps. She didn't know what happened. She had surpassed Emil, and when she regained consciousness, she found that she had come to the other side of the silver line. Diane turned her head in a daze, and then she saw the instigator of all this, John, who was raising his eyebrows and smiling at her. She originally thought that John would not be able to come tonight. The riot in the Forbidden Forest made this smart girl very clear that Voldemort must have planned something against him in private, but she also knew very well that even if she went there, there was nothing she could do. What a useful help for John. If John can handle it, then she is the same in the past. If John can't handle it, then she can't do anything at all. Therefore, Diane had already made a decision in her heart at the moment Emile was about to step into the silver line. Since she has no way to compete for the first place in the time ranking, it can't make Emile's score tied with John. She has to wait here until John solves his troubles, and then puts the second the ranking was handed over to him, so that his two achievements combined surpassed Emile. As for her ranking, Diane doesn't care. Although it would be beneficial for her and even the entire Rozier family to win the first pair in this Triwizard tournament, Diane has always known that winning or losing this game is not only about her personally or family interests. Even if no one told her these things, she knew clearly that she couldn't ruin the overall situation just because she had some petty thoughts that she shouldn't have. But now, the situation was completely reversed at the last moment. When everyone thought that he would definitely be entangled by those fire dragons in the Forbidden Forest, even if he was not in danger for a while, he would not be able to get rid of it for a while, but John acted in a way that no one could see clearly, and he couldn't believe it at all. Gesture appeared. Emile, who fell to the ground, was stunned. He lay on the ground, looking in disbelief at Diane and John who had walked out of the silver line. The whole scene was silent. Neither the referees nor the reporters holding the cameras thought that such a situation would happen in the end. Holding a cloth bag full of golden snitches in one hand and a wand in the other, John first looked at Dumbledore and blinked, then turned his gaze to Matthew, the head of the referee team. "Mr. Graves, I think it can be confirmed that the game is over now." Only then did Matthew come back to his senses, and everyone around him also came back to his senses following his words. For a moment, countless shudders sounded. Enough of the excitement of journalists. Nothing could be more unimaginable than such an unexpected outcome. The referees also came back to their senses, and they were supported by the surrounding aurors to stand up from the ground. The resentment on Beauxbatons vice principal Beaustrode's face, whose fingers were still twitching uncontrollably, was coming from looks ill-moved onto John. Obviously the Emir is already close to winning, and it is obvious that they are only one last step away from allowing Beauxbatons warriors to take the limelight in the first event. The Mudblood's wanted man died, and Beauxbatons students represented Voldemort won the final victory. But now it's all in vain. But Matthew's next sentence rekindled the hope of Burster. "Your race may be over, Mr. Green. Daisy Rozier finished the race first, and you were the second, but Mr. Lestrange is not ready to complete his race yet." Matthew's words caught everyone's attention. They looked at Emir who was still inside the silver line. At this time, he had already got up from the grass and turned to leave the Forbidden Forest. Direction: footsteps unswervingly want to re-enter the Forbidden Forest. Everyone present could see what he wanted to do. Even if he couldn't be the first or the second person to complete the race, there were still 4 days before the first event was forced to end. He wanted to rely on in the past 4 days. He returned to the Forbidden Forest and got more golden snitches to try to get the first place in the score, which could also make his score reversed. However, looking at his back, John shrugged and said, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention one more thing. You should know that those fire dragons in the Forbidden Forest suddenly went crazy, and now they have a little accident. I think it is impossible for Mr. Lestrange no more golden snitches in the Forbidden Forest." Emile's body suddenly froze, and everyone's eyes were on John again, and Matthew frowned. Those fire dragons had an accident again? What accident? John showed an inexplicable smile on his face. He didn't say anything more, but pointed to the night sky above his head, signaling that everyone can look up for themselves. But at this moment, the clear night sky was full of brilliance, and there was nothing unusual to be seen. Just when someone was about to turn around and ask John what he was pretending to be, a gust of wind swept through the entire forest. The luxuriant branches and leaves on the trees were blown squeaky, and the green leaves were constantly torn by the huge force and flew from the branches. Everyone's hair was messed up by the gust of wind, and the robes were blown close to their bodies like a banner, and there was a sound of exclamation around them, but at the same time as the sound of exclamation, countless deafening the roar made the whole ground tremble. The next moment, huge figures enveloped the entire night sky. They covered the stars, waved their huge wings, and left the forbidden forest that had been lifted. When passing by the ground where John and his group were, none of the dragons looked down. Their scarlet eyes were filled with the only object that wanted to attack and destroy. The Hogwarts castle built among the mountains and towering in the dark night. Chapter 356-354 Dragon Calamity. Hoss rushed very fast. It rushed out of the forbidden forest according to what John taught it, and ran across the lawn on the edge of the Black Lake. The Aurors guarding around the castle didn't notice anything at all. It felt like a gust of night wind was blowing, then the gate of the castle shook slightly. Hagrid actually came to Hogwarts Castle when he was young. At that time, when Hagrid first met him, he had a serious problem with his body, so Hagrid panicked and came to the castle with him to find the old man. Potions Professor, Slughorn, wants to get some healing potions from him. So after entering Hogwarts Castle, it didn't slam around inside like a headless chicken. Instead, he quickly found an old utility room on the first floor, which directly knocked open the door of the room. At this time, students and professors of this castle were basically gathered on the high-rise towers, and no one found it. Action. Everything in the utility room was very chaotic. Hoss found a corner by biting the clothes that John had taken off. After doing all this, it tilted its mouth, showed a somewhat humane smirk, then ran again, returned to the castle and rushed out of the castle according to John's words. Instead of returning to the Forbidden Forest, it ran directly out of Huo. The gate of the Hogwarts campus turned into a gust of wind and blew in the direction of the small town of Hogsmeade. This is what John asked Hoss to do for help. It has pulled the lead wires of those kites and is completely tied to Hogwarts Castle. And just over a minute after it left the castle, the fire dragons in the Forbidden Forest flew over the edge of the Forbidden Forest, above the heads of the reporters and referees. When the dark shadows enveloped the entire night sky, Matthew's face became completely ugly. He angrily grabbed the dragon trainer by his collar, and angrily said, "What did you say before the game? You made a guarantee to the Federation and the competition group that there will be no major problems with the dragon group. But what happened tonight?" Snape, standing here representing Voldemort, also had a gloomy face, and his already pale, paper-like complexion became even uglier at this moment. He first turned his head and glanced at John. The boy who had suffered a lot from countless people just shrugged his shoulders innocently. Snape didn't say anything, and then he turned his gaze to Dumbledore. His empty eyes and gloomy expression made him become like a bat. "It's better not that you guys are playing tricks." Hey. John interrupted with some dissatisfaction. "Mr. Snape, I haven't had time to report some things to the referee team, but you blamed us first. I found that someone was in the golden snitch. There are some potions concocted from dragon egg liquid hidden in it, and it is these potions that make these fire dragons go crazy. And on the golden snitch, I can clearly see that there is a black devil from the British Ministry of Magic's Death Eater guards on it. Mark, do you have anything to explain about this matter?" After hearing John's words, everyone's eyes were on Snape. Matthew also frowned tightly. He first turned his head and glanced at the Middle Eastern wizard, but found that after John's voice fell, his face was obviously flustered. "Some things to report." Finally he looked at Snape. "Do you have any explanation, Mr. Snape?" Just like what Matthew had communicated with Dumbledore on the carriage before, he didn't care who won the Triwizard Tournament at all. He just wanted to let the three events all end normally, and there should be no more troubles in the middle. Any messes up. But obviously, neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore would allow him such the simplest appeal. Snape didn't care about those gazes looking at him at all, and he didn't bother to explain at all, but when a loud noise came from the direction of Hogwarts Castle, his whole body froze. All eyes turned to the direction of Hogwarts Castle. The group of dragons had been divided into two parts. The small ones were like the Peruvian Vipertooth and the Norwegian Ridgeback directly crashed into the gate of the castle. And other huge fire dragons, represented by the Iron Belly of Ukraine, began to rush towards the towering tower of the castle. In addition to the internal anti-apparition magic, this magic school that has been passed down for thousands of years also has extremely powerful protective spells externally. The direct impact of these fire dragons did not cause much damage to the main body of the castle, but it also made it there was a violent tremor. On the tower, when they saw the dragons flying from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, most of the students hadn't reacted yet. They looked in the direction of Cedric's gaze, and at first they just felt that the flying direction of the fire dragons was a bit wrong, and each one became bigger and bigger. Finally, when the moonlight shone on the scales of those dragons, reflecting the dazzling brilliance, some girls let out piercing screams. An Australian opalide stared at the tower they were in, and the huge dragon body hit the mottled ancient stone wall on the surface of the castle without hesitation. The huge fangs are close at hand, and the angry roar shakes everyone's eardrums. No matter who they are, they can feel its tyranny. Many mixed-race students were shaken by the impact and fell to the ground. They didn't have the joy that they had maliciously fantasized about John and Dumbledore a minute ago. The faces of these students were full of panic. They screamed and howled as they fled towards the castle. Go, no one dares to face this crazy fire dragon for even a second. Cedric did not move in the crowd. His face was still so calm. His eyes were fixed on the pair of Australian opal's bloodshot eyes without pupils, and the students who kept running around passed him by, like waves passing through the reef. I kept beating it, but I couldn't change it. Cedric suddenly laughed. His smile is still so gentle, but this kind of gentleness is mixed with some inexplicable meanings. Sympathy for Mudblood. Sympathize with John and Wu Pingxian? What is there to sympathize with a group of free, equal people? On the contrary, a group of people who are slaves but don't know it, should really make people feel pitiful. On the Astronomy Tower. Junior. Barty can be said to be the first to notice that the movement trajectories of these fire dragons were abnormal, even a few seconds earlier than Cedric. Because the Astronomy Tower is the highest point of the entire Hogwarts Castle, standing here, you can almost have a panoramic view of a third of the Forbidden Forest, and every move of the dragons is under the supervision of these professors. It's just that no one felt anything unusual about the fact that these fire dragons had been wandering around the edge of the Forbidden Forest. They were all guessing that the little Mudblood under Dumbledore might not be able to hold it anymore. He was desperately trying to escape to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, and wanted to find the referee team, so that he would not have to give up the game, or let them help you think of a solution. However, when the dragon group deviated from the Forbidden Forest, Barty Jr. realized something was wrong. His face turned pale in an instant, and he quickly took out a pocket watch from his pocket to check the time on it. It was exactly 8 o'clock, which was the moment when the Forbidden Forest was unlocked and the players were allowed to freely choose to end the game. Just by looking at the time, he can probably guess what might happen next. Amicus. Go to the castle and gather all the professors and Auror stationed below. Did you hear that? It's everyone. His loud roar startled everyone in the Astronomy Tower. The professors all looked at him in surprise, and even Amicus, who had been ordered, looked at the minibus inexplicably. Pedicle. Junior Barty's face was extremely ugly, gloomy as if dripping water. He drew out his wand and stared at Amicus. What are you waiting for? Amicus didn't dare to stay any longer. Everyone knew that when Voldemort was not in the castle, it seemed that Snape was actually at the helm, but in fact only Barty Crouch Jr. could really command these pure-blood professors. Amicus hurriedly walked towards the outside of the astronomy tower, but before he reached the door, the shadow completely enveloped his head. Two Ukrainian iron bellies chose to fly directly over the entire Hogwarts castle together. Their huge size, coupled with wings that can cover half of the sky after spreading, completely isolates the castle from the sky. At this time, there are still many professors who have not reacted. They all looked at the top of their heads in shock. They never thought why the fire dragons who were working as their tools in the Forbidden Forest before to hunt down that little mudblood would come down to Hogwarts suddenly and deal with them. But the actions of these dragons cannot be stopped without them reacting. Dazzling golden red light flashes in the mouths of the two Ukrainian iron bellies. Little Barty kicked to the side and opened his mouth wide, looking at Alecto in the sky in disbelief. Use the universal solution. Immediately. If none of you want to die. His roar finally brought everyone here back to their senses. More than a dozen professors in the astronomy tower raised their magic wands one after another, and under the command of little Barty, they used a general solution to the curse. Everyone's spell effects are connected into pieces, and a large blue net is woven above the astronomy tower, and when the fiery dragon's breath gushes out of the iron belly's mouth, the golden red and light blue meets together. Dragon's breath failed to break through the defense formed by the professors, but the dragons who came to Hogwarts Castle from the Forbidden Forest were not only the Ukrainian iron belly. I'm still coding. If I can write it out in the morning, I'll post it in the morning, otherwise I'll send it tomorrow morning. Chapter 357-355. Attacking Hermione. Hungarian tree-peak dragon, Heshadiah black dragon and Ukrainian iron belly, these are fire dragons with extremely strong physical strength. Just as the professors on the observatory were using magic to defend those iron bellies, a Hungarian tree-peak dragon and two Heshadiah black dragons slammed into the edge of the tower. The castle shook violently. This is the highest point of the entire school, which is equivalent to a slender individual extending from the main body of the castle, so the defense is not that strong. The shaky ground made most of the professors who maintain the universal spell-breaking method unable to stand still. 2 or 3 fell to the ground on the spot, and a few staggered a few steps. Naturally, the spell casting in their hands could not continue. It was just such a gap they exposed, and the fanatical dragon's breath finally broke through the blue barrier. Golden red flames swept across the entire astronomy tower in an instant, and the scorching high temperature made the professors who were hit by such an impact for the first time couldn't help screaming. Alecto's robe was ignited, and she screamed like a rolling ball, trying to escape the astronomical tower in the flames. However, before she had just run to the door, a bright red spell hit her. Cruciatus. The scene in the astronomy tower, which was flustered for a while, immediately became quiet because of this spell. Every professor present looked in disbelief at little Barty, who was holding up his wand and casting spells on his colleagues. Junior. Barty's expression was hideous and stern like never before. Alecto screamed crazily under his torture, but he stepped on her fat face mercilessly, and then raised his head to look at everyone present. I warn you, don't forget your identities. You are the master's servants, so you should risk everything to guard his property. This castle is the most precious thing of the master. If it is destroyed by these beasts, then he doesn't need to do anything. I will kill them all first. Then I will commit suicide to apologize to him. Even if this castle is going to be destroyed, we must die before the castle collapses. Little Barty roared like a madman. Everyone present knew that he was not joking. This wizard's worship of Voldemort had reached a pathological level. Otherwise, how could a normal person kill his own parents for an outsider? And as a confidant in his confidant, Barty Jr. knows the importance of this Hogwarts castle to Voldemort better than anyone else. His words are not threatening. If it really reaches that level, he will definitely do what you say, Let everyone in the castle die before the school collapses. His ruthlessness stunned all the people present. Looking at Alecto, who was still moaning on the ground, everyone temporarily gave up the idea of escaping from the observatory. Even the professor, whose body had been ignited by the dragon breath. They also hurriedly extinguished the flames on their bodies first, then turned around and pointed the wands in their hands at the fire dragons in the sky who were charging for the next wave of attack. In the castle, the entire Hogwarts has become a mess. Pure-blooded students are fine, they have dedicated lounge managers, and even 3 house elves serve them exclusively. So when the fire dragon attacked the castle, these pure-blood students were quickly led to a safe auditorium. Unless the entire castle collapsed, they would not be in any danger. The mixed-race students were not so lucky. Their Dean Greenglass was still on the astronomy tower at this time, and there were no administrators to take care of their safety. These people could only scurry around the castle like headless chickens, and finally return to the lounge under the leadership of the prefects in panic and fear. But it's not safe here. The mixed-race students' lounge is a separate tower. It is very likely that some fire dragons attacked here. These guys are looking around to break through the fortress in order to enter the castle. A passage for them to enter and exit. Only the auditorium is the safest, because if anything bad happens, the students here can escape from the castle in the shortest time, and if that happens, the half-blood hiding in the lounge, there is only one dead end for students. As for the mudbloods who were locked in the basement as soon as dinner was over, no one cared. But their current situation is actually very safe, and no dragon can dig a tunnel out of them and break into the castle from them. Besides the students, the professors in the castle were also in great confusion. Amicus obeyed Barty Jr.'s order, and continued to summon the remaining professors to fight back against the fire dragons attacking the castle. At the same time, he also ordered the head of the Auror stationed in the school to go to the astronomy tower immediately. Go for reinforcements. The attacks of these dragons are not concentrated, and Barty Jr. and the others are under the greatest pressure in front of the astronomy tower. But even if they organize all the forces in the castle, the professors and the Aurors who stay here are only about 30 people in total. When facing these fire dragons, there is no way for 2 people to deal with one. Fire dragons have never been an easy target to deal with. Even the most professional dragon trainer or American dragon slayer requires the cooperation of at least 5 people to defeat them one by one. They train. At this time, let's not talk about whether these people in Hogwarts Castle have professional knowledge related to dealing with dragons. In terms of numbers alone, they are naturally at a disadvantage. So this battle to guard Hogwarts Castle was very difficult for them. At the same moment when the fire dragon launched its attack on the castle, on the 4th floor of the castle, in a secret passage, Hermione was carefully observing every move of everyone in the school with a marauder's map. She saw that most of the professors and Auror guards had gone to the astronomy tower. The names of those professors were crowded on the tower, and their positions were constantly changing. It seemed that the scene was very chaotic. The students have all hid in suitable places, and now the Hogwarts Castle is more empty than at any other time. Hermione didn't know exactly what happened, but the roar of the dragon coming from outside from time to time, and the already shaking castle, made her guess almost instantly that there must be some accident in the game in the Forbidden Forest, and such an accident there is a great possibility that it has something to do with John. This is not because she knows something, but because she has absolute confidence and trust in John. What's the situation outside? Hermione doesn't know who is in favor of the situation, but what she knows is simply the best opportunity for her to take action in the castle. At this time, no one will notice what will happen in the castle, because the professors are not enough manpower, and there is no way to send another person to patrol the castle. And the movements made by the fire dragon were so loud that they could completely cover up some preparations that Hermione would have to do next, so that Hermione, who had been waiting in this secret passage for a long time, finally had a chance to get out. "Fox, don't sleep, we are going to go out," the little girl whispered to the phoenix on her shoulder. Fox also opened those pale golden eyes at this time, and opened his sharp beak, as if yawning. After confirming that everything outside was safe, Hermione didn't hesitate at all. She straightened a small satchel on her body, held a wand in one hand, and a marauder's map in the other, and walked out of the secret passage wearing an invisibility cloak. There was no one in the corridor, but it didn't seem quiet. The surrounding walls and ground trembled from time to time, and the roar of the dragon outside shook people's eardrums. Hermione's steps were fast. She didn't know how long it would take those professors and Aurors to deal with these fire dragons, so she could only plan for the worst and set aside 20 minutes for herself. She must quickly eliminate all wrong options within these 20 minutes. Even if there is still no gain today, she must verify all the objects that Mr. Slytherin and Professor Dumbledore suspected at the beginning. Following the stairs, she didn't lower her steps, and ran downstairs quickly to the first floor. After walking down the stairs, her hands and feet began to relax, because the pure-blood students were gathered in the auditorium, where there was also an administrator and many house elves guarding there. Hermione had to be careful what they found there was movement. But walking to the left along the corridor, she saw that she was getting farther and farther away from the auditorium, and after making sure that there was no one else around, she let go of her steps again, and even started to trot all the way. The shoes she was wearing were specially cast by Dumbledore for her, which could greatly eliminate the sound of the solace touching the ground, and no one would be able to notice it unless they were standing very close to her. Fox stood firmly on her shoulders, and even spread his wings slightly, helping her prop up the invisibility cloak she was wearing, preventing the water-like clothes from accidentally slipping off her body. Soon, Hermione came to the area that Slytherin gave her, and the girls' bathroom where she found the faucet engraved with a snake-shaped mark last time was also in this area. It's just that this time Hermione didn't choose to go directly into this bathroom, but wandered along the corridors in this area, while making a slightly hoarse and unpleasant hissing sound from her mouth. Her voice was not small, but it was all covered by the movement outside the castle, and there were no other people around, so no one could hear that there was a little girl imitating the cry of a snake. 3 or 4 minutes into this attempt, nothing out of the ordinary happened in response to Hermione. Hermione was not disappointed. She left here decisively, ran back to the direction of the stairs, and climbed up to the upper floor until she came to the corridor on the 7th floor. This place is undoubtedly even more empty, not to mention this floor, even if there is no one on the 3rd floor nearby. Hermione wore an invisibility cloak, and quickly crossed the forbidden zone that was an absolute limit for others in the castle, and finally stood in front of an office. This place is no stranger to her. More than a year ago, it was here that she personally caught John, who had just finished dealing with the basilisk, and it was here that she really got to know the man who claimed to be professor under Dumbledore Boyd. Now he is indeed a professor, but Durmstrangs. Revisiting the old place didn't make Hermione think too much. She knew exactly how important the tasks she had on her body were. Came to the door of the principal's office, Hermione wanted to push the door open and walk in. Although John was allowed to break through here once, and took away from it what represented the foundation of this school, Voldemort will definitely strengthen its defensive measures in the future. She just touched Fox's smooth feathers, and then the entire body of the phoenix turned into a golden light. The light lasted for a long time, and Fox did not disappear directly like the previous apparition. The castle was deliberately enhanced with anti-apparition magic, making it impossible for Fox to successfully apparate directly. But just 2 or 3 minutes later, the golden red light disappeared on Hermione's shoulders, and then Hermione stood in front of the door of the principal's office, making that hissing sound again. There seemed to be a movement in the principal's room, but the movement disappeared soon. Hermione didn't show any impatience, she just waited quietly. This kind of waiting didn't last long, and soon the golden light of Fox lit up around her again. After Fox came back, he was obviously a little more embarrassed than before he went in. The feathers on his body were a bit messy, but his pale golden eyes were still bright. After returning, it shook its head at Hermione, which made Hermione a little discouraged. This was the last place they could guess, and they still found nothing. Although Professor Dumbledore certainly wouldn't blame her, Hermione herself felt a sense of frustration. However, just as she was about to turn around and leave here, and return to the secret passage, a thing that John once said to her on Hogwarts when chatting with her suddenly flashed through her mind. She suddenly became a little excited, but quickly took a deep breath to calm down, and then walked straight towards the 8th floor without any hesitation, and found the place according to the impression in her memory. There is a tapestry here, and the tapestry is painted with a funny picture of a troll holding a wooden club and beating a ballet teacher. On the opposite side of this tapestry, there is a blank wall. Hermione took a deep breath. She stood in front of the wall as John once said he did, and kept thinking while walking back and forth. I want a room leading to the Slytherin chamber. My, originally said to finish writing in the morning, but the lazy cancer broke out, and I will add more tomorrow as compensation. Chapter 358-356 Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, 4000. On the blank wall, following Hermione's inner appeal, an old wooden door slowly emerged above it. Hermione saw the door, with an unconcealable excitement on her face, and then quickly walked forward, putting her hand on the doorknob. It was very easy. She pushed the door from the outside to the inside. There is a dark space inside. Only after the light of the candles on the wall outside the door shines in, can we see that the room is very empty. At first glance, it seems that there is nothing. Hermione didn't take off the invisibility cloak, and walked in with Fawkes. After she entered, the surrounding walls were lit with flames, and then illuminated the entire room. Only now can she see what kind of room this is. There are blank walls all around. The whole house is not big, but there is nothing, only a round trapdoor placed in the middle of the ground. Arriving in front of the trapdoor, Hermione first tried to open it directly with her hands, but the door remained motionless until she spoke the ugly Parseltongue, and the next moment, the door opened by itself. Below the trapdoor is a deep secret passage, which seems to meander down, and there is no end in sight. Although she didn't stay in this castle for a long time, and she seldom had the opportunity to go to the upper floors, Hermione still remembered that there was a charms classroom right below where the room of requirement was located. Deo appeared as if the floor under her feet was connected to the solid ground of the first floor, not at all like she was on the 8th floor of the castle. Hermione carefully closed the door of the room of requirement from the inside, then let Fawkes get off her shoulders, and jumped into the secret passage first. Then Fawkes was in front, and at the same time, a faint golden light was shining on his body to illuminate the road ahead, while Hermione was behind, and they went deeper into the secret passage bit by bit. This secret road is rugged and winding, and it is narrow and wide at times. Sometimes Hermione can only pass by kneeling on the ground, and sometimes she can stand up straight and walk upright. She had been walking in it for more than half an hour, and finally jumped down from an exit, and came to a secret room that seemed to be located underground. The surroundings are damp and as quiet as a tomb, as if Hermione has already left the scope of Hogwarts Castle at this time. The fire dragons outside are attacking the castle, and the Hogwarts professor who is fighting to guard the school. All the sounds they made disappeared. Fawkes stood back on Hermione's shoulders again. His pale golden eyes seemed to have sensed something, and turned around with a somewhat serious expression. In the darkness, Hermione used the wand lighting spell, and then she saw the huge creature in front of her. Under the emerald green reflection, at first she thought it was a snake lying on the ground ambushing her, but before she felt startled, she realized that it was just a piece of snake skin. The size of the snake's skin is obviously not normal. At a glance, it is about 20 feet long, and it is emerald green. It is easy to mistake it for a snake. For more than a year, Hermione would spend in the library on the carriage whenever she had free time, and last year, she also saw John kill a giant snake about the size of the snake skin with her own eyes. She could easily tell that it was the shed skin of a basilisk, which made her more vigilant. Since there was a snake skin here, there must have been a basilisk in the secret room. The portrait of Mr. Slytherin said that he had placed a basilisk that only obeyed Slytherin's blood in the secret room thousands of years ago, but John had also killed one in the principal's office. According to Dumbledore's analysis, the two snakes are very likely to be the same one. Voldemort released it from the Chamber of Secrets to serve as the guard of his principal's office, so there is a high probability that there is no basilisk guard in the Chamber of Secrets now. But probability is probability, as long as Hermione encounters it, it is 100%, so Hermione is cautious. She holds the wand in her hand, and specially weakens the light of the illuminating spell, although it will make her vision blurred, but because of this, if she were to face the basilisk directly, she would be able to avoid looking directly into its eyes. Continuing to walk to the depths of the secret room, she turned many corners, continued to go deeper for about 10 minutes, and finally came to a solid wall. It is engraved with two intertwined snakes, and their eyes are set with large, shining emeralds. Just seeing this wall, Hermione knew what to do. Her throat rolled, and she continued to speak in Parseltongue, uttering an order. After her words fell, the two snakes separated, and the stone wall split from the middle, slowly sliding to the sides and disappearing. Hermione took a long, deep breath, then clutched the shimmering wand in her hands with both hands, and walked through the door. She came to one side of a long, dimly lit room. In the room, there are many stone pillars engraved with coiled and entangled serpents, towering and supporting the ceiling that melts in the high darkness, casting long and treacherous black shadows on the entire room filled with green and mysterious atmosphere. The moment Hermione entered, countless silver-gray lights suddenly lit up on the ground. Those rays of light tactfully connected on the ground, forming a series of words and symbols, covering the entire room. Hermione looked at everything under her feet in shock. A huge picture scroll was formed on the ground, and those illuminated characters were all the oldest runes. These runes are densely packed, each character is only the size of a thumbnail, but it fills the entire space. Similarly, under the light of these illuminated runes, Hermione also saw a statue of an old man in the depths of the room, on the wall facing her. It was an old monkey-like face, and Hermione was no stranger to this face. He was Salazar Slytherin, whose portrait was hung in the principal's office. Even this statue is densely engraved with runes, densely packed, making people feel a little shuddering inexplicably. Hermione looked down, and then she saw a small figure right under the statue. It looked like a dwarf. He had a broad face and a big mouth, and he was wearing tattered bright clothes, but his eyes were tightly closed, and his body was illusory, not like a normal person at all. 5 black chains stretched out from the ground, and they were connected to the dwarf's limbs and neck respectively, as if binding him here firmly, preventing him from moving. The surrounding air was very cold and humid, making Hermione's body tremble slightly involuntarily. She carefully stepped on those glowing runes and came to the side of the dwarf. "Hello." After seeing the fire dragon attack on Hogwarts Castle, Snape left from the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest without the slightest hesitation. His face was ugly, and he took away all the Aurors present. At the same time, he stared at John gloomily, and ordered one of the Aurors to inform Voldemort immediately. Such an approach is undoubtedly the most sensible, because judging from all the useful manpower in Hogwarts Castle, they don't have much confidence that they can hold the castle under the attack of these fire dragons. The reporters were extremely excited, and some of them even wanted to follow Snape and the others closer to Hogwarts Castle, but were kicked back mercilessly by the Auror behind them. And some smart newspaper reporters, after quickly taking pictures of the current situation of the castle being attacked, let people leave here first, and immediately take the existing photos out, in case the man gets the news and comes back later. The results have been turned into nothing. Although Snape left with the Auror, there was no room for any change in the final result of this match. Amir hadn't come out of the Forbidden Forest yet. He looked at the golden red sky in the direction of the castle that had been covered by the dragon's breath, looking so devastated. Matthew recovered from the shock of the current situation. He straightened his face, and looked at Emile. "Mr. Lestrange, so, are you going to choose to finish the game now?" Emile was brought back to his senses by his question, but instead of looking at Matthew, he looked at John with hatred. It must be him. He must have done it. Those fire dragons were chasing him. Now they are all attacking the castle. He must have done something. His words made the whole scene become silent, and Burst stared at Emile, as if he wanted to stuff the words he just said back into his mouth again. At this time, the excited Emile also realized that he had said something wrong. With a pale face, he hastily patched up what he said just now. "We saw it in the Forbidden Forest. It was Green who angered those fire dragons, and the fire dragons attacked him frantically." John didn't intend to glance at him at all. He stood in front of Dumbledore and Roger, took out a golden snitch from the cloth bag and looked at Matthew at the same time, asking calmly, "Following the topic we just talked about, Mr. Graves, may I know who purchased and provided the golden snitches used in this project?" Matthew didn't ignore John's problem. Whether it was the boy's reputation in the magic world, or what he did tonight, he couldn't be regarded as a simple student. Look at. Similarly, Matthew didn't mean to cover up anyone. He came to be the referee just to be impartial, so that no one could get a point. He turned his head and looked at the Middle Eastern wizard named Abdul Rahman. "Rahman, you are responsible for this, right?" The thin, short-bearded Middle Eastern wizard with a white turban on his head did not change his expression when facing Matthew's question. "The various supplies of Pamo Sports Magic Item Supply Company are very good. They have been in charge of the ball supplies for the Quidditch World Cup for 3 consecutive years, and there will be no quality problems." John also looked at him, and he said lightly, "Of course I also believe in the standards of this company. There will be no problems in terms of quality, but some people want to add some unknown means to this game. All it needs is that it has enough quality assurance. I think, Mr. Rahman, have all these golden snitches in the Forbidden Forest been handled by you yourself?" Rahman's face was arrogant. He didn't even look into John's eyes, as if he didn't even bother to answer the question of a student like him. However, an old and gentle voice forced him to lower his head again. "Can you tell us about Abdul? I think we need an answer." No one will ignore Dumbledore's words, and Rahman is the same. Even though Dumbledore no longer has the title and position of chairman in the International Federation of Magic, he still has great prestige. Especially after Wu Pingxian seized most of France from Voldemort's hands with his strength. "Of course I have full authority over these snitches." His face remained unchanged. "If you suspect that I have done something about it, you can use dementia on me, Albus. I know you are a master in this area, and I don't know a clemency at all, so I can't resist at all." He and Dumbledore's blue eyes looked at each other, with no intention of avoiding it. Dumbledore looked at him and just shook his head. "Of course I have enough trust in you. The Federation also knows your character to let you serve as a referee. Since you don't know about this matter, it means you didn't do it." Bost, who was still being supported by others, suddenly said in a strange way at the side. "Things haven't been investigated yet, and someone has already begun to confirm that what the boy said is true. Our game is really fair." Roger looked at him coldly, and it was this glance that made Boster's body tremble subconsciously, and fear appeared in his eyes. John didn't care about his doubts at all. He turned his head to look at the 3 Federation referees including Burster and Matthew and all the reporters. "Since I dare to speak out, of course I will have tangible evidence." While speaking, he raised his wand, pointed the tip of the wand at his temple, and then slowly turned the wand, pulling out a bright silver thread from his mind. The silver representing memory surrounds the tip of his staff, as if it has life. As long as you have a little dabble in dementionment, it is not difficult to extract some of your own memories. After all, you will definitely not resist your own decision. Looking at this memory, even if no one knows what the picture it represents, everyone present has basically believed what John said. Long Kun went crazy, someone really wanted to frame him for it. It's obvious that I'm healthy, but today I still feel like I've caught a cold. Maybe I stayed up too late 2 days ago. I promised to write in the early morning, so I'd better change my schedule and go to bed to make up for it tomorrow. I hope to live longer, and I wish you all good health. Chapter 359-357. Prelude to Death. The atmosphere became weird. It's not that people's memories cannot be tampered with, it's just that no matter how superb a clemency is, it's only easy to change long-term memories, and if it happened not long ago or it's less than 3 days since it happened, there is no way to manipulate the memory at all. Especially since John pulled out this memory of himself in front of everyone around him. Matthew's face was still so calm, he took a deep breath, and walked to John's side, still holding a transparent glass bottle in his hand. "Leave it to me. Someone from the referee team will verify this memory. If we really find any clues in it, we will definitely give you and Dumbledore an explanation." John looked up at Dumbledore, and Dumbledore also looked at him and nodded slightly. So John shrugged and sent this memory into the bottle in Matthew's hand. "Well, I hope you can afford this explanation after you discover something. The matter about the fire dragon going crazy in the Forbidden Forest has just come to an end. Of course, Matthew will not directly start checking this memory in front of so many people at the scene. Some things need to be avoided for the sake of fairness." At this time, everyone looked at the lost Emile, who was still standing on the edge of the silver line, and Matthew asked again. "So, are you going to continue the game, Mr. Lestrange?" Emile raised his head to look at his vice principal helplessly, but Boster didn't look at him at all, but lowered his head with a gloomy face, not knowing what he was thinking. Now, the boy finally had no way to hold on any longer. Holding the cloth bag with the golden snitch in his hand, he walked out of the silver line on the edge of the Forbidden Forest dejectedly. And the moment he stepped out, countless flashing lights took pictures of this scene, which also represented the end of the first event of the Triwizard Tournament. The 3 Federation referees present did not waste any time. They came to John, Diane, and Emile respectively, took the bags from them, and began to check their results of the competition in front of everyone. In the end, John naturally had no surprises. He was the one who gained the most. He found a total of 216 golden snitches. In fact, if it wasn't for those fire dragons chasing after him, he should have gained more, but no matter how much he got, there was no way to add half a point to his score, and it didn't matter whether he got it or not. Emile's harvest is actually not bad. A total of 148 golden snitches were found. He must have received some unknown help in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, based on his and Diane's actual strength, he would not be able to do this at all. Degree. Needless to say, Diane, after joining John, she rushed directly towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When she saw John, she caught 86, and now naturally only 86 after the game. According to the ranking in the results, John scored 70 points in the first place, counting his 30 points at the end of the second game, and now ranks first with a total score of 100. Diane ranked third in terms of results and only scored 30 points, but at the last minute John pushed her, allowing her to finish the game first and score 40 points, ranking second with a total score of 70. Emile scored 50 points in the second place and 20 points in the third place, with a total score of 70, tied for second with Diane. Although it is not bad, it is certainly not the result that Emile expected. According to his initial thinking, the worst ranking is that he and John are tied for first place. The bottom one is of course Draco, who was eliminated at the beginning of the game. Even though he was eliminated at the beginning, he still got 20 guaranteed points and is now the bottom one. However, what happened in the Forbidden Forest is not a bad thing for him, if he hadn't planned to get any good results in this Triwizard tournament from the beginning. Just when Matthew finally announced the results of the first competition event, suddenly, the sky suddenly lit up with a miserable green light. The light shone on everyone's face, and nearly 10 spells representing death shot straight at a huge fire dragon at the top. Little Barty is going crazy. His arm was obviously burned by the dragon's breath, and there was still a burnt smell there. Fire dragons have never been scary creatures in the eyes of wizards. For wizards who have been domineering in the magic world for thousands of years, there are almost no magical animals in the world that can scare them, just like normal social paralysis. The melons have also reached the top of the food chain. But these are all based on the fact that the wizards have already raised these species in captivity in the name of protecting fire dragons, and even when controlling the number of wild dragons, there are groups of professional dragon slayers to hunt-kill. But now in Hogwarts Castle, there are only more than 30 adult wizards, and there are 17 or 18 fire dragons attacking the castle. On average, 2 people are a bit reluctant to deal with one, and none of them have experienced special dragon training. Things will only get tougher. Alecto was lying on the ground, howling like a pig. Her body was tattered, with burns everywhere, and she hadn't recovered from Barty's Cruciatus curse, so she could only lie on the ground and roll. But little Barty didn't allow her to leave this dangerous place. The reason is very simple: whoever retreats will die. He has really practiced this point. Just 3 minutes ago, a teacher who taught the first-year flying class of the Half-Blood Academy flinched and wanted to escape from the astronomy tower, but little Barty cast a death curse without saying a word. It's both horrifying and a little natural that this kind of crazy behavior happened to him. Anyone who is absolutely loyal to Voldemort is basically a lunatic. If he is not crazy, then he would not be called Barty Crouch Jr. But no matter how hard they tried, they had little effect against these fire dragons, and there was no way to do much effective damage to them. Even if some professors and Aurors from the Pure Blood Academy can use the death curse, the death curse they release can kill people without any problem, but it can only make them nosebleed or become more crazy for fire dragons. Little Barty knew he couldn't go on like this. When he discovered the dragon riot at the beginning, he sent someone to Voldemort for help, but the castle itself was very problematic, and it was very troublesome for Voldemort to come here, especially at the beginning and end of the semester. The time the students stayed in the castle. Now whether Voldemort can wait until he doesn't know, but there are really casualties on the astronomy tower. Although he was crazy and let go of his cruel words, his few rationality also told him that the professors in the Hogwarts castle couldn't really all die in this meaningless castle guard battle. If it reaches that level, not to mention the prestige of the British wizarding world and Voldemort himself, their entire power will suffer heavy losses. Little Barty clenched his teeth. He couldn't even feel the pain on his burned left arm, and the hoarse roar spread throughout the astronomy tower. Those who can use the death curse, aim at the Ukrainian Iron Belly directly above. He intends to organize the existing resistance forces, at least to make the situation less difficult, and from the beginning to the present, the most active and the one that has hit them the hardest is the Ukrainian Iron Belly. The professors on the astronomy tower heard him say that not everyone can use the death curse. This is not only about whether there is such a killing intent in the heart, but also has a threshold for magic power and will. There were probably only 8 or 9 people who could use the death curse, and after hearing little Barty's voice, they all raised their wands together. Avada Kedavra. The sound of the death curse resounded on the astronomical tower, and the nearly 10 miserable green spells even suppressed the golden red light of the dragon's breath, illuminated the night sky, and shot straight at the Ukrainian Iron Belly. The threat of death stimulates the brain of this fire dragon, but its size is the largest among all dragons, and it is unavoidable at such a short distance. Thus, none of the death curses failed, and all of them hit its world-famous iron belly. The next second, the wings of this Ukrainian iron belly stopped. In its blood-red eyes, the brilliance of life was dying, and then the huge body fell heavily towards the ground. Little Barty found the time to release the death curse very cleverly. It was when the fire dragon was flying away from the castle. Otherwise, even if it was killed, the impact of its fall would be enough to kill everyone on the tower. All pressed into meat paste. After the dragon corpse fell to the ground, the entire area covered by Hogwarts School trembled violently for a moment. The students who hid in the castle didn't know what happened, but they couldn't help screaming at such a terrifying movement. Even the surface of the mirror-like black lake, which was usually silent, had countless splashes jumping up. There was a splash. Little Barty was panting heavily, and his face showed some relaxation. Anyway, now at least it means that they have the means to kill these fire dragons. But the relaxation on his face didn't last for a few seconds. The next moment, a more violent tremor caused the whole castle to shake. The turmoil was so great that many people even had the illusion that the castle was about to collapse. The death of a Ukrainian iron belly made the remaining dragons even more crazy. They collided with the center of the castle surface collectively, so that the magic guarding the castle itself became crumbling, as if it might break at any time. And there was another Ukrainian iron belly left in the sky. After seeing the death of the same kind, it let out a violent roar, and the fiery dragon flames covered the entire astronomy tower like this. The high temperature enveloped everyone in an instant. They had just used a death curse collectively, and they didn't have time to react before jointly using a general anti-curse to resist. Little Barty was in despair. He couldn't figure out why things would develop to the point where they are now. Isn't this their ploy against that little Mudblood? Why did the final bitter fruit fall on their own heads? Just when he was about to close his eyes and wait to die, suddenly, the hot burning sensation just disappeared. Little Barty opened his eyes blankly, and then he saw the man he regarded as the spiritual pillar standing in the center of the astronomy tower. He was wearing a decent dark green robe, and the night wind blew the hem of the robe, making him look so different from everything around him. It's just that the man's face was not pretty. He looked at the flying dragons with spread wings in the sky, and gently raised the magic wand in his hand. No one heard the sound of the incantation, but in the next instant, the green light illuminated everyone's faces. The Ukrainian iron belly, which was spraying sparks from its throat and preparing for the next dragon's breath, froze completely like this. It took nearly 10 people from Batty Jr. and his party to jointly use the killing curse to kill the fire dragon. He died under such a silent spell without even reciting the spell. Among the Hogwarts professors who were still alive, none of them showed any disbelief on their faces, but only the endless admiration they contained when they looked at that man. He is so omnipotent. After killing the iron belly, Voldemort swung the wand in his hand, and the dragon corpse that had been standing directly above the astronomy tower fell towards the other side as if it had been hit by a sledgehammer. He turned his head coldly and looked around at the people around him, then without saying anything, his whole body turned into a black mist and flew towards the sky. The green light of death is constantly shining around the castle. Those fire dragons have no room to resist at all. None of them can bear the death curse of this man at all. In less than a minute, the group of dragons surrounded by Castle Hogwarts kept falling from the sky like dumplings. The dragon plague, which more than 30 elite wizards have no solution for, is not even a trouble in front of him. The crushing at the magical level has allowed him to rule the British magic world equivalent to a dictatorship, and it has also allowed him to be in this world. Almost no rivals. And after solving the troubles facing the castle, Voldemort didn't go back to the astronomy tower, nor did he go to see Dumbledore. He didn't have any contact with anyone. Just like this alone, he still kept the form of black mist, came to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. He stood in front of the blank wall, and soon a wooden door suddenly appeared. He flew in, opened the trap door, walked through the secret passage, and finally came to the Slytherin secret room. Walking into the secret room, he remained expressionless, and finally opened the stone door carved with two snakes, and came to the room with the statue of Slytherin himself and the runes. Chapter 360-358. Deep Meaning. Slytherin Chamber of Secrets was quiet. The dwarf trapped in shackles was still lying quietly in front of the statue, as if dead. With no expression on Voldemort's face, he walked slowly into the secret room. The runes on the ground lit up, and the dense lines flickered, as if celebrating the arrival of their masters. Walking in front of the statue, he looked at the dead dwarf and waved the wand in his hand. No spell was uttered, and it didn't seem like any magic was activated. The surrounding text symbols suddenly gathered, and along the 5 chains, they hit the dwarf whose body surface had begun to become illusory. Voldemort raised one of his feet, and the pair of expensive leather boots stepped on the dwarf. The next moment, the round-faced and big-mouthed dwarf was shattered into pieces, and the runes around him became even brighter. Light up. Haunting. After throwing down these words, Voldemort turned around and walked towards the secret room, as if he didn't realize that other people had been in this room. The door of the secret room was closed again, and the glowing runes gradually returned to their original dim appearance, and the entire room became dark and extremely quiet. This kind of silence lasted for a long, long time. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden click sound in the darkness, and the mouth of the statue of Salazar Slytherin suddenly opened. A little girl wearing an invisibility cloak and holding a phoenix in her arms climbed out of it. Her face was obviously pale due to fear, but she did not rush to leave immediately, but pulled out a thick roll of parchment from the satchel she carried with her, and spread it on the ground. Then, with the faint light on the magic wand illuminating the spell, he copied the runes on the ground bit by bit on the paper. Many people saw the appearance of Voldemort. On the edge of the Forbidden Forest, John saw with his own eyes the black mist surrounding Hogwarts Castle, killing all the fire dragons. The method was simple and unpretentious, but everyone who saw the scene was amazed. Heartbroken. This man is indeed unimaginably powerful. In the Forbidden Forest, even if John tried his best to use an enhanced version of the killing curse, there was no way to have an actual effect on the Hungarian Horntail, but under Voldemort's hands, his death curse was a veritable unforgivable curse. When every green light is lit, there must be an end of life. Voss saw that the dragon disaster in the castle had been solved. His face showed an expression of ecstasy. He looked at Dumbledore and John wildly, as if he had already forgotten the outcome of the game. No matter what schemes and tricks you have, they are useless in front of the master. Do you think that a group of fire dragons can make Hogwarts Castle fall? Dreaming. John looked at him speechlessly. The vice principal of Beaux Batons was probably frightened by Rozier and went out of his mind. Whose conspiracy is behind this group of fire dragons? He really doesn't know, does he? Just a few minutes after the black mist eliminated all the fire dragons, and then disappeared. Suddenly, a handsome wizard wearing a dark green delicate robe slowly came to the playing field from the edge of the Black Lake. No one could tell what expression he had on his face. He was as unpredictable as a dark cloud in the sky, and the change between thunder and rain, wind and sunshine only happened in a flash. Gentlemen. Matthew bowed slightly, and addressed the man who was causing turmoil in Europe. Even now, very few people know Voldemort's full name, and even if they do know, there are only a handful of people who dare to call it out directly or call it by their last name. In formal occasions, people generally call him Mr., and those who are more fanatical about him will naturally add a great prefix. Master. They cheated. That little mudblood cheated and won against Amir. You must uphold justice. You proposed this match, and we must ensure fairness. Bulstrode cried and hugged Voldemort's thigh, tearfully accusing John of their crimes. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little gloomy, even tense. There are only a small number of those reporters who are willing to dedicate themselves to the news. They just turned off the flash and are still persistent in fixing the picture so that they don't have to worry about the news in the next 2 weeks. Most of the reporters who already felt the scene was wrong didn't dare to stay here for a while, and immediately trotted away from the Hogwarts campus with their cameras in their arms. Today's harvest is enough, and if we stay longer, there may be bigger news, but they have to be ordered to bring it out. John looked at the man calmly, and Voldemort also looked at him calmly. Your performance really exceeded my expectations, and you surprised me again and again, John Green. His words made people feel less malicious, as if he was sincerely expressing his appreciation to John. No one could hear much anger from his mouth, just like what happened to Hogwarts Castle tonight, it didn't matter to him at all. John stared into Voldemort's eyes, trying to see from his eyes what this completely different Voldemort was thinking now. However, people's eyes can't express a person's detailed heart after all. At most, John can only see that he is really not pretending. I don't really care. So what exactly is he trying to do? The ultimate purpose of designing these fire dragons is not to want their own lives. He looked so careless, but he was still in control of the situation as soon as he came out. Bast was still hugging Voldemort's thigh, but his master never looked at him from the beginning to the end. So the first event is over? What's the score? Matthew answered his question. John Green scored 100 points, Diane Rozier and Emile Lestrange both scored 70 points. After listening to his words, Voldemort suddenly kickbursted away from his legs. Since the referee team has already scored the scores, it means they have recognized the current results. I invited the referees of the Federation, which means that I trust their abilities. It's your turn to say that it's unfair. Bast was full of grievances. But they still say we cheated, Master. They say we planned the crazy dragons. Voldemort's face was flat. So we planned it? Of course not. Burst's voice has never been louder. Then why are you excited? We know that we have no problem, so let them investigate. I think since Mr. Graves can ensure the fairness of the game, no one will suffer such slander, right? Facing Voldemort's gaze, Matthew obviously had to bear a lot of pressure, and he swallowed. That's what I came here for, sir. Very good. Voldemort's eyes turned to Emile, who was bowing his head, not daring to look at him. His face was full of shame. I never expected young people to be successful no matter what they did, but surely you won't always let me down. It was not harsh, but more like a word of encouragement, which allowed Emile to regain his composure and looked up at Voldemort. His eyes showed excitement and firmness. Those reverent eyes seemed like if Voldemort ordered him to die on the spot. He would have no hesitation. No, sir, I won't let you down again. John watched all this silently. Judging from Cedric's communication with him in the Forbidden Forest and the current scene, it is not difficult for him to tell that Voldemort is actually more prestigious among young wizards. Since the competition of the first event is over, everyone should go back to rest as soon as possible. I am looking forward to the next competition and hope it can bring me more exciting scenes than tonight. He didn't seem to think how embarrassing he, the headmaster, should be when the castle was attacked by fire dragons, but just as he was about to leave directly, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. Is this going to go back to the Ministry of Magic? Riddle. The whole scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Hearing this surname, which is not uncommon in the magic world, but which is unfamiliar to most people at this time, everyone held their breath. Only one person present dared to call Voldemort that way. Dumbledore looked at Voldemort, who suddenly stopped walking. The smile on his face didn't fade in the slightest. Such a big event happened at the school, but you still pretend to be so casual and casual. You really don't plan to stay in the castle overnight to appease the emotions of those under you and the students. Among the people present, except for John, none of them understood what Dumbledore meant when he said that it was more like a suggestion. They all knew that there was an irreconcilable conflict between the two, but they didn't hear any smell of gunpowder from the words. However, Voldemort, who had remained calm all this time, turned around at this moment and looked at Dumbledore with an extremely cold face. "Don't blame me for not reminding you in advance, old man. Since you have made a blood oath, you'd better settle the matter honestly and in accordance with the rules of the game. If you want to make any other small moves, be careful as a result of..." His sudden turn of events made everyone else a little confused, but they could all see that what Dumbledore said just now obviously touched a certain reverse scale of Voldemort. But his threat didn't change Dumbledore's expression much. He remained so indifferent. "Of course, as long as you also guarantee that the game itself is correct. Of course the blood oath can be guaranteed. What is restricted by the blood oath is only the result, not the game itself. You and I both know this. Then since you know everything, why didn't you reject me then? Because things don't go the way you think every time, do they?" Dumbledore blinked. Voldemort's face became increasingly cold. "Then let's continue reading." After finishing speaking, he walked towards the castle without looking back. Seeing him leave, Boster and Amir had no intention of staying any longer, and followed him and left the edge of the Forbidden Forest. In the end, there are only Dumbledore and his party and the 3 referees from the Federation left here. Matthew looked at Dumbledore. He was still holding the bottle containing the memory John himself had drawn out. "I will investigate what happened in the game, Albus, but you should understand this kind of thing, and there will be no clear conclusions under such circumstances. Both Dumbledore and John are of course very clear that even if the evidence is conclusive, this incident will not have any impact on the situation. Unless Voldemort is about to be defeated and loses the strength to contend with them, no matter how much evidence there is, as long as the opponent bites to death, there will be no more follow-up. I can understand your difficulties, and up to now, you have done well enough. After all, you are just an outsider." Dumbledore said softly, then took John and Roger and they turned around and prepared to leave from here. "Let's go to bed early in the evening, and then I have to prepare for the second project. You guys are busy." On the way back, John could clearly feel that Dumbledore's footsteps were fast, as if there was something urgent. "What's wrong, Professor?" Dumbledore's face was serious. "We have to go back as soon as possible to see if Hermione is back." Returning to the castle, Voldemort still maintained the gloomy expression on his face after talking with Dumbledore. After he came back, Snape walked up to greet him quickly, surrounded by many professors. Even though many of them were still wounded, as long as these people could breathe and move, they would not dare to stand in front of their master. When he came to the castle, he was still lying on the hospital bed. "How are things going?" "We have already settled the students. Crouch is taking people to check the fire dragon corpses. Amicus is confirming the damage to the castle, but it seems that there should be little damage at the moment." "Where are the people coming?" "2 people died. An Auror was accidentally pierced by the fangs of the Peruvian venomous dragon, and Pierre from the Half-Blood Academy was killed by Crouch because of cowardice. Take these people to work, and find out why these dragons suddenly target the castle as soon as possible. I hope that your report will be on my desk before this time tomorrow." "Superior." "I understand, Master." Snape left with those around him with a serious expression, leaving only Voldemort standing in the entrance hall of the castle, still thinking about the last conversation Dumbledore had with him. He felt that the cunning old thing didn't just want to talk to him. The fact that Dumbledore called him to stop the moment he was about to leave was already worth thinking about. Suddenly, Voldemort narrowed his eyes, his body turned into a black mist again, and flew towards the 8th floor of the castle. "Thank you for your concern. Today is much better, at least it can be updated normally." Chapter 361-359. To blow up the castle. Hermione never closed the Marauders map. Even when she was copying the runes on the ground, She spread the map by her side, checking the names of the people on the map every 2 seconds. Voldemort's name is also impressively on it, but the name is Tom Riddle. Dumbledore had told her about Voldemort's real name when he got the Marauder's map, and helped her do a test to make sure that even Voldemort himself could not avoid or detect the magic on this map. He warned Hermione that as long as Voldemort's name appeared within the range of the Marauder's map, no matter what she was doing, she must leave the castle immediately without any hesitation. Hermione listened to Dumbledore's warning, and she knew very well that if she sneaked into the castle and what she did was exposed, the consequences would not only be as simple as her personal safety, but also to the current Wu Pingxian, Huo Pingxian, etc. Hogwarts carriage, Dumbledore, John himself causing big trouble. Every time she saw the name Tom Riddle appearing on the astronomy tower, she planned to let Fawkes lead her away from the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. But in this secret room, perhaps because of the runes on the ground, it is engraved with anti-apparition magic that is completely different from that in the castle. There is no difference in strength between the two, but the structure of the magic is very different, requiring Fawkes to redecipher it again. They did not expect such a thing after entering the secret room. Therefore, when Voldemort had solved the dragon plague, and Hermione watched him fly towards the room of requirement through the Marauder's map, she decisively interrupted Fawkes's preparations for apparition. Time is definitely not enough. Hermione needs to rely on human power to climb, so it takes at least half an hour to walk from the entrance of the secret room to the secret room, but this is not a problem for Voldemort at all. He has extremely profound magic, and even in the castle, there is no way to phantom apparatus can cross this distance in the form of black mist, and it only takes less than 3 minutes. In desperation, Hermione could only hide with Fawkes. And there is almost no place to hide in this secret room, and even if she is wearing an invisibility cloak, for a wizard with keen senses and intuition, the invisibility cloak does not mean certain security. Besides, Hermione didn't know whether it was because of her fear of Voldemort or other factors. She could feel that even with an invisibility cloak, she couldn't hide from the eyes of the Dark Lord. Fortunately, the portrait of the creator of this secret room is hanging on the wall of Dumbledore's principal's office. After confirming that Hermione was chosen to perform this task, Salazar gave Hermione all the layout of the secret room he created and some activation codes in detail. So Hermione hid in the mouth of the Slytherin statue, which was the hiding place of the basilisk killed by John in the principal's office before. Voldemort must also know this place, otherwise he would not be able to find the basilisk hidden here and let it guard the principal's office, so Hermione is actually making a bet. Now she can only bet that Voldemort will not check so carefully, because now was the time when the game was about to end. He finally returned to the castle, and had to find energy to deal with Dumbledore. Facts were exactly as she thought. Voldemort did not check the Chamber of Secrets in detail, and immediately left from here to the edge of the Forbidden Forest after crushing the illusory dwarf. Thus, Hermione watched his movements on the Marauder's map, and crawled out of the statue's mouth again. While Fawkes continued to prepare for the apparition, she took advantage of this time to quickly remove the runes on the ground. Copy as much text as possible. Hermione has also read some books about runes outside of class. Those knowledge are relatively simple. She doesn't even know any of these runes on the ground, let alone understand their functions. She can only record them and take them back for Dumbledore to study. But before she finished copying 1/10 of the runes on the ground, she suddenly saw the name Tom Riddle on the map, and returned to Hogwarts Castle again. Immediately, she put away everything on her body, and a golden red light was shining on Fawkes standing on her shoulder, and this light was getting stronger all the time. Quick! We have to be fast, Fawkes. He could be back at any moment. As if to fulfill Hermione's bad premonition, on the Marauder's map, the name representing Voldemort suddenly moved from the entrance hall to the 8th floor at an extremely fast speed. Hermione put an invisibility cloak on herself and Fawkes in a panic. She read the snake language to the Slytherin statue again, and then quickly climbed in. She knows that no place is guaranteed to exist, and it is obvious that Voldemort is much more aggressive this time than last time. He must have discovered something, otherwise he would not have such a clear goal for the second time towards the House of Requirement. The room rushed over. The mouth of the Slytherin statue closed again, and in the dark and claustrophobic environment, only Fawkes's body was shining with golden red light. Hermione was far more mature and calm than normal peers, but at this moment her body was still trembling involuntarily. She held Fawkes, who was heating up, in her arms, and her eyes were fixed on the name that was moving fast. "Come on, Fawkes, you can go on, we can't let John and the professor down." Her voice was also trembling, but there was no way to help Fawkes at this time. She could only watch the name representing darkness and death getting closer and closer to her. It was so close that he had already walked out of the passage of the secret room, flew over the winding road, and came to the two stone doors carved with poisonous snakes. Hermione's body was feeling cold, even though Fawkes in her arms brought her full warmth, she still couldn't suppress the coldness. "Hiss, open, dot." Just as the stone door was slowly sliding towards the sides, Fawkes suddenly pecked at the back of Hermione's hand with his sharp beak, and then the light on his body completely enveloped Hermione. Glaring light penetrated Slytherin's closed mouth, and then disappeared suddenly, but Voldemort, who walked in the next second, did not see this scene. He returned to this quiet, claustrophobic, secret room full of runes. It is still the same here as before, no different from when he left 20 minutes ago. The shimmering runes greeted their owners happily, but the runes that had lost control of the target and fell to the ground at some point, the shackles floated up again, vaguely controlling some illusory existence. Voldemort's eyes were full of coldness. He didn't stop this time, and walked directly to the Slytherin statue. "Hiss hiss, talk to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Big Four." The mouth of the statue is open, revealing a circular passage. Looking inside from the outside, it was pitch black inside, and it didn't look like there were signs of Tibetans, but Voldemort didn't stop for a moment, and he continued to fly into the passage into a black mist. This passage is very deep, and it connects the sewer pipes of the entire Hogwarts castle, so that the basilisk can find mice and other small animals in it for thousands of years to survive. Voldemort used extremely fast speed to search the entire range along this pipeline. However, he got nothing. Returning to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, he stared at the statue representing his ancestor, frowning. "Why do you want to help them?" "No matter what my purpose is, the glory of pure blood is carried forward in my hands. Isn't this the ideal you established this school in the first place? So, why don't you agree with me?" His voice echoed in this closed room, but there was no one who could answer him. Voldemort raised his head. He looked at the old monkey-like face, the coldness in his eyes, as if he was looking at an enemy. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to give it to me, it's the same if I come and get it myself." Dumbledore and John returned to the principal's office on the carriage, and he immediately went to ask someone if Hermione had returned. After receiving a negative answer, his face became extremely solemn. "I made an agreement with Hermione that as long as Riddle's name appears within the range of the Marauders map, no matter what she is doing, Fawkes must bring her back immediately." John also frowned. "Hermione is not that kind of person. As long as she promises, she will definitely do it. Now that she hasn't come back, she can only be in trouble." He looked at Dumbledore seriously. "We're going to help her. Of course we have to help her." Dumbledore didn't hesitate at John's request. He had already held his wand. "You can't leave any student behind. This is what I emphasized to everyone when you were enrolled. Commitment, even now." John was not surprised by Dumbledore's response. He knew very well that the old man was actually an idealist, but sometimes reality would force him to face it. "But we also have to anticipate the Dark Lord's reaction in advance, and if he has captured Hermione now, what should we do?" Dumbledore's face was calm, and he put on his robe again. He attaches great importance to this castle. In fact, I also attach great importance to it. John didn't react for a while. What? The dragons don't have the ability to destroy this castle. I'm still more useful than those dragons, aren't I? Dumbledore actually laughed at this time. Riddle doesn't care about his attributes. I don't care about his students, but he definitely cares about this castle, although I haven't found the reason why he cares so much about it, but it doesn't prevent us from using this as a clue. John looked at Dumbledore blankly. But, don't you care about this castle? Professor. Of course I care about it, John. Dumbledore said softly, I have lived here for more than 50 years and taught for more than 50 years. People have always called me the greatest headmaster Hogwarts. Even though this name has become a joke now, I still love this place very much. It is not only a school, but also the history of the entire British wizarding world. But the reason why Hogwarts is not just relying on a castle. The purpose of the castle itself is to teach and educate people. Turned into a tool to oppress students, then even if it is destroyed, I don't think the 4 great wizards who created it would say anything, right? Salazar. On the wall, the portrait of Slytherin spread out his hands. I don't know about the others, but I'm sure it doesn't matter. 1,000 years ago, we decided to establish a school to protect wizards, not to establish schools to protect wizards. John stared blankly at this scene, and Dumbledore actually said to him jokingly. Have you heard? I have already obtained the approval of the original owner of this castle. After finishing speaking, he had already buttoned the buttons on the robe, and led John to the front. Let's go, let's get Hermione back. John rubbed his nose to relieve the inexplicable sour feeling. He followed Dumbledore and suddenly laughed. That's right, what can that castle be called? Hogwarts? Hogwarts is obviously our carriage. Ha, I like that line. Just as they were about to leave the principal's office, a burst of golden red light suddenly lit up behind them. John and Dumbledore both stopped at the same time, and they looked back to see that the light had already outlined the lines of a phoenix and a little girl. Seeing this, John's already tense nerves finally completely let go. He let out a long sigh of relief, and Dumbledore still had such a gentle smile on his face, but John could also see the smile in his eyes. Rejoice, anyway, as long as Hermione was safe it was more important than anything else. He said to John jokingly. We have done so much mental preparation for nothing. John patted his face. I'm actually already thinking about how I'm going to scold the Dark Lord when Professor you blow up the castle. It doesn't matter, you can keep the words you think of first, and you will definitely be able to use them in the future. Shouldn't you teach me not to swear? How can I teach students what I can't do myself? While they were talking, Hermione had already appeared in the principal's office, and she looked at Dumbledore and John who were about to go out and dress up in surprise. What are you going to do? John and Dumbledore looked at each other, then shrugged. Go blow up Hogwarts Castle if you show up a few seconds later. Chapter 362-360. Killing the castle. Hermione thought John was joking, and her face was still pale from being overly nervous. Blow up Hogwarts? Well, this is indeed something worth discussing, but fortunately I escaped from the castle, and the Dark Lord set up a new anti-apparition magic in that secret room, and Fawkes deciphered it. It took time and luckily we didn't get caught by him at the last minute. Hermione felt her whole body was chilly, and her back was soaked in sweat. If Fawkes hadn't brought her back at the last second, then she would really be caught by that Dark Lord. She didn't forget the important things, and after the palpitation subsided, she took the shoulder bag off her shoulders. I did it, Professor, I found the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, but its entrance is not where Mr. Slytherin and you guessed. John and Dumbledore had already sat back in their seats. They both tacitly did not explain to Hermione that what they just said was not a joke, but listened seriously to what happened to her in the castle. "Oh? Isn't it on the first floor or the principal's office?" "Where is that?" "It's the room of requirement, Professor." Hermione's eyes lit up, and she looked at John. "When we were at sea, John told me that when he played Randy in Hogwarts Castle, the making of Polyjuice Potion was done on the 8th floor of the castle, in the magic room hidden opposite a tapestry, the room of requirement. That room is very magical, it can meet almost all the needs of people, so let Fox search for it from the principal's office." After getting no results, I thought of this room, and I thought that if it was really so magical, it would definitely help me find the entrance to the secret room. John also guessed what Hermione was going to say at this time. It turns out that even the Dark Lord himself is actually using the room of requirement to enter the secret room. Yes. Later I found out from the Marauder's map that he also used this method to come in. Just like what you analyzed before, Professor Dumbledore, the Dark Lord knew that Mr. Slytherin was willing to help us, and he would definitely move the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets from where it was, because whoever built it must know where it is better than anyone else, and he moved it to the room of requirement. Dumbledore also thought about it. Of course this is a good choice. The room of requirement is very hidden. Although there is no guarantee that no one will know about it, it is almost impossible for anyone to associate this room with the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. About the room of requirement, even Dumbledore himself only knew about it after John returned from Hogwarts Castle in his second year. According to Potter's original book, Dumbledore should have known about the room of requirement because he went to the bathroom during the Triwizard Tournament. I found a lot of runes in the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione talked about her harvest. She took the parchment used as a record out of the satchel, and handed it to Dumbledore. "Time is very urgent, I can only copy these. In addition, there is a dwarf who looks like a ghost tied under the statue of Mr. Slytherin, but it is unconscious. I can't call it anyway. Wake him up." When the Dark Lord came to the Chamber of Secrets for the first time, I hid in the secret passage that Mr. Slytherin told me, and when he left me and came out again, the dwarf had disappeared. Dumbledore looked at the contents recorded on the parchment. While listening to Hermione's narration, his brows frowned at some point. After Hermione finished telling what happened in her castle, the headmaster's room fell into silence. It was not until a long time later that Dumbledore's sigh broke the silence. "We guessed right, Salazar, he is planning to kill that castle, or, in other words, has already implemented it." Dumbledore's words caused an uproar on the wall full of portraits of previous headmasters. How dare he? Doing so is tantamount to erasing the history of magic in Britain for thousands of years. If he did, what else would he get? He tried his best to kill Hogwarts. Then why didn't he just rebuild a new school? Why did he keep occupying the headmaster's position like a clown? Maybe he knew he couldn't get it, so he wanted to destroy it directly? Let us completely lose the chance to regain the school. That will only make us completely free of any thoughts and worries. The castle is dead, so what if we will always use carriages as schools in the future? The headmasters had a heated condemnation and discussion. They obviously didn't think that Voldemort would actually dare to do this, even if there had been some speculation among them before that. John and Hermione looked at each other. John didn't know from the beginning what Dumbledore was doing to let Hermione sneak into the castle at this time. Hermione herself only knew what she was going to do, but didn't know the meaning of doing so. Dumbledore clapped his hands lightly, stopping the clamor of the principals. "Don't get excited, he is indeed doing this now, but this is also good news, isn't it? Now that he still can't stay in the castle for a long time, it means that his plan has not succeeded. The so-called killing of Hogwarts, it's just a futile move." However, Salazar, who had just been hung on the wall not long ago, said with a serious face. "But we don't know whether he wants to establish his own authority over the school while he wants to kill the castle itself. He wants to kill Hogwarts and rebuild it?" A bitter old man screamed, and the other headmasters also grimaced. Killing and rebuilding is to completely separate this castle from us and make Hogwarts something else. Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the table lightly, as if he was thinking about something, feeling hesitant about a certain question. By this time, John could almost hear what the principals were talking about. He remembered what Firenze had said to him in the Forbidden Forest. After the decisive battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort, Hogwarts Castle was being occupied all the time, but the goal was never achieved, and directly above the Sky Castle, the star that represented Hogwarts was always shining. So he told about his encounter in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid asked me to watch over his former gamekeeper friends in the Forbidden Forest before I entered the game, where I encountered several Bowtruckles, a pack of unicorns, and the flying horses of Hoth. It was with their help that I was able to survive in the Forbidden Forest and solve the problems caused by the dragon's madness. Also there I also encountered a Hogwarts Castle student. Dumbledore repeated John's last words softly. Students in Hogwarts Castle. Yes, his name is Cedric Diggory, and he is a student of the Half-Blood Academy in the castle. When John said the name, Hermione and Dumbledore glanced at each other, their eyes clearly showing surprise. John also noticed their reaction and asked a little puzzled. Have you heard this name before? Hermione explained to him. When I sneaked into Hogwarts Castle in the middle of the night, I saw on the Marauder's map that this person climbed into the secret passage on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, left the school, and reported the matter to the Professor Dumbledore. He thinks that this student may have the possibility of winning over to our side. John nodded very seriously. It is true that he cannot accept the oppression of the Dark Lord's policy in England, but he has never been able to resist. A year ago, in the Forbidden Forest, he accidentally met the current leader of the Centaur tribe who was still lingering. Firenze, learned of their difficult situation and the danger of being exterminated, so they were willing to risk their lives to help them and wanted to rescue them from the Forbidden Forest, but they never found a suitable opportunity until this time in the Triwizard Tournament. The remaining horsemen were besieged in the valley by 3 fire dragons, and almost starved to death. It was Cedric who ran out of the castle again at the risk, trying to help them out of their predicament, but in the end found me. Hagrid told me that there are his friends among the Centaurs, so I agreed to Cedric's request and helped him rescue the Centaurs from that valley. Firenze took the remaining 10. Several Centaurs sent me a plea for help, and he hoped that I could persuade the professor to help them leave the Forbidden Forest and England, and he also told me something about astrology and divination. Then John said everything about the star representing Hogwarts Castle, causing Dumbledore and the others in the portrait to fall into silence for a while. The astrological divination of the Centaurs really has their unique features. The headmaster named Dilese, who used to be a therapist for St. Mungo, said, if they really had seen this more than 10 years ago. Sirius' great-great-grandfather said with a look of disdain. At the beginning, they said that they would not get involved in the filth among wizards. Albus had already personally gone to the Forbidden Forest to persuade them that even if they didn't want to help any party, they had better leave there. But how did those Centaurs themselves said if wizards really come to invade our homeland, we will look good on them. You can't understand our courage, Dumbledore. Is it? These are what they said themselves, how can they change their words now? Let us help them. Wouldn't that Firenze feel ashamed when he said this? Dumbledore waved his hand. The Centaurs are a group of Phineas, not a community of consciousness, just like we and Riddle are both wizards, but we also have different ideas. Those Centaurs who decided to stay in the Forbidden Forest are one humans. The Firenze who is asking us for help now is different from other Centaurs. He has always been friendly to wizards. Before Riddle attacked the castle, he came to find us because of divination that danger was coming. Informed about his divination in advance, so he is our friend. Are you going to help them? Phoenix asked. Dumbledore nodded. Of course we have to help them. In order to implement the rule of blood, Riddle almost abolished the human rights of all half-human creatures. These can also be our friends, and even without these, don't forget that I said we are friends. He specially emphasized the last sentence, and finally came to a conclusion on this matter. John was not surprised by this. He knew from the beginning that Dumbledore would not give up these centaurs no matter what aspects he considered. Since John brought the topic to the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore naturally asked about his status in the game. John told all his experiences. Thanks to having Hoth here, if Hagrid hadn't asked him to find it in the Forbidden Forest in the first place, maybe something happened to me at the beginning of the turmoil among the dragons. Dumbledore laughed when he said Hoth's name. I know that growling horse. I gave it to Hagrid back then. At that time, it was just a foal. It was captured by a dark wizard when he was young, and he wanted to study speed magic from it. I rescued it later. The different parts of its body you see are the sequelae left after it was tortured. Hagrid educated it very well, but at that time it was from Hogwarts Castle when we escaped. Hagrid searched all over the Forbidden Forest but couldn't find it, so we couldn't bring it out of the Forbidden Forest in the end. I'm also very glad that he can bring you these help. John also talked about his arrangements for Hoss. After I asked him to put the things in the castle, I sent him to the Hogshead pub in Hogsmeade to find Percival. Hagrid would be so happy to see it later. Dumbledore crossed his hands in front of him, and the look in his eyes became a little inexplicable. So, we can actually be sure that in this first project, the riot about the fire dragon was done by Riddle and the others. John became a little hesitant at this time. When I was in the Forbidden Forest, I had no other doubts at all. I was sure he did it, but after the game he came over and said that, I was a little uncertain. He looked real. There is no disappointment, as if I don't care whether I live or die. This is very abnormal. Dumbledore said softly. His thoughts are indeed unpredictable, but don't forget the several purposes we listed for him at the beginning. What is the most important among them? John didn't hesitate, he always remembered. His soul state is still unstable, and he needs some special means to fully restore his strength. Chapter 363-361. Be an ordinary professor? That's right, we knew before the start of the game that his state must be unstable. After you tore up that soul contract, the two souls in Riddle's body can no longer reach a way of peaceful coexistence. Dumbledore said softly. Whether the soul is strong or not is very important to him. This is the reason why he suddenly became extremely powerful. But now if there are two different souls in the body that conflict, it will definitely cause him great harm. A big impression, no matter how bad it is, will beat him back to his original shape, and lose the power that does not belong to him at all. It's just that Riddle obviously used some special method to forcefully reconcile the soul in his body temporarily, and did not continue to expand this negative impact, but this is obviously not a long-term method. He must find other ways to reconcile the soul. This change was firmly established. Just when he needed to do it the most, he appeared in the French Ministry of Magic and made a blood oath with me to organize the Triwizard Tournament. Of course, John has not forgotten this, and he also knows that Voldemort's current state is absolutely abnormal. The soul contract in Sir Stokes Tower is a very important thing for the Dark Lord. After he tore up the contract, however, it is impossible for Voldemort to solve all the soul problems so easily. But Professor, we also analyzed at that time. Apart from his purpose of holding this competition and his need to restore his soul, there is a bigger possibility that he wants to use the Triwizard Tournament to delay time until the end of the competition. It will take at least a year, and he can definitely use this period of time to find a solution to the soul problem. Dumbledore nodded. This is indeed a great possibility, and if it is true, even if we discover his true purpose, there is no way to refuse to win this competition, which means we have fallen into his conspiracy. John thought about it. But in fact, whether it is a conspiracy or a conspiracy, no matter what, we want to win this Triwizard Tournament, and about the professor's arrangement in the castle, I think Cedric can bring us a lot help." Dumbledore blinked. "Is that the boy named Cedric Diggory you mentioned?" "Yes, he is bold and careful, and I can see that he has not been brainwashed by the Dark Lord's pure-blood education. He hates the current Hogwarts castle. I think he should be able to help us." Dumbledore didn't seem to deny John's proposal, he just said, "Of course we can't miss the opportunity, but we can't ignore his own thoughts. Even if we really want him to help, we must make it clear that he will be in danger and let him make this decision by himself." Of course John agreed with this very much, and then John didn't stay in the principal's office to have any further conversations with Dumbledore. It was already very late, and he basically didn't have a good rest during the 3 days of competition in the Forbidden Forest. He had to go to the Pig's Head bar to find Haas tomorrow morning, and at the same time, he must help deal with some matters about the horsemen. So John and Hermione left the principal's office together, bid farewell to separation, and returned to their dormitory. In the headmaster's room where only Dumbledore was left alone, a conversation that only belonged to the orthodox headmasters of Hogwarts was also going on. "I trust my intuition," Salazar said solemnly. "I have dealt with Riddle, even if it was a deceitful exchange, it gave me some understanding of his character and behavior. Now that he has launched a plan to kill the castle, after eliminating the vitality of Hogwarts Castle, he must also have follow-up preparations, otherwise, as you said, if it was just to destroy Hogwarts Castle, he doesn't need to waste so much effort at all. It's not difficult for him to completely disappear the school from the world with his ability. Moreover, today when John guided those fire dragons and planned to let them destroy the castle, he finally rushed back to protect it, which shows that at least he doesn't want this school to fail, at least not on the surface." Downfall. Dumbledore crossed his fingers, with an unpredictable calm expression on his face. "But if his purpose is really to become the headmaster of Hogwarts and the master of this castle, then what kind of benefits will this have for him?" The principals on the entire wall couldn't answer his question. They really couldn't figure out what he could gain even if he was recognized by the castle. Dumbledore thought for a long time, and suddenly there were some dumb smiles on his face. "It's not really like what he told me when he made the bet. His earliest wish was to be an ordinary defense against the dark arts professor in Hogwarts Castle, right?" Hearing his guess, the principals looked at each other, and then there was a slight sneer. Obviously, most of them thought that Dumbledore was just telling a bad joke that wasn't very funny. Regarding the results of the first event of the Triwizard Tournament, in the early morning of the next day, it made headlines in almost all magic newspapers in Europe. It is no exaggeration to say that more than 2/3 of wizards in Europe are paying attention to this game about the fate of the French magic world, and the news in the newspapers makes most people feel unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Of course it's not the final score of the first event. In some betting markets, John's odds of winning are the lowest. With his current record and strength, most people believe that he will shine in this game, and almost no one is optimistic about Draco. The result of the game was exactly the same, without any accidents, which made some wizards who wanted to buy back according to the high odds go bankrupt, and were ready to ride a broomstick to fly to a height of more than 100 meters and jump off. What really shocked them was the incident about the Hogwarts castle being attacked by fire dragons, and many newspapers directly secretly stated that such a situation should have something to do with John himself. At the same time, the story about John accusing Voldemort of cheating, tampering with the Golden Snitch, causing a riot of dragons, and almost besieging and killing him was also publicized. This looks like a play where Voldemort steals chickens and loses money, which makes the heat about this match even more heated. It also makes more wizards look forward to the second project of the Triwizard Tournament, which is tentatively scheduled to start on January 1st, the first day of the second year after Christmas. "I went back to my hometown by car. I will send 2,000 first, and I will write the other 2,000 when I get home in the morning." Chapter 364-362. Hotha's happy life begins. John, who had slept comfortably all night and had another big meal at noon the next day, didn't care about these discussions outside. Now the first project has just ended, and the second project will not start until the first day of next year. There is a long off-season in between, which can give each participating warrior enough time to cultivate. After resting all night, John did not sit idle in the carriage, but followed Hagrid quietly to Hogsmeade, a wizarding town near Hogwarts. As a subject being watched by Aurors all the time, how to escape from this school is also a problem. Fortunately, Dumbledore helped them, using extremely high-end transfiguration techniques, turning John and Hagrid into two birds, and then flew into the Forbidden Forest secretly, and then flew out of the Forbidden Forest outside Hogwarts, so as not to arouse the vigilance of those Aurors. And after arriving in Hogsmeade, they went straight to the messy bar with a pig's head in front of the door. Aberforth had also anticipated that they would arrive today, so he didn't open the bar at all, but closed the door and waited in the yard behind the bar. What a mess! Let me take care of that jackass. Do you know what he almost did last night? He's going to my goat. As soon as they met, Aberforth angrily complained to John and the others about what Hoss had done. John carelessly touched Hoss' bald head, which seemed stupid but was actually very smart. Hi, Percival, did you know that Hogwarts Castle was attacked by a fire dragon last night? Aberforth thought he was changing the subject, and although he was still angry, he was obviously very interested in this question. Of course I read today's newspaper. The Daily Prophet has nothing good to say about you. They secretly said that Albus cheated and taught you some kind of black magic that ordinary people can't imagine. They went and raided Hogwarts Castle. Hearing this upside-down explanation, John laughed disdainfully. He told Aberforth exactly what happened to him in the Forbidden Forest. Most people would never have imagined that Hogwarts Castle suffered such an attack, and the biggest contributors were actually this group of stupid donkeys who seemed to be in estrus. Aberforth obviously changed his opinion of Hoth about this. Well, it looks a little silly, and it does have something unique. After Hagrid saw Hoth, his emotions became more intense. He hugged Hoth's head and cried on the spot, as if he had found his long-lost relative. When we escaped from Hogwarts Castle, I kept looking for you in the Forbidden Forest, but you didn't know where you went at that time, and you couldn't find it no matter where you were. Hoss, it's a good thing you're still alive, Hoss S.I. If I lose you again, then I really don't know what sustenance I can rely on to live on in the future. Hoss was obviously very excited when he saw Hagrid. He struggled to stick out his tongue from Hagrid's bear hug and licked Hagrid's bearded face. But there was not long time left for them to reunite. After staying in the Pig's Head bar for a while, they were originally in Kingsley, France, and brought about a dozen wizards from the whooping line to the Pig's Head bar through apparition. After seeing John, Kingsley and the wizards were obviously very happy. John spent some time with Kingsley during his time in Lyon, and had a good relationship with this dark-skinned wizard from a pure-blooded family. Good. As soon as he met, he talked about yesterday's game. The whole of France has spread. We all know that it must be you who influenced those fire dragons to attack Hogwarts Castle. You did a great job. John, even if I still have nostalgia and feelings for that school, I also know that now it's not the Hogwarts it used to be at all. John patted Hoth's bald head. The hero is here. It is precisely because of Hoth that we have the opportunity to take revenge on the Dark Lord and the others who plotted against me. Please take good care of it after you take it away. Before, Kingsley had already learned of the existence of Hoss, and one of the purposes of their coming here today was to help bring Hoss to a safe place. Dumbledore was very thoughtful. If Hoss stayed here and appeared in the carriage, it would be too conspicuous. Without seeing it, no one would guess what kind of weapon John used. The method diverts the attention of those fire dragons, but once someone discovers the race of Hoth and thinks about the time when it appeared, there must be smart people who can guess some truths. At that time, it is inevitable that someone will retaliate against it, so the safest way now is to send it to France, which has been actually occupied by the Weapon line. I saw in the letter Hagrid wrote to me that this hero is a bit lecherous. Kingsley looked at Hoth's big eyes and smiled. Just recently we conquered French magic around Beau's batons. There are more than 3 times as many marais as stallions, and there is a shortage of good stallions. If it likes, we can take it there. Hearing Kingsley's words, Hoth's big and small eyes lit up obviously. He even couldn't bear to break free from Hagrid's grasp, and now he would follow Kingsley away from home. This made John, who was still a little worried that Hoth might not want to go to France, speechless for a while. He can only say that this stupid donkey's nature is hard to change. Of course, it would not take as many as a dozen wizards to pick Hoth away, and Kingsley, who came to Hogsmeade despite such strict scrutiny by the British Ministry of Magic, was not just for Hoth. There is still a remaining centaur tribe waiting for them in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore didn't waste time. Since he promised Firenze to take them out of the Forbidden Forest, it should be sooner rather than later. No one knows whether Voldemort will take other actions against these centaurs later. After letting a wizard take Hoth away from the Pig's Head bar, Kingsley, Hagrid, and John began to discuss a plan to rescue the centaur. In the Pig's Head bar, John spread out the simple map he drew in the Forbidden Forest, and pointed out to Kingsley and Hagrid where the centaurs were now. After rescuing them from that valley, I deliberately let them go to the edge of the Forbidden Forest on the side near Hogsmeade, but the terrain of this part of the Forbidden Forest is very complicated, with a steep hill blocked their way, and there is a high probability that there will be surveillance methods from the British Ministry of Magic in the border area. Chapter 365-363. Rescue the Centaur. Firenze told me that 3 years ago, 7 centaurs in their group, led by a centaur named Bane, tried to rush out of the Forbidden Forest for the last time. But they only succeeded halfway, and the terrain in the place is flatter, but after rushing out of the Forbidden Forest, the Aurors blocked in front of them as if they had telepathy. None of the centaurs led by Bane could escape, most of them were because of resistance. Died under the spell of the Aurors, and some were taken away. Hagrid listened to John's narration, his eye circles were a little red. I know Bane, his temper is a bit grumpy, but I watched him grow up. When he was just born, his parents invited me to attend a banquet held by their clan. He is a brave horse. People. They could all understand Hagrid's mood. Except for John, all the people sitting there had experienced the feeling of losing comrades in arms and relatives countless times. But none of them came here today in sorrow. Kingsley stared at the map John hand-painted, and said after thinking for a moment. The problem of complex terrain is very simple. Since the centaurs can't get out, we can just go in. The range of anti-apparition magic covered in Hogwarts is not so exaggerated. It is near the edge of Hogsmeade in the Forbidden Forest. The zone is definitely not covered, but we have to be careful that it is close to Hogwarts. The British Ministry of Magic will strictly monitor the magic around here, but since we can come here safely, we can naturally leave safely. The only problem is the unknown magic surveillance you mentioned covering the edge of the Forbidden Forest. We need to carefully study what the magic is placed there. Kingsley is a typical pragmatist. He immediately found the difficulty of rescuing the horse people, and he didn't mean to procrastinate. He didn't rest long in the Pig's Head bar. In the afternoon, he and John Hagrid avoided the town. The eyes of everyone else quietly came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid has been a gamekeeper for nearly 50 years, so he is naturally familiar with every location in this forest. This place used to be one of the territories occupied by Aragog and his descendants. Other animals in the Forbidden Forest were unwilling to come here, and after going out from here, there were signs of people. Once upon a time at that time, some wizard poachers sneaked into the Forbidden Forest from this place, wanting to hunt some endangered magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. From that time on, Dumbledore also arranged some magic in this place to use. Watch out for those people. By the way, I remember the Department of Magical Creatures Protection was also involved. John hadn't had time to tell Hagrid about the death of those Acromantia, so he wasn't overly saddened by it yet. Listening to Hagrid's explanation, Kingsley had already come to the edge of the steep hill. He and John didn't climb directly to the top of the hillside in a hurry, but just pointed with their wands on the sparse grass. With a clear goal, Kingsley soon discovered something. He frowned and said while pinching his chin. There are indeed obvious traces of magic here. It is a warning spell. It is not difficult to remove it, but the method is very clever. Even if the spell is removed, it can provide a warning effect. Following Kingsley's guidance, John soon discovered the warning spells placed on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, as he said, it is not difficult to destroy these magics, but because of their characteristics, even if the magic itself is destroyed, the caster will be able to detect it, and there is no difference between the destruction and the non-destruction. This makes the problem very troublesome. Before entering the Forbidden Forest, they encountered difficulties outside, which made things difficult from the beginning. John naturally has no good idea to deal with such magic. The second gemstone on the ring can absorb the magic power of magic items, but the warning spells placed around are pure continuous magic and are not attached onto something. Even if the ring can be absorbed, the problem is the same. At the same time that these magics have no effect, the Aurors who set up such a warning will naturally be able to detect it. During the duration of the Triwizard Tournament, they must not provoke a conflict with the British Ministry of Magic. This is the content of the blood oath made by Dumbledore and Voldemort, and no one will violate it. Just as they were frowning about entering the Forbidden Forest, John suddenly thought of something, and he turned to look at Kingsley. If I can find you something that can enter the Forbidden Forest without alarming anyone, is there a way for you to reverse engineer it? Kingsley nodded affirmatively. I can't give you an absolute promise, but the probability of success is very high, as long as the magic on that thing doesn't reach a level that I can't understand. It shouldn't be, and I even think the magic on it can be called rough. John waved his hand, turned around and left in the direction of Hogwarts. He thought of the way Cedric entered the Forbidden Forest before, using an arrow given to him by the centaur. There are obviously no traces of profound magic on it, but there are some magical powers characteristic of the centaur ethnic group, but it doesn't matter even if Kingsley can't imitate the magic of the centaur, because the centaur in the Forbidden Forest is not the only one in Europe. They can go to the horse people in other places to try to imitate this arrow. However, before John had just taken a few steps, he turned around and came back again. Facing Kingsley's suspicious eyes, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Then what? The Advanced Transfiguration class can only be taught in the 7th grade. I don't know how to do it yet. Can you help me turn me into a bird first so that I can fly back? Kingsley. Sometimes what John did would make them subconsciously ignore his age. Only then could they remember that John was only in the 4th grade this year. It was almost evening when John sneaked into Hogwarts Castle. With the end of the first project, the defense around the castle did not relax much, but relying on the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, he still easily entered the enemy's base camp. According to the agreement with Cedric in the Forbidden Forest, he drew a hidden mark on the corridor on the 1st floor of the castle, and then came to the secret passage behind a mirror on the 4th floor, and waited there. He didn't make him wait for too long. Probably after the mixed-race students had dinner, he saw from the Marauder's map that Cedric's name was walking towards the 4th floor. Chapter 366, 364. Little Devil. Regarding Cedric, Dumbledore didn't say how to make good use of his advantage in Hogwarts Castle last night. But one thing John is certain of. That is, he would rather Cedric not play any role, and he would not let any accident happen to this boy who turned from the dark to the bright. Of course, this is not only out of Dumbledore's kindness, but also because the existence of Cedric himself is an example. This means that even with Voldemort's high-handed rule, there are still enlightened wizards like Cedric in Britain today. Even if the number is very small, even if there is only a single digit, it is still a very inspiring phenomenon. Because compared to him lying on the ground in the castle, let him keep his life safe, and then wait for the right deeds to openly revel and expose Voldemort's crimes, that is the biggest blow to the British Ministry of Magic. Of course, before preparing to do these things, Dumbledore will definitely find a way to protect Cedric's family members who are still working in the Ministry of Magic. After connecting with John in the secret passage, Cedric told him about some of the voices circulating in the castle today. The students all hated you, and the professors all claimed that you led the dragons to attack the Hogwarts castle, and wanted to burn the castle and the people into ruins. Most of them believed this. They call you the little devil in private, saying you are a murderous executioner. John couldn't help laughing when he heard the name Little Devil. He didn't know if it was taken out spontaneously among the students, or if Voldemort was behind it. But Voldemort should know who the real devil is better than anyone else, and the title of such a little devil is assigned to his enemy. Isn't it a bit too much? Logically speaking, this title should belong to Draco himself, who is now representing Hogwarts Castle in the competition. Did you find any professors missing from the school today? John is very interested in how many battles have been achieved after yesterday's attack. Cedric obviously observed this question specially, and he replied without thinking. Almost all the professors I met today were injured, and I heard that some professors are still lying in the school hospital, and the situation is more serious. Then there is Professor Pierre from the Mixed Blood College. He should be dead. But it seems that he was not killed by Lonkin. There are rumors among the students that he was killed by Barty Crouch because of his cowardice. There is another Auror. I heard a 7th grader say that he was lying by the window last night and saw that an Auror was bitten to death by a fire dragon with 2 tusks. The blood flowed out. Most of the outer walls of the castle, when they got up in the morning, some people saw broken intestines that hadn't been cleaned up on the grass. 2 people died, which exceeded John's psychological expectations. It wasn't that he had no confidence in the dragons, but that Voldemort came back too quickly. If he could come back 3 minutes later, the casualties of those professors in the astronomy tower would definitely not be so slight, at least more than half of them would die. But Voldemort himself is clearly aware that Hogwarts Castle cannot withstand such a severe loss of personnel. The death of these personnel in the castle will have little impact on his power. There are signs that Voldemort and the forces he leads are about to collapse. It is fatal for such a thing to happen. This will cause the Ministry of Magic, which still had most of its positions to favor Voldemort at the previous warrior selection dinner, to start to re-examine the situation, seriously shaking Voldemort's goal of ruling the whole of Europe. After learning about the situation at Hogwarts Castle from Cedric, John got down to business. I need to borrow the arrow you used to avoid the magic around the Forbidden Forest. We are planning to rescue the centaur from the Forbidden Forest. We want to use that arrow to study a way to safely enter the Forbidden Forest. Hearing John's request, Cedric took off the stone arrowhead that had been hanging around his neck without any hesitation, and handed it to John. It was originally given to me by the horse people. Now if this can help them, it would be great. John nodded solemnly. He didn't intend to delay Cedric too much time to prevent him from disappearing for too long, which would arouse the suspicion of others. But before he was about to leave, Cedric still looked at John expectantly. Is there anything I can do for you in the castle? John turned his head seriously, looked at him and said. First of all, you must ensure your own safety, Cedric. This is your most important task now. During the recent period, you'd better not have any weird behavior, and don't enter the secret passage in private. Dark Demon the Head will surely strengthen his men's grip on the castle, and he already has a certain uneasiness. Even if Cedric is not the kind of reckless person, there are some things that John still needs to make clear to him. He knows the tragic experience of this boy in the original book, so he really hopes that such an upright Hufflepuff can have a good ending. After finishing this conversation, John left Hogwarts Castle. Instead of returning to the carriage, he entered Hogsmeade directly along the secret road, and then found Jin, who temporarily stayed in the Pig's Head bar. Sly et al. After Kingsley got the arrow, he found 2 wizards in the team who were well versed in alchemy. After a few glances, they judged that it would not be difficult to reproduce the magic on it. What cracked the warning spell was not any superb magic skills, but a disguise that was almost completely in line with nature. The centaur is uniquely gifted in this, and it is difficult for wizards to complete this kind of natural magic, but if you want to imitate the off-the-shelf, there will be no big problem. It only takes one night at most to imitate and manufacture enough quantities, which means that tomorrow they can enter the Forbidden Forest to find the group of centaurs in Firenze. John didn't leave the Pig's Head bar tonight, and asked Aberforth to arrange a room for him right here. To be honest, the environment of the Pig's Head bar is indeed dirty and messy. John used his wand to use a lot of cleaning spells on the oil spots and stains with a look of disgust, before he felt that it was barely livable. Nothing to say all night. In the early morning of the next day, Kingsley and others who stayed in the Pig's Head bar left Hogsmeade early under the cover of the dawn and sneaked into the Forbidden Forest. I wish you all a happy new year, a prosperous year of the rabbit, and everything goes smoothly. Chapter 367-365. Office of the Vice-Chancellor. The imitation of Cedric's arrows all played a key role. Kingsley first took one of them for an experiment, and then passed the warning magic around the Forbidden Forest. After not attracting half of the Aurors, all the Whoopingsian wizards at the scene began to enter the Forbidden Forest through this arrow, including John as well. Once they entered the Forbidden Forest, it would not be a problem to find Firenze and the others. John led the way and finally came to the place he and Firenze had agreed upon. This was an open space near the cliff, where the horsemen were temporarily stationed, and they were not disturbed by the Aurors for the time being. Seeing that John brought Kingsley and others here according to their original agreement, even Firenze, who is known for his wisdom and calmness among the centaur, showed excitement and joy on his face. After being separated from John in the Forbidden Forest, the group of horsemen also sensed the occurrence of the dragon disaster, but with only a dozen old, weak, sick, and disabled left, they had no way to provide John with anything. Such valuable help. Some horsemen even felt that Firenze had found the wrong partner for cooperation, and John would definitely not be able to survive this game. He can indeed deal with a fire dragon with his own hands, but once the dragons gather in groups, they are basically 2 species. These centaurs felt that not only would John have no chance of helping them, but there was also a great possibility that he would be caught by Voldemort himself and eventually expose the information of the only remaining centaurs. So they are all persuading Firenze to think of other ways. No matter how confident they are in John, they have to move away from the place where they are temporarily stationed. But Firenze, just like more than 10 years ago, resisted all opinions and did not have the slightest doubt about John. The only difference is that more than 10 years ago, he was not the horseman who had the final say in the horseman tribe, but in this small tribe with only a dozen people, he has the right to vote. Firenze felt that the more trouble John encountered in such a game, the more it proved that Voldemort valued him very much. This further proves the ability and importance of John, and the remaining centaurs want to embrace this only thought. And now the final facts prove that Firenze's choice is not wrong. Being in the Forbidden Forest, the news of the horsemen was blocked. They didn't know what happened on the night of the game, and how the dragons finally returned to calm. It wasn't until John took Kingsley and the others to find Firenze today that they realized that the centaur finally made the right decision this time. Firenze knelt down on the first 2 horseshoes and gave John a heartfelt hug. "Thank you for bringing people to find us as promised, John, thank you very much. You saved the centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest, although we have almost nothing, and we can't give any valuable gifts come out, but this kindness of yours will be remembered by all the horsemen today, and you can bring it up if there is any need for us in the future." John was very generous about this. "There is no thanks, no thanks, I only know that the enemy of an enemy is a friend, no matter what choice you have made, but now we are friends, aren't we?" Regarding his words, Firenze didn't make any more verbal promises, but just looked into John's eyes and nodded solemnly. Reunited with these horse people, Hagrid was very happy at first, but soon after he found that there were more and more names he knew, and he could no longer find the parties involved, he became silent and sad. He was very sad, especially after learning from these centaurs that his closest friend, the acromantula named Aragog, had died. He was sitting alone on a big rock and clutching his hands. The face is in a daze. John felt sympathy for Hagrid now, but he didn't bother him. He knew that Hagrid could adjust himself. After all, he had lost many animal friends in the past 10 years on the run. Aragog was just one of them, not the first, and certainly not the last. After seeing these centaurs, Kingsley immediately got into work. As he said to John at the beginning, no matter how powerful the anti-apparition magic of Hogwarts Castle is, it cannot cover the entire Forbidden Forest. What Kingsley and the others have to face is how to escape the strict magic review of the British Ministry of Magic around Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. But as he himself said, since they have a way to apparate to Hogsmeade, they can also apparate out from here, and of course it's not a problem to take a centaur along the way. The night before John and Kingsley came to the Forbidden Forest, they had actually prepared countless plans for emergencies, including what to do if they were discovered by the monitoring of the British Ministry of Magic, surrounded by Aurors, or a professor at Hogwarts Castle discovers what to do when trapped in the Forbidden Forest. But none of this may have happened. They brought the centaurs out of the Forbidden Forest very smoothly, because the number of Wupingsian wizards who came to the Forbidden Forest was not as many as the centaurs here, so the apparition was divided into 2 waves. The first wave took away half of the people first, and the second wave waited for the personnel to return before conducting another evacuation. "We will take you to France first, Mr. Firenze. After you settle down there, Dumbledore will meet with you to discuss the follow-up arrangements for your people. Let's talk about astrology." After watching half of the centaurs being taken away, Kingsley said to Firenze with a serious face. Firenze also nodded calmly. Even if Kingsley didn't say it explicitly, he could hear that the matter about the astrology should be related to the astrology divination he talked about when he first met John in the Forbidden Forest that day. Not long after a sufficient number of Wupingsian wizards returned to the Forbidden Forest, Kingsley, John, Hagrid, and Firenze finally followed a sound like a whip whipping the air. Disappeared in this quiet Forbidden Forest. What neither John, who was always vigilant, nor Kingsley, who had sufficient anti-reconnaissance experience, noticed. In an unobtrusive shadow, a figure in a black robe watched the whole process of them rescuing the centaur. But from the beginning to the end, he just stood there quietly watching what John and the others did. Hogwarts Vice Headmaster's office. When Voldemort was not in the castle most of the time, it should be said that this was the center of power in the castle. But the wizard who was endowed with this power, Severus Snape, did not fully have the same position of power in this castle. In the hearts of the students, his sense of presence is not weak. As the vice principal, he is also the professor of potions at the Pure Blood Academy and the professor of defense against the dark arts at the Half-Blood Academy. Whether he was facing students in class or in private, he always showed a very cold face. He always had that cold face that seemed to be frozen. This point did not change even when facing Voldemort. However, among the mixed-race students, there have always been rumors that this vice principal is actually a cold outsider and hot inside. If you dare to reach out to him on Halloween, he will not hesitate to go from the full grab a handful of candy from the candy pocket and place it in your hand. Of course, this is just a rumor. Even the students who heard these words would not dare to make such an attempt on Halloween. Even if some brave ones had already stood in front of Snape, when they saw the empty and cold gaze, he would apologize in fear and then run away in a hurry. It can be said that Snape's reputation in the castle is not low, nor does he lack the respect of the students. But for some unknown reason, if they bring him up with Professor Crouch, who only has the title of Charms Professor, the students will subconsciously think that no matter how powerful Headmaster Snape is, he should just be with Crouch. Professor Rock is on par. Even if the students don't know what kind of outstanding achievements this professor who once won the first-class medal of the Order of Merlin has. They just know that Professor Crouch usually smiles and is kind to everyone, but he is also responsible for the admission of mudbloods that few professors are willing to do. But somehow felt that this professor was very powerful, on par with Vice Principal Snape. If one day, in the absence of Voldemort, Snape's orders to the students conflicted with Crouch, then it is estimated that the students would be divided into two factions. Half of them chose to obey Snape, while the other half chose to follow Crouch. It was precisely because of this that whether it was among the adult professors or the underage students, Snape's power was divided in half by Barty Crouch Jr. But Snape didn't care much about it from the beginning to the end. Even if he sometimes confronts Barty Jr. in public, the sarcasm in that tone sounds only aimed at Barty Jr. personally, and he doesn't have many complaints about what he should have had. In the blood-ruled political system established by Voldemort, what Snape showed was that not only was a pure blood occupying a high position, but he was also an outlier with a mixed blood. Compared with other people, that kind of character who seems to be indifferent to the world is even more weird. It is precisely because of the double superposition of blood and character that he is now isolated under Voldemort. Even though he is deeply trusted by Voldemort himself, few of the Death Eaters really listen to him. Voldemort never said anything about this situation, or maybe he himself was happy to see this situation. Snape's office was ordinary. Located on the 6th floor of the castle, a room without windows. Because of this, even in the daytime, candles must be lit here, so that we can work normally. The furnishings in the office are very simple. On the old wooden bookshelf, apart from some simple books, there are only a few glass bottles filled with transparent and unknown liquid. When Barty Jr. walked in from the door, Snape was reading a book. It was a powerful potion that seemed to have been rummaged through, one of the very few banned books left in the library. This book was not brought to the Ministry of Magic by Voldemort, but was left with Snape. Obviously you are so talented in potions, why were you so obsessed with the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts? Snape glanced up at Barty Jr., and didn't intend to answer his question at all. When will you have the courtesy to knock when entering someone's office? We are all colleagues, sometimes the relationship doesn't have to be so rigid, right? Little Barty's expression is still so kind, with a smile on his face, like a middle-aged man who really wants to get along with his colleagues. I don't want to waste time with you. If you have something, it's best to speak up. Snape was cold and did not put down the book in his hand. Junior. Barty didn't seem to care about his alienation, and sat directly opposite Snape, staring into Snape's eyes with those seemingly peaceful but vicious eyes. Things are a bit unexpected, right? According to the Master and our plan from the beginning, that little mudblood should have died in the Forbidden Forest. Snape remained unmoved, his gaze still on the page. So the Master didn't put all his love on those dragons, he is still fully prepared. When will the dragon blood I need be delivered? Pay attention to the way your people handle it. Little Barty finally restrained the disguise on his face, agitated by Snape's inattention. Don't worry about those fire dragons. You know, at the beginning we all thought that this plan in the Forbidden Forest should be foolproof. The Master's backup plan is just a last resort. What he wants to do most is to kill that mudseed. Kill him. At this time, Snape finally raised his head from the book, and he stared at Barty Jr., his voice still indifferent. So you can kill him by yelling at me. Little Barty suddenly turned to speak plainly. Of course we can't hear, but we can use other ways to share the master's worries. Those fire dragons have failed, what else are you going to do? Junior. Barty narrowed his eyes, and he answered the wrong question. You say a boy of about 15 years old, what should he think about all day? For example, you, Severus, what were you doing when you were 15 years old? While he was talking, he inadvertently glanced at a framed photo on Snape's desk. It was a photo that had not been exposed to magic, and there was only a beautiful, quiet, smiling girl in the black and white photo. Falling in love with that mudblood who later married Potter. My hometown is too noisy at night during the Chinese New Year. I guess the typo is still there after I proofread it 3 times. If you still find something, just point it out in that paragraph. Sorry, this is my problem, underscore. Chapter 368-366. What is a 15-year-old boy thinking? Boom. Snape's hand suddenly slapped towards the desk, and right in the palm of his hand was that very radiant magic wand that had been maintained. However, after saying the sentence that was almost 100% sure to anger Snape, Barty Jr. also moved faster. Before Snape had just grabbed his wand and raised his hand, he also stretched out a hand and grabbed Snape's wrist. Snape is a veritable homeboy. Unless Voldemort had special orders for him, he rarely left Hogwarts, and even when there were no classes, he rarely even went out of his office. But besides his job in school, Barty Jr. has also been doing things for Voldemort outside of school. Compared with Snape, who has hardly exercised, he himself appears stronger and more powerful. Therefore, Snape's face was livid, and he firmly grasped the wand and wanted to lift it up, but he couldn't break free from Barty Jr.'s palm. Don't be so irritable, Severus, I didn't mean to mock you, these are all the truth, right? Before talking about the real thing, we always have to talk about some relevant issues to guide. Just when Barty was smiling, as if he had completely grasped Snape. Suddenly, this middle-aged man who had been staying isolated all this time swung his left fist. Little Barty obviously didn't react to this. He never thought that Snape would directly give up the means of casting spells and use the most basic hand-to-hand combat to fight back. So he firmly swallowed Snape's fist that didn't hold back at all, and when his head was twisted to one side by that force, the smile on his face just turned into fright. This punch directly hit Barty Jr.'s temple, making him feel black in an instant. If Snape's hand was stronger, he would definitely pass out on the spot. But even so, it made him unable to control Snape's hand holding the wand. Surprisingly, after being able to use magic, Snape gave up swinging the wand, but continued to attack the wand he had already had. Little Batty, who fell to the ground, came with a punch. He pursed his pale lips, and there was not much anger on that pale face, but the emotion revealed in those eyes was enough to make everyone who looked at him feel that coldness. Enough. Snape didn't make a sound, but continued to raise his fist against Barty Jr.'s bruised face, just like what he expressed at the beginning. It seemed that he really didn't even bother to communicate with him. Enough is enough. What greeted him was still a heavy punch. Enough is enough. Little Barty finally couldn't take it anymore. He exploded with strength, and pushed Snape away. His face was full of ferocity. Master has done enough for your request. Do you know how many people we have died in vain these years in order not to kill that woman? What's wrong? I can't even mention her. As if due to some excessive force, Snape's breathing was much rougher than before. But he still didn't look up at Barty Jr., as if he would dirty his eyes that way. Just adjusted the robe on his body, and then sat back in his seat again. Roll. His voice was cold, but Barty Jr. didn't make any move to leave. The young professor, who looked very embarrassed on his face, also panted and straightened his robe, and continued to sit back opposite Snape. That fake smile, that expressionless look, it would be the same as if the beating just now hadn't happened at all. Even if John Green is a genius, he is only 15 years old. Ignoring Snape's dismissal, Barty Jr. continued the topic that was interrupted just now. After learning about his deeds last year, I immediately retrieved all the information about him, and personally took someone to the orphanage where he used to live, and used Dementor to extract the memories of the children who lived with him, confirm that he has not falsified in age, and that everything that has been exposed to magic before is traceable. Following the information of that orphanage, I also found his biological father. His mother died 7 years ago, and when I found him, the only remaining biological father was also killed by a mudblood. The thing called heroin is not far from death. I carefully checked all the memories about his biological father, and confirmed that John Green is his real son, not a casually forged identity. Hearing the business, Snape was not as extreme as before. He raised his eyes slightly, and his voice was still as cold. You have investigated so much, just to confirm his true identity. This is very important, Severus. Little Barty leaned back in the chair nonchalantly, gently turning the wand with his thumb and index finger. If you knew all the things this little mudblood did at the beginning, and finally told you that he was only 12 years old when he started doing it, and he is only 15 years old now, would you believe it? Snape remained silent, but by not speaking, it was equivalent to showing an attitude. You must have expressed doubts at the first moment, right? Of course geniuses will appear, and there have been countless talented wizards in the magic world, but this little mudblood's performance is a bit too genius, right? Junior. Barty calmly expressed the thoughts that normal people should have. After learning that he killed Bella and Rodolphus, and that he was the one who saved the mudbloods in the first and second grades last year, I thought it was Dumbledore who secretly assigned a powerful wizard pretending to be a student. Under that immature and youthful appearance, there is a good chance that there is a wrinkled and white-haired old man. Only in this way can a wizard with enough magic power accumulate and experience magic to defeat Bella and Rodolphus one by one. Dumbledore ordered him to drink Polyjuice Potion, pretended to be a young boy, but did so many amazing things, just wanted to discredit the master, so that everyone could see, look, there is no need for Deng at all. Bulido himself came out, a little mudblood who just got his wand at school and hasn't been chanting spells for as long as we have, and made the greatest gentleman feel ashamed. But later, after thoroughly investigating John Green's background and finding several loopholes that could not be explained at all, I rejected the fact that this little mudblood who has caused us a lot of trouble in recent years is a powerful wizard with means. Possibility of pretending. As he spoke, Snape had already turned his attention to his analysis. The relationship between the two is very difficult, but at least the camp they are in now is unified. Understanding and solving John is a problem that they must think about together. Little Batty's gaze also became extraordinarily dignified. First, if he was really an adult wizard pretending to be, then it was impossible for him to lurk in Hogwarts Castle for so long. You and I both know that the age magic here is arranged by the master himself. If Dumbledore wants to avoid it, unless he comes here, otherwise, without knowing the core rune, even with his transfiguration, there is no way to hide it from the master. Therefore, he also tried to let adult wizards pretend to be students to lurk in before, but they all failed. Unless his strength has completely surpassed that of his master, he would not be able to counteract the magic of age, and if this is the case, then he doesn't need to send people to lurk, and he doesn't need to run around like a lost dog. Second, the election of the Goblet of Fire. There is no problem with that cup, and before it was taken out, it has been properly kept. Unless the Triwizard Tournament restarts, no one will be able to touch it. After the Goblet of Fire was taken out, it has always been kept by our people took over, and I can be sure that no one has tampered with it. That is to say, in this case, it will only select students from participating schools as warriors according to the rules. If John Green is another, if someone pretends to be someone, then it is absolutely impossible for him to be selected with this name, and the magic on the goblet of fire will deny his eligibility for the competition. Third. Little Barty narrowed his eyes. I specifically asked the master about this issue, and he told me that John Green was not pretended by any other wizard, he is himself, and he can be sure of this. Snape just looked at him. So? You confirmed that he is himself, a 15-year-old kid who has only been exposed to magic for less than 4 years. What enlightenment does this bring us? Little Barty raised his legs, and he asked again. Still the same question, what were you doing when you were 15, Severus? The gaze in Snape's eyes became dangerous again, his hand was already approaching the wand on the desk, and Barty Jr. seemed to have noticed his behavior, and quickly went on to the next sentence. Your heart is so fragile. As I said, this is just a common problem, and there is no intention to ridicule or insult that woman. He continued to ask with serious eyes. We can also change the question. What should all children in the world think about when they are 15 years old? No matter whether they are talented or mediocre. Snape was silent for a moment, then he said coldly. Shouldn't you find a 15-year-old student to ask this question? Little Barty shook the wand in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face again. In the first week of school, when the first competition was in progress, do you know how many long-lost, impatient couples I met in the garden behind the castle? Guess most of them were what age? Everyone is a smart person, since Barty Jr. has already said so much, it is naturally impossible for Snape not to understand what he wants to express. Do you think they are the same as John Green? Why not? I don't deny that the little mudblood is very talented. Maybe there is a natural genius in magic, but it's impossible for a person to have experience and emotion from birth. Little Barty looked into Snape's eyes, and there was no hint of a joke in that look. A 15-year-old boy is at the time when he is full of interest in the opposite sex. It's not a matter of talent or not. Just like you, Severus, don't look at me like that. Okay, I'll change someone else. Just like me, when I was in this grade, I had 3 girlfriends in school, and the master, I remember he once chatted with us servants, when he just became a senior, the people around him, the female students who are interested in him, have never stopped, and he has rewarded some of them. It's human, isn't it? Any 15-year-old boy can't avoid the initiative of the opposite sex, unless he has been exposed to it since he was a child, or he is not interested in women, but obviously in what I learned about Joe in Anne Green's information, he does not meet the above two. After he finished speaking, the scene was silent for a few seconds, and then Snape directly asked the most fundamental question. How do you want to do it? Little Barty said softly with a smile on his face. According to the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament in previous years, on Christmas night, we will hold a grand ball, and during this ball, every student warrior is required to bring a dance partner of his own to lead the dance. In that charming atmosphere, soft music and dance, after the lead dance, a 15-year-old boy's female partner asks him for a kiss. Do you think he will refuse? Snape scowled. I don't think Dumbledore will let his students come into contact with female students who have a relationship with us. Of course I will make arrangements for this. Little Barty crossed his fingers on the tip of his nose, which made his eyes look extremely dark and treacherous. I have talked with you so much, but I just want to tell you one thing. Wouldn't it be possible to concoct a potion that has no color and taste, has a certain degree of adhesion, and as long as it is swallowed, it will surely die? Snape didn't answer right away. He stared at little Barty's horrific face that was still slapped by him, as if speechless to this man's cruelty. It was a long time before he spoke again. Does the master know your plan? Before the master left the castle, I reported it to him. He didn't agree or refuse. He just told me about the castle. It's up to you and me to decide. This answer was a bit confusing. At least Snape didn't hear what kind of attitude Voldemort had towards little Barty's next action. But after hearing what Barty Jr. said, his gaze became hollow and cold again. Even if the potions that exist today don't have such effects, I can still prepare them for you. Hearing Snape's answer, Barty Jr. still had that gentle smile on his face. It's just the arc of the corner of the mouth, which makes people shudder in the candlelight. Chapter 369-367. Dobby. John is observing whether there is a titular beauty in the Thestrals, or can it be said to be a beautiful horse. But to be honest, because of the difference in species, he couldn't find any difference between these Thestrals, even male and female. Of course, what he wants to do now is not to choose any beautiful alien horse for Houth, but to comfort Hagrid, who has been depressed since he rescued the Centaurs from the Forbidden Forest. It's not your fault. Aragog and their deaths have nothing to do with you. They can't leave the Forbidden Forest with you. There's a whole colony of Acromanders. Take heart, Hagrid, the ones who are really at fault are occupy the people of this castle, not you. The silent Hagrid raised his head, his eye circles were obviously a little red, and he had obviously cried secretly before John came to him. He sobbed and spoke to John. Of course I understand this, John. I am also very happy to rescue Firenze and the others from the Forbidden Forest, but there are only so many of them left. Hearing Firenze say that Aragog can be called it's the end of the world, those Death Eaters captured all the little spiders and raised them separately, they want to have a long-term production of spider venom. Of course John knows all these things. But to be honest, if you stand on Voldemort's side, there is really no problem in doing so. Originally, acromantulas are magical animals that are forbidden to be kept in the UK, and the venom in their bodies is very precious, so instead of wasting these walking galleons in the Forbidden Forest, it is better to kill them all, leaving only the small ones. Sustainable depletion of fish. But for Hagrid, Aragog is not just a magical animal, but also an old friend who has been with him for more than 50 years. John comforted Hagrid for a while, and then returned to the carriage. It has been 3 days since the end of the first project, and on the day when Kingsley went to the Forbidden Forest to rescue the Centaurs, he also wrote a letter to Neville in Lyon, asking him about the latest news in Lyon. Weather conditions. Following Dumbledore back to France today to meet with Firenze who had already settled there, he also brought Neville's reply. In the letter, Neville stated that the weather in Lyon had always been good during John's absence, and there were only 2 cloudy days in the middle, and there was no sign of rain at all, let alone thunder. This result was expected for John. The conditions for refining the animagus potion are very strict, otherwise the wizards who have learned this magic in the entire magic world will not become so rare. John did not set learning this magic as a short-term goal. Compared with learning it at the fastest speed, if he ignored some necessary conditions and had an accident in the middle because of impatience, that would be the most unacceptable to him. The final result was very difficult. It might turn him into an inhuman monster like a werewolf. Various reports about the Triwizard Tournament from the outside world are still continuing. Over the past 2 days, magic newspapers have continuously reported various accidents that occurred in the game, and more European wizards have learned about what exactly happened in the first project. The dragon corpses around the castle have been cleaned up, and even the grass that has been crushed has been straightened again by the Aurors with magic. Regarding the investigation of why the dragons went crazy, Matthew came to the carriage on the evening of the 3rd day after the game, and stated their investigation results in front of Dumbledore and John. About Mr. Green's explanation, in the Forbidden Forest, a golden snitch with the mark of the Black Devil was caught, and then the snitch opened suddenly, and something suspected of dragon egg liquid got on his body, which caused the dragon. We specifically entered the Forbidden Forest and searched the location Mr. Green reported to us, but we found nothing after searching for 3 days. John was not surprised by the result, he said, he just said it plainly. Mr. Graves, don't forget that I also reported to you after the game. During the Forbidden Forest game, I had a conflict with Emile Lestrange. Just when I wanted to when he was dealt with, a man-headed scorpion rushed out to save him. I think you should be able to guess that this is definitely not a coincidence. Matthew didn't shy away from here. What is to be announced to the world must be based on evidence, but in the private conversation in the car, even if there is no proof for some things, they also tacitly know who did it. The Forbidden Forest is his home field. It's not surprising that he will have arrangements in it. But let's be honest, Dumbledore and Mr. Green, this is not just their home field, right? You, too, used to be this piece of land. The owner of the woods has been in control for longer than him, and during the game, you also got some help, right? His words were clear, but he didn't tell the truth directly. Neither Dumbledore nor John had anything to deny or quibble about this matter. Of course, they won't just admit it. So even if you told me that something like this happened, and we have investigated the corresponding clues, we can't use this as evidence to hold the castle accountable. Everyone is dirty, so there is no need to mention this matter. Matthew looked at John, and then turned his gaze to Dumbledore, as if trying to see something from their expressions. Dumbledore didn't change his expression from beginning to end, he just looked at Matthew and asked. I can understand the questions you said, but in the final analysis, no matter whether this matter can be investigated and who did it, the victim is John, right? The golden snitch was provided by the referee team, and the fire dragon was also the one you explained. Trained by a dragon trainer, I want to know, since the result is almost over, what kind of compensation can we get? He got to the crux of the matter. When John told the story, he didn't think about what kind of investigation results Matthew and the others could have. Not to mention that he hasn't found any tangible evidence now, even if he found it, what can he do with Voldemort and the others? Ban all the students from Castle and Beau's Batons. This is obviously impossible, so since the result is already doomed, the important thing is the relevant compensation. Regarding this, Matthew was obviously prepared, he said. Before I came, I also communicated with the other 3 referees in the Federation, and they agreed that you, Mr. Green, should add another 30 points to your score in the first event. John was not surprised by the result, because these referees can only do this. They can't do more in this game except for the power to control the score. And add 30 points more, say more, not more, say less, not less. With these points, even if he does not perform well in the next second event and does not get a good ranking, he can still have a chance to secure the first position. However, John didn't really care much about how many points he could get. He asked Matthew with great interest. Does the castle know about your decision? The expression on Matthew's face remained unchanged, and he nodded. Because that gentleman is not in the school, we communicated with Mr. Snape, who presided over the overall situation on his behalf, but the vice principal did not agree with our decision very much. He said that since the current investigation is not consistent with if there is any connection, then such compensation should not allow them to bear such adverse consequences. It's just that since the 3 of us have passed this resolution, even if he has objections, it will not change the result. As Matthew said, the power of scoring was jointly given to the 3 wizards from the Federation by Voldemort and Dumbledore. Unless one of the 2 takes this power back, it is only for Snape. Objection will not affect anything at all. Regarding the fire dragon riot, it is over here. John encountered some dangers and almost suffered a loss, but Voldemort's side obviously suffered a greater loss, especially in the blunders. John was equivalent to indirectly helping Hermione complete her task in the castle in this case. This let Dumbledore know what Voldemort was doing in the castle. This is the biggest gain they got in this incident. As for the Hogwarts castle that the fire dragon attacked, it was just a way to recover some interest. As the first event came to an end, John's life became easier. There are still more than 2 months before the start of the next project. During this period, he has enough free time to rest without thinking too much. As for the layout of the castle, even if he has learned some related things now, Dumbledore has no intention of letting him intervene. Letting Hermione find the secret room is obviously not the end, but a beginning, but the security in the castle is obviously much stronger than before, so this matter has been postponed, and there is no rush to continue. After relaxing, John returned to the life he lived in Lyon during the previous vacation. He spent a lot of time in the library on the carriage. Although most of the books here have been moved to the temporary school in Lyon, there are some more common books left in the car. In addition to reading these books, John will also use this time to reproduce the contents of the forbidden books in the gemstone. The knowledge contained in these forbidden books has a lot of required carriers that must ensure their particularity. John selected some forbidden books that are not so demanding and can be achieved by himself with magic, and re-expressed these knowledge from gems, so that helpful for him to master the magic in the book. Other than that, the rest of his time was spent wandering by the Black Lake and trying to catch any fish. And every time at this time, the students in the castle would stay away from him, pointing at him from a distance with weird and obviously fearful eyes, just like John wearing human skin like a monster. John didn't take it seriously. Under Voldemort's camp, it was quite normal for him to be demonized like this. He had nothing to say to these students who were accustomed to the rule of blood. But one evening, John continued to fish by the Black Lake, seemingly trying to find the legendary giant squid in the Black Lake, but he found nothing. On a tree by the lake, a pair of big eyes hidden among the lush leaves suddenly caught his attention. When John raised his head and looked at those eyes, the owner of the eyes seemed to be frightened, and dodged away in the next second. The movement was a bit large, and the canopy of the whole tree trembled for a while. "Hi!" John put away the fishing rod and greeted the little guy loudly. As if feeling that he was not malicious, the eyes hidden in the leaves reappeared, and a pair of pointed ears were also revealed. "This is a house elf with a ragged tea towel around his body." "Hi, hello, Mr. Green." The house elf greeted him as if he mustered up his courage. John was a little surprised that he could pronounce his last name, so he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help asking, "Do we know each other?" Of course it is impossible for Dobby to know someone as young and promising as John Green. Mr. Green doesn't know Dobby, but Dobby knows Mr. Green. Dobby held the trunk of the tree with one hand, only half of his face was exposed. Hearing his name, John was even more surprised. If no house elf had the same name, then Dobby should be the one he knew. "Are you a house elf serving Hogwarts Castle?" Faced with John's question, Dobby didn't show silence, but rather looked eager, as if he wanted to communicate with John a long time ago. "No, Mr. Green, I am not serving this castle. My ancestors have served the noble Malfoy family for generations." He said nobility, but John didn't hear any pride in him, but mixed with a hidden hatred. Hearing that he reported his family name, it made John's guess even more official. The Malfoy family. In other words, Draco Malfoy is your little master, and we have a hostile relationship. Since you are his servant, why did you take the initiative to find me? Yes, John can be sure that this meeting between him and Dobby was not a chance encounter, but Dobby took the initiative to find him. Furthermore, logically speaking, even if Hogwarts Castle favored pure-blood students, it would not be to the extent that the elves from these students' families would come to serve them at the school. Dobby's appearance was obviously premeditated. Dobby, who was standing on the tree, was still looking at John with those big eyes from a high place. He raised his voice, but deliberately lowered it. Because Dobby is performing the task of observing Mr. Green, this is what the Master and the young Master jointly ordered Dobby. Chapter 370, 368. Dobby's 3 missions. John looked at Dobby strangely. Observation? Is it an above-board observation or a furtive observation? Dobby finally exposed his face completely from behind the leaves, and said proudly. The Master asked Dobby to observe Mr. Green secretly, but of course Dobby would not do this. Dobby knows that Dumbledore and Green are great wizards. Dobby has no way to disobey the task assigned to me by the Master, but he can also tell Mr. Green about it. After Dobby finished speaking, his proud face suddenly turned ferocious, and he began to self-mutilate his head against the tree trunk beside him, while screaming non-stop. Bad elf. Dobby is a bad elf. It didn't seem like he couldn't restrain this self-harming behavior. It's just that the slave mentality that had been integrated into his instinct made him subconsciously unable to accept any behavior that betrayed his master. John looked at Dobby, who had stopped panting after bumping his forehead a few times, holding the tree trunk together with both hands, and couldn't help but think of its deeds in the original book. This house elf from the Malfoy family is a complete oddity among elves. Although he also has the most basic master-servant concept between elves and wizards, this concept is under his own concept of good and evil. That is to say, he was serving the Malfoy family, but he did not agree with what the Malfoy family did. In addition, the attitude of the Malfoy family towards elves could be said to be harsh, which made this elf he is a different kind. He doesn't like his master at all, it can even be said to hate him. It's just that in the original book, Dobby admires Harry Potter because he knows that Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord and regards him as a hero. And now at this time when there is no Harry Potter, Dobby naturally has no object of worship, but he still respects Dumbledore and has a good impression of John. So he said that he took advantage of Malfoy's order and told what he observed, which is highly credible. If another house elf came over, John would definitely be on guard. Of course, normal people would not let house elves do this kind of behavior. "Can we come down and talk?" John invited him. At this time, it was already getting dark, and it was not long before the castle curfew began. There were no students from Hogwarts Castle on the Black Lake side, and only John was left empty. Dobby readily accepted this, and he climbed down from the tree trunk, and then came to John. "How long have you been watching me from that tree?" "Today's first day, Mr. Green." Dobby said. The master just called Dobby out of the house yesterday, and he just assigned the task this morning. In other words, since I came to the Black Lake in the afternoon, where have you been? Yes. Hearing his answer, John understood why Lucius was relieved to let Dobby spy on him. House elves are a special magical race. Even without a wand, they can use their fingers to use magic that is completely different from wizards. If Dobby wants to hide, it will be really difficult for John to find him, unless he is like himself now. Come out of the tree, wanting John to find out. Dobby seemed to realize that John might be minding that he had been peeping all afternoon, and hurriedly waved his hand and said. But Dobby didn't intend to keep observing Mr. Green from the tree. There are many classmates of the little master in the castle by the lake. Dobby can't appear in front of them, otherwise the little master will definitely know about it. Of course I don't blame you for this, Dobby, and don't call me Mr. Green, just call me John. John said casually, and then sat down on the grass. And Dobby looked at him blankly, as if he had heard something shocking. Mr. Green. Sir, let Dobby call his name. Hearing that he subconsciously raised the volume, John couldn't help but say. Don't get too excited, okay, Dobby, it's just a name. Maybe it's really shocking to a bad wizard like your master, but you know, I'm a respectful, civilized, and respectful person. A good wizard of quality, that's why you are willing to help me, isn't it? So don't be too surprised. Dobby obviously listened to what John said. He tried his best to breathe slowly, and he seemed to have calmed down a lot, but his big eyes were still looking at John excitedly. Okay, John. Yes, that's it. Just call me John. Since you are willing to help me, even at the expense of disobeying your master's orders, then we are friends, aren't we? So I can call you Dobby, and of course you can call me too. John. Sit down, Dobby, may I ask you something about your master? Dobby seemed to have put in a lot of effort, and finally sat down opposite John, but even if he was sitting on the grass, he still looked so cramped. About the master, there are some things I can't say. The elf has no way to betray his master unless he is abandoned. John thought for a moment, then suddenly said with a smile. But it is reasonable for the elf to hide some things for the master, right? Then we can do this. I will ask you some questions that only need to be answered yes or no. Of course you have to lie to me in order to protect the master's secret, right? Dobby's face was blank for a few seconds at first, as if he didn't understand what John said, but soon his smart brain reacted, and immediately nodded his head vigorously. Yes. Dobby is trying to hide the master's password, so he can't tell the truth to John. After Dobby determined the next communication mode, John quickly asked the first thing. Dobby's master asked Dobby to come to Hogwarts to observe John, and Dobby's master also knew about it, right? The next moment, Dobby shook his head like a rattle. That movement was very natural, without the slightest sense of guilt. No. Dobby's master doesn't know about it? That is to know. John knew in his heart that there were still a large number of house elves in Hogwarts Castle. The elves here were supposed to be loyal to the castle, but after Voldemort became the headmaster, they were not the real house elves of the castle. Master, then he will definitely let all the elves here be loyal to him, otherwise it will definitely be a hidden danger. And now that Dobby suddenly appeared in the castle, it is impossible for Voldemort to not know, or Lucius doesn't have the guts not to report to Voldemort. That is to say, after the first game, it was not Malfoy and his son who wanted to observe and spy on him, but Voldemort? Then after Dobby came to Hogwarts, he has no other tasks except to observe me, right? Dobby nodded happily. Yes, no more. Dobby's only mission is to observe John. John tapped his chin with his fingers, and continued to ask after thinking. The person who gave Dobby other tasks is the master of Dobby's master, right? Right. Hearing this answer, John frowned involuntarily. Not Voldemort? Then there is only Lucius. What else can he ask Dobby to do? Thinking in his heart, John continued to ask tentatively. Dobby still has a mission to protect the little master. No. Are these two tasks the only ones on Dobby? Yes. Any other tasks? John couldn't guess it now. Dobby is a house elf of the Malfoy family, and Lucius should have asked him to observe him, and Voldemort agreed by the way, and it must have been Lucius' private order to Dobby to protect Draco secretly. Then what else would they have Dobby do? Voldemort should have nothing more to say. With such a haughty character, even the look down on him, so how could he entrust some important things to the house elves? Besides, even if he really needed the elves to do something for him, there were so many candidates in Hogwarts Castle, there was no need to borrow the Malfoys so unnecessary. That is, it can only be that Lucius has other things to arrange for Dobby. While John was thinking, he raised his head and happened to meet Dobby's big bright eyes. He could feel that Dobby was looking at him expectantly. Suddenly, John had a thought, and he asked. Dobby still has a mission related to me, and it was Dobby's master who ordered him to do it? No. Dobby said firmly. This made John more sure of something. Dobby's master asked Dobby to see if he could find a chance to meet me quietly, but he didn't allow Dobby to meet me, nor did he tell Dobby why he did this, did he? No. Dobby replied louder, more excited and excited. At this time, John finally figured out what kind of mission Dobby was shouldering. After repeating these, he couldn't help showing a sneer in his heart, but he didn't express it on his face, but expressed his gratitude to Dobby from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for telling me this, Dobby. You're welcome. Dobby didn't do anything, Dobby just lied to John. Dobby said without any guilt in his heart, because it was only now that he told the truth, and he was indeed cheating before. John. A deception that every elf knows well. After learning about the filth in Lucius' heart from Dobby, John stood up from the grass again. "It's getting late, I'm going back to the carriage. Dobby, don't hide what happened today. If your master asks, then tell him what I did this afternoon, but the conversation we just had to hide." "Understood." Dobby knows that he can't disobey his master's order, but he can tell him some things for his master's benefit later. "Yes, that's right, that's it." John praised that Dobby was indeed different from the house elves he had seen before. "Then goodbye, John, Dobby is going back too." After finishing speaking, Dobby disappeared into the air in front of John. Of course the house elves can use apparition freely within the scope of the school, but the anti-apparition here also restricts their magic, so that although they can teleport freely, they can't do anything about it. Take others with you. Plus that all the elves in the castle have given their allegiance to Voldemort himself, which is equivalent to eliminating the possibility that Dumbledore and the others will take advantage of the loophole of the house elves. In fact, in private, John felt that the reason why Voldemort became so wary of the house elf's magic might have something to do with the betrayal he experienced. A young man from a pure-blood family named Black whom he trusted very much used to use the house elf's magic to set a trap for him on an extremely crucial matter. Now that Voldemort has recovered the split soul in the Horcrux, he must have discovered this trap, so he can basically guess who did it and how it was done. Having already made a mistake on one matter, then a smart person like him will definitely not make a second mistake. After Dobby left, John did not continue to stay by the Black Lake. He went straight back to the horse farm that was still parked on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. After entering the carriage, he walked directly towards Dumbledore's office. Knocked on the door and walked in, he said to Dumbledore with a somewhat sarcastic smile on his face. "Professor, we haven't won a complete victory yet, some people can't bear it anymore." Hermione's bedroom. After Mrs. Gray and Hermione reached an agreement at the beginning, she kept her promise and never left the carriage. And Hermione didn't hide from her that she had conducted a search in the castle, but she didn't say clearly what she was looking for. "That means you didn't find anything at all?" "Well, I don't think I should doubt you, Miss Granger. But I have to ask to prevent someone from taking me for a fool." Miss Gray looked very angry. She seemed very dissatisfied with Hermione's mouth for nothing. "Did you not gain anything, or did you just make a promise to me at the beginning to perfunctory? In fact, you didn't want to help me find that crown at all?" Facing her questioning, Hermione's face didn't change, she just said calmly, "I seldom make promises to people, Miss Gray. Since I promised you at the beginning, I will try my best to do it. You don't have to doubt it. I really didn't lie. There was indeed no one in the castle when I entered the castle. Find what you asked me to find. But I heard a clue from another person who said he once saw a diadem in the headmaster's room at Hogwarts Castle." Chapter 371-369. The Malfoy House. "Another person? Who is it?" After hearing the news, Mrs. Gray's voice couldn't help raising its tone. "Hermione didn't hide anything," she said calmly. "John Green, the warrior who is now representing us in the Triwizard Tournament." Mrs. Gray is certainly no stranger to John's name. She seemed to recall something, and said with some dissatisfaction on her expression, "Of course I remember him, a rough guy." Before the word came out of her mouth, Mrs. Gray keenly noticed that the way Hermione looked at her had changed. That was a very bad change, obviously carrying an alienation that made Mrs. Gray faintly feel flustered. "Wait. I didn't mean to insult him. It's just that he refused to help me at first, so I said that. This is just my way of expressing that I am unhappy about this matter. You can't treat me because of this. What's your opinion?" Hermione just looked at her coldly. "Of course you have the right to express your displeasure towards him in front of me, but at the same time, Ms. Gray, I also have the right to feel disgusted with the emotion you express. If you continue to speak ill of John in front of me, then this is the end of our relationship and commitment. It is obviously a threat like this. If Mrs. Gray had followed her previous character, she would have turned away in disdain. As the daughter of Ravenclaw, no one can talk to her like this. At worst, she will find another partner who can cooperate. But this time Mrs. Gray has a strong premonition that Hermione is likely to be the only one who is willing to help her and can help her. Regarding the matter of the crown, it is estimated that there will be no chance in the future. Well, it was my fault, Miss Granger, I shouldn't have said that, and I apologize for my arrogance. Hearing her humble enough tone, the expression on Hermione's face softened. She's never been unkind, except when it comes to John. I accept your apology, Ms. Gray. It's not just because of your arrogance, but because of the news about the crown you said. It was John who sneaked into Hogue alone at the risk of great danger. He only got it in Wat's castle. In order to find the Book of Access and the Pen of Acceptance hidden in the tower directly above the principal's office, he defeated the basilisk guarding the gate and entered the principal's office. The table in the center of the room, I saw 4 things on display. Hermione stared into Ms. Gray's eyes, and said word by word. Locket, diadem, sword, and cup. Ms. Gray yelled subconsciously. These must be the relics of the 4 creators. Although I don't know what the other 3 people left behind except my mother, since they can be placed with the crown, they must be treasures of equal value. Then she said impatiently. So? Did that boy take these things out of it? As a student of Hogwarts, it is reasonable to bring the relics of the 4 creators out of it, right? Although it was very rude, Hermione couldn't help but look at Ms. Gray like an idiot. Please don't get carried away by what you're asking for, ma'am. John's purpose of sneaking into the castle has nothing to do with those relics, and he has no way to determine whether these things are a kind of bait and trap. So of course he won't just touch those relics rashly. Ms. Gray felt a bit uncomfortable facing Hermione's gaze, but she also knew that Hermione was right. The current students are becoming more and more mature and intelligent. In the nearly 1,000 years of staying in Hogwarts Castle, she has never been so angry at the hands of any 4th-year students. Even Riddle was like a lick at that time. She flattered her like a dog, although it was later confirmed that Riddle had everything he wanted until the end, but she turned into a clown. It can only be said that the Hogwarts students who have gone through the era of exile have become completely different from the students in the previous peacetime. Not only Hermione and John, Ms. Gray also met many students like Neville, Ron, and some senior students when she was in Lyon. After hearing her bewitching, they all looked at Ms. Gray, showing she gave her a strange look, and then kept her at a respectful distance. Even Hermione was like this at the beginning. If it wasn't for Ms. Gray's stalking at the end, Hermione would not have agreed to help her in order to ensure her safety in the castle. Well, maybe you're right, given the situation he faced at the time, he shouldn't take the risk. Mrs. Gray looked at Hermione eagerly. But you promised me, Hermione, now you already know where the crown is, so you're going to get it back for me, right? Hermione just said lightly. I promised you, but please also remember what I said at the time. If there is no danger and does not hinder my own mission in the castle, I can try to help you. I remember, I won't force you to take risks, and you must really want to help me. Mrs. Gray made such a humble request. John fully relayed to Dumbledore what he saw Dobby and talked to him today. But Dumbledore didn't seem very surprised after listening. He said calmly, I don't think it's a problem that Lucius can do such a thing. John sat down on the chair, and he nodded approvingly, thinking that Dumbledore was talking about a swaying fool like Lucius Malfoy, and when he found that Dumbledore and his group showed signs of resurgence after that, it's normal to rush over impatiently. But Dumbledore's next words let him know that he guessed wrong. Although I don't know why the Goblet of Fire chose his son in the end, the young man named Draco really can't see anything special about him, but his biggest advantage is that he has someone who really loves him, good family. John had a surprised expression on his face. You mean to say that Lucius' contact with us is actually for his son? Dumbledore nodded slightly and said. I know you don't have a good impression of the Malfoy family. Not only you, Minerva, Remus, Kingsley, and Sirius all dislike the Malfoy family. But even if we are enemies, we can't just because one of the things Malfoy is best known for is that they value their loved ones enough. His tone became serious. I have no doubt about one thing, John. If Lucius encounters a situation where he and his wife and children must die, then he will undoubtedly choose to die by himself. John pondered Dumbledore's words, and then recalled some behaviors of the Malfoy family in the original book, and found that this was indeed the case. It's just that his memory of the content of the last 3 original books was relatively vague, and he can only roughly remember what happened in each of them. He really doesn't have a deep impression of what the Malfoy family did. It's the same this time. For Draco, representing Hogwarts Castle in the Triwizard Tournament is not a good thing at all. The Malfoy family is already one of the most noble families in the entire British magic world. Lou Hughes himself has also achieved the position of Director of the Auror Command, which is even more important than the power of some directors. Therefore, it does not matter to them whether they have the title of Triwizard Tournament Warrior, especially it has been determined that this match will be in an extremely dangerous situation. Hearing Dumbledore's analysis like this, John can understand that becoming a warrior actually has completely different meanings to different people. Like the Hogwarts carriage, this competition represents whether they can really complete the turnaround. They have already lost everything, and those with bare feet are not afraid to wear shoes. John, they will also do their best to get the first place if Neville Ron is replaced. As for Emile, his father had just taken over the power of Bella and Rodolphus who had just died, and intended to inherit the status of the Lestrange family on Voldemort's side, so he had to make his own contribution. So Emile, it is an opportunity for Mir to participate in the competition, and he must show his talents in this competition. It is the most important thing for them to win for Voldemort. But Draco didn't need any of that. The Malfoy family has no change of power. Such a big family has been passed down to the present, and only Lucius and Draco are left alone. Everything about Malfoy is destined to belong to them only. And just like what Dumbledore said, under Voldemort's rule, their family is already at the top of power, and there is no possibility of further progress. No matter how great the credit is, there will not be much reward. Not to mention taking such a huge risk. Therefore, among a total of 4 warriors, Draco should be the most negative in his enthusiasm for the competition. John kicked him out at the beginning of the first game. Hate John, but also thank him. And now he is using Dobby as an intermediary to find an opportunity to communicate with John privately and pass on information. Whether he has the intention of turning to them is another matter, but there is a high probability that he may want to pay something and entrust it to John. And can guarantee Draco's safety in the following games, at least don't take the initiative to embarrass him. Then what should we do if Lucius asks Dobby to contact me in private? John asked. Dumbledore raised the crescent-shaped glasses on his face, and said with deep eyes. I can understand his desire to protect his family, but a person who has committed a mistake cannot be exempted from punishment just because he loves his family. If he just asks you to take care of Draco, don't agree, understand, know what price he is willing to pay, and if he wants to help us do something, then drag him first, and after the Triwizard Tournament is over, he will be more eager to contact us than us. After entering October, the weather gradually began to get colder. It has been almost a month since the end of the first project, but the discussion about this game in the magic world remains unabated. Just in the center of all the hot spots, Hogwarts Castle, the atmosphere became calmer instead. After experiencing the dragon disaster, the students in the castle seldom talked about the competition, because no one wanted to talk about things that ruined the atmosphere, and they were the complete failures in this project. And at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the carriage has always stayed here. Dumbledore has been staying in the carriage except for a few trips back to Lyon in the middle to deal with some matters that require him to come forward in person. John's life hasn't changed much either studying the underwater creatures in the Black Lake, or soaking in the library on the car studying the forbidden books in the gems. And after that time, Dobby also met with John twice, but there was no update on Lucius's progress, as if he was still waiting for the right time to appear, and he was not in a hurry now. Then find John for a showdown. Just when it looked like business was about to go on during this gap without games, Hermione made a new friend near Black Lake in early October. Is a student at Hogwarts Castle. Mixed Blood College, 6th grade, a girl named Asia Conrad. In the evening, when John was still fishing at the Black Lake after dinner was served in the carriage, Hermione came out to tell him to go back to eat, and then on the lawn near the castle, she saw 3A girl from the Pure Blood Academy humiliates the bullying Ashia. Of course Hermione has a sense of justice. If this incident happened in normal times, she would definitely rush to help without hesitation, but in this place of Hogwarts Castle, she just watched with cold eyes. As the lowest mood blood in this castle, she knows better than anyone else that the students in this castle who enjoy blood benefits don't know sympathy. Since the mixed-race students turned a blind eye to the fact that the hemp-bloods were enslaved, they should be prepared to be treated equally badly by the pure-blooded students. Therefore, Hermione just glanced at it from a distance, and after calling John back to dinner, on the way back to the carriage, she saw that the 3 students from the Pure Blood Academy had already left, leaving only Asia. The man was by the lake, sobbing softly, while using magic to clean his dirty shoes. But it seemed that because her mood was not stable, her cleaning spell had a wrong pronunciation, and the black leather shoe was like a bomb that was blown up, crossed half of the lake, and finally fell beside Hermione of Lake Water. Chapter 372-370. Asia Conrad. Seeing the shoe floating on the lake, Hermione subconsciously stopped. She looked in the direction of Asia, and found that the girl who was obviously older than her was also looking at her timidly. Just the moment the eyes of the two met in mid-air, Asia lowered her eyes in a panic, as if she didn't dare to look at Hermione. Hermione stayed in place for 3 or 4 seconds, but in the end she didn't turn a blind eye to this matter. She waved her wand lightly, and the black leather shoe floating on the water like a boat flew out of the lake, and she held it in her hand. Hermione walked towards Asia while using the drying charm on the wet shoe. She could tell that this girl with long pale blonde hair was very beautiful, with soft facial features that made people feel protective when looking at her, and with a slender figure, she was a good seedling who was very suitable for ballet dancing. Having such appearance conditions, and being bullied by female students who are more noble than himself, the reasons needless to say, can be seen by normal people. Campus bullying often has very simple reasons. It is nothing more than the vanity and jealousy of students. There are very few conflicts that are fundamentally conflicts of interest like adults. Hermione didn't walk in front of Asia, but just put the shoe on the ground after getting close. Why not try to resist? She looked at the girl and asked calmly. The school robes of the 2 different styles of Hogwarts made it easy for Asia to distinguish Hermione's identity. She was pale and did not dare to look up at Hermione's face. Instead of talking to Hermione, Hermione actually didn't intend to hear any answers. She just saw what happened to Asia now, and thought of the days when she was enslaved in this castle, so she just asked casually. In fact, with the current Hermione, she still has no way to understand, why are oppressed and enslaved such miserable assholes. In the environment of Hogwarts Castle, there are still people who want to resist and maintain independent thinking. However, these half-blood wizards who were also bullied and discriminated against only wanted to be content with the status quo, and never had any intention of changing the current situation. I learned from John that people like Cedric among the mixed-race students are just an outlier, and Hermione asked him this question. John also answered some of his insights to her. He said that human nature is always moderate, and when they are enslaved at the bottom of society, they will try their best to resist, because they may die if they don't resist, and they may die if they resist. If it succeeds, there may still be a glimmer of hope to survive. But for half-blood wizards, although they also suffered discrimination from pure blood, it was far from life-threatening, and if they dared to resist, there was a high probability of death. In addition, there is an even worse class of hemp seed as psychological comfort and exchange of benefits, so they also suffer from unequal treatment. Almost no half-blood wizards want to try to overthrow Voldemort's blood rule. Hermione could understand part of John's explanation. She switched herself to the position of a half-blood wizard, and thought about it. However, even if they make resistance, they will definitely not focus on overthrowing Voldemort's rule, but try their best to correct reforms in the system and improve the status of half-blood wizards, so as to strive for equality. After thinking about this, Hermione actually didn't have much contempt for these mixed-race students, but was full of pity. Compared to the hemp breeds who seem to be oppressed to death, these half-blood wizards will never turn over under the slavery of this bloodline rule. After putting the shoes on the ground, Hermione didn't expect any decent answer from Asia, so she turned around and prepared to go back in the direction of the Hogwarts carriage. It was only after she took 2 steps forward that she vaguely heard a weak voice coming from behind. "Thank you, thank you." Hermione's footsteps did not stop, she still walked forward with her back to the girl. After going through this incident, Hermione didn't take it seriously. In addition to attending classes, she usually has a lot of energy to be restrained by the tasks in the castle. In addition to reading books in her spare time, she basically stares at the Marauder's map all the time, observing the movements of the characters in the castle. After the first project, even if Voldemort didn't find anything in the castle, he seemed to have noticed something, and raised enough vigilance, not only increased the guard work on the entire school, but also transferred from the Ministry of Magic more Aurors enforced a strict curfew policy, patrolling the castle at night. This made it more difficult for Hermione to infiltrate the castle again. It was necessary to figure out the usual patrol habits of these Aurors before thinking about the next infiltration. On the 3rd day after meeting Asia that day, one morning, when Hermione got off the carriage and tried to find some herbs that might have some effect along the edge of the Forbidden Forest to enrich the greenhouse on the carriage, she saw the girl who looked perfect for ballet for the 2nd time. Aisha obviously came to find her on her own initiative, otherwise there would be no students in the castle who would come to the place where the carriage was. Even if Barty Jr. and Snape didn't expressly stipulate it, this area has spontaneously become a taboo in the hearts of the students. Let alone coming to the carriage, even approaching in a certain direction is cautious. And Asia found a good opportunity. Now it was class time, she didn't seem to have class, and saw Hermione walking on the edge of the Forbidden Forest from a distance in the tower of the castle, and then, like a frightened deer, she avoided averting the guards around the castle. The Auror looked for him with a nervous blushing face. "What do you want to do?" After seeing her, Hermione raised her vigilance. She was not fooled by the girl's appearance. Ever since she was taken away from her parents at the age of 11, Hermione had the most basic suspicion of any stranger no matter what she used. Even when she first confirmed John's identity, it took her 3 full months, and finally she made a huge gamble to establish initial trust between the two. The girl in front of her is obviously far from this level. Aisha. Aisha stopped at a distance of about 5 meters from Hermione. Her voice was still weak, but it sounded like a bully. My name is Asia Conrad." Hermione still looked at her with a distant look in her eyes. "Then what?" "Thank you, you helped me pick up my shoes that day." "Easy to do." I want to know you." Asia seemed to muster up the courage to say such a sentence. Hermione didn't answer right away, she just looked at the girl. The dark green Hogwarts castle school robe with the silver trim that symbolizes the Half-Blood College was well dressed on her body, and her long pale golden hair was well styled. Meticulous, with a pearl white bracelet on his wrist. When Hermione saw the bracelet, Hermione's eyes paused for a second. The style of the thing was a bit special, and it was obviously not a creation in the wizarding world where most of the accessories were still in the medieval style. Hermione Granger, if you only want to know my name, then you have achieved your goal now. There was a cheerful smile on Asia's face, but she didn't seem satisfied with just leaving after knowing Hermione's name, but continued to ask. What are you looking for? Hermione didn't look at her anymore, but lowered her head to check the surrounding bushes. Herbs, or plants with magical powers. There are very few such things on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Professor Grapplan told us that only in the depths of the Forbidden Forest will there be precious resources. If I can enter the Forbidden Forest, of course I will go to the depths to find it, but obviously I can't do it now. Hermione said casually. She didn't have much talk with Asia, instead she showed a distant attitude. Don't you like me too? Asia obviously felt Hermione's alienation. She asked timidly, with a little grievance in her voice. Hermione said without raising her head. There is no like or dislike, it's just that the camp we get along with is not suitable for us to have more exchanges. If you just want to get to know me and thank me, then this is enough for today. If you want to make friends with me, then I suggest we wait until we liberate Hogwarts Castle before we formally get to know each other. Asia pursed her lips. Mr. Principal, he is very good. Of course, no one will deny this, but he is not invincible, right? Hermione seemed to have discovered her target. She fixed her eyes on a plant with some yellow leaves among the bushes, and then took out a small shovel from her robe pocket. In the past, he could only carry out some underground terrorist activities in the UK. Even if he won Professor Dumbledore later, didn't he only lose once not long ago? But if you fail, you will definitely die. If there is no freedom and dignity, then life is better than death. After Hermione finished speaking, she seemed to have completely lost the desire to talk to Asia. Instead, she squatted next to the plant she identified, and began to carefully dig it out of the soil skillfully. Asia looked a little lost. Instead of staying here to pester Hermione, she turned around and trotted away towards the castle with red eye circles. It wasn't until the sound of her footsteps completely disappeared that Hermione, who had successfully transplanted the herb into the transformed flower pot, turned her head and glanced at the back of Asia, who was gradually approaching the edge of the Black Lake, and then she did not continue to stay in the forbidden area. Lynn stayed on the periphery, but returned to the carriage with the herb in his arms. She sent the herbs into the greenhouse, then returned to her dormitory, stayed there for about 3 minutes, then left the dormitory and walked straight towards the principal's office. After this, Hermione never met this girl named Asia. The conversation between them seemed to make that weak girl completely give up, and she no longer wanted to get to know Hermione and become friends. The time came to the end of October. John would squat by the Black Lake almost whenever he had time during this period, but more than a month has passed, and he still hasn't found anything in it. During this period, he also learned something about this mirror-like lake from Cedric. He learned that after Cedric entered Hogwarts Castle to study, he had never heard of any big things. Rumors of squid. The huge monster seemed to have disappeared from the bottom of the lake after the castle changed hands, and never appeared in front of the students again. Hermione would sometimes come to the lake with John, but John was fishing, and she was reading a book while observing the movements on the Marauders map. Today looks like another unproductive day. John raised his fishing rod, sighed, and threw the big fish weighing almost 4 pounds that had bitten the hook back into the lake. Hermione, who was also sitting on the grass, raised her head. She habitually glanced at the Marauders map first, and then comforted her. There is still some time before the second project starts, so don't worry too much. How is the matter assigned to you by Professor Dumbledore going? Still waiting for the opportunity. I can't make any moves yet. I need to watch the movement in the castle. You still have to be cautious. If you encounter a situation where you need to make a choice, you must choose the one that can guarantee your safety. Follow me, your own survival is the most important thing. Hearing John's last proud words, Hermione rolled her eyes calmly. She could feel that John seemed to really think that he was a life-saving person, but in fact, whether it was in her or other students' hearts, John was the most reassuring every time he went out to do something. It is also the most worrying. What is reassuring is that he can always solve all the difficulties satisfactorily, but what is not reassuring is that when encountering sacrifices, he will always give priority to himself. It was like when he was in exile on the sea. Every time he got off the boat, he assured everyone that he would give priority to protecting his own life, but every time he basically put himself in the most dangerous situation and let other students go first. It's just that Hermione can't hate John's no self-knowledge. Because in this regard, they are actually the same person, just like Hermione once thought about giving up on herself and letting John rescue all the other low-grade hemp students. Just as they finished their relaxing time by the lake today and were walking towards the carriage, Hermione suddenly stopped in her tracks as if she had noticed something while looking in the direction of the castle. Chapter 372-370 Asia Conrad. Seeing the shoe floating on the lake, Hermione subconsciously stopped. She looked in the direction of Asia, and found that the girl who was obviously older than her was also looking at her timidly. Just the moment the eyes of the two met in mid-air, Asia lowered her eyes in a panic, as if she didn't dare to look at Hermione. Hermione stayed in place for 3 or 4 seconds, but in the end she didn't turn a blind eye to this matter. She waved her wand lightly, and the black leather shoe floating on the water like a boat flew out of the lake, and she held it in her hand. Hermione walked towards Asia while using the drying charm on the wet shoe. She could tell that this girl with long pale blonde hair was very beautiful, with soft facial features that made people feel protective when looking at her, and with a slender figure, she was a good seedling who was very suitable for ballet dancing. Having such appearance conditions, and being bullied by female students who are more noble than himself, the reasons needless to say, can be seen by normal people. Campus bullying often has very simple reasons. It is nothing more than the vanity and jealousy of students. There are very few conflicts that are fundamentally conflicts of interest like adults. Hermione didn't walk in front of Asia, but just put the shoe on the ground after getting close. Why not try to resist? She looked at the girl and asked calmly. The school robes of the two different styles of Hogwarts made it easy for Asia to distinguish Hermione's identity. She was pale and did not dare to look up at Hermione's face. Instead of talking to Hermione, Hermione actually didn't intend to hear any answers. She just saw what happened to Asia now, and thought of the days when she was enslaved in this castle, so she just asked casually. In fact, with the current Hermione, she still has no way to understand, why are oppressed and enslaved such miserable assholes. In the environment of Hogwarts Castle, there are still people who want to resist and maintain independent thinking. However, these half-blood wizards who were also bullied and discriminated against only wanted to be content with the status quo, and never had any intention of changing the current situation. I learned from John that people like Cedric among the mixed-race students are just an outlier, and Hermione asked him this question. John also answered some of his insights to her. He said that human nature is always moderate, and when they are enslaved at the bottom of society, they will try their best to resist, because they may die if they don't resist, and they may die if they resist. If it succeeds, there may still be a glimmer of hope to survive. But for half-blood wizards, although they also suffered discrimination from pure blood, it was far from life-threatening, and if they dared to resist, there was a high probability of death. In addition, there is an even worse class of hemp seed as psychological comfort and exchange of benefits, so they also suffer from unequal treatment. Almost no half-blood wizards want to try to overthrow Voldemort's blood rule. Hermione could understand part of John's explanation. She switched herself to the position of a half-blood wizard, and thought about it. However, even if they make resistance, they will definitely not focus on overthrowing Voldemort's rule, but try their best to correct reforms in the system and improve the status of half-blood wizards, so as to strive for equality. After thinking about this, Hermione actually didn't have much contempt for these mixed-race students, but was full of pity. Compared to the hemp breeds who seem to be oppressed to death, these half-blood wizards will never turn over under the slavery of this bloodline rule. After putting the shoes on the ground, Hermione didn't expect any decent answer from Asia, so she turned around and prepared to go back in the direction of the Hogwarts carriage. It was only after she took 2 steps forward that she vaguely heard a weak voice coming from behind. "Thank you, thank you." Hermione's footsteps did not stop, she still walked forward with her back to the girl. After going through this incident, Hermione didn't take it seriously. In addition to attending classes, she usually has a lot of energy to be restrained by the tasks in the castle. In addition to reading books in her spare time, she basically stares at the Marauder's map all the time, observing the movements of the characters in the castle. After the first project, even if Voldemort didn't find anything in the castle, he seemed to have noticed something, and raised enough vigilance, not only increased the guard work on the entire school, but also transferred from the Ministry of Magic more Aurors enforced a strict curfew policy, patrolling the castle at night. This made it more difficult for Hermione to infiltrate the castle again. It was necessary to figure out the usual patrol habits of these Aurors before thinking about the next infiltration. On the 3rd day after meeting Asia that day, one morning, when Hermione got off the carriage and tried to find some herbs that might have some effect along the edge of the Forbidden Forest to enrich the greenhouse on the carriage, she saw the girl who looked perfect for ballet for the 2nd time. Aisha obviously came to find her on her own initiative, otherwise there would be no students in the castle who would come to the place where the carriage was. Even if Barty Jr. and Snape didn't expressly stipulate it, this area has spontaneously become a taboo in the hearts of the students. Let alone coming to the carriage, even approaching in a certain direction is cautious. And Asia found a good opportunity. Now it was class time, she didn't seem to have class, and saw Hermione walking on the edge of the Forbidden Forest from a distance in the tower of the castle, and then, like a frightened deer, she avoided averting the guards around the castle. The Auror looked for him with a nervous blushing face. "What do you want to do?" After seeing her, Hermione raised her vigilance. She was not fooled by the girl's appearance. Ever since she was taken away from her parents at the age of 11, Hermione had the most basic suspicion of any stranger no matter what she used. Even when she first confirmed John's identity, it took her 3 full months, and finally she made a huge gamble to establish initial trust between the two. The girl in front of her is obviously far from this level. Aisha. Aisha stopped at a distance of about 5 meters from Hermione. Her voice was still weak, but it sounded like a bully. My name is Asia Conrad." Hermione still looked at her with a distant look in her eyes. "Then what?" "Thank you, you helped me pick up my shoes that day." "Easy to do." I want to know you." Asia seemed to muster up the courage to say such a sentence. Hermione didn't answer right away, she just looked at the girl. The dark green Hogwarts castle school robe with the silver trim that symbolizes the Half-Blood College was well dressed on her body, and her long pale golden hair was well styled. Meticulous, with a pearl-white bracelet on his wrist. When Hermione saw the bracelet, Hermione's eyes paused for a second. The style of the thing was a bit special, and it was obviously not a creation in the wizarding world where most of the accessories were still in the medieval style. "Hermione Granger, if you only want to know my name, then your goal has been achieved." There was a cheerful smile on Asia's face, but she didn't seem satisfied with just leaving after knowing Hermione's name, but continued to ask. "What are you looking for?" Hermione didn't look at her anymore, but lowered her head to check the surrounding bushes. "Herbs, or plants with magical powers. There are very few such things on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Professor Graplan told us that only in the depths of the Forbidden Forest will there be precious resources." If I can enter the Forbidden Forest, of course I will go to the depths to find it, but obviously I can't do it now. Hermione said casually. She didn't have much talk with Asia, instead she showed a distant attitude. Don't you like me too? Asia obviously felt Hermione's alienation. She asked timidly, with a little grievance in her voice. Hermione said without raising her head. There is no like or dislike, it's just that the camp we get along with is not suitable for us to have more exchanges. If you just want to get to know me and thank me, then this is enough for today. If you want to make friends with me, then I suggest we wait until we liberate Hogwarts Castle before we formally get to know each other. Asia pursed her lips. Mr. Principal, he is very good. Of course, no one will deny this, but he is not invincible, right? Hermione seemed to have discovered her target. She fixed her eyes on a plant with some yellow leaves among the bushes, and then took out a small shovel from her robe pocket. In the past, he could only carry out some underground terrorist activities in the UK. Even if he won Professor Dumbledore later, didn't he only lose once not long ago? But if you fail, you will definitely die. If there is no freedom and dignity, then life is better than death. After Hermione finished speaking, she seemed to have completely lost the desire to talk to Asia. Instead, she squatted next to the plant she identified, and began to carefully dig it out of the soil skillfully. Asia looked a little lost. Instead of staying here to pester Hermione, she turned around and trotted away towards the castle with red eye circles. It wasn't until the sound of her footsteps completely disappeared that Hermione, who had successfully transplanted the herb into the transformed flower pot, turned her head and glanced at the back of Asia, who was gradually approaching the edge of the Black Lake, and then she did not continue to stay in the forbidden area. Lynn stayed on the periphery, but returned to the carriage with the herb in his arms. She sent the herbs into the greenhouse, then returned to her dormitory, stayed there for about 3 minutes, then left the dormitory and walked straight towards the principal's office. After this, Hermione never met this girl named Asia. The conversation between them seemed to make that weak girl completely give up, and she no longer wanted to get to know Hermione and become friends. The time came to the end of October. John would squat by the Black Lake almost whenever he had time during this period, but more than a month has passed, and he still hasn't found anything in it. During this period, he also learned something about this mirror-like lake from Cedric. He learned that after Cedric entered Hogwarts Castle to study, he had never heard of any big things. Rumors of squid. The huge monster seemed to have disappeared from the bottom of the lake after the castle changed hands, and never appeared in front of the students again. Hermione would sometimes come to the lake with John, but John was fishing, and she was reading a book while observing the movements on the Marauder's map. Today looks like another unproductive day. John raised his fishing rod, sighed, and threw the big fish weighing almost 4 pounds that had bitten the hook back into the lake. Hermione, who was also sitting on the grass, raised her head. She habitually glanced at the Marauder's map first, and then comforted her. There is still some time before the second project starts, so don't worry too much. How is the matter assigned to you by Professor Dumbledore going? Still waiting for the opportunity. I can't make any moves yet, I need to watch the movement in the castle. You still have to be cautious. If you encounter a situation where you need to make a choice, you must choose the one that can guarantee your safety. Follow me, your own survival is the most important thing. Hearing John's last proud words, Hermione rolled her eyes calmly. She could feel that John seemed to really think that he was a life-saving person, but in fact, whether it was in her or other students' hearts, John was the most reassuring every time he went out to do something. It is also the most worrying. What is reassuring is that he can always solve all the difficulties satisfactorily, but what is not reassuring is that when encountering sacrifices, he will always give priority to himself. It was like when he was in exile on the sea. Every time he got off the boat, he assured everyone that he would give priority to protecting his own life, but every time he basically put himself in the most dangerous situation and let other students go first. It's just that Hermione can't hate John's no self-knowledge. Because in this regard, they are actually the same person, just like Hermione once thought about giving up on herself and letting John rescue all the other low-grade hemp students. Just as they finished their relaxing time by the lake today and were walking towards the carriage, Hermione suddenly stopped in her tracks as if she had noticed something while looking in the direction of the castle. Chapter 374-372. Thank you, Miss Granger. Floyd's body fell straight to the back, and the rope produced by the binding spell was tightly wrapped around her body. Apart from being able to speak with her mouth, her body could no longer make any movements. Her two attendants only dared to hold up their wands, but they didn't even have the guts to fight back. It wasn't until Hermione turned her eyes on them that one of the girls tremblingly wanted to use the stunning spell, but the spell didn't even touch Hermione's clothes, so it flew into the distance and hit ground lawn. There was no difficulty at all, and Hermione directly dealt with the three pure-blood girls. To be honest, she herself found it inconceivable that in Hogwarts Castle under Voldemort's control, pure-blood students have been crippled to such an extent. But in fact, of course not all pure-bloods are trash, but Hermione met these kind of notorious dark wizards like Hermione, who happened to be lazy, and they were bullying and afraid of hard work. They didn't even have the courage to fight back. Because of fear, Freud did not dare to shout loudly, and the place they chose to torture Asia was also very ingenious, which fulfilled the sentence, no matter how loud you shout, no one will come to rescue you. You can't do this. Do you think you are saving this little by stopping us? No. As long as the professors know about this and know that you cast spells on us just to save this mixed-race student, she will definitely be tortured to death. As if thinking of something, Floyd was nervous and hurriedly told Hermione the consequences of doing so, trying to save the situation. As long as you don't hurt me, and my two friends, let us go, then I promise we won't tell the professor what happened today, and this little won't be hurt. Granger, it's Granger, right? I promise on behalf of the Floyd family. Hermione didn't look at her from the beginning to the end, but just sat beside Asia. Did you see? They are like this, not only them, but also the professors in this castle. No matter how hideous these people are usually, if they lose their force, they will be a puddle of mud. The short-term ups and downs have made Asia's mood fluctuate a lot. She kept shedding tears and sobbing softly, like a timid kitten who didn't even dare to make her cry louder. After Hermione sat next to her, she couldn't help but buried her head in Hermione's knee, holding her slender waist with both hands and crying bitterly. Floyd thought that Asia was frightened by what she said just now, and she felt that Hermione would definitely feel softened by Asia's current behavior, so she said more excitedly and hastily. Not only will I not tell what happened today, I also swear to Granger. I will never trouble this again. You must not kill us, right? Since Dumbledore is willing to come to the competition, he certainly does not want to conflict with Mr. Principal. You can't kill us, you can only trust me. Let us go, Granger. Hermione didn't push Asia away, allowing her tears to soak her robe, and at the same time stretched out her hand, gently stroking the hair of this girl who was clearly 2 years older than her. Did you forget that there is a kind of magic in the magic world called the forgetting curse? Hearing Hermione's words, Floyd suddenly tightened his eyes, but soon she pretended to be relaxed and smiled reluctantly. But you have only just learned magic for less than 2 years, right? The Oblivion Curse is a very profound magic. Even if you randomly find a 7th grade student in the castle, you may not be able to master it, let alone you are only in the 4th grade. A year as a slave in the castle, don't scare me, Granger, releasing me is the only thing you can do. The more she talked about the latter, she didn't know whether she had persuaded Hermione, but she seemed to have been convinced by her own words, and her tone became more and more decisive, as if she was sure that Hermione would not do anything to her. She won't, can't I? A voice that did not belong to everyone present suddenly sounded. Floyd suddenly turned his head and looked at the boy who didn't know when he appeared on the grass with a look of astonishment. After seeing that face that had appeared on the Daily Prophet many times, the astonishment on his face it also turned into panic. Hermione also raised her head to look at the unexpected visitor, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a shallow arc, and Asia, who was buried in her knees, also looked up blankly with red eyes and saw the man who had been there during this time. The students in the entire castle are swearing at the students who are terrified. When did you follow? Hey, we've known each other for so long, Hermione, you don't really think I didn't notice that you're feeling a little different after getting back into the car? Then why didn't you ask me? If I ask, you must tell me directly, that would be so boring. First hide it from you, and then show up suddenly when you need me, so you will get a surprise and I will be satisfied. We are a win-win situation, aren't we? Has anyone ever said that a hobby like yours is bad taste? It doesn't seem to be there, but there are so many people here, we can find the answer by asking anyone at random. Miss, I remember that your name seems to be Freud. Do you think I am very funny? John raised his eyebrows and walked to Floyd with questions. He just approached and screamed in fright, just like Asia, who was forced by them before, constantly wanting to step back and try to stay away from him. Don't kill me. Please. Don't kill me. It turned out to be a victim of paranoia. John shrugged his shoulders, then waved his wand casually, and the next moment Freud's eyes suddenly became hollow. Floyd's two followers also burst into tears, but unfortunately this is the place they chose. No matter how loudly they cried, no one came to rescue them. Following the same pattern, John also made the eyes of the two of them hollow, clearing the memory of them seeing Hermione and himself here today, and then weaving a false memory of Asia running away from them to fill it in. Change to another place, Miss Granger, the hero who saved the beauty, or it will cost me a lot of hands and feet when they wake up. Facing John's ridicule, Hermione just stretched out her hand and slapped him on the shoulder, then helped Asia and followed John towards the edge of the forbidden forest near the carriage. They can't get too close to the carriage, it's the key monitoring target of the Aurors, and the two of them taking a student from the castle there will definitely cause trouble for Asia's future. After helping Hermione solve the follow-up problems, John didn't stay here any longer. He is not a patriarch who cares about everything. He just found something wrong with Hermione's expression on the carriage and went to help with him. Now that the matter was over, he had no intention of intervening in Hermione's social life. Knowing John, a student in the castle, certainly doesn't feel like it's a big deal. He also met Cedric in the Forbidden Forest before. Can't Hermione stage a heroic rescue? So John didn't intend to overwhelm the guests. After bidding farewell to Hermione, he reminded her not to forget that it would be dinner time soon, and left in the direction of the carriage. By this time, Asia's emotions had gradually stabilized. She was still sobbing softly, bowing her head and thanking Hermione softly. Thank you, Miss Granger. So why didn't you resist? Hermione looked at her calmly and asked this question again. Asia grabbed the sides of the robe with both hands. If I resist, they will bully me even more, and my parents will also cause trouble to them. My mother taught me not to cause trouble in school. So you can bear that she wants to cast a curse on you, turning you into a beast that is neither human nor ghost. Tears flowed from Asia's eyes again, and her red and swollen eyes looked up at Hermione. Yes, but I am the only one who suffers like that, right? At least I won't bring trouble to my parents. Hermione fell silent. She quietly looked at the seemingly weak girl, as if she was looking at herself more than a year ago. The difference between the two of them is that Hermione wants to sacrifice herself to save more classmates, while Asia now wants to sacrifice herself to stabilize the life of her parents. She didn't accuse her of weak powers because both had made the same choice. It was just because Hermione was lucky enough to meet John at that time, But now what kind of luck can Asia have to meet someone like she met John back then? Or let the current Hermione be the former John? Hermione didn't have that idea, and it can be said that Hermione still can't think of this for the time being. This time, when he comes to Hogwarts Castle, not only John needs to work hard to win the Triwizard Tournament, but Hermione herself also needs to work hard. Important task. About Asia, there is not much she can do now. Your bracelet is very beautiful. After the atmosphere was silent for a long time, Hermione changed the subject and focused on the bracelet on Asia's left wrist. Asia sniffled, and set her eyes on her wrists. After seeing the bracelets, her eyes were unobtrusively dull for a moment, but the next second she changed back to normal look. My mom gave it to me for my 16th birthday. She probably bought it in a Muggle jewelry store. Hermione stared at the bracelet and said, "When I was brought to Hogwarts Castle, my mother also wore a bracelet exactly like yours. It was a skewer, it was given to her by her father on her wedding anniversary that year." Asia is a sensitive girl, she heard the unusualness in Hermione's calm tone, so she asked in a low voice. "Do you miss your parents?" "Of course I miss them." Hermione didn't hide her feelings, "But I can't recognize them yet, but Professor Dumbledore told us that after this Triwizard Tournament is over, maybe our parents will. The forgetting curse can be lifted, at least in France it has been determined to be safe, and then I will be able to recognize them again." Asia's eyes lit up. "Congratulations. This kind of congratulations in advance means that you also think that we are sure to win this game, right? Your friend, that boy named John Green, is very powerful. I heard a lot about him in the castle. In fact, he is usually very out of tune, but he is more reliable than anyone else in critical moments. So, if you also believe that he can win the championship in the end, then in fact, after the game is over, you will be in the same situation. Will be changed," Hermione said softly. Asia raised her head, she didn't seem to understand what Hermione said. "Don't forget the content of the bet between Professor Dumbledore and your headmaster, not only about the ownership of the French magic world, but also this Hogwarts castle." Hermione looked up at the towering castle. "Whoever wins this competition will obtain the uniqueness of the school name Hogwarts and the ownership of this castle. At that time, the professor will definitely try to keep all the students. After that, you will be able to have a normal campus life." "Is it really possible?" Asia asked in a small voice, with hope in his eyes, but his tone was obviously a little unconfident. For some unknown reason, Hermione suddenly remembered the words that John once said to herself in the castle, "The other Hogwarts professors never lie." She laughed, also making a promise. "Sure." As if moved by Hermione's promise, Asia also became cheerful and brightened. She saw the smile on Hermione's face and smiled on her own face. This girl is obviously 2 years younger than her, but it gives her a sense of security that she has never had before. Asia had disappeared from the castle for a long time, she could no longer chat with Hermione here, and before Hermione could say anything, she offered to go back. "Try not to be alone when you go back, and avoid these people who bully you. If they still want to tie you out of the castle and curse you, then call for help, and I will hear you." This promise shouldn't have been kept. Hermione warned herself from the beginning not to have too much relationship with the students in the castle at this time, but in the end she couldn't hold back from saying it. Asia's red eye circles hadn't subsided yet, but she looked at her smiling face as bright as the sun. "Thank you, Miss Granger." Chapter 375-373. Prom. The winter in the UK is significantly colder than that in France. But John basically spent last winter in the Arctic Circle, so the coldness after returning to England did not make him uncomfortable. It's just that after entering November, there is still no news from Lyon, and John basically has no hope of learning the animagus this year. After entering winter, the chances of thunderstorms and snowstorms in July are almost the same, but fortunately, John was not so lucky to be able to learn animagus in half a year. And at the end of November, John learned from Dumbledore that there would be a different event on Christmas Day the week before the game started. Dance party? This game is about to become a life and death duel, and there is still a dance party. John's eyes widened, obviously puzzled after receiving the news. Dumbledore leaned back in the chair relaxedly, with a gentle smile on his face. Of course it will be held. No matter what the purpose of this competition is, it is a Triwizard tournament, and the Yule Ball is the tradition of the Triwizard tournament. This will not be erased. John had already thought of that scene in his mind. So when the time comes, I still need those people to dance in a hall. Then start a life and death duel 5 days later. It's in line with gentleman's etiquette, isn't it? Dumbledore blinked and said, even opponents can dance together on a formal occasion. John curled his lips, really? According to their blood theory, shouldn't it be a humiliation to pure blood that I can enter the auditorium? Dumbledore suddenly looked at John strangely. You don't seem to want to go to this dance. John was found to be thinking carefully, but he didn't deny it, he just spread his hands and said. Professor, you know, I was an orphan before I was taken to the carriage. After I came to the carriage, I was rarely idle for a few days. Even in my free time, I basically stayed in the library or by the lake. So I can't dance at all. John said bluntly. Dumbledore smiled, and that smile was obviously joyful and happy. John, as long as you are human, you can't do everything. No one asks you to learn so much in this short career of more than 10 years. There are still nearly 2 months before the Christmas ball. I believe you just set aside half an hour a day to practice and you'll see what you're good at. John put a face on his face. Even though Dumbledore had expressed his full trust in him, John was still not very happy to attend the ball. As I said before, he actually hates the kind of activities that show his face, especially dancing in public, which made John, who was half socially phobic in his previous life, subconsciously resist. Can't I not go? Dumbledore crossed his hands, as if he was seriously thinking about John's proposal. If we want to control the public opinion, it's better to attend this dance. Just like now, we come to the castle to participate in the competition, but as the owner of the castle, Riddle has always been very wary of us. On the edge of the Forbidden Forest, even the castle is not allowed to enter. It seems that we have been underestimated, but as the headmaster of a school, the current titular master of the British magic world, he will let the outside world see that his behavior is not the slightest the spirit of being a leader. It's the same at this ball. The more we are treated rudely, the more we can contrast with his actions. Of course, if this kind of performance is not meaningful when Riddle still maintains an absolute advantage, but it's in our favor when things get to a stalemate. He explained the pros and cons to John clearly, but finally said with a smile. Of course, if you really don't want to participate in this ball, then it's okay for us to retaliate against Riddle, as long as we can win this game in the end. Who will think of blaming us for this at that time? Woolen cloth. John hesitated for a moment, then asked again. Will the dance be long? As a warrior, you have to be the lead dancer at the beginning of the dance, and after the lead dance is over, you can freely control your own time. Speaking of this, Dumbledore narrowly winked at him. Is there a girl you like? If you are embarrassed to ask, I can use the power of the principal to help. John put on a bad face. Whatever, but Professor, don't expect too much from my performance at the ball. I have no interest in dancing. Ha, I believe nothing can stop you, John. If you are sure you want to participate, I will ask Vader to help. She comes from a family with strict etiquette and is very good at dancing. Ours to teach you. Then follow your arrangement. When can I go to see Professor Rozier? She usually drinks tea in the professor's lounge after dinner, and that time is just right. After listening to Dumbledore's arrangement, John got up from his chair and stretched. I continued to squat by the Black Lake, hoping to find out today. Don't worry, there are still 2 months before the start of the second project, and this is not the main task. Even if you don't find out in the end, it won't have much impact on our final arrangement. I know the professor, but I've been idle lately anyway, so I can count on finding something for myself. While talking, John waved his back to Dumbledore, and then left the principal's office. The fire beside the wall was jumping, and Dumbledore was the only one left in the office. He leaned against the back of the chair, folded his hands in front of him, and stared quietly at the orange fire with his blue eyes. Tom. What are you trying to do? When we were exiled in the carriage, we didn't actually feel much fear, because everyone knew that the professors would protect us. On some major festivals, such as the day of the first term or Christmas Day, Hagrid, that is, the coachman who drives the carriage, will take us to a place charming enough for us to have a nice dinner there. Hermione told Asia about the life in the carriage, and the two were looking for herbs that could be transplanted on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. They chose a very suitable location, just behind the Quidditch pitch. With this huge building as a cover, people in the direction of the castle cannot see them, which is a good protection for Asia. Hearing Hermione's life, Asia's face was full of envy. I have never been out of the UK, not even in Devon. My family is there, because our family was judged to be a half-blood wizard by the Ministry of Magic, so all departures need to be reported to the Ministry of Magic. You can move freely only if you allow it, which will cost Dad a lot of money, and my mother said that the magic world has not been peaceful these years, so my family hasn't traveled for a long time. The Ministry of Magic also has strict jurisdiction over mixed blood. I heard from my father that in the past few years, it has been relaxed, but when I go to the Ministry of Magic to handle some key matters, I have to spend money to bribe the purebloods, otherwise it is basically impossible to get things done. Hermione frowned slightly. Is this all on the surface? It's an open secret, everyone knows it, but no one will say it outright. Hermione and Atia have known each other for almost a month, and after the incident that saved her from bullying, they have met here many times together. This 6th grade mixed-race girl obviously didn't have many friends in the castle, and among the students who followed Dumbledore to Hogwarts Castle, Hermione didn't have many close friends except John, especially the girls. So the two hit it off by accident in the process of getting along. However, Hermione strictly grasped the scale. During the chat between the two, except for some daily life in the carriage, she did not reveal any more information, including the adventure at sea last year. She even said nothing. Did not mention. It's not that she doesn't trust Asia so much, but that sometimes not letting her know too much is protecting her instead. Can you talk about that John Green? Asia helped Hermione straighten a plant of herbs so that she could use a shovel to dig. There are many rumors about him in the castle, and the purebloods will hate him to death. Well, say that he is a born dark wizard, and he can't eat without killing a person every day with the killing curse. Hearing her serious tone, Hermione couldn't help laughing. If John hears these words by himself, he doesn't know how many times he will roll his eyes. The professors in your school have really worked hard to discredit him. In fact, just think about it. If John really has the rumors, if it was so cruel, then how could he have rescued so many students from the castle, as well as me? But everyone believed it. Asia tilted her head and said, students around me also, But Diggory always thought this rumor was suspicious. When the school first started, he stopped everyone from speaking ill of you. He was suspected of being a sympathetic mood-blood, but he stopped saying that later, but he didn't participate in the belittling of others. Diggory. Hermione carefully took the herb out of the soil, and before the roots waving wildly like tentacles after leaving the soil could react, she suddenly pressed it back into the plant that had been prepared earlier. In a flower pot. Asia supported her knees with both hands, bent down to watch Hermione's smooth operation, Her face was full of amazement. Yes, Cedric Diggory, I feel that he is an outlier among everyone. He was very popular among his classmates before, and he was friendly to everyone, and as long as someone asked him for help, he would agree. I agree. In the past 2 years, because of his remarks and actions, many people felt that he had become dangerous. This caused many people to alienate him, and even Professor Greengrass talked to him several times alone. Of course Hermione knew about Cedric. After John came out of the Forbidden Forest, Hermione was also there when he told what happened to him in it. In fact, she even knew that there was something wrong with this boy earlier than John, but of course she would not say these things in front of Asia. Then he is indeed an outlier. After the herb was settled, Asia was about to bid farewell to Hermione. She couldn't leave the castle for too long. If she did so frequently, other people would definitely notice the problem, so she worked hard every day to restrain her time with Hermione. Even if it was the happiest time of her day. See you later. Under the sun, the shy smiling girl waved to Hermione, and Hermione also waved to her with the flower pot in her hand. Goodbye. Asia turned around happily, and the long pale golden hair was jumping happily behind her, just like the girl's mood at this time. At the beginning, she was still humming a brisk tune, hopping across the Quidditch pitch like a little girl, but after leaving the cover of the pitch, she saw the towering castle. She slowly changed back to her normal walking pace, until she came under the shadow of the castle. Her beautiful long hair stopped jumping, and her steps became subconsciously heavy. Under the watchful eyes of the Aurors guarding the castle, she showed that timidity again, and walked into the castle cautiously. It is lunchtime now, and the corridor on the first floor is full of students coming in and out of the auditorium, talking and laughing as they pass by Asia. After Asia was in the castle, she always kept her head down, holding the robe with both hands in front of her body, and focused all her attention on the style of the robes of the students around her. Whenever she saw students passing by with school robes embroidered with gold, she will try to stay away from these people like a frightened rabbit. Walking into the auditorium, where most of the students were still eating their lunch, Asia came to the long table belonging to the mixed-race students. Seeing her sitting over, someone around looked up at her curiously. Asia, you seem to like to go outside the castle all the time recently. Did you pick up any new hobbies? Asia picked up the knife and fork on the table, and at the same time replied in a small voice. No, I just feel a little bored and want to go outside. No one has any doubts about her words. Asia's personality is usually like this. She is very timid and easily bullied. The student who asked the question lost interest in asking questions after hearing her answer, and Asia was able to finish the lunch safely. However, just as she left the auditorium after finishing her lunch, and was about to go back to the dormitory, a thin man with a faint smile on his face stood in front of her halfway. Conrad, do you have time to talk to me in the office? Under one person, Tangman Jr. Marshall Uncle, you have to experience it to know the warmth and coldness of the world. You have to face it before you know the righteousness of the country. Tang Qian is a time traveler, and the timing of time travel is not good. Since this year, he has met many people and many things. Zhang Jiwei from Longhushan beat him up, and Duan Muying from Jishatang saved him. He has been depressed and angry, but there is only one thing that has not wavered. The same person under one person. The timeline is in 1937. Chapter 376-374. Dirty Blood. The moment he saw little Barty, Asia's whole body froze. At the corner of the stairs, very few students passed by, and now there are only two of them alone. Professor Crouch. She could only lower her head and call out the title of professor, and then there was no more action, let alone rejection. Not to mention Asia, who is cowardly by nature. Even a random pure-blood student can only act submissively in front of little Barty. Little Barty obviously didn't think about the possibility of Asia's rejection. After speaking, he turned and walked towards his office. Anastasia could only follow behind him with a pale face. At this time, the girl had already thought of the worst possibility. In this castle, no matter if they are pure blood or mixed blood, contacting those enslaved mudbloods in private is a major violation of school rules, let alone said that during the Triwizard tournament, I went to contact Dumbledore's group. Not long after I met Hermione and returned to the castle, I was blocked by little Barty, and Asia didn't think there was any other possibility. Soon, in Barty Jr.'s office, Asia stood opposite the Professor of Charms from the Pure Blood Academy. Compared with Snape's Vice Principal's office, Barty Jr.'s professor's office is much more refined. In addition to the books and materials that look precious, there are also some restrained colors and well-crafted workmanship on the bookcase. Fine porcelain and carvings. There are soft cashmere carpets on the floor, and gorgeous crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Compared with Barty Jr.'s office, Snape's office can be called shabby. I heard that you have been very close to those people on the edge of the Forbidden Forest recently. Little Barty looked down at the collected homework for charms on his desk, picked up the parchment, and asked casually. However, after hearing his question, Asia's whole body trembled violently, her face turned from pale to pale, and her two slender hands grabbed the robe in front of her uneasily, even the sound of breathing they all held back, unable to speak a word. Don't be nervous, of course I can understand you doing such a thing, Freud, and those people think you are very displeasing and want to kick you out of school, and that trash from the Flint family actually wants to use that the persecution of several girls made you ask him for help in the end, so that he can handle you better, and after teasing you, you don't have to worry about being responsible, and you don't need to be afraid of being punished because your family knows about it. Listening to Barty Jr.'s light talk about the situation he was facing, Asia's pale face did not show much despair and tension at this time, but gradually revealed a kind of numbness. Numbness to oneself, to the future, to everything experienced today. Little Barty casually marked the homework he was correcting with an A, then raised his head and glanced at the girl standing there with her head down, like a lifeless rag doll. When encountering such a thing, you actually know it yourself. Even if you finally succumb and are willing to succumb to that trash of Flint, getting his temporary asylum will not help at all. Freud's jealousy will only become more serious. Wang Sheng, the two of them have decided on their marriage since they were young, and sooner or later they will become a family. And by that time, Flint will definitely not risk offending his other half to protect you, that when you include your parents, the best result is to lose all the jobs and income in the wizarding world, and become a beggar in Nocturne Alley. Of course, the high probability result is that there will be no Cornell in the future British wizarding world. The family. He put down the homework in his hands and raised his head. So you have actually chosen to endure Freud's torture, right? No matter what you will experience, at least you will be the only one who bears the consequences in the end and will not implicate your family. It is a brave decision, really brave, Kong Ned. This gentle encouragement and acknowledgement made Asia's body tremble slightly, and Barty Jr. told her everything she had thought in her heart before. She no longer had such dead numbness, but remembered a soft sob, looking at Barty Jr. with some disbelief in his reddened eyes. Little Barty's smile is very friendly, like a spiritual mentor who rescues a lost girl. It is so heartwarming. Professor Crouch. Aisha once again called out little Barty's voice tremblingly, this time with hope in her voice. She thought of Professor Greengrass, and thought of those professors who, although they were pure blood, still taught them in front of them and never showed their pedigree contempt. Junior. Barty's words sparked hope in her heart. Perhaps the previous rumors about Professor Crouch were all wrong? Just like the untrue rumors about Hermione and the others circulating among the students, maybe Professor Crouch was actually misunderstood. In fact, he has never looked down on any mixed-race students. He is just as he has always been. Gentle and polite, is a professor who really cares about every student. However, The second she raised her head full of hope, a heavy object hit her head heavily. The huge force made Asia stagger and almost fell to the ground, and the violent stinging pain from the top of her head continuously stimulated her from the blackened eyes and nearly lost consciousness, and regained her consciousness. Boom! The heavy book that hit Asia's head fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Asia stared blankly at Crouch, whose gentle smile still remained undiminished. Scarlet blood permeated her pale golden hair, slowly slid across her cheeks along her forehead, and finally converged on her chin. Beads. Why? Professor? The girl could only ask this question helplessly and at a loss. The smile on Barty Jr.'s face didn't diminish in the slightest. Instead, it seemed that the smile became more and more cheerful because of seeing the changes and reactions of Asia. Why? No reason, Conrad. You are indeed brave, but since you have already made such a brave decision, why did you accept the help of that mudblood in the end? As long as you refuse her, this matter will soon reach its ultimate goal. A good result. Flint gave up his fantasies about you, Freud completed his revenge and kept his own marriage, and you, as the most fundamental trouble, will be solved. How good it is, why don't you follow what you have already done? Make a decision and choose to do it? Why do you still have the illusion that you can live safely in the end? Think that little mudblood can save you. Patter. Blood dripped on the white cashmere carpet, leaving a small patch of dazzling blood red. Facing Barty Jr.'s questioning, Asia couldn't speak anymore. Her eyes were empty and lifeless like a stone sculpture that had been deprived of her life. No one can bear the experience of igniting hope from despair, and then being shattered the next second the hope has just risen. Desperate like falling into an abyss. Little Batty stood up from his position, and he walked gently in front of Asia with a wand in his hand. He stretched out his hand, gently stroking a Scion's face stained with scarlet blood. What a poor child, Asia, who obviously just needs to accept his fate, yet he is still deceived by those people into thinking that he still has the possibility of getting rid of his fate. Look, they are the biggest scourge, the culprits who undermine the current stability of the magic world. The culprit, killing them all and sending them to Azkaban as food for those dementors is the best result for us, isn't it? Asia's eyes were lifeless, facing little Batty's words, she just looked at him blankly, as if she had become dumb. Little Barty withdrew his blood-stained hand, rubbed the sticky blood between the fingertips of his index finger and thumb, then put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it. The corners of his mouth showed unabashed sarcasm and contempt. What a dirty bastard! He waved his wand, and the scarlet between his fingers disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he raised his wand again and tapped Asia's head. I didn't recite the mantra, and I couldn't feel any changes in Asia's whole body, but an inexplicable feeling came from this girl. Little Barty approached Asia and whispered in her ear. If you know that you are doomed, you must want to give your most precious thing to your most precious friend, right? This is a good thing, little Conrad, this is the best thing, you can do it boldly. Asia still didn't respond, but Barty Jr. knew that the preparations he needed to do had been completely completed. He tapped the girl's head again with his wand, changing her memory after meeting him at the corner of the stairs, then sat back in his seat and continued to grade the students' homework. It wasn't until 3 or 4 minutes later that Asia woke up in a state like losing her soul, and the blood on her face had almost dried up by now. So have you reflected on your mistakes, Conrad? Little Barty said without raising his head. Asia nodded while weeping softly. I know I was wrong, Professor, I am not qualified to come to you to sue Miss Freud. You know what you did wrong, and I won't give you any other punishment. Go to the school infirmary and heal the injury on your head. Goodbye, Professor Crouch. Asia bowed to Barty Jr., and then left the office. The only thing left here was the shocking scarlet on the cashmere carpet. John obeyed Dumbledore's words, and took half an hour every day after dinner to learn how to dance with Roger. But to be honest, it's not just a matter of his resistance, he really doesn't have any amazing talents. Pay attention to your steps, Professor Green, don't be so restrained, even if you step on me, I won't blame you for anything. John certainly knew that Rozier would not blame him for anything, but anyway, facing such an old lady, John really couldn't bear to do anything disrespectful to him. I'm sorry, Professor Rozier, I feel like I haven't made any progress after practicing for a week. You're just not proficient. No one is born with something, and dancing is the same. There is still a long time before the dance, so don't apologize for it. Rozier comforted. Our teaching today will end here, I should go back and rest. John politely said good night to the vice principal, and then the two separated from the professor's lounge. It's actually still early now, and John didn't intend to go to bed at this time, and there was nothing to do in the car, so he came to the driver's seat in front of the car, wanting to enjoy the evening breeze outside. Hagrid is not here, he has his own room in the carriage when the carriage does not need to move, and will not stay in the driver's seat all the time. So John took the wide chair he was sitting on, which to Hagrid was a normal bench, but to John it could be called a bed. And just as he sat on that bed and was about to check to see if Hagrid's hidden snacks were still there, and add a meal for himself, a voice suddenly sounded not far from him. Mr. Green, the master finally asked Dobby to come to you and said that he wants to meet you. John raised his head and saw Dobby standing on a tree not far from the carriage. It seemed that he had been there for some time, waiting for John to come out. Hearing his words, John's heart suddenly became interested. What did he tell you? Dobby jumped out of the tree, and then walked to the front of the carriage, right in front of John. The master said to let Dobby approach Mr. Green without anyone else present, and then told Mr. Green that he would wait for Green with the little master at the Hog's Head pub in Hogsmeade on the last night of November. Sir's presence? John asked with interest. Are you sure it's the Pig's Head Bar? Yes, Dobby remembers correctly, it's the Pig's Head Bar. John believes that Lucius didn't know the relationship between the owner of the Pig's Head Bar and Dumbledore, that is, he didn't know that the place he chose was actually the enemy's stronghold. How can he be sure that I will definitely go? John continued to ask. Dobby recalled for a while, and then he said. The master said that he will use his original face to see Mr. Green at that time. This is an admission in itself, and it is also handing over the handle to Mr. Green. As long as Mr. Green is a smart person, he cannot refuse. John couldn't help laughing. I don't know if I'm a smart man, but your master, he must be a smart man, a man who pretends to be smart. Chapter 377-375 Lucius' Invitation. Of course, John has no resistance to meeting Malfoy and his son. Even if Lucius is really a person who loves his family, John doesn't have the slightest affection for such a person. When can maintaining family ties be used as a basis for whitewashing? Isn't this the human nature that should be normal as a human being? Besides that, what did the Lucius family do? The self-proclaimed family has a noble lineage, and even in the era when there was no Voldemort and the rise had not yet risen, they had unabashed contempt and disgust for wizards of mumps. After the rise of Voldemort, he actually didn't have the slightest so-called loyalty to his so-called master. He just wanted to be a pure parasite, using the name of bloodline rule to blood for his family and gain benefits. At the same time, when he was the owner of the Auror office, he commanded his subordinates not to be merciless in hunting down the Order of the Phoenix and the Hogwarts carriage, and even many wizards of the Order of the Phoenix who were captured alive were tortured to death by him, so Kingsley and Moody completely hated him. Now Lucius wants to find him to seek cooperation. Of course it is possible, but if you want to use the name of cooperation in exchange for not being liquidated in the future, this is definitely impossible. Regarding this point, not only John does not have the right to make his own decisions and promises, but even Dumbledore himself does not have the right. The blood that has been shed, it is impossible for those who have died to come back, and those who should pay the price must pay the price, no one can be an exception. Of course, when we meet the Malfoy family now, we can't talk so deadly. At least they still have a chance to redeem their sins. Maybe Lucius' fate will not change in the future, but Draco is still young, and he hasn't had time yet. Having done so many bad things, if Lucius wants to turn to the light, then this part of the credit can be inherited by his most precious son. After asking Dobby to reply to his master that he would answer the appointment on time, John was no longer in the mood to blow the evening breeze outside. He turned around and returned to the carriage, and walked straight into Dumbledore's office. "Malfoy and his son are sure to meet me," John said straight to the point. Dumbledore raised his head from the pile of parchment on the desk, and took off his glasses tiredly. "He made that house elf come to you again?" "Yes, the meeting time is on the last day of this month, and the meeting place is at the Pig's Head Bar." The Pig's Head Bar. Obviously Dumbledore was also full of surprises about this place, but then he smiled again. "That's right, if you want to find a suitable place for a private meeting in Hogsmeade, the Pig's Head is indeed the best place. There are only 2 bars in the whole Wizarding Town, and the 3 Broom Bars are like its Diagon Alley, full of people and lively, but it can only carry out some above-board transactions, while the Pig's Head Bar is like Nocturne Alley, gloomy and messy, suitable for some shady transactions." John always feels that Dumbledore's metaphors are not pure, and it always gives people a sense that he is making fun of his stupid brother. "Professor, are you going to meet them?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I don't think Lucius would have thought of hiding the matter of meeting you from me, but he must not be happy to meet me on that occasion. Since he simply invited you, you can go to the appointment yourself. I'll let Percival look after you." "Then how should I talk to him?" John needs to let Dumbledore set the tone for himself. Regarding the Malfoy family, he certainly cannot make decisions alone, nor can he make any promises in private. Dumbledore thought for a moment, then spoke. "If he expresses to you that he wants to keep in touch with us in private and provide us with information about Riddle's side in exchange for the future safety of his family, you can tell the truth. Don't we need to fight for him?" "There is no need for this. Lucius thinks he is smart, but in fact, many people can see his little cleverness, and it is because of this that Riddle gave him the title of Director of the Auror Office that is not worthy of the name. He can't get in touch with Riddle's true core, and we can all know the information he can convey to us through your teacher, so he is actually far less important than he imagined, and it doesn't matter whether he wins over him or not." John nodded, while Dumbledore continued. "If he is looking for you only for his son, that is, Draco Malfoy, then this is completely up to you to decide. If he wants to ask you to help ensure the safety of his son, he must pay enough money. The conditions to impress people, whether this condition can be accepted, you can judge by yourself." John has no doubts about this. He was also very curious, if Lucius really just wanted to help himself and ensure Draco's safety in the next game, then what kind of conditions could he offer himself? Time passed quickly, and the last day of November came in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, John didn't stay in the car, and came directly to the Pig's Head Bar in Aberforth. Aberforth served John a sausage omelette and milk with a bad face, and asked dissatisfied, "Why do you want to make an appointment with me? You are going to arrest the Malfoy father and son." "It's not me who decides the place, but Lucius Malfoy himself." John was quite satisfied with Aberforth's fried eggs, at least it was much better than eating George's fried eggs in the carriage. Hearing John's words, Aberforth smiled ironically on his dirty, goateed face. "Then the director of the Auror Command is really stupid. This can actually prove that you are hiding well enough, can't it? No one would have thought that this place, which is regarded as Hogsmeade's underground black market, is actually related to Professor Dumbledore." Aberforth snorted coldly. "Because this store actually didn't intend to have anything to do with him from the beginning, it was the old guy who was always shameless and unilaterally expropriated." John shrugged, and didn't express anything about the strange feelings between Dumbledore's brothers. I don't know whether it was Lucius who made the arrangement on his own initiative or a coincidence, but there were very few guests at the Pig's Head bar today. John was sitting in a corner wearing a robe that made his face invisible, reading a book about spells boredly. All day long, no one disturbed me. Just when it was getting dark, two people, one big and one young, wearing black robes with their faces hidden in hoods, pushed open the door of the Pig's Head bar. Chapter 378-376. Price. There is no doubt that the two people who came in must be Malfoy and his son. Although they covered their faces, at this point in time, there would be no one else when such a combination came to the Pig's Head bar. After the two came in, they quickly found an empty table and sat down. John didn't go over immediately, but exchanged glances with Aberforth, who was walking towards the father and son with a tray. Need something? Aberforth's attitude is not very good, even by the standards of service personnel. It can be called bad, but this is not aimed at Malfoy and his son, but his service attitude has always been like this since he opened the store. Like a Pig's Head, a place like a bar doesn't attract customers with the quality of service. A glass of whiskey. The tall man spoke. His voice was rough, and it was obvious that he had been treated with potions. Aberforth glanced at the shorter man in black. What about this one? Just one drink. He doesn't drink. Okay, as you wish. John didn't waste time. When Aberforth went to serve the wine, he got up and came to Malfoy and his son, and sat down opposite them. He could clearly feel that after he sat down, the body of the shorter man in black robe trembled slightly, and subconsciously shrank back to the position of the other person beside him. John raised his eyebrows hidden under the hood, and said, "An appointment." He didn't cover up his voice, so as long as he spoke to someone familiar with him, his identity could be easily identified. Lucius looked at John, and then slightly pulled away the black robe that covered his face, revealing the face that was very famous in the British wizarding world. The location they chose was at the very corner of the bar. The lights on the ceiling were dim, and the greasy stains around them seemed to be able to absorb the light. In addition, both John and Malfoy and his son were all dressed in black. Unless you stop by their side deliberately, no one will notice them. Plus, there are few customers in the store. Except for John and his table, there are only two alcoholics who have been drinking since noon and are bragging to each other in the center of the tavern that they have traveled around and those dangerous places. Are you coming alone? Even if he couldn't see Lucius' face, John could still imagine from his tone that he must be frowning when he asked this sentence. Aberforth also brought over the whiskey that Lucius wanted at this time, and he put the goblet full of mutton on the table heavily, as if to express that there were 3 people sitting at the table but only ordered 1 glass wine dissatisfaction. Obviously, Lucius ordered this glass of wine just to deal with the owner of the store, and he didn't have any intention of letting any part of his body touch the wine glass. After Aberforth left and returned to the back of the bar to continue wiping his endless glass of wine, John casually opened his mouth to answer Lucius' question. "Who else do you want me to bring?" "Tom Riddle." Hearing this name, Draco was obviously taken aback, and his body couldn't help shaking more violently. Lucius was obviously much calmer, but his tone was much colder than before. "This joke is not funny at all." John smiled and said nothing more. Draco's reaction was enough to let him know what he wanted to know. "Okay, then let's talk about something funny. As the great gentleman's loyal confidant, head of the office of the Auror Command, the noble pure-blood wizard Mr. Lucius Malfoy, you privately, what do you want to do with a criminal wanted like me?" Lucius ignored John's teasing. John's attitude was already prepared before he came. In this kind of thing, whoever takes the initiative is on the weak side. Do you have the right to make decisions about some things? Then I would like to ask Mr. Malfoy to talk about the specific things first. John shrugged. "As you know, I am just an ordinary student." There was silence in the air for a few seconds. Obviously, no one believed John's nonsense. In the end, Lucius did not choose the twists and turns like conventional interest negotiations, but said straight to the point. I want to make a deal with you alone, Mr. Green. A pure deal that has nothing to do with our camp and position. Lucius took a deep breath. I hope you can make a deal in the next 2 games. To ensure the safety of my son. Draco lowered his head at the side. Of course he should feel humiliated. He is also a warrior in the Tri-Wizard tournament. The other 3 can shine for his school, only he still needs his father to beg his competitors to ensure your own safety. John was not surprised by Lucius' request. It was just like what he and Dumbledore had guessed in the principal's office before. Such a meeting with Lucius was most likely for his son. Why do you need me to guarantee it? We are hostile, Mr. Malfoy. Isn't that Emile Lestrange also very powerful? Why don't you ask him to protect your precious son? You know why I didn't look for him. Everyone has seen his performance in the first project. Lucius' voice revealed rare sincerity. I said, it doesn't matter about the camp and position, your character is more worthy of my trust. What he said is ridiculous, the enemy is more reliable than his own, but it is true. It can only be said that Voldemort really gathered a group of human scum. So, what about the conditions? John asked the question he was most interested in. You can't hire someone empty-handed, right? Lucius looked at John calmly, he raised his head, and the two looked at each other. I know that ring. John was stunned for a moment subconsciously, but soon he realized that the original casual expression disappeared instantly, and instead showed extremely dignified eyes. Adrian Fox, traveler, adventurer, archaeologist, master alchemist, master of spells, he traveled all over the world, but left no reputation until his death. But I know the ring you wear. I had the honor of meeting Mr. Fox at a banquet once, and the ring on his hand was exactly the same as the ring you were wearing when you entered the Forbidden Forest that day. So what? John narrowed his eyes. Knowing the existence of the ring does not mean that he knows what the ring means. He really wants to know how much Lucius knows. This chapter is to make up for what I missed last night, and there will be 4,000 mornings after that. Chapter 379-377. Trading. During the conversation, neither the Malfoys nor John himself put down the hoods on their heads. In today's Britain, their faces are basically known by the public. As long as people find out what happened in the Pig's Head bar today, it will definitely be on the headlines of the newspaper the next day. It was precisely because of this that although Lucius could meet John's eyes, he couldn't accurately detect the change of expression on his face. John actually didn't think Malfoy would know more about this ring, because when Slughorn handed the ring to him, he clearly said that anyone who knew the true value of this ring, there are only 2 people in the wizarding world. One is the dead Adrian Fox, the other is Slughorn himself, and John is the 3rd person after that. This is why Slughorn, when teaching him the secret of the ring, made sure he learned occlumency first. At a time when there is nothing universally available about the magic of the ring that every wizard in the wizarding world can learn, the less people know about it, the better. Just knowing the source of the ring I'm carrying is not a condition to impress people, Mr. Malfoy. John said lightly. Facing John's reaction, Malfoy remained calm. But you still have to take it into the Forbidden Forest when you are doing the first competition event. It is very precious to you, right? John didn't deny this, and there was no need to deny it. It's just something left to me by an elder, of course I will always carry it with me. I have investigated your past and know that whether it is your mother's family or your father's family, you can't find any shadow of a wizard for 3 generations. This means that before you were recruited into the school by Dumbledore, you and magic has nothing to do with it. Therefore, there is basically no possibility of this ring being passed down in the family, but since it can appear in your hand, it means that you know Fox, the little-known wizard. So I think, you will also be very interested in Fox, right? Interested in the person Adrian Fox? John is of course interested, not to mention that he created the ring in his hand, and he has no clue about the whereabouts of the remaining 2 gems on the ring. And if there is information about Adrian himself, John will definitely have a lot of ideas, but only if the things in Lucius' hands must be valuable. John didn't lose his temper and asked Lucius what he knew. Instead, he relaxed and leaned on the back of the chair that kept making squeaking sounds, making people doubt that it could last for a few days. Then he picked up the whiskey that Lucius had no interest in after ordering, and took a sip. I thought that Mr. Malfoy, who has always been known for his sinister and cunning, would not be unable to figure out such a simple matter. You and Mr. Fox only met once at a banquet, and I have the things, then everyone should be able to see how close we are to him, right? Draco carefully looked up at John, who was drinking underage, with weird eyes as if he didn't understand why he could bear the grease on the cup and drank it. Actually, John didn't want to say anything. He always disliked Aberforth's personal hygiene, but when negotiating, he had to drink something to stabilize his aura and control the rhythm of the topic in his own hands. He didn't mind keeping Draco safe in the next game, as long as he didn't provoke him. He didn't mean to hurt the stinky young master. The key is that since Lucius wants him to make a promise, how can the Malfoy family show sincerity? Perhaps in terms of relationship alone, you may indeed be closer to Mr. Fox, but you must have never met him with your own eyes. Because he was dead when you really came into contact with the magic world, the probability of the ring you got is another person handed it to you, and after that banquet, I had in-depth contact with this knowledgeable wizard because of some special things. Because of this, I learned and obtained some things that belong to him, and these things can complete our is this a deal between you? You secretly hid the table knife he used as something that once belonged to him. I must know what it is, right? Hearing John's words, Malfoy was silent for a moment. He seemed to be weighing, and soon he finished thinking. A key, a spelled key that will unlock the door of Adrian Fox's house. John suddenly sneered. I don't think the way you got this key is very honorable. No, it's legal and compliant. Lucius said calmly. At that time, he was suspected of making and collecting magical contraband without permission. As the director of the Auror Command Office, I have the power to issue a search warrant for his. The residence was searched, and that night, he fled the UK overnight. So you've already searched. What use is that house that can be opened with a key to me? You don't need to use this method to cover up your appeal. Since I dare to use this as a bargaining chip, it has been confirmed that you must care about Fox. If you really have a close relationship with him, then a house that we have searched and found nothing may not be found nothing for you. Lucius stared at John, as if he wanted to see his face completely through the shadow. I am Mr. Green who came here with sincerity. My request is also very simple. As long as you can ensure the safety of my son, I will be honest with you about this, so I hope you can also be more straightforward. John was thinking, tapping the old wooden table with his fingers, and soon he gave his answer. How can you make me trust you? Hearing what he said, Lucius heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that John had agreed. I will draw up a contract, you can take it back and let Dumbledore attach a spell to it, we will sign it together. As long as Draco is intact after this game, then I will share what I know with the key give you all. Yes, but this is not enough. I need to add another condition. What condition? I'm also very interested in the house elf Dobby you sent to pass the message, and I'll count him in. John was indeed very interested in the matter of Adrian, but he also saw that Lucius actually wanted the White Wolf empty-handed. The key was useless to him, and now he used it to make a deal with John. It is purely waste utilization, and there is no loss to him at all, and how can John let him do what he wants? A house elf in exchange for the safety of his own son, this is also an acceptable deal, isn't it? Good. After confirming that the transaction could be concluded, Lucius reorganized his tone and started the next equally important transaction attempt with a tentative tone. One more thing, do you need someone who can provide you with information in the Ministry of Magic? If you are not clear-headed at night, send 2,000 first, and then write during the day, at least 10,000 today. Chapter 380-378. John's dance partner. This seems to be a question, but as long as John doesn't think too much, he can give Lucius many explanations if he directly affirms or denies it. There is no doubt that even if John and the others will win the Triwizard Tournament next, they will definitely need someone who can provide some relevant and reliable information in the British Ministry of Magic. So Dumbledore's side actually needs an undercover character, but if John refuses without thinking, it is tantamount to bluntly revealing a signal to Lucius. We've got a better undercover under Voldemort than you. Of course, John couldn't disclose this kind of thing to someone like Lucius. Malfoy's entire family is a typical fence-sitter. Now that Dumbledore's side is showing signs of making a comeback, showing affection to them is just for the continuation of the family in the future. It doesn't mean that he has really completely abandoned the dark side, which is a typical speculative behavior. As long as the wind direction changes slightly, he will definitely not hesitate to interrupt the cooperation with John and the others again, and there is a high probability that he will make trouble and dedicate his absolute loyalty to Voldemort. So after hearing his question, John refused without any hesitation, but he added a reason for the refusal. Of course we need such a person who can convey information to us, but if this person is you, Mr. Malfoy, then forget about it. Lucius obviously disliked John's lack of demonstration, and his expression was ugly. Why forget it if it's mine? Can you find someone more suitable than me? I can provide you with a lot of valuable information, and you don't need to pay any price. John said lightly. I think you should know better than me what your situation is like under your master. If you were the former director of the Auror Command, then you are indeed worthy of our wooing, but now the most magical weapon is you and I know exactly who is in charge of the power. You are now the director of the Auror Command at best, and the captain of the miscellaneous fish team at worst, and you have not entered the core of power at all. Lucius' face was ugly, because he knew that what John said was the truth, but it hurt his self-esteem just because they were all the truth. But John didn't care what kind of mood Lucius was in at all. Just like Dumbledore said, even if they wanted to win over a small number of Voldemort's men, it wasn't like Lucius. And, as you said, Mr. Malfoy, the reason why you choose to make a deal with me is because you believe in our character. Then I'll be honest, we don't want to cooperate with you in this regard simply because if you don't believe in your character, even if you are willing to take a blood oath, it won't work. But if you have someone with reliable character in the British Ministry of Magic as a suitable recommendation, maybe we can still consider it. After finishing these words, John stood up from his chair. If you have nothing else to do besides these, then let's end here today. Lucius' face was obviously a little green. John's blunt words made him unable to refute, but such bluntness made people despise his own character, and it really made this pampered Mr. Malfoy a little bit embarrassed. Even if you are telling the truth, can't you express it in a more euphemistic way? But although Lucius was a little disappointed with John's rejection, he wasn't too frustrated. The main content of the meeting with John today is still for Draco's safety. As long as he gives a guarantee on this matter, then he wants to cooperate with Dumbledore on some shady things that are incidental. After all, the Triwizard Tournament is not over yet. Even if John really wins in the end, the war between Voldemort and Dumbledore has only entered the stage of balance of power. For Lucius, who is a professional fencer, speaking of him, it is still too early to choose a team at this time. At most, he can only be sure that he has contacts with both parties. Now that John bluntly rejected him instead of Dumbledore, then Lucius didn't mean to put a hot face on a cold S. The future is long, and there will still be opportunities in the future. After finishing the deal with Lucius, John didn't stay in Hogsmeade any longer, and returned directly to the carriage. In today's conversation, it can be said that none of Lucius' demands exceeded his and Dumbledore's expectations. The only thing that surprised John was that he was able to come up with conditions that could really impress him. Trade. John felt that this deal was a good deal, because he had no interest in Draco in the first place, and Draco himself obviously had no intention of competing with him for the first place. There was no life and death relationship between the two of them. So in fact, he didn't need to do anything deliberately, and Lucius' request could be fulfilled in the end. In addition to getting some information about Adrian, he still has Dobby's freedom. Apart from other things, at least let this house elf who impressed him deeply in the original book have a good ending, and John already feels that the deal between him and Lucius is worthwhile. After the end of the last day of November, the time officially entered the last month of 1994. On the third day of December, the sky began to snow. Overnight, the entire Hogwarts castle was covered in snow, and the Black Lake also formed a solid layer of ice at a temperature that had been below zero for several days. Many students in the castle had a new place to play. After the lake froze, John ended his fishing operations. In his spare time, he sat by the ice with George and watched those figures from a distance. Slender girls skated on it. I have sent an invitation to Daisy, and she has accepted. George raised the wand in his hand and tapped the ice in front of him, and at the same time said in a showy tone. John rolled his eyes. Then do you know that before you extended the invitation to Daisy, she asked the warrior if he could invite him to be a dance partner? Damn. You mean her first choice is actually you? That's not the case, I'm just telling you not to think too much about the signal she promised this time. I'm afraid that the more you hope, the more you will be disappointed in the end. Your worry is completely unnecessary, I just want to get a capital to dance with the warriors so I can go back and brag with Fred. Tisk, since you say so, you can actually be my dance partner. No way, your majestic John Green hasn't decided on a dance partner yet, has he? You actually want to find someone like me? What do you call a guy like you? What's wrong with finding a male dance partner? Does anyone stipulate that male dance partners are not allowed? According to your current popularity in the magic world, if you really want to find a male dance partner, you will be on the headlines all over Europe the next day. I have already thought of the title for those reporters. Shocked. John Green is not accepted same-sex love as people understand. Sorry, my hobby is still women. But there are only 20 days left before the dance, and if you don't do it, the girls around you will definitely be invited. Don't look at me, even if you don't care about the publicity, I definitely can't abandon Daisy and choose you. You pull it down, I'll just say it, even if no one really chooses you in the end. After the two hurt each other once more, they once again focused their eyes on the girls who were showing themselves on the ice. Actually, I'm a thin-skinned person, and I'm a little embarrassed to take the initiative to invite a dance partner. John said sadly, you said that I am so famous, why no girl came to invite me? George gave him a disdainful look. There are only a few girls who came to Hogwarts Castle this time. Who do you want to invite you? You are a professor in Durmstrang. According to their rules, will the students invite the professor to dance? His analysis made John Jew feel very reasonable. Rabbits don't even eat grass beside their nests. They are classmates who meet every day in the carriage. It's a professor again. It's not easy to be a professor and dance with students at Christmas, right? In particular, there is not much age difference, and Hogwarts Castle, so there is no need to think about it. John felt that Grindelwald was at least half of the responsibility for this matter, and he blamed him for not pulling himself into the gang at the time, but now the disadvantages are reflected. Do you think Hermione has a dance partner now? John asked suddenly. George shook his head immediately. I haven't heard of it. During this period of time, she got along very well with a girl in the castle. I haven't seen her much in the carriage. Then you said that I would mention to her that the two of us work together to get through this Christmas, and she should agree. George turned his head to look at John, as if he was looking at an alien. Are you really going to send out such an invitation to a beautiful girl like this? John was at a loss. He didn't seem to understand why George had such a strange reaction. Any questions? Brother, have you never been with girls before? Regarding George's question, John thought about it seriously, and then nodded approvingly. I really haven't gotten along with girls much. His answer left George speechless, and he really couldn't refute it. John seems to be in the limelight in the magic world now, and he is still at the peak of his youth, but he is surprisingly clean. To be honest, as long as John wants to, he can casually fall in love with his classmates in the carriage after returning from Hogwarts Castle in his second year, and there will be more opportunities at sea in his third year. But let's not talk about John's girlfriend. Except for Gabriel, who turned into a ghost, no one has ever heard that he has a better relationship with that girl, and Hermione is one of them. In addition, before they captured France, they had been in exile. Who would be in the mood to think about the relationship between men and women? John was also busy almost every day without touching the ground. Apart from thinking about things on the carriage, when improving his strength and increasing his sense of security, he never thought that his age should be the time for puppy love. Well, you're right, you really don't have experience with girls, but that's not a reason. George taught John earnestly, even if Hermione and you have a good relationship, it's because you are not afraid of hardships and dangers. Get her out of the castle, but you can't treat her the way Fred and I get along with you. She's still a girl after all. So what? So if you plan to invite her to be your dance partner, you can't use this kind of words like calling your buddies to go fishing together. You should use more romantic invitations that can show your sincerity and make ladies fall in love with her. Impress her. John looked at him with blank eyes. The more I listen to it, the more I feel that what you told me is not to invite Hermione to dance, but also to want her to be my girlfriend. Then what do you think it means for a boy to invite a girl to the ball at Christmas? Especially when you are going to be the lead dancer. George said the same. Can't you just dance? What time is it now? I'm not in the mood to talk about love. And to be honest, I have a good impression of Hermione, but you have to say that you have already liked it. That's not enough. George showed a look of hatred for John's honest speech. Generally, when you have a good impression of a girl, it's time to make a move. Otherwise, when will you have to wait? Do you really think there is such a thing as love at first sight in the world? Those are all men who want to see for themselves. It's just an excuse. You have to communicate with each other before you know if you're suitable for each other, right? John still looked unmoved. He shrugged. We are communicating now. Why do we have to start talking about love to be considered communication? George had nothing to say. He found that John's conservative thinking on the emotional part was hardly like an Englishman. If I were a woman, I would definitely call you a rock. He swung his wand vigorously, hitting the hard ice surface as if he was hitting John's skull. John thought it was nothing. He was considered conservative in his previous life, but he was not considered a straight man. He just said that he felt that it was not time for him to deal with personal emotional issues. Besides, he is only 15 years old now. To be honest, it is still too early to say that he has a puppy love at this time, and John is really interested in the girls around him who have not yet fully grown up. That's the decision. I'll go to Hermione when I'm free in the next 2 days, and ask her if it's not convenient for her to make do with me on Christmas night. Do you think she will refuse? George rolled his eyes. Based on the current relationship between you and her, I bet she is actually waiting for you to speak first, believe it or not. There is another chapter in the back. Today is really day to day. Chapter 380-378. John's dance partner. This seems to be a question, but as long as John doesn't think too much, he can give Lucius many explanations if he directly affirms or denies it. There is no doubt that even if John and the others will win the Triwizard Tournament next, they will definitely need someone who can provide some relevant and reliable information in the British Ministry of Magic. So Dumbledore's side actually needs an undercover character, but if John refuses without thinking, it is tantamount to bluntly revealing a signal to Lucius. We've got a better undercover under Voldemort than you. Of course, John couldn't disclose this kind of thing to someone like Lucius. Malfoy's entire family is a typical fence-sitter. Now that Dumbledore's side is showing signs of making a comeback, showing affection to them is just for the continuation of the family in the future. It doesn't mean that he has really completely abandoned the dark side, which is a typical speculative behavior. As long as the wind direction changes slightly, he will definitely not hesitate to interrupt the cooperation with John and the others again, and there is a high probability that he will make trouble and dedicate his absolute loyalty to Voldemort. So after hearing his question, John refused without any hesitation, but he added a reason for the refusal. Of course we need such a person who can convey information to us, but if this person is you, Mr. Malfoy, then forget about it. Lucius obviously disliked John's lack of demonstration, and his expression was ugly. Why forget it if it's mine? Can you find someone more suitable than me? I can provide you with a lot of valuable information, and you don't need to pay any price. John said lightly. I think you should know better than me what your situation is like under your master. If you were the former director of the Auror Command, then you are indeed worthy of our wooing, but now the most magical weapon is you and I know exactly who is in charge of the power. You are now the director of the Auror Command at best, and the captain of the miscellaneous fish team at worst, and you have not entered the core of power at all. Lucius' face was ugly, because he knew that what John said was the truth, but it hurt his self-esteem just because they were all the truth. But John didn't care what kind of mood Lucius was in at all. Just like Dumbledore said, even if they wanted to win over a small number of Voldemort's men, it wasn't like Lucius. And, as you said, Mr. Malfoy, the reason why you choose to make a deal with me is because you believe in our character. Then I'll be honest, we don't want to cooperate with you in this regard simply because if you don't believe in your character, even if you are willing to take a blood oath, it won't work. But if you have someone with reliable character in the British Ministry of Magic as a suitable recommendation, maybe we can still consider it. After finishing these words, John stood up from his chair. If you have nothing else to do besides these, then let's end here today. Lucius' face was obviously a little green. John's blunt words made him unable to refute, but such bluntness made people despise his own character, and it really made this pampered Mr. Malfoy a little bit embarrassed. Even if you are telling the truth, can't you express it in a more euphemistic way? But although Lucius was a little disappointed with John's rejection, he wasn't too frustrated. The main content of the meeting with John today is still for Draco's safety. As long as he gives a guarantee on this matter, then he wants to cooperate with Dumbledore on some shady things that are incidental. After all, the Triwizard Tournament is not over yet. Even if John really wins in the end, the war between Voldemort and Dumbledore has only entered the stage of balance of power. For Lucius, who is a professional fencer, speaking of him, it is still too early to choose a team at this time. At most, he can only be sure that he has contacts with both parties. Now that John bluntly rejected him instead of Dumbledore, then Lucius didn't mean to put a hot face on a cold ass. The future is long, and there will still be opportunities in the future. After finishing the deal with Lucius, John didn't stay in Hogsmeade any longer, and returned directly to the carriage. In today's conversation, it can be said that none of Lucius' demands exceeded his and Dumbledore's expectations. The only thing that surprised John was that he was able to come up with conditions that could really impress him. Trade. John felt that this deal was a good deal, because he had no interest in Draco in the first place, and Draco himself obviously had no intention of competing with him for the first place. There was no life and death relationship between the two of them. So in fact, he didn't need to do anything deliberately, and Lucius' request could be fulfilled in the end. In addition to getting some information about Adrian, he still has Dobby's freedom. Apart from other things, at least let this house elf who impressed him deeply in the original book have a good ending, and John already feels that the deal between him and Lucius is worthwhile. After the end of the last day of November, the time officially entered the last month of 1994. On the third day of December, the sky began to snow. Overnight, the entire Hogwarts castle was covered in snow, and the Black Lake also formed a solid layer of ice at a temperature that had been below zero for several days. Many students in the castle had a new place to play. After the lake froze, John ended his fishing operations. In his spare time, he sat by the ice with George and watched those figures from a distance. Slender girls skated on it. I have sent an invitation to Daisy, and she has accepted. George raised the wand in his hand and tapped the ice in front of him, and at the same time said in a showy tone. John rolled his eyes. Then do you know that before you extended the invitation to Daisy, she asked the warrior if he could invite him to be a dance partner? Damn. You mean her first choice is actually you? That's not the case, I'm just telling you not to think too much about the signal she promised this time. I'm afraid that the more you hope, the more you will be disappointed in the end. Your worry is completely unnecessary, I just want to get a capital to dance with the warriors so I can go back and brag with Fred. Tisk, since you say so, you can actually be my dance partner. No way, your majestic John Green hasn't decided on a dance partner yet, has he? You actually want to find someone like me? What do you call a guy like you? What's wrong with finding a male dance partner? Does anyone stipulate that male dance partners are not allowed? According to your current popularity in the magic world, if you really want to find a male dance partner, you will be on the headlines all over Europe the next day. I have already thought of the title for those reporters. Shocked. John Green is not accepted same-sex love as people understand. Sorry, my hobby is still women. But there are only 20 days left before the dance, and if you don't do it, the girls around you will definitely be invited. Don't look at me, even if you don't care about the publicity, I definitely can't abandon Daisy and choose you. You pull it down, I'll just say it, even if no one really chooses you in the end. After the two hurt each other once more, they once again focused their eyes on the girls who were showing themselves on the ice. Actually, I'm a thin-skinned person, and I'm a little embarrassed to take the initiative to invite a dance partner. John said sadly, you said that I am so famous, why no girl came to invite me? George gave him a disdainful look. There are only a few girls who came to Hogwarts Castle this time. Who do you want to invite you? You are a professor in Durmstrang. According to their rules, will the students invite the professor to dance? His analysis made John Jew feel very reasonable. Rabbits don't even eat grass beside their nests. They are classmates who meet every day in the carriage. It's a professor again. It's not easy to be a professor and dance with students at Christmas, right? In particular, there is not much age difference, and Hogwarts Castle, so there is no need to think about it. John felt that Grindelwald was at least half of the responsibility for this matter, and he blamed him for not pulling himself into the gang at the time, but now the disadvantages are reflected. Do you think Hermione has a dance partner now? John asked suddenly. George shook his head immediately. I haven't heard of it. During this period of time, she got along very well with a girl in the castle. I haven't seen her much in the carriage. Then you said that I would mention to her that the two of us work together to get through this Christmas, and she should agree. George turned his head to look at John, as if he was looking at an alien. Are you really going to send out such an invitation to a beautiful girl like this? John was at a loss, he didn't seem to understand why George had such a strange reaction. Any questions? Brother, have you never been with girls before? Regarding George's question, John thought about it seriously, and then nodded approvingly. I really haven't gotten along with girls much. His answer left George speechless, and he really couldn't refute it. John seems to be in the limelight in the magic world now, and he is still at the peak of his youth, but he is surprisingly clean. To be honest, as long as John wants to, he can casually fall in love with his classmates in the carriage after returning from Hogwarts Castle in his second year, and there will be more opportunities at sea in his third year. But let's not talk about John's girlfriend. Except for Gabriel, who turned into a ghost, no one has ever heard that he has a better relationship with that girl, and Hermione is one of them. In addition, before they captured France, they had been in exile. Who would be in the mood to think about the relationship between men and women? John was also busy almost every day without touching the ground. Apart from thinking about things on the carriage, when improving his strength and increasing his sense of security, he never thought that his age should be the time for puppy love. Well, you're right, you really don't have experience with girls, but that's not a reason. George taught John earnestly, even if Hermione and you have a good relationship, it's because you are not afraid of hardships and dangers. Get her out of the castle, but you can't treat her the way Fred and I get along with you, she's still a girl after all. So what? So if you plan to invite her to be your dance partner, you can't use this kind of words like calling your buddies to go fishing together. You should use more romantic invitations that can show your sincerity and make ladies fall in love with her. Impress her. John looked at him with blank eyes. The more I listen to it, the more I feel that what you told me is not to invite Hermione to dance, but also to want her to be my girlfriend. Then what do you think it means for a boy to invite a girl to the ball at Christmas? Especially when you are going to be the lead dancer. George said the same. Can't you just dance? What time is it now? I'm not in the mood to talk about love. And to be honest, I have a good impression of Hermione, but you have to say that you have already liked it. That's not enough. George showed a look of hatred for John's honest speech. Generally, when you have a good impression of a girl, it's time to make a move. Otherwise, when will you have to wait? Do you really think there is such a thing as love at first sight in the world? Those are all men who want to see for themselves. It's just an excuse. You have to communicate with each other before you know if you're suitable for each other, right? John still looked unmoved. He shrugged. We are communicating now, why do we have to start talking about love to be considered communication? George had nothing to say. He found that John's conservative thinking on the emotional part was hardly like an Englishman. If I were a woman, I would definitely call you a rock. He swung his wand vigorously, hitting the hard ice surface as if he was hitting John's skull. John thought it was nothing. He was considered conservative in his previous life, but he was not considered a straight man. He just said that he felt that it was not time for him to deal with personal emotional issues. Besides, he is only 15 years old now. To be honest, it is still too early to say that he has a puppy love at this time, and John is really interested in the girls around him who have not yet fully grown up. That's the decision. I'll go to Hermione when I'm free in the next 2 days, and ask her if it's not convenient for her to make do with me on Christmas night. Do you think she will refuse? George rolled his eyes. Based on the current relationship between you and her, I bet she is actually waiting for you to speak first, believe it or not. There is another chapter in the back. Today is really day-to-day. Chapter 381, 379. Prom. Hermione squatted on the ground with dragon leather gloves to handle the herbal leaves containing hallucinogenic toxins on the surface, and heard the question Asia asked her. I don't know how the professors in your castle arranged on Christmas Day, but based on what your headmaster is doing to us, shouldn't we be banned from entering the castle? Aisha shook her head. I don't know, but Professor Greengrass has announced the ball, and told everyone that the students will spend the Christmas holidays in the castle this year, which means that the ball must still be held normally, and there is no reason will keep you out. Hermione didn't care much about this. If there is, there will be; if there is no, there will be nothing. Even if this dance is held, it is just to maintain some things on the scene, and it will not have any impact on the result of the game. You should have already got the news. Asia blinked at Hermione. Did someone invite Hermione to be a dance partner? Hermione said casually without any change on her face. Not at all. But Hermione is so beautiful and such a nice person, she should be very popular. Probably everyone has never thought about this. Hermione said, because we have been in exile before, that is, running for our lives. Everyone wants to learn and strengthen ourselves, and return to the original belonging to our home, getting to know our family, a prom that has never been held in school. Then what kind of entertainment do you have? Asia asked curiously. Well, we once held a fishing competition. Justin, a classmate at the same level as me, also caught a mermaid. Unfortunately, he didn't count the weight of the mermaid in his catch in the end. As a result, he didn't win the championship again. Two-time fishing tournament champion. Aisha was obviously not interested in fishing. She seemed to have thought of something, and she lowered her head slightly, with a faint blush on her white cheeks, and her normal communication voice became extremely thin. Then, if Hermione doesn't have a dancing partner at that time, it's better. Her voice was so low that Hermione, who was concentrating on processing the herbs, couldn't hear her clearly. Not as good as what? In the end, Asia still couldn't say what she wanted to say. She lowered her head and looked a little lonely. Nothing, I was just thinking about something. Hermione didn't seem to be aware of Asia's emotional changes. She packed up the herbs in her hand, tilted her head and thought of something. I remember seeing related records. It seems that every Christmas ball of the Triwizard Tournament, the warriors selected from each school must appear as the opening lead dancer, right? Yes, the young master of the Malfoy family heard that he invited the young lady of the Parkinson family, and the warrior of the Lestrange family also got close to a pure-blood lady surnamed Selwyn recently. Hermione wasn't really interested in what kind of dance partners those pure-blood students would choose. She just showed an imperceptible smile at the corner of her mouth, as if thinking of something interesting. John is learning to dance with Professor Rozier recently. I heard him complain many times that this kind of study is very tortured. He actually doesn't want to participate in any dances at all, but he has to learn for some things. Aisha asked with some doubts. Who is Mr. Green's partner? He hasn't found a date yet. Why didn't you find it? Is it because there are too many objects to choose from, so are you still hesitating? Contrary to what you think, I guess, he must still be worrying about who he should ask to dance with. Asia didn't understand this very much. If she was in Hogwarts Castle, let alone John's great achievements and fame, as far as Asia knew, there were actually many mixed-race girls around her who were secretly dating purebloods. The boys in the school have private and intimate relationships. This is not necessarily for the sake of climbing high, but because the castle has been exaggerating the theory of noble blood all day long, so many students really agree with this from the bottom of their hearts. With a certain degree of Mukyang mentality, the girls in the mixed-blood college will subconsciously think that pure-blood boys are better, even if according to the rules set by their principal, mixed blood and pure blood cannot intermarry, then this will also give future benefits. Makes for a great memory, doesn't it? So, according to Asia's understanding, with John's current status and prestige on Dumbledore's side, even if he didn't hug him left and right, he should have had many girlfriends and be very popular with the opposite sex. Hermione didn't explain much about this. Although they both use the name of Hogwarts, the situation on the two sides is completely different. Based on what Asia has seen in the 6 years of schooling in the castle, she certainly does not understand how the students in the carriage get along with each other. Asia doesn't spend very long time with Hermione every time, Even if she cherishes her friendship with Hermione, she also knows that if someone in the castle discovers their relationship, then it must be an extremely tragic ending. After returning to the castle, she lowered her head all the time, like a frightened rabbit, cowardly avoiding everyone and things around her. But there are some things that she can't avoid if she wants to. Walking on the stairs, just as Asia was returning to her dormitory, a tall boy with brown curly hair suddenly stopped her way with a smile on his face. "Good afternoon, Asia." Hearing this boy's voice, Asia's body was obviously a little stiff. She tried to open her mouth, trying to stop the boy's intimacy from directly calling out her name, but in the end, these words still did not come out. She didn't respond, she still lowered her head, and was blocked by the boy. "Hey, I heard that guy Geraldo invited you to be his dance partner, right? But you turned him down. You did a good job, Asia. I already had someone give him a hard lesson this morning, Don, and warned him, he won't come to harass you again." The smile on the face of the boy surnamed Flint became softer and softer. He seemed to be showing off his infatuated character, and wanted to hold Asia's hand, but this time she mustered up the courage to hide him. "You know, I told you about Asia. Freud was just a marriage arranged for me by my family. In fact, I have no relationship with her at all. The person I really like is you, and you are the one who fascinates me. I couldn't contain myself the first time I saw you." Asia was terrified. She huddled against the wall and said in a trembling voice, "School, Mr. Principal said that pure blood and mixed blood cannot be combined. Of course Mr. Principal is right, but love is also great. As long as we really love each other, it doesn't matter if we don't get married and become a couple in name, right? Don't worry, Asia, after graduating from Hogwarts, I will arrange for you, and you don't have to worry about Freud. She is also a pure blood, but after all, she is only a new school pure blood. Now she is troubling you at school. I can't get involved. She won't know what happened to us in the future." Flint said in a soft voice, but such words not only failed to make Asia feel at ease, but even made her feel sick. As if he likes Asia, Asia must also like him. That is not a great love at all, but just his own despicable wishful thinking that cannot be rejected by taking advantage of his status. Asia has no chance of rejection at all. The mixed blood class seems to be no different from the previous life, but that is because the vast majority of pure bloods can maintain their so-called nominal arrogance and pride of pure bloods, abusing their powers. Once the pure blood wants to tear away this illusion, the persecuted mixed blood has no room to resist at all. It is not easy for Asia to persist for so long. Remember, no matter who asks you to be your dance partner, don't agree. I can't dance with you on the day of the ball. It will make the classmates around me laugh at me, but after the ball, we can dance in the garden outside the castle. Get together for a while alone. At that time we can reveal our sincerity to each other and imagine the future, don't you think so?" Flint approached Asia with a smile on his face. He intoxicatedly sniffed the fragrance lingering in the pale golden hair, and then turned around and walked towards the first floor without further entanglement here. Even though he had already left, Asia's complexion hadn't returned to normal. She was pale and stunned in place, not knowing how to deal with Flint's invitation at that time. Flint's family has a huge industry in the British Ministry of Magic, and Asia's parents are both employees of his magic company. Therefore, as the sole heir of the Flint family, it is not easy for him to handle Asia. While Asia was standing still, the movement from the stairs above her head suddenly woke her up. She looked up, and then saw Freud's extremely cold and hideous face. In an instant, Asia felt chills all over her body, and her entire face was so pale that it was bloodless. "No. Miss Floyd, I don't." Floyd didn't give her any chance to explain at all. His expression seemed to have determined that Asia was a dead person, and he turned his head and left here immediately. Asia could only put down her hand in a daze. She leaned against the wall and slid slowly on the stairs. In the end, only her crying covered in indifference and darkness came to mind. I always enjoy being here. After dinner, John invited Hermione to sit in the driver's seat in front of the carriage for a while. The first time I came here to meet Hagrid, there were golden wheat fields everywhere, and before the Thestrals' hooves trampled on the ears of wheat, they automatically parted ways to let us tong-tong. The scenery is really unforgettable in this life. At that time, I asked Hagrid whether our trip had an end, but I didn't expect that we had reached the end in only 3 years. The cold wind in winter is very cold, but there is no way to blow through the magic cast on the driver's seat of the carriage, so John and Hermione, who are sitting here watching the heavy snow, don't feel the slightest chill. No matter how heavy the snow is, there will always be a day when it will end, right? Hermione said softly. Of course, not only that, after the rain and snow, the world will become better than before. John picked up the teapot Hagrid left here, and poured himself and Hermione a cup of moderately warm black tea. Did you have a good relationship with that girl named Asia? Hermione was holding the steaming teacup, and the red and yellow scarf wrapped around her neck made her face look so delicate. From her, I learned that the mixed-race students who I always thought were superior, actually live in the castle not very well. Because purebloods control absolute power, even if they are not degraded to slaves, how they live depends on the self-consciousness and moral cultivation of pure-blood wizards. Instead of believing this, it is better to imagine those who were cut off in the Tower of London. The winged raven will surely keep Britain safe and secure. Hermione was amused by John's analogy, she said as she swayed her calf. After we regain the castle, can we go to school here? It depends on what the professor means. I guess we still need to see the specific situation at the time. If we just take back the castle and England is still in the hands of the Dark Lord, then that won't work. Hope we haven't graduated from school by then. Of course not, to be honest, I kind of want to have lunch in the Hogwarts auditorium. I heard that the starry sky is very beautiful. You haven't seen it yet? No. In fact, there is such a good opportunity this time. Well, you know that there will be a dance in the castle at Christmas. If you want to see the starry sky with your own eyes, that night must be a good time. Of course, I happen to be short of a dance partner. If you don't mind, then you can visit the starry sky in the name of my dance partner, and you don't need to do anything, just dance with me at the beginning. He rambled on a lot, and Hermione just turned to look at him with a smile after he spoke. The white water mist rising from the teacup made her smile hazy as if it was reflected by the lake water. It felt a little untouchable, but close at hand, just like the starry sky above their heads. She seemed to have thought about it seriously, and then nodded in thought. Sounds and feels good. Chapter 380-380. Early Christmas gift. Aisha left the castle in a daze. She is like a body that has lost her soul, she doesn't know what she should do, and she doesn't know what she can do. The look that Floyd gave her yesterday made Aisha see her future destiny clearly, and she was sure that Freud heard what Flint said to herself. No woman would tolerate her fiancé making such remarks about another woman, let alone a jealous Freud. She came to the Black Lake, and it was still class time, and there were not many students skating in the lake for entertainment, so the arrival of Aisha did not attract any attention. Walking around the Quidditch pitch along the lawn, she walked to the place where Hermione and Hermione often meet. Aisha sat here with her knees hugged, staring blankly at the place on the ground that was obviously different from other lands, and the soil was brand new. That was when Hermione was digging out the herbs yesterday, and she helped to refill them. Hermione also told her to bury it firmly, so as to prevent the snow from melting in the back and seeping in, and it would stay here again. A hole. Yesterday's experience is still vivid in my memory, but for Aisha now, it seems as long as a century has passed. She didn't intend to ask Hermione to protect her. Even if they could really become the masters of the castle again in the future, the order in the castle still continues to operate according to the rules set by the principal. Hermione can protect her outside the castle where others can't notice, but inside the castle it's beyond her reach. If she keeps praying, she believes that Hermione will definitely help her find a solution in the end, but even if there is a solution in the end, it will inevitably take great risks. Aisha didn't want to see that kind of result. She would rather sacrifice herself to understand this matter, and she didn't want it to involve more people, whether it was her parents or Hermione, who was her only friend now. She sat here from morning until noon, and just after lunchtime, Hermione's voice sounded behind her. Aisha. Aisha didn't look back immediately, she simply cleaned up the expression on her face, and showed the same soft smile every time she came to meet Hermione before. Good afternoon, Hermione. The sun shone on her, and the pale golden hair reflected a faint halo, making the girl look so beautiful. Why did you come so early today? Hermione seemed to be deceived by Aisha's disguise, and didn't find anything wrong with her. She sat next to Aisha with the small basket used to temporarily store herbs in her hand. I have nothing to do in the castle, just sit here casually. We can meet in the castle at Christmas. Hermione put her hands on the grass, raised her head to look at the blue sky, and smiled unconsciously. We were still talking about this before we parted yesterday. Well, it turned out that he had already spoken to me at night. Aisha's face froze. Have you found a date? Who is it? I just told you yesterday, who else could be? He called me to the driver's seat in front of the carriage last night and said a lot, and finally managed to find a somewhat romantic excuse to invite me. I thought he'd say something like, hey, Hermione, you're sure to be free on Christmas night? How about we get together and dance in the auditorium? It's much stronger. Aisha froze and grabbed her robe with her fingers. She didn't know why, but when she saw Hermione's expression when she said these words, she felt a sense of envy or a little jealousy for no reason. Mood. But soon she threw this strange feeling out of her mind, and blessed from the bottom of her heart. Congratulations, Hermione. What about you? Aisha must be very popular in the castle too, right? Did you promise who will dance at the ball then? We'll have to put on a show and treat it as the first time we met. Hearing this question, Aisha's nose couldn't help but feel a little sore. She lowered her head, not letting Hermione see her face, and forced a smile. Many people invited me, but I didn't accept them. You know, I'm more afraid of dealing with strangers, and I can't dance. At that time, if I invite Aisha to dance, will you accept it? Hermione's eyes were bent into a crescent shape, and she looked into Aisha's eyes with a smile. Aisha has always been a little dazed today, and she was even a little lost when she heard Hermione's words. Don't you have a dance partner? John will definitely only do one lead dance at most, and the rest of the time can of course be at my own disposal. Aisha felt tears pouring out of her eyes, but in the end she held back, and shook her head and refused. Forget it, I may not go to the auditorium on the day of the prom. Hermione blinked her eyes at her, and didn't ask why. Instead, she was silent for 2 seconds as if to give Aisha time to think, before asking. Don't you have anything to say to me today? Aisha was stared at by her like this, and subconsciously avoided her eyes in a panic. She replied without the slightest hesitation. No. Why do you ask? Because you seem a little weird today. I was just thinking about an early Christmas present for you. When Aisha said this, she seemed to have made up her mind. She solemnly took off the bracelet that was always on her wrist, and handed it to Hermione. I told you it was a birthday present from my mum and it was the most precious thing I've ever had. I could tell you loved it, Hermione, so I gave it as a Christmas present. Here you are, you must take good care of it. Hermione didn't show much strange expression to Aisha's sudden gift. She slowly connected the bracelet. There are still 2 weeks before Christmas. Even if you want to give me a Christmas present, why do you have to advance so many days? Aisha also showed a smile on his face. Because the most precious thing on my body is this bracelet. I want to give it to you, but I am afraid that I will go back on it until Christmas, so I just take it now, while I can't go back on it. Send out. After speaking, she seemed to have let go of one thing on her mind, and immediately stood up from the grass to return to the castle. I'm going back, because Christmas is not a holiday, so the professors have added a lot of homework these days, and I probably don't have much time to come to you again, so don't worry too much if you haven't seen me for many days. I just writing in the library to catch up with homework. Her smile was soft and sunny, and she was telling Hermione about the beauty of her campus life, so that her only friend would not have to worry about things that would probably never appear again in the future. Hermione also stood up from the grass. She looked at Asia smile and didn't speak for the first time, but when the girl was about to leave, she stopped her. You wait for me here first, it only takes 5 minutes, and you can leave when I come back. She told Asia, then turned her head and trotted towards the direction of the carriage. Her long chestnut hair was jumping among the snow-capped woods, like an elf active in the world. Asia didn't take advantage of this time to leave. She knew very well that this was probably the last time she would see Hermione. Even if she had made up her mind, she still would be reluctant. Hermione really didn't keep her waiting for long, even less than 5 minutes before she ran back again. Since your Christmas presents have been sent to me in advance, I will not delay giving them to you on Christmas Day. Take this, just like you gave me a bracelet, I will keep it, wear it, and you should keep it on your body at all times, and don't let others see it. This thing is considered a contraband in the castle, so you must treasure it. Asia looked at the crimson feather that Hermione handed to her, but didn't recognize what it was. But she doesn't care what the value of this feather is, as long as it is given to her by Hermione, she will always carry it. Just like Hermione's bracelet without hesitation, Asia didn't hesitate at all when accepting the feather. She put the feather in the inner pocket of her robe and said seriously, I'll always carry it, always. After making a promise, she didn't stay any longer, waved at Hermione, and trotted away in the direction of Hogwarts Castle. Goodbye, Hermione. Hermione also waved at the girl's back. She had already put on the string of white bracelets on her hand. Her voice was very soft, as if she was blessing the wind that was blowing away. Goodbye, Asia. For 2 full days, Asia was safe and sound. Just like the expression that Freud left for her before was actually an illusion, the so-called revenge is because she thinks too much. No matter how much hatred there is among the students, it is impossible to involve human life. However, on the evening of the day when Asia had such a lucky idea, when she was about to go to the auditorium for lunch, she was stunned by a stun spell from behind. These days, she has been very careful. Even if she doesn't have many friends in school, as long as she leaves the dormitory to go out for activities, she will follow her classmates closely. Even so, Asia was attacked and dragged away by Floyd's group in front of 2 female classmates around her that evening. Before leaving, Floyd only left one sentence with a gloomy face. If someone asks, you'd better say that you didn't see her at all this afternoon, or you should know the consequences. The 2 pure-blood girls just looked at her in fear, not knowing whether to nod or shake their heads. Floyd didn't seem to care about how they would react at all, and after finishing the threat, he left with her 2 men holding Asia's arms. When Asia woke up, she realized that she had been taken to an abandoned potions classroom. Although the tables, chairs, and benches here are discarded in a mess, there are obvious traces of being tidied up before. Floyd has already premeditated, and the calm these days is just that she is doing some preparatory work. I've given you many chances, Conrad. Floyd's face was calm and scary. She was holding a bottle of blood-red potion in her hand, and the person who was talking to Asia was pouring the blood-like liquid in the bottle to the ground. Asia's body was controlled by the binding spell, and she was placed in the middle of the classroom. There were many strange runes around her. You are really naughty. You have escaped from me many times before, but this also provides me with time to prepare. If there is no such preparation, the chance of directly cursing you is too small and too small. Now at least 30% more chance of success, which is great, right? It's a fate you choose to bear. Even if she was mentally prepared, when she really had to face such a scene, Asia's face still showed a deathly paleness. You heard that day, Miss Floyd. I've said no, I didn't want to, I didn't. I never said it was your fault, Conrad. I said, you are not wrong, I am not wrong, Flint is not wrong, everyone is not wrong, but now something happened. If there is a problem, then it is meaningless to find out whose fault it is, we can directly deal with the problem itself. The red liquid drenched the runes carved on the ground, and Floyd calmly looked up at Asia. We all want to fix this, so you should be more than happy to do me a favor. Just get this problem of yours out of the way so Flint can't be obsessed with you again. That would be good for all of us, wouldn't it? And all you have to pay is to become a blood-cursed orc. Hearing the term blood-cursed orc, the pupils in Asia's eyes constricted visibly. After hearing the curse from Freud for the first time, she searched a lot of information in the library, and knew what kind of effect this vicious curse had. It can be said that if she is burdened with this kind of thing, she would rather die. Boom. Floyd threw away the empty potion bottle in her hand, raised the wand in her hand, and she aimed the tip of the wand at Asia's forehead. You don't need to pay your life, as long as you become that kind of monster, then Flint will definitely not spend his mind on you anymore, he will love me wholeheartedly. What a perfect solution, right, Kong Miss Ned. Chapter 383-381. The Man Forgotten by the Castle. Coming out of the dilapidated classroom, Freud returned to the dormitory with a happy smile on his face. Behind her, the faces of the two followers were worried. Is it really okay for us to leave her here? I saw her just now and felt that something might go wrong later. The smile on Floyd's face turned cold. Going wrong? What else do you think could go wrong with her? The follower explained in a panic. I'm not sympathizing with her, I'm just afraid that if you say that she will be overwhelmed later, yes, she will be herself. Suicide. Yes, if it's just a curse, then we can still suppress it without any trouble, but if she dies, the professor will definitely find someone to hold her accountable, which violates the blood law. Floyd sneered disdainfully. If she really has the courage to endure until today? Don't worry, I know Conrad. Even if you lend her 100 more courage, she won't be able to commit suicide. What she said was so swearing, the two followers who followed her could only let go of their worries. However, that night, after the curfew patrol in the castle began, the Auror suddenly began to search various locations in the castle. Floyd was woken up from the bed in the middle of the night. Her eldest lady had a bad temper. When she was woken up, she kept yelling that she would definitely use her family connections to make these desperate Aurors look good. Then she met the pure-blooded Lucius Malfoy, who had been stationed in the Hogwarts castle, the immediate boss of the British Aurors. Miss Freud, I heard that you were the last person to see Asia Conrad. After seeing Lucius, Floyd panicked. Even among purebloods, there is a difference in status, and a person like her and the new pure-blood family that has only accumulated 10 years of background behind them are not worthy of carrying shoes for others in front of the Malfoy family. Her, what happened to her? Has anyone ever taught you to answer the questions others ask you before asking others? Lucius looked at Floyd with undisguised contempt and disdain, just like it's like looking at a bumpkin who just came to the city from the countryside. Such gazes made Freud feel humiliated, but she didn't have the courage to lose her temper. I have met her, and she offended me, so I just wanted to scare her with a little trick, and I didn't do anything else to her. Use a little trick to scare her? What kind of trick? The old Lucius was sitting on the chair. The case about the mixed race should not need him to intervene in person, but what is special is that this happened in Hogwarts Castle or at this special time. In order to prevent this matter from being involved with Dumbledore's side, that's why he is needed. Floyd's eyes wandered. It's just a fun little curse. We found the traces of your spellcasting on the 6th floor of the castle. It's obviously not a small curse. Lucius' eyes were full of indifference, just like Floyd's indifference when looking at Mudblood's blood curse. Do you know that the magic law clearly stipulates the consequences once someone is found to have used this kind of spell? First, sir, there is no record in the blood law. So your family only taught you to read the law of blood. Lucius' contempt was not concealed at all. Do you know that some laws are above the law of blood? In front of Lucius, the quill that was recording himself on the desk suddenly paused. He looked down at the content on the parchment, and then continued to ask. The last question, Miss Freud, is also the most critical question. I hope you can think clearly before answering me. This is related to what kind of crime you will be sentenced to in the end. Floyd's body tensed up. Did the blood curse you cast on Miss Conrad succeed in the end? The scene suddenly fell silent. Floyd froze, but soon she swallowed nervously again, and asked tremblingly. Mr. Malfoy, I remember that there is a regulation in the blood law. No matter in any interrogation, without Mr. Principal's consent, it is not allowed to use veritaserum and legilimency, right? Lucius said casually. Since you are familiar with the blood law, you still need to ask me to confirm this kind of question. No. I just wanted to scare her. I put on a blood curse posture, but I didn't really use the blood curse to cast a curse on her. Floyd suddenly said loudly, the words were firm and unquestionable, as if she had confirmed something. After hearing her answer, Lucius didn't intend to waste any more time here, and directly tapped the parchment on the table, and the parchment full of interrogation records rolled up by itself, and flew into the pocket of his robe. You should stay here until the final result comes out. After speaking, he turned and left the temporary interrogation room. In addition to him interrogating Floyd himself, there were other Aurors interrogating her 2 attendants with the same problem. Lucius did not stop after the interrogation, and came to the crime room again. Abandoned classroom, here, Aurors are already processing the scene. He held a small transparent bottle in his hand, which contained some lime. Director, it has been confirmed that she drank the dead fire potion and caused her final death, but it is still open to question whether she committed suicide. Are there any traces of the activities of the 5th person collected at the scene? No, we only found 4 people, that is, the 3 suspects and 1 victim himself who have been identified. Any news about other people who investigated and collected evidence from the surrounding students? Some of the classmates around the victim are willing to confirm anonymously that the 3 suspects and the victim do not get along with each other in daily life, and they often use violence against them, and the trend has recently intensified. We also called the victim's information in the library. From the borrowing records, we found that she has recently borrowed and read several books about introducing blood curses. We also found the record list of her purchase of materials for preparing dead fire potion from her package receipt records. Lucius looked at the documents in his hand while listening to his subordinates' reports, and finally threw the confession about Floyd to his subordinates. Since everything has been investigated, what are you waiting for? Let's close the case. The result is obvious. This student thought he had been cursed with a blood curse and committed suicide. The subordinate showed a moment of hesitation on his face. But if she wants to commit suicide, why does she have to drink the dead fire potion and burn herself to death? It's not a very simple reason. She thought that she was under a blood curse. If she simply ended her life, the activated beast soul would completely occupy her body, making it impossible for her to maintain human life even after she died. Instead of showing such an ugly image that her family can't accept, it's better to drink the dead fire potion directly to save a little face. Lucius said casually, he seemed to have no interest after making sure that no one from Dumbledore was involved, and it was just a simple school bullying case. But his subordinate still didn't get rid of the confusion in his heart, so he continued to ask. But the fact is really like what Freud said in his confession, she was just scaring this Conrad, but she didn't mean to put a real curse on her at all. Did Conrad scare himself? The runes and remaining potions we found at the scene can prove that she has actually made complete preparations, so how could she deliberately fail in the end? Lucius suddenly turned his head and looked at him indifferently. How about you apply to that gentleman to use Veritaserum on Floyd? The Auror's body tensed suddenly, he stood at attention and lowered his head. The subordinates dare not. If you don't dare, don't let me talk so much nonsense, close the case immediately, notify the victim's family, and report the final result to Snape and Crouch, let them decide how to deal with the 3 suspects, this matter must be settled for me within 3 days, you know when it is now, a half-breed committing suicide for such a boring reason cannot affect the subsequent games. After speaking, Lucius turned around and left without looking back, leaving only the Auror holding Floyd's confession and Asia's ashes standing there silently, and finally sighed a long time. All the evidence is sufficient, and there is no similarity or difference in the confessions of the 3 Freuds. They all killed them in one bite. They did not really cast a blood curse on Asia, but simply wanted to frighten her. The mixed-race student committed suicide. The case was quickly closed. The treatment of the 3 of Freud also came down immediately. The principal criminal, Freud himself, was punished to postpone his graduation for 1 year, and went home for self-examination until the next semester. The 2 followers of the accomplice were sentenced to 2 months of confinement. This kind of punishment, which is better than nothing, did not cause much trouble, because according to the news reported by the Aurors, Floyd and others only carried out some insignificant pranks, and the main reason was that Asia's own psychological endurance was fragile. A glass heart, which led to her suicide in the end. Coupled with the special status of pure blood, such small punishments and major punishments did not cause any disturbances or public opinion among the students, and everyone's attention was mainly focused on the upcoming Christmas ball. Usually, the suicide of a mixed-race student, whom no one paid much attention to, hardly caused much topic. Just like that, Asia seemed to have never appeared in this castle, and was soon forgotten by everyone in the castle. And this matter was quickly blocked in the castle, and when the students in the castle had nothing to talk about, it was even less likely to spread outside the castle. That is to say, until the day before Christmas, John was still a little surprised that the mixed-race girl who had been looking for Hermione before hadn't appeared again recently. Is there any conflict between you two? During dinner, John and Hermione chatted. Hermione's face was very calm, she shook her head. No, it's not that we have a conflict, it's that the school she is in is sick. John couldn't help complaining. I always feel that you are imitating me. Hermione's eyes could not help but narrow into a crescent shape. If you can feel it, it means that I am very similar, doesn't it? How is what you and Professor Dumbledore have been doing? Is there anything else I can do for you? You can invite me to the dance together, which is already the greatest help to me. Hermione said half jokingly and half seriously. John couldn't help shrugging. The current Hermione is obviously different from the cautious little girl he brought back from the castle 2 years ago. She has more self-confidence, and as she experiences more and knows more, she also becomes more and more confident. The less she looks like a 15-year-old girl, compared with John's original psychological age, she is really young and mature. For this ball, Snape, as the current temporary head of Hogwarts Castle, also formally invited Dumbledore and his party who were always stationed outside the castle. In addition to the warriors who lead the dance and their dance partners can enter the castle, other students who are willing to participate in the dance can also relax in the auditorium, but they can only do activities in the auditorium or the temporary garden outside the castle. Other areas of the school are for them still locked down. In the end, Dumbledore and Roger asked the students to voluntarily decide whether to go to the dance or not. Except for John and Diane, who had to go, and their respective dance partners, most of the students who signed up were not interested. After all, this kind of behavior in the castle is more like a charity than a respect, and there are only 8 students who finally decided to participate in the dance. On Christmas Day, the sky began to snow again. It's just that the snow wasn't very heavy, and it didn't have the oppressive feeling of heavy snow. It seemed that the sky was adding some embellishments to the upcoming dance party. As usual, every student in the carriage received a Christmas gift of their own, because some of Durmstrang's students were also in the carriage this year, and all Hogwarts also thoughtfully expressed their gratitude to them. Prepared one, which made every student very happy during lunch. Even today's tense competitions did not affect their festive atmosphere. In the evening, Roger let John, Diane and other students who were going to the dinner party tonight into the Hogwarts castle, and Dumbledore stayed in the carriage to spend time with the rest of the students. This Christmas this year, the Hogwarts auditorium has already been grandly decorated, and many students from the castle have gathered here, and when John and the others arrived, they also attracted the attention and pointing of many students. John didn't pay attention to others as soon as he entered the auditorium, but quickly glanced at the figures in the auditorium, but he didn't find the person he wanted to find. Chapter 384-382 Crouch's Bureau. Voldemort did not return to the castle on Christmas night. While this surprised John, he also took it for granted. In the final analysis, this dance was not as important as the competitions that would start normally, and Voldemort didn't even come over in person during the first event, let alone this dance. In addition to Dumbledore's absence, the 2 most powerful people who organized the event did not appear at the ball, which also allowed the students present to relax a little more. Except for the 2 of them who didn't come, all the professors in the castle, including Snape and Crouch, as well as the 3 referees from the Federation, were all present. There are also those newspaper reporters who have been staying in the castle. Of course, they will not miss this excellent opportunity. Of course, the newspaper office cannot report some important news all day long. Some laces between participating warriors are sometimes more eye-catching. So when Roger led the team and Hermione entered the auditorium holding John's arm, countless flashing lights lit up in their direction. Those students in the castle hardly recognized the beautiful girl standing next to John. Hermione had changed a lot compared to 2 years ago. Even if there were 80% of the people in the auditorium at that time, everyone has seen her hanging in front of the hall, and now no one can recognize her at all. For a while, there were whispers in the castle, but few people would make any rude behavior on the surface, even those proud pure-blood students. John has a reputation for viciousness outside. Every pure-blood student has been severely warned by his family before coming to school this year. Unless he encounters a situation that can beat a dog in the water, he is not allowed to provoke John. After John and the others entered the auditorium, there was still a period of time before the ball officially started. A professor from the mixed-race college who was specially responsible for receiving them guided them to sit in a separate area. Hermione was sitting next to John. Her long chestnut hair was meticulously arranged by Daisy, and it was tied into an elegant bun behind her head. She was wearing a robe made of light purple light blue fabric, which was chosen for her by Professor McGonagall, who was far away in Lyon, after knowing that she had become John's dance partner. John looked at the top of the starry sky. It's beautiful, isn't it? This should be a very advanced transmission magic. I have read the school history of Hogwarts, and I have heard Mr. Slytherin's portrait and Ms. Grey talking about it, saying that this starry sky is actually from Ravenclaw College. Created by the creator Rone Ravenclaw. Shouldn't normal girls praise its beauty when they see this? Would you like normal girls? John swallowed hard at her sudden question, and turned to look at her with widened eyes. Hermione seemed to be delighted by his reaction, covering her mouth and laughing. Actually, if I hadn't been brought to this castle, and I didn't have the experience of being rescued by you, wouldn't that mean you might have to find someone else to be your dance partner at tonight's dance? Why did you suddenly ask this? John felt that Hermione was acting weird today, as if she was hiding something on her mind. I'm actually thinking about it from another angle. The experience of being brought to this castle is not a painful memory. She quietly looked at the top of the starry sky, and then turned to the smiling faces of the surrounding students, who were mostly laughing. If I hadn't been enslaved here, I might really think that this castle is a good place now. Some things can only be known what the world is like after experiencing it. John suddenly noticed the white bracelet on Hermione's hand that he had never seen before. Is this also given to you by Professor McGonagall? It's quite beautiful. Hermione raised her hand wearing the bracelet, and the candlelight shone on her slender and white wrist, as well as on the bracelet. The surface of the bracelet reflected a flowing halo, which was extremely beautiful. She said softly, "It's not Professor McGonagall, but a person who has been forgotten by this castle." On the high platform of the auditorium, Snape was sitting next to Crouch, which was rare. The confrontation between the two is well known in the entire wizarding world, not to mention Hogwarts. They never take the initiative to say hello to each other when they meet, and they never sit together when they have dinner together. Except when they are summoned by Voldemort himself, there is almost no chance for them to meet together at any other time. And at this Christmas dinner, these two decision-makers who belonged to the highest status in the entire Hogwarts castle when Voldemort was away, actually sat together from the very beginning. This not only surprised the other professors, but even Lucius, who led the Auror to maintain order in the auditorium and watched John and the others to prevent them from making any changes, was a little unbelievable. The seats around Snape and Crouch were also vacant. They seemed to be having some kind of secret conversation between them. The other professors walked over at this moment without winking. "I thought you would directly let that student named Conrad approach John Green." Snape glanced at John, who was chatting with Hermione in his seat, from the corner of his eye, and said expressionlessly. Little Barty still had such a gentle and approachable smile on his face. "Who do you think you can deceive with that kind of inferior means? What is the most perfect plan? Let things take their course and let things move forward according to their own trajectory. What we need to do is to slightly change the plan at the most critical point. Push it forward." To the end of his life, Conrad thought that the bracelet was given to her by her mother, and he always believed that it was his most precious thing. The first time that Mudblood named Granger was attracted by this girl was also the same. Because she saw that this bracelet is exactly the same as the one her mother used to wear. You see, it only takes a simple little thing to connect two people who had nothing to do with each other closely. Snape turned his head and glanced at the man beside him, who had been rumored secretly in the wizarding world to be a lunatic even crazier than Bella. "So what is that bracelet? Don't forget who brought that little mudblood named Hermione Granger to this castle. I met her parents, a pair of stinky dentists. I pretended to be a student from a famous university. The professor was trying to trick them into ordering their daughter to sign the contract, and that disgusting Muggle woman was wearing that bracelet. In order to find exactly the same bracelet, they searched all over London, and used some of our connections with the Muggle government, and finally found it in a second-hand grocer." Junior Barty's voice was calm, but Snape could hear a hint of complacency in it. He knew that this man was deliberately showing off in front of him, showing off how he shared his master's worries. But Snape was not disgusted with his showing off. On the contrary, he was also curious about whether Barty Jr.'s arrangement would be effective, and in order to hide from the cunning Dumbledore and the extremely weird student. John Green, what methods did he use? Then you choose Conrad, who is being persecuted and bullied by Freud and Flint, and give her a string of carefully compiled memories and the bracelet that I have transformed, and let her thought it was her mother's birthday present and her most precious thing." Hearing Snape's question, the smile on Barty Jr.'s face grew wider. "Honestly, it's not easy to find such a suitable partner, but Asia Conrad seems to be tailor-made for my plan. She is a half-breed, and the more humble mood-blood. The group of people is also naturally close. Her character is weak. After being threatened by Flint for so long, she is almost about to choose to give up her own life to accept it, and it is easier for the group of people to sympathize. What a choice! After I took the time to review the information of all the mixed-race students, I decided that this was the last piece of the puzzle of my whole plan. So you never thought of going directly to John Green himself? If he is really just an ordinary 15-year-old boy, then of course it is the easiest and most effective to attack him directly, and I don't need to expend so much energy and means to directly control a beautiful female student to throw at him. It would be good to hug him. But that is obviously impractical. Since this boy has caused so much trouble to his master, and Dumbledore has high hopes for him, then such a straightforward plan can be seen through at a glance. It's not going to work. No one else but you, Severus, were you going to be smitten by a Gryffindor girl when you were 15? In an instant, Snape's face turned down, and his voice turned cold. Based on the relationship between us, it's not to the point where you can call me by my name directly, and don't think that I'm in the auditorium now and I won't dare to do anything. Little Barty raised his two hands with a smile on his face, making a gesture of surrender. Look at you, I didn't say which girl from Gryffindor, get rid of her, other girls come to you, but if you look at her, you don't deserve to be called Severus Snape, do you? Is it even possible for you to be fooled by such a simple beauty trick, let alone John Green, who is now in the limelight? Although he is a lowly and damned mood-blood, since he can bring so much trouble to his master, that means he still has some advantages, so if we deal with him the same way we deal with ordinary people, we can only end up with the same ending as the Lestrange family. Chapter 385-383 Granger's Bureau. Snape didn't make a sound, he just listened quietly to Barty Jr.'s continuation. He knew that he didn't need to be a fan, and Barty Jr. would tell all his plans by himself, because tonight was the final result of his knowledge when. I told you before that I investigated a lot of information about John Green, not only before he entered the carriage, but also after he entered the carriage to go to school. I also specifically went to the Ministry of Magic. The sly fools have learned a few things. Among them are the girls John Green was closest to at school. From him, I learned that the only Moodblood girl he rescued from the castle in front of everyone in the whole carriage, Hermione Granger, has a closer relationship with him. That fool thought he wanted to hear his grievances, and told me that when he had a quarrel with John Green, this girl surnamed Granger defended John Green from the sidelines. Such a thing is perfectly normal. The hero saves the beauty, and love at first sight is not uncommon in the magical world or the dirty society of muggles. If you have to choose a dance partner to participate in the ball, then John Green's most likely choice is this girl named Herbert. Men's girl. After reaching this conclusion, it couldn't be easier to investigate Hermione. She lived in the castle for more than a year, and not all the Moodbloods who were at the same level as her were rescued together. I extracted a few memories of Moodbloods who knew her, and it became very clear what kind of character this girl is. Brave, kind, and compassionate, at first glance, they are all weaknesses, and she is a simple and easy target. It may not be easy to deceive John Green about some things. That boy doesn't look like a student of this age at all. Some things seem to be clear to him at a glance, and such a boy is also 15 years old. It's much easier to attack a little girl whose name doesn't change. Little Barty squinted, looked through the crowd with a smile on Hermione's right hand raised to the candle light, and a white bracelet on it was not conspicuous. See, the bait has been successfully hung on the hook. As long as the bait you made is sure that there will be no problems, then we will have a good show tonight. Snape's voice was calm. He didn't look at the bracelet Hermione made by himself, but looked at the candlesticks floating in the mid-air of the auditorium, the bright candlelight reflected on his hand's empty eyes. The potions I have refined have not made a single mistake so far. If you had doubts about my ability, you would not have approached me to share the credit that should have been all yours. Little Barty crossed his legs and leaned on the back of the chair relaxedly. He watched the dancing candlesticks gradually gather in the center of the auditorium, and after a band wearing tattered non-mainstream clothes appeared, the entire auditorium began to panic. Became quieter. Then let us appreciate it slowly. As his voice fell, melodious music sounded softly in the already quiet auditorium, which also indicated that today's dance was about to begin. When the lantern on the table went out, John pulled Hermione up from the chair, and Diane and George stood up beside them. Not only them, but also Draco dragging the girl named Pansy, and Emil holding the girl named Selwyn in his arms, and danced to the center of the auditorium with the sad and quiet music. They were being watched by everyone around them, and John always felt a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, the dance steps he had practiced with Roger for 2 full months finally played a role, and he didn't accidentally step on Hermione such stupid things as those white feet. To be honest, I always feel that you and Professor Dumbledore are hiding something from me. John's face was very close to Hermione's, and he could even clearly feel each other's warm breath. It was the first time he was so close to a girl, and he had no interest in dancing itself. So simply find some topics to talk about at this time. It's not hiding from you, but the professor said that you have already occupied enough energy to deal with the game, so there is no need to let you know about some things we can handle. John put his arms around Hermione's slender waist and turned around in a circle. Then do you have any actions tonight? You really want to know? Hermione looked at John, she blinked her long eyelashes, and her eyes reflected by the candlelight were like stars twinkling in the dark night. Maybe you can talk to me about that part of me. Hearing what he said, Hermione couldn't help laughing, and the corner of her mouth curled into a beautiful arc, as if it overshadowed everything around her. In fact, everything tonight should be related to you. John was a little puzzled by Hermione's answer. He felt that he had been living a leisurely life these days, either going fishing or on the way to go fishing. How could it all have something to do with him? We will take a break in the middle of the dance, and then I will go to the bathroom, and then there will be another one who will come back and sit with you in the auditorium for a while, and finally go out for a walk in the garden. Hermione didn't continue to play charades, she stuck to John's ear, and whispered while changing dance steps following the melody. There will be a lot of people staring at us, especially those 2 who are behind me now. John pretended to raise his head inadvertently, and then he saw Barty Crouch Jr. who was leisurely leaning on the recliner on the high platform, and Severus, who seemed to have been expressionless for 365 days. Snape. They have plans to target us today. Just a simple turn of his mind, John can guess that the reason must be that these 2 people are playing tricks. Remember the half-blood girl in the castle who had a good relationship with me before? Yes, I still remember her name is Asia Conrad. Why do you remember people's names so clearly? Especially when you danced with a lady, you said it so openly. Ahem, cough, it's nothing, I just thought you were too close to her, don't be tricked by others. She's not a liar, she's just been used by a group of bad liars. I've always kept a distance from the students in the castle, no matter who they are. At that time, you didn't wonder why I suddenly met with Asia. Is it that close? I thought you were bored in the carriage. No matter how boring I am, I know how to measure it. It is dangerous to come into contact with anyone or anything in the castle at this time. You were also there on the day I saved her from those pure-blood students. Wait for Asia to go back from now on, I will always pay attention to her movements and who she has contacted in the castle on the Marauders map. This is the greatest advantage we have. With the Marauders map, these people in the castle are equal to we have no secrets, and they don't even know it. So you saw Crouch or Snape contacting Asia on the Marauders map. To be precise, there is only Barty Crouch. He has been in contact with Asia, but each time the contact time is very short, and it seems that the two just met inadvertently in the castle, but even if it's just that, it also allowed me to make a conclusion, that is, regardless of whether Asia knew it or not, the contact between her and me must have something to do with Crouch. After confirming this matter, I immediately went to Deng Professor Bulado, that is, the evening of the day we rescued Asia. The professor asked you not to speak up. Professor Dumbledore said that their ultimate goal must be you, and using Asia to contact me is probably just using me as a springboard. The professor didn't say how to deal with it. He said he wanted to hear my opinion. I was still skeptical about whether Asia knew what she was doing, so I decided to spend some time with her before taking a look, and then I discovered the second problem. Hermione slightly shook her hand on his shoulder at John, and the sound of the white beads on the bracelet hitting each other was very crisp. My mother used to wear this bracelet, but I also remember it very clearly. When my father gave this gift to my mother, he said that it was a commemorative item of that year. There were not many sold in total. This one is still mine. Dad was lucky enough to get the qualification to buy it, and after that, the same style was never sold again. But at that time, Asia told me that it was given to her by her mother on her 11th birthday. It is certain that this was definitely not given to her by her mother, but someone found the exact same bracelet as my mother and handed it to her, in order to attract my attention, and the whole Hogwarts. The only person in the castle who has ever met my mother is Barty Crouch, who took me away from home. John couldn't help feeling a little lost when he heard Hermione's calm analysis. He didn't forget that Hermione was really only 15 years old. It was the day when I found out that there was a problem with this bracelet. I was sure that Asia was kept in the dark from the beginning to the end. She was bullied in Hogwarts Castle and planned to sacrifice herself in exchange for the safety of her family. Ordinary girl. At the same time, I found Professor Dumbledore, told him all my discoveries, and discussed with him that maybe we can use this as a springboard to finally plot against you to complete some. We have been struggling with how to complete the plan. 3 chapters, 10,000, oh who, am I long? Chapter 386-384. Hermione and Hermione. I rescued Asia. On the day she gave me the bracelet, she thought she was pretending to be very similar, but in fact I could see the depression and despair. Then I learned from Professor Dumbledore. There's a fox feather coming in there. I didn't tell her what it was or how to use it. It's just an anchor to use as an apparition location just in case. But in fact, that feather was useless in the end, because when I saw her being taken away by those pure-blood students from the Marauders map, I happened to be in the secret passage. Those people planned to use it on her. I cast the most vicious blood curse to turn her into a half-human, half-beast monster. I put on an invisibility cloak and quietly changed some runes on the ground. Those purebloods are simply a group of illiterates, and the layout of the curse is rigid. According to the book, they didn't know the spell at all. They thought their curse was successful and left complacently. Asia also thought their curse was successful, but she had already prepared to commit suicide. Ready, I was carrying a bottle of dead fire potion and was about to set myself on fire. I stopped her and took her out of the castle. After returning to the carriage, I asked Professor Dumbledore to find a dead body and burn the body with dead fire potion. Drop it and send it back to that classroom. The sad music became louder and louder, and the surrounding students also began to leave their seats and entered the center of the auditorium. John felt his ears itchy, and Hermione spoke a lot in his ear, and the hot breath irritated his nerves. It's very risky for you to do this. If Auror or Crouch investigates a little more carefully, he will find that the ashes are not Asia at all. Hermione was non-committal. This is a gamble. My bargaining chip is that I know Crouch's contempt for half-bloods and hemp. To be given such trust by the Dark Lord, he is of course a very capable person, but the same, he's also completely lost in his master's lies about pure blood supremacy, contempt for all non-pure blood wizards, plus he's inherently arrogant and thinks all the plans are under his control. So I'm betting he won't go and study Asia's ashes carefully, because she has completed all her tasks, handed the bracelet into my hands, and finally took her own life as he expected, so why does he still want to observe those wreckage? Bold and careful, Hermione did almost everything she could. She didn't watch Asia accept her tragic fate, and she didn't shrink back in the face of difficulties and dangers, which made John feel admiration. Then what is the use of this bracelet? What effect can it have on me when it is worn on your hand? John asked, puzzled about this most critical question. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Hermione's mouth, and there was an unexpected playfulness in her voice. You guess. Could it be that Crouch actually casts some curse inside? As long as I come across this bracelet at the ball and he sees it, he will trigger the curse and make me die suddenly in public. Isn't it more risky for him to do this? Asia sent the bracelet to me so early. If Professor Dumbledore found out that the bracelet was wrong in the carriage, all his preparations would be in vain. Then I can't guess. John said bluntly, it wasn't that he didn't have enough brains, but that he didn't participate in this matter from the beginning to the end. It was planned by Hermione and Dumbledore together. He was just fishing by the Black Lake these days. If you can't guess it, then don't say it. The smile on the corner of Hermione's mouth never disappeared, as if there was some interesting secret hidden on this bracelet. John couldn't help feeling speechless for a while. He felt that Hermione not only seemed to be learning how to speak from him, but also learned the bad habit of being a riddle from Dumbledore. What are you going to do in a while? You're planning to draw both Crouch and Snape's attention to us. Hermione didn't hide this from John, she said softly. When you were working on your first event, I was always looking for the secret room left by Mr. Slytherin. In that secret room, the secret that the Dark Lord planned to kill the castle was hidden, but if it's just for then it is completely meaningless for him to do so. According to Mr. Slytherin's speculation, while he wants to kill the castle, he must also want to absorb his will into the entire Hogwarts castle. That is to say, he will have two preparations, one is the secret room, and the other is in other places. Have you already determined where that place is? This is something that is easy to deduce, isn't it? Compared with the arrangement of killing the castle in the secret room, it is obviously more important for him to impose his own will on the castle. In addition, he can only return to the castle twice a year, so the key when he comes back, he will definitely check to make sure that the arrangement is safe, and in the whole school, there is only one place that he will go to every time he comes back. John held his breath slightly and said softly. Principal room. Yes, and because you entered the principal's office once before, and you brought back the information that the relics of the four founders were placed on the table in that office, it will make Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Slytherin more sure of this. His biggest arrangement must be in the principal's office. John also deeply agreed with this. When he entered the principal's office for the first time, he felt that there was something wrong with the four relics placed there, so he didn't act rashly at that time, and now there is indeed a problem. But I remember that after I killed the basilisk in front of the hall in the principal's office, there were no guards inside, and now they have been rearranged with new ones. That's right, when looking for the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, Fawkes tried to go in once, and heard from Professor Dumbledore that he saw a snake inside, a snake that was different from the basilisk, and it didn't feel so threatening to him. Hi. So you want to use Crouch's arrangement for me at this Christmas dinner to attract his and Snape's attention, and then enter the headmaster's office to destroy the preparations for the Dark Lord inside. Those things are not so easy to destroy. This time is the same as the last time I went to the secret room. I just need to copy the runes on the table where the four relics are placed. Fawkes will deal with the snake. Why do I always feel that this plan is a bit familiar? Of course you should feel familiar. Don't forget who covered you when you first entered the principal's room to kill the basilisk when you sneaked into the castle. Now that our identities have been swapped, it's your turn to cover me. You stole my idea. Hermione's eyes curved into crescents. Then how do you want me to pay compensation? Forget it, I am very generous, you can use it as you like. There is one last question, who will pretend to be you and follow me later? Lee Jordan, I wanted to find a girl, but you know that there are only so many students who come to Hogwarts Castle, and I can't find a suitable one. So Professor Dumbledore also respected me, and decided to give up using the compound recipe altogether. Decoction, he personally used the transfiguration technique on Lee, which will be safer at the same time. You can follow his words later, and Professor Dumbledore should have said everything to him. Of course, John is also happy. This time, he finally doesn't need to use his brain. He just needs to do what he is planned to do step by step. Halfway through the dance, he and Hermione left from the center of the auditorium and returned to their seats. John didn't keep staring at Crouch and Snape, but whenever he pretended to be inadvertently looking towards the high platform, when I glanced at him, I could always find that there was a hidden and clear gap between these two people every time they wanted to observe him. Obviously, this was no coincidence. Wish me luck. Hermione got up from John's side, and John looked up at her, without blessing, just said very seriously. You must put your own safety first. Remember what you promised us every time you went on an adventure? I am also like you, John, and I am also a person who is afraid of death. John looked helpless. But since I met you, I have never felt that you are afraid of death. This sentence will also be returned to you. They seemed to be bickering, but they acted as if they had just talked about some funny joke. On the high platform, little Barty, who was leaning on the back of the chair, looked at Hermione, who stood up and walked towards the bathroom, with a cold smile on his face. Why is the effect of the medicine produced so slowly? Snape was still expressionless. You didn't set an exact time for me at all, so I don't know when the first wave of medicine will take effect, but I can be sure that all the people in that bracelet will be as slow as 8 o'clock at the latest. The potions will all evaporate. It's good that you can give such a guarantee. Little Barty said in a cold voice, and then he beckoned to a female professor from the Pure Blood College, whispered something in her ear, and then the female professor also walked towards the girls' bathroom. In the middle of the auditorium, the dance is still going on, or the students in the castle are only now officially entering the state, and among them, Emil and his dance partner have kissed in the public after the end of the song, making everyone around let out a booing. Seeing this scene, little Barty didn't know why a burst of irritability arose in his heart. There was a vague uneasiness in his heart, but he couldn't tell where this uneasiness came from. Soon, Hermione came out of the bathroom again, and the female professor he arranged came out behind her, and the female professor who was far away shook her head cryptically at little Barty. This made him let go of some restlessness, and set his sights on Hermione and John, who had reunited. John also looked at the Hermione who was exactly the same as when he left just now, and no one could feel any difference. The expression on his face remained the same, but he still couldn't help feeling strange in his heart. This robe is so beautiful, John. To be honest, I was a little resistant when Professor Dumbledore gave it to me at first, but after wearing it, I couldn't put it down. Am I beautiful? As soon as Hermione opened his Drake-like voice, John almost couldn't hold back on the spot, almost spitting out the juice he just drank in his mouth. Why didn't you change your voice? He lowered his voice, turned his back to the direction where Crouch and Snape were, and asked with wide eyes. The outside is still the same, but the Hermione who has turned into Lee's disguise has no choice but to spread his hands. When Hermione entered just now, there was a professor from the castle following behind her. The voice-changing potion has a time limit. According to the plan, I will drink the potion when I take over her role, but because there are people following her, there is no time. I can just get out of here. Okay, the potion will still drink if you find a chance, but can you stop saying such disgusting words? Ask me if you are beautiful. Hey, you are discriminatory, I'm sure if Hermione asked you that, you would have praised her for being beautiful. Shut up. Since the voice hasn't changed, talk less. How long are we going to stay in the auditorium? 20 minutes, start counting when I sit next to you. After 20 minutes, I will hold your arm and have a romantic garden together also. We must show that we have been chatting, so I can't shut up. Mouth. Can you stop disgusting me with this tone? I thought you would like it. George told me that you originally planned to find a male dance partner. He said that you are actually a hidden gay. Thank you for conveying. Don't worry, tomorrow I will use the blasting spell to blow his mouth apart. Hey. Then you must call me over to watch from the sidelines. I have wanted to do this for a long time. Suddenly, John looked at Lee and narrowed his eyes, staring at the slightly raised chest in front of him. How much does Professor Dumbledore's transfiguration affect you? The same effect as Polyjuice potion? Of course not. Originally, it would be perfect to find a girl here, but Professor Dumbledore can only let me out if there is no suitable partner. In order to protect the privacy of the lady, the professor just put my face and the exposed part has been changed. If you don't believe me, you can take off my robe and look inside. You still have healthy black skin. Then what happened to your chest? Lee's face suddenly showed a I understand expression. Big mantra, do you want to touch it? It's very soft. Get out. You disgust me. They communicated in a low voice, and there was no one else around, so even if someone looked at their position, they would just think that the two were talking about some funny and disgusting jokes. Crouch also saw the scene from a distance, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a somewhat gloomy arc. In his eyes, the mutual damage between Lee and John was more like flirting. I feel that your potion has taken effect. Snape shook the cider in the glass, lowered his head and took a sip. Obviously, he has become much more relaxed than before, and his gaze has never left the girl's chest since just now. It's still there. If you write 4,000, you'll post it in the early morning. If you don't write enough, you'll wait until tomorrow. Chapter 387-385. Snape, the effect of the medicine has begun. If John heard what Snape was saying now, he would definitely greet him with a big mouth. Even if you are an opponent, you can't think of people so wretchedly, right? Just when John and Lee were hurting each other, Hermione had quietly arrived inside the principal's office. She didn't bother avoiding the Auror from the first floor, and then climbed up to the 7th floor. Instead, she let Fawkes use apparition and took her directly into the room. When looking for the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, Fawkes came in once as a bird, and this was Dumbledore's office and its old nest before, so it can be regarded as familiar. Fawkes deliberately chose a corner close to the tower, and landed with Hermione, but the golden red light still attracted the attention of the cold-blooded creature in the office. It was not as exaggerated as the basilisk, but it was still a huge poisonous snake with emerald green scales. Nagini. Voldemort's personal pet, a blood-cursed orc that has been completely animalized. But Hermione obviously didn't know the background and identity of the poisonous snake. For now, she still didn't know anything about the snake's condition, but she didn't need to worry about dealing with it. The moment Nagini and Fawkes met each other, a snake and a bird rushed out facing each other. They have fought against each other once before, and it has not been long since today, so they are no strangers. And Hermione didn't hesitate at all after landing. The evening dress on her body had been replaced by a loose robe for everyday use. From the pocket of the robe, she took out a silver instrument that looked like a lighter. The next moment Fawkes rushed towards Nagini, she pressed the switch of the silver lighter. Boom! There was a sound like a thunderstorm. The noise was not small, and the floor of the whole room trembled. At the same time, when John entered the principal's office, there were no magic portraits on the surrounding walls, but now they were covered with magic portraits. Countless sparks burst out in an instant, and then the photo frame shattered, accompanied by a faint scream. All the portraits were burned. Originally, this lighter only had the function of turning off the lights. Destroying the portraits is a function specially modified and added by Dumbledore according to Hermione's needs this time. It is attached with an ancient violent curse, and it is the easiest to deal with these portraits with independent thinking consciousness. Effective, the only problem is that the noise is too loud. Under normal circumstances, there is no way to use it, so it is necessary for John and Lee to attract the attention of Crouch and Snape in the auditorium. At the same time, Hermione also had to keep an eye on the movements of the patrolling Aurors in the castle, making sure that none of them chose to do anything near the 7th floor. Such an opportunity is not easy to find, but fortunately, all the actions so far have been smooth. Fawkes is not even afraid of the basilisk, let alone dealing with the poisonous snake Nagini. Putting away the silver lighter, Hermione could finally focus on the 4 relics on the table in the middle of the office. Okay, it's almost time. We are going to leave now and go to the small garden outside the castle. Lee glanced at the wall clock directly in front of the auditorium, and whispered to John. John also nodded. Hurry up and find a place where no one is around. You drank the voice-changing potion. Hey, how could you be like this? With Hermione's appearance, isn't my voice exciting? If you say such disgusting words to me here again, tomorrow I will blow the mouths of both you and George. I was wrong. You should only bomb George, he is more hateful than me. The two kept moving their mouths, and stood up from their positions together at the same time. Lee naturally held John's arm. John controlled himself not to show any flaws, but he still couldn't help but feel a tingle on his arm. A burst of goosebumps. Why do I feel that you are shaking? Lee whispered. Do you let a man shake your arm? Relax, can't you imagine me as Hermione herself? If you can keep your mouth shut, maybe I can do it. Many people noticed the movement of them getting up. John's every move attracted attention, and even the Aurors who were in charge of guarding around him paid most of their attention to him. Because John is so good at making troubles, the more it is easy to relax vigilance in this kind of excitement, the more Lucius asked his men to keep an eye on John. If John had agreed to his request for cooperation before, maybe Lucius would turn a blind eye now, and John would do whatever he wanted. But after being rejected like that, it seemed a little love-hate. Lucius felt that he had to be loyal to his duty in order to be worthy of Voldemort. Therefore, he has been staring at John and Hermione tonight. According to what he has known about Dumbledore for so many years, Christmas is such an excellent opportunity to prevent his students from doing something. Dumbledore can't be called Dumbledore. However, when Lee held John's arm and the two were walking out together, a pair of male and female students suddenly stopped in front of them. This made everyone staring at John quiet, and because of this, the entire auditorium was silent for a moment. Only the weird sister band in the center of the stage was still playing dance music. John squinted his eyes and looked at Emile and his dance partners standing in front of him, thinking whether this move was also some kind of plan of Crouch and Snape. But what he never expected was that Crouch's performance now was much worse than he imagined. What's going on here? What did that Lestrange idiot want to do in the past? Snape was still sneering like that. You call him an idiot, do you think I will understand what an idiot thinks? Other people in the auditorium didn't know what Emile wanted to do, but everyone was looking forward to this scene. Most of the students here are students of Hogwarts Castle, and John's current enemy on their side, although Emile is also representing their headmaster to participate in the competition, is not a student of Hogwarts after all. So no matter what kind of conflicts arise between them, these people only have the mentality of watching the fun and not thinking it's a big deal. Amir's face was flushed, as if he had drunk some wine. This is also normal, he is a 7th grade student, and now he is an adult. Drinking a little alcohol is nothing, but there is obviously something wrong with his current state. John Green. Emile called out John's name. John looked at him disapprovingly, without any intention of responding, but just wanted to see what tricks this young master of the Lestrange family could pull off. Don't think that you are better than me just because you won the first game. Next, I will let everyone see who is worthy of being called a warrior. John brought himself into Emil's perspective, and he was embarrassed for the young master who didn't know whether he was awake or not. He could also understand that it was definitely not Crouch's plan for Emil to stop him. The typical example is that this kid had a couple of sips of wine, and he had a dance partner by his side and talked about the first match, so he was stimulated and wanted to come prove that you are not a loser in front of John, and raise the flag for the next game by the way. After seeing clearly what state Emil is in now, John said sincerely, "If you can say such things to me on this occasion, it can already prove that you are a true warrior." Emil didn't hear the true meaning of John's words, and thought he was really boasting about himself. Under the influence of alcohol, his originally depressed heart couldn't help feeling a little elated. "Humph, you still have a little self-knowledge, but don't think that I will keep your hand in the next game like this." While Emil was talking, the female companion beside him kept focusing on Lee. Lee didn't fear her gaze, but held his chest up, but other than that, there was no more provocation. He also knows that he can't speak at all without drinking the voice-changing potion. If he speaks, he will definitely leak it, so he should try to keep a low profile as much as possible. But the girl from the Selwyn family obviously didn't intend to let him go, and there was a malicious smile on her face when she spoke. "Hello, Miss Granger, I've heard of your name a long time ago." Lee is also good at putting on airs. He nodded slightly, as if giving a response but did not make a sound. Although such a posture seems a little arrogant, it is also reasonable. John didn't want to stay here any longer. As long as Hermione was involved in the topic, there was a high possibility of Lee's stuffing. They had to hurry up and leave this place of right and wrong. But sometimes things just don't go as they should. Just when everyone's attention was gradually shifting away from them and they started to follow the music to the dance floor again, Selwyn seemed to be irritated by Lee's arrogance. She lowered her voice, but raised her voice and tone. "I've heard that Miss Granger's most famous deed is that she was hung on the back hall like a stinky fish. It's a pity that I was in France at the time and couldn't see it with my own eyes." These words instantly quieted the atmosphere of the scene, and even Emil was so frightened that he a little sobered up. He stared wide-eyed at the dance partner beside him who was kissing him passionately in the center of the dance floor just now, and subconsciously pulled her away from holding his arm. Selwyn didn't seem to notice Emil's reaction. She looked at Lee with jealous anger in her eyes. At the beginning of entering the auditorium, everyone's attention was on John and Hermione, which made Selwyn, who thought that he could become Emil's dance partner and thus become the focus of the audience, very angry. Especially after she found that Hermione's appearance could not be faulted at all, this kind of anger became particularly violent. Emil was also instigated by her to stop John. This is the case for a man who has just entered the gentle town. It is difficult to refuse a girl's request, and he said what he said before because of alcohol. Now Emil has obviously woken up, but Selwyn has not yet felt the reaction of his male partner. Lee knew that he couldn't speak at this time no matter what. Although he had Hermione's insulted anger in his heart, he couldn't vent it, so he still looked at her with that contemptuous look. But John's eyes narrowed at some point, and it was precisely because of this discovery that Emil took 2 steps back. "If you really know about that matter, you should also know what I did back then, right? Miss Selwyn?" Hearing what John said, Selwyn turned to look at him at this time, but the moment she turned her face around, all her vision was covered by a snapped. Compared to 2 years ago, the current John is of course not what it used to be. Regardless of his magical attainments, his physical strength has reached the standard of a teenager. So this unrestrained slap knocked Selwyn to the ground on the spot, and the loud sound was heard by many students around. "Ah! How dare you hit me?" Selwyn's screams even overshadowed the dance music, and the wizard band, the Weird Sisters, who was playing, stopped their work and looked in this direction. The entire auditorium was silent, everyone's eyes were focused on where they were, and the Aurors who were in charge of guarding around them also began to move around. Lucius frowned even more, and looked at a subordinate next to him whisper something in a low voice. On the high platform, little Barty's face was extremely ugly. What are these two stupid pigs doing? The objects of his insults were of course not John and Hermione, but Selwyn and Emil, who hindered his plan. Snape didn't make a sound, he was quietly observing John's next move. John's actions are of course very fast, he knows what he should do most now. After slapping Selwyn to the ground, he immediately grabbed Lee's arm, and then kicked Selwyn away, who was still screaming in front of him, skipping the bold words just now. Now Emil, who had shut up and was dumb, walked quickly towards the outside of the auditorium. The Aurors around immediately quickened their pace and wanted to follow. On such an occasion, they beat the pure blood at will. Even if John was one of the warriors participating in the competition, he couldn't let him leave without saying anything. Snape on the high platform seemed to have seen everything. He couldn't wait anymore. Under the influence of the potion, he became manic, and even did it directly in public at any cost. Little Barty also showed joy when he saw John's move to leave the auditorium immediately. He immediately left his seat and came to Lucius, who was directing his subordinates, asking him to stop all Auror actions, and then without any explanation, Lucius returned to Snape's side under Lucius' bewildered expression. "Ah, yes, of course it's not good in front of so many people in the auditorium. They need a quiet place, don't they? Let's help them create such a place." Chapter 388-386 Armor. Although John didn't know what impolite words Crouch and Snape were talking about, he knew that since they had made so much preparation, they would not let anyone interfere at tonight's dance, him and Hermione. That is to say, when encountering these things, the best solution is for the two of them to go directly, and the Aurors around will definitely not chase after them. This is indeed the case. After he took Lee and quickly left the auditorium, Lucius got the instruction from Barty Jr., and the Aurors around did not catch up. This couldn't help but make Selwyn, who was lying on the ground not only slapped, but also kicked by John before leaving, even more hoarse. "Why don't you catch him? My father is a Death Eater. My mother is the director of the French Ministry of Magic. The glory of pure blood has been tarnished. No one will ask in Hogwarts Castle." However, before she got up from the ground, under the command of Barty Jr., those Aurors fell over and Selwyn was raised up. This couldn't help but make this proud pure-blood student look shocked and bewildered. She turned her head and looked at Barty Crouch Jr., who had already walked over. Because she was not British, she went to school in Beauxbatons since she was a child. She had little fear of the notorious number 1 of Voldemort's thugs. Just as she was about to open her mouth to question, Crouch raised the wand in her hand, and her mouth was instantly sealed. Shouting and making such vulgar actions in such a formal occasion, the so-called pure blood glory is really shamed because of you. His voice was very cold, and the gentleness that had always been on his face was no longer there. Then he waved his hand and motioned for the two Aurors who supported her to lead her out of the auditorium. "Sent to the confinement room, let her stay there tonight and reflect on it." The two Aurors faithfully carried out his order, and everyone in the auditorium watched the scene in disbelief. If it weren't for knowing what Crouch had done in order to serve Voldemort, then some people say that his pure-blooded 25 sons would believe his behavior now. But in the absence of Voldemort, Snape didn't speak up to object, so in the current Hogwarts, it is tantamount to Crouch alone. Among the people present, only Beauxbatons' vice principal, Bulstrode, had an ugly face, because Selwyn, who was taken away, was his student, and now Crouch was almost ignoring him. As a professor at Hogwarts, he directly intervened in the punishment of Beauxbatons' students, which made Burst feel a little uncomfortable. Voldemort's power is very large, and a large power will inevitably have many factions. In addition to the new school of pure blood and the old school of pure blood artificially separated by Voldemort, after France was occupied by him, his internal factions were further divided into two large frameworks, the British pure blood and the French pure blood. Especially after Wu Pingxian counterattacked France, and most of the French purebloods fled to the UK in order to avoid liquidation, this internal division and distinction became more and more obvious. It's just that the current French purebloods are outsiders in the UK after all, and Great Britain is the home base of British purebloods. Therefore, under the active tolerance and restraint of French wizards, the conflict between the two parties has not been aroused. Even now, Bulstrode felt Crouch's arrogance and chose to forbear, and did not let the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart vent. He knew very well that there was nothing he could do in this situation. The outbreak of internal conflict would only make others laugh, and Voldemort would not speak up for him after that. As Selwyn was dealt with, the previous atmosphere in the auditorium was gradually restored. A burst of more cheerful dance music sounded than before, and the students re-entered the center of the dance floor, starting tonight's carnival. But there are still many students discussing the scene just now. Everyone thinks that as long as their principal is not in the castle, no one can control John. Barty Crouch Jr. chose to show off when he was so rampant, and the others didn't have such ability. Of course, John didn't care what the students in the castle thought. He and Lee had already come to the temporary garden outside the castle for the Christmas ball. It looks quiet here, but in fact, there are many students hidden in the surrounding small flowers. When John and Lee walked in, he bumped into a young couple who were in love with each other. It's only halfway through the prom, but for some, their best chance is when everyone is in the dance. John looked at the fairy flying on a bush of roses, and said a little speechlessly, "To be honest, this garden was originally built to facilitate students' trysts, right?" Ahem, what else? By taking this opportunity, Lee had already drank the voice-changing potion, which scratched his throat a bit when he first drank it, so although his voice had already undergone some changes, it still seemed a bit strange because of its hoarseness. However, the speed of this transformation will be very fast, and there are no people around after coming to the garden, so Lee doesn't have to be particularly careful. Aren't the professors in the castle afraid of killing people if they do this? John still remembered that the young couple he met when he first came in were about the same age as him. If this kind of situation is uncontrollable, how should he explain it to their parents? Or is it that there is no need to explain at all, and these parents are also happy? Even though he has lived here for many years, John still doesn't know much about the situation in Great Britain, but he doesn't need to specialize in this situation now. Of course Lee didn't understand what John said, so he said it nonchalantly. How could a normal Christmas ball cause death? It's not a war now, you think too much, John. Instead of thinking about this, it's better to think about how we will deal with the next time later. This plan actually didn't put so much potential pressure on Hermione. Dumbledore didn't think about completely hiding Voldemort's actions in the castle. Even if he hasn't fully controlled the castle, he has been operating it for more than 10 years. As long as Hermione's mission can safely copy back the runes drawn under the 4 relics from the principal's office this time, it will be considered a success. As for whether it will alarm Voldemort himself, or be discovered by him, Dumbledore will be required. Things to consider. But the first thing to ensure is that these runes must be copied in full. Only in this way can Dumbledore and Slytherin accurately judge the extent of Voldemort's erosion of the castle, so that they can determine the next step. Specific actions. So Hermione moved very quickly. This time she took all the preparations and didn't need to do it herself. The shorthand quill sent from France was already flying on the parchment. Hermione didn't stand still at this time, she raised her wand, and tapped on the 4 relics on the table. There is nothing special about these relics from the outside, except that densely packed, Small and imperceptible runes are drawn on the desk carrying them. It is like an ordinary desk with a few ordinary decorations. When Hermione's wand fell on the Ravenclaw's crown, the crown inlaid with blue gemstones lit up faintly, but it didn't shift in any way. Her levitation spell didn't work as it should have. This was not beyond Hermione's expectations. She had the same thought as John. Since Voldemort dared to place these 4 relics here openly, there must be his support. Obviously, they are not so easy to get. Go. According to the plan given to her by Dumbledore, she did not say that she would take these 4 relics away now. These 4 things have basically been connected to the entire Hogwarts castle, and Voldemort chose to pass them. As a medium, from the moment they invaded the castle, it was impossible for these 4 things to leave the castle. Hermione just made an attempt for Ms. Grey's promise. The crown was found, but there was no way to take it out. It was considered an explanation for her. And just when the battle between Fawkes and Nagini had reached a fever pitch, and the shorthand quill was still writing rapidly on the desk, and Hermione was about to assist Fawkes in assisting him with 2 spells, the room separated by the principal's office passed suddenly. There was a sound of heavy footsteps at the stairs of the tower where the Book of Access and the Pen of Acceptance were stored. Hermione clenched the wand in her hand instantly, and Fawkes, who had successfully opened a hole in Nagini's head, raised his head vigilantly. It left Nagini, who was half dead, turned around and glided onto Hermione's shoulder. Hermione also walked quickly to the parchment on the desk where less than half of the runes had been copied. She didn't just hold it like this right away. The parchment left, and the runes were not copied in full, so the value of her trip would be greatly reduced, so she was still staring at the corner of the stairs in the tower, listening to the heavy footsteps getting closer. Then, a metal armor reflecting the bright moonlight outside the window walked down the stairs. A sharp nightsword is held in the hand of the armor. Although it has gone through hundreds of years, the surface of the armor is still smooth and shiny. There is no jerky feeling in the movements of the limbs, but full of harmonious beauty. The moment it walked out of the stairs, it aimed at Hermione, and raised the cold nightsword in its hand. Seeing that what came was not a living person, but a pair of armor that had been enchanted, Hermione was slightly relieved, but she still didn't let go of her guard at all. When moving further, he used the spell first. Knock back at full speed. There was no dazzling spell beam, but a surge of airflow that created ripples in the air, and then the armor seemed to be hit hard by a sledgehammer, and it was suddenly blown away, and then it was hit hard. It collided with the solid stone wall of the principal's office. It seems that Hermione's spell had an excellent effect, but in fact it only partially restricted the armor's actions and did not cause any substantial damage to it. Quickly bind. Ice freezes. After Hermione used 2 consecutive spells of Binding Curse and Freezing Curse, a rope that appeared out of nowhere suddenly bound the whole body of the armor that was about to stand up from the ground. At the same time, the icy frost covered its body surface, and soon all its movable joints are completely sealed. After finishing all this, Hermione didn't stop the movement of her hands. She immediately turned around and pointed at Nagini, who was still thumping in a pool of blood, and waved the wand in her hand. Flaming. The fire burned the snake's blood, and at the same time illuminated the entire principal's office, and just as the flames were engulfing Nagini, there was another sound of heavy footsteps at the corner of the stairs. Hermione was keenly sure that it was a burst of footsteps, not a single one, because it was obvious that this burst of footsteps could not be made by a pair of armors. At least 2 sets of armors came alive and came to the principal's office. She glanced at the progress of the parchment on the table. The speed of copying with the shorthand quill pen is very fast, at least much faster than normal handwriting, but even so, it is only half of the work done now. After copying all the runes, Hermione still needs to delay for a while. At this time, the armor that came down from the tower also appeared in the principal's room. Just as Hermione guessed from the sound of footsteps, there were 2 sets of armor that appeared again. Compared with the previous armor, they held a knight in addition to the sword. One of the hands is still holding a shield, and the armor is also thicker, while the other hand is holding a long axe in both hands. After arriving at the principal's office, the armor holding the shield and sword rushed towards Hermione without hesitation. It was very fast and showed no signs of clumsiness, as if there was a real person inside. The more she was in this situation, the calmer Hermione became, and she quickly waved her wand in her hand. Many obstacles. In an instant, the air about 5 meters in front of her began to become viscous, and the sword and shield armor seemed to have fallen into the water, and the movement obviously began to slow down. But this slowness only lasted for a second, and a light red light flashed on the shield it was holding, and then Hermione's obstacle spell was broken by it, and the sprinting speed returned to the original state. Holding up the knight sword in his hand, he suddenly slashed towards Hermione's position. Even if it was only delayed for a second, it gave Hermione enough time to react. While the armor raised the sword in her hand, she quickly backed away enough distance for herself. The sword that fell from the armor finally hit the Gryffindor sword that was placed on the desk. The moment the two swords were handed over, there was a sound of gold and iron clanging. 4000, there are 2 chapters of 3000 tonight. Chapter 389-387. Vicious Beauty Trap. Gryffindor's sword seemed to be welded to the table, hit by the knight's sword in the hand of the armor, but it remained motionless. It was the quill that was writing on the parchment that bounced for a moment under such gravity, leaving a mass of black ink on the parchment, and then it regained its angle and continued writing. The armor holding the long axe took this opportunity to split the binding spell and freezing spell on the first armor with an axe, allowing it to regain its ability to move. The sword and shield armor also raised the sword and shield in their hands again, and the 3 sets of armor formed a triangle formation and surrounded Hermione in the middle. The only thing that made Hermione feel a little relieved was that the target of these armors seemed to be only her, and she didn't care about the shorthand quill that was still writing on the desk, so she didn't interfere with the rune copying process. Fawkes stood on Hermione's shoulders without any other movements. Among other things, these armors all have extremely hard physical resistance, making it difficult for Fawkes's normal attack to cause any effective damage to them, and if they are directly enlarged, it will definitely make this office the most eye-catching existence under the night. So that all cover UPS and restraints will be in vain. So its task now is to keep an eye on Hermione, and once it finds that she is in a desperate situation, it will immediately apparate and take her away. This is the task assigned to it by Dumbledore, to prevent Hermione from throwing her life away in order to complete the task. Hermione didn't go head-to-head with these armors. She looked at the progress of the shorthand quill from time to time. According to the time estimate, it would take at least 3 minutes to copy all the runes on the table. She had to persist for 3 minutes under the attack of these 3 armors. Originally, according to Hermione's proposal, since all Muggle-related electronic devices cannot be used in Hogwarts Castle, purely mechanical cameras can still be used. As long as you can bring such a camera in, you can use the most copy these runes on the desktop as quickly as possible. But Dumbledore said that it is impossible to record these runes that contain magic power and are running in this way. Just like the camera cannot resist the eyes of the basilisk, the huge power will directly make the film itself collapsed, and the film it took was only burned into a ball of coke. If you want to copy this kind of magic text, you can only use the most basic handwriting method, and there is no other possibility of tricks. But in fact, it was only 3 minutes. Hermione took a deep breath looking at the 3 sets of armor. The hand that was not holding the wand reached into the pocket of the robe. She took out the Marauder's map and took a quick look. The location of the Auror closest to the principal's office above. Most of the Aurors are on the 1st floor, only a team of Auror seem to have just walked down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, and are returning to the auditorium on the 1st floor. In other words, with all the movable stairs now stopped, even if the people below find out what is happening in the principal's office, It will take at least 2 minutes for them to reach the 7th floor at the fastest, which is enough time for Hermione. The parchment that had been transcribed was taken away. Then she found John's name at a glance. He and Lee are now in the garden outside the castle, and not far from them are the names of Snape and Crouch. After making sure everyone was in place and counting the time, Hermione stuffed the Marauder's map back into her pocket. The three armors had already completed their initial charge, and they rushed towards her at a faster speed with the weapon in hand. "Over here!" And Hermione also waved her wand, but this time the target of her wand was obviously not any armor, but the wall facing the window. "Garden, bench. John and Lee have been sitting here for a while, and they are still chatting, but at Lee's behest. The distance between the two of them has been sitting at a distance from the beginning, and now it is getting closer and closer, almost completely next to each other. I said, I really don't understand, what kind of effect does this bracelet you wear have to make us behave like this?" John couldn't help complaining after ensuring that there were no ears of partition walls around him again. Lee's voice has become exactly the same as Hermione's now, but he seems to want to deliberately imitate the tone of the girl's speech, but his impression of the girl is too single. As long as he speaks, he smells like green tea. "Hermione didn't tell you this? Then she might be afraid that you would feel embarrassed, so she deliberately kept it from you." "What's so embarrassing to me? What's the use of this bracelet? Anyway, it can't be that Crouch used some delayed love potion on it." Lee obviously knew the original function of this bracelet. After hearing what John said, he stared at John suspiciously. "Did you deliberately tease me just now? In fact, Hermione has already told you what the bracelet is for you." Hearing him ask this question, John only felt that the world was starting to become absurd. "It's really a love potion? What's the matter? What's the use of Crouch using Hermione to give me a love potion? Does he want me to become a slave to love and become a fool?" Lee also saw it at this time. John purely guessed it himself. He couldn't help complaining. "How do I know the brain circuit of that villain? When I first learned about the effect of this bracelet from Professor Dumbledore, I was more surprised than you. Not only does it contain a love potion, but also a very strange potion." "Strange potion? How weird?" John asked with a broken look in his eyes. He felt that the trick of using Hermione to give him a love potion was strange enough, and there could be no more weird method than this. It was on a bead on the bracelet that Professor Dumbledore discovered that some magical potions were hidden in it, and as long as the person wearing it would be permeated by these potions all the time. This potion itself there is no harm to people, but the potion will then integrate into the person's body, and at the same time assimilate the body fluids in the carrier's body, allowing the potion to mix with it. The love potion can be mixed with this potion to produce anew the potion. This potion does not have any influence or harm on people, but John seemed to have thought of something that was extremely contrary to public order, good customs, and social morality, and he stared at Lee in horror. "But what?" "However, this new potion produced after being mixed with the love potion has no effect on women, but it is the deadliest poison to men." Lise said that his face was also very strange at this time, as if he couldn't imagine what kind of brain circuit the person who designed this poisonous scheme had. John fell into a strange sluggish state, and he was using his confused mind to straighten out the logic of this potion. The potion itself does no harm to people, but it can be integrated into human body fluids, and then it can be fused with the love potion to become a new potion. And this new potion is not harmful to women, but it is highly poisonous to men, and now the person wearing this bracelet is Hermione, which means that the potion on the bracelet has no effect on her. But Crouch's real target is actually him, and this potion mixed with love potion itself will only work on men. But the most important point is that this potion was worn in Hermione's hand after going up. The situation that appeared was Hermione's bodily fluids. The target is him, the poison is Hermione's bodily fluid, and the love potion is used as a trigger, and it provides a quiet and undisturbed environment. After thinking this through, John's whole face instantly became extremely gloomy and ugly, and he could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a sentence from his mouth. Crouch, he's damned. This kind of plan sounds weird, but after Crouch has completed all the prerequisites and sent the bracelet to Hermione, the success rate is actually surprisingly high. John would not guard against Hermione at the ball at all, and the love potion is not an ordinary poison, and it can even be said that it is not a poison. Even if John is poisoned by this potion, he will not feel anything wrong. Even if he actually still has a lot of affection for Hermione, then his subconscious might even contribute to the effect of the love potion. At that time, there is nothing else to do. As long as he and Hermione kiss in a daze, they will surely die. If it wasn't for the Marauder's map and Hermione's vigilance, he might have been caught by now. Crouch definitely has enough research on him. At least he understands his interpersonal relationship in the carriage. He knows that the relationship between him and Hermione is closer among girls, and he clearly knows that it is extremely difficult to directly attack John himself. It can only be detoured. If it is a normal 15 or 16-year-old student, it will be difficult to resist this trick. It is the time when youth hormones sprout, and this kind of plan is simply extremely sinister. If John really fell for the trick, Hermione would be finished even if she lived, and it didn't cost anyone on Voldemort's side, just the life of a small mixed-race student and a special bracelet. It's no wonder that John is so angry. This series of plans is really disgusting and vicious, but Crouch is so cruel that he can even kill his own parents. It is not surprising that he can come up with such a poisonous plan. Then what are we going to do next? Soon, John calmed down. Now it was obvious that Crouch's plan was impossible to succeed. What they needed to do now was to hold Crouch's attention and facilitate Hermione's actions in the castle. Lee pointed John to a window on the 7th floor of the castle with his eyes. See there? We need to wait for Hermione's signal here. If there is a signal, we need to continue the scene. If there is no signal, Hermione will come and tell us to go back to the carriage. And at the same time Li Huiyan fell, a burst of red light suddenly flashed through the window of the principal's office that he indicated. Chapter 390-388. Snape, is John Green a man? Hermione's staff ejected a cluster of red sparks that were not too dazzling. The cluster of sparks went out just after hitting the wall next to the window, but she believed that Lee and John outside the castle had definitely discovered the signal she sent. After that, Hermione didn't hesitate anymore. She waved her wand and used a transfiguration. The next moment, countless pieces of parchment flew out of her pocket. They fluttered in the principal's room, and at the same time transformed into countless emerald green vines, and then spread and grew around the surrounding like living snakes. The 3 armors in the charge are surrounded by it. But these vines can only act as the simplest obstacle. The armors raised their weapons, and the sharp blades cut off the vines that surrounded them. What Hermione needs is not to let the products of these transformation techniques help her, but to hinder the armor's attack a little bit is considered a success. Just when the fastest armor with one-handed sword was less than 1 meter away from her, Hermione took out a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball out of her pocket at some point. The knight's sword that was held high has crashed down from midair, and Hermione also tapped the surface of the armor with her wand. Shock reduction and stop speed. Because the tip of the wand is close to the surface of the armor, the spell basically takes effect immediately after Hermione reads it. The sword swing movement of that pair of armor was obviously much slower, but the movement of the blade falling was still firm, and it just slashed straight at Hermione's head. Hermione didn't hide. The sword blade reflecting the orange-red furnace fire was blocked by a light blue light shield at a distance of 10 centimeters above her head. And what Hermione was waiting for was this opportunity. With the hand holding the wand, she pulled out the corners of the armor at the joint between the head and the body, so as to use the force to make the whole body stick to the armor, and at the same time hold the armor high. The ball in the other hand was stuffed into the dark eye socket of the armor. Boom! There was obviously a sound of the ball and the metal joining together from inside the armor, and Hermione backed away as fast as she could after hearing this sound. Before she had opened the 3-meter distance from the armor, a piercing roar suddenly sounded throughout the principal's office. At the same time, outside the auditorium, several Aurors guarding the stairs on the first floor clearly heard a muffled sound above the castle. The Aurors looked at each other, and finally the captain of this team dispatched a person to inform Lucius in the auditorium of the matter, while he led the others to check the situation on the various floors above the castle. Compared to the inside of the castle, in this location in the garden outside the castle, you can pay more attention to the movement of the principal's office. Just at this time, both John and Lee had apparently received the signal from Hermione in advance. "Can you confirm the location of Crouch and Snape?" Lee asked with some hesitation. John said calmly. "When we came, we took a straight road. Unless they walked around this garden and went to the back, it could only be in the direction we came from the castle, so listen to me, just turn your back on that direction, just come." Even at this time, Lee is still free to talk nonsense. "Let me tell you in advance, even if I look like Hermione now, and my voice is Hermione, but don't take me as Hermione, I still have my first kiss, and I don't want to dedicate it to a man, even if it is, neither can you." John wished he could just put his wand in his mouth and cast him an explosive spell on the spot. "What do you mean you are Hermione and I'm going to kiss you for real? Hermione and I don't have any special relationship now, and you can't call me anything, you don't really have any special feelings for me, that's really cool, disgusting. I'm not describing our brotherhood, but what you said is still hurtful. Shut up, hurry up, don't delay the time." While talking, the positions of the two have changed at the moment. John turned his back to the direction of Hogwarts Castle, while Lee faced the castle, but most of his face was blocked by John's face. Looking from the direction of the castle, I can only see the faces of the two of them slowly approaching, but there is no way to see what the two of them are doing. The current position of Crouch and Snape was occupied by them who had just frightened away a young pure-blooded couple. Actually, it's not really a scare. The two students who were exchanging saliva suddenly saw Crouch and Snape walking over together like ghosts. The girl almost gave the boy's tongue out of fright. "Bitten off. Shut up and off, everyone turn me in a foot-long review after Christmas break." After Crouch's whispered reprimand, the unlucky couple left in such a dispirited manner, and they didn't know whether the experience tonight would become a shadow for their whole life. The location they chose was indeed very good. It was covered by bushes, and under the illumination of the streetlight on the garden path, they could clearly see the position of the bench where John and Lee were sitting, while Joe, Ian and Lee can't see them. "Have you prepared a love potion? Why haven't they taken any further action?" Crouch's tone gradually became harsh, obviously he was a little anxious. He has been planning for so long just to wait for this opportunity tonight, but now that the matter has progressed to this point, he is out of his control. All he can do is see if the potion that Snape concocted is reliable or not. Snape's voice was still calm. "This kind of love potion volatilized from the beads is not as good as drinking it directly into the stomach. The effect of the drug will not be abrupt, but will only affect a person subtly. There's a bottle ready, and you can just rush out and force it down John Green's mouth and make him kiss that girl." Crouch was already immune to Snape's eccentric tone, he just glanced at Snape. "You just have to make sure that nothing will go wrong with you." While they were talking, John and Lee also had obvious movements. From the perspective of Crouch and Snape, they found that the figures of the two were slowly overlapping, and under the light of the street lamp beside the bench, they could vaguely see their heads leaning closer and closer. Close. As the two figures overlapped, even Crouch, who was indifferent to emotions, clenched his fists subconsciously. As long as John and Hermione kiss each other, his plan will be tantamount to a complete success, and John himself will definitely die, and whether this violates the blood oath made by Voldemort and Dumbledore is secondary, The key is to kill. Losing the most eye-catching rising star on Dumbledore's side is tantamount to a complete victory for them. Whether it was Crouch or not, Snape was also staring at the man and woman under the light. He narrowed his eyes that were almost never emotional. No one knew what he was thinking now. The two of them almost held their breath, focusing all their attention on John and Lee, and they didn't even notice that behind them, on the 7th floor of the castle, there was an obvious trembling sound from the window glass in a place. They just saw the overlapping figures of John and Lee under the streetlight, and they didn't separate for a long time. John and Lee were very close, but of course the two didn't really kiss. They were almost face to face, with big eyes staring at each other. Crouch and Snape didn't notice the movement from the castle, but the two of them heard it very clearly, because from the very beginning their attention was always on the window on the 7th floor. Hermione must have fought with something inside. Fortunately, the glass is not broken, otherwise, even if we kissed in front of Crouch, he would still be able to hear the movement. Lee whispered. He was facing the castle, so he could clearly observe what happened on the 7th floor. John couldn't help frowning. What did you just eat? Hey, you are having a big meal in the castle auditorium, why don't you let us eat something good in the carriage? Professor Dumbledore secretly brought out some good things for us and told us that this is a secret Christmas gift. Then it's a famous dish he brought back from France, blue cheese. That disgusting thing that grows mold on cheese. How can you say that about it? There are many cowards who dare not try it, but you only have to overcome the prejudice in your heart, and after taking a good bite, you will find that it is actually a rare delicacy. Did I have a grudge against you before? If there is, I will apologize if you tell me, but please don't use this way to revenge me. You actually think that way. When you get back to the carriage, you must taste it yourself, and you will know that I am right. Please, Lee, stop talking, okay? Otherwise, Crouch's plan will really succeed, and I will be stung to death. Crouch and Snape are not fools after all, on the contrary, each of them has a shrewd mind. After staring at John and Lee without even daring to blink for a full minute, Crouch turned to look at Snape. You and I promised that as long as that potion has an effect, no one or anyone can survive the next second. Snape frowned slightly. It seemed that he was also a little puzzled, but he still said in a cold voice. Of course there won't be any problems with the potion I configured. Can't you think about the reason from yourself? My plan will not have any accidents. You see, the little mudblood on the bracelet is already on, and they are kissing now. But now, they are still kissing. Snape was silent. Of course, everything in front of him could not be a lie, but he also firmly believed that the potion he had prepared would not cause any problems. Where is the problem? After a few seconds of silence, Snape suddenly asked again. Are you really sure, John Green is a man? The first day, 3 chapters, 10,000. Chapter 391-389. Voldemort's attitude. Hearing this question from Snape, little Barty was taken aback for a moment, and then said in a low voice with a gloomy face. Do you think that my previous investigations on him in the orphanage were all for nothing? Wouldn't it be a man or a woman who abandoned his biological father? Of course what Barty Jr. said made sense. Snape just put forward a hypothesis, and he didn't confirm it. Then since you have no problem, my medicine has no problem, and John Green's gender can be fully confirmed, what is the problem now? His question caused the atmosphere to fall into silence again. After a long time, the two suddenly raised their heads and looked at each other, as if thinking of something together. The huge explosion shattered the one-handed sword armor on the spot, and the magic that kept the dead objects alive could no longer be maintained. The knight's sword fell to the ground, and the armor that was put together also scattered on the ground. Only the glove with the hole in it was still slightly moving its fingers, but that alone was no longer a big threat to Hermione. The other two armors seemed to have been shocked by Hermione's atrocities. They held their weapons and stopped charging, but stood facing her like this. Hermione's breathing became obviously more rapid, and the bun on her head was also washed away by the aftermath of the explosion, and her long chestnut hair was scattered behind her. There were tiny cracks like spider webs on the light blue iron armor spell, but the spell was not completely destroyed by the sword that slashed down on the armor, and still retained its basic effect. The explosion just now was obviously quite loud, but there is no way around it. The blasting spell alchemy bomb developed by the Weasley twins is actually much less powerful than the original blasting spell. If the effect continues to be weakened, there will be no way to carry out an effective attack again. That is to say, Hermione successfully threw the bomb into the inside of the armor. Of course, this kind of magic armor has no strong defense against it. If you just throw it at random and let the bomb explode outside, it will basically not hurt this kind of armor. What kind of effective damage does this kind of armor with amazing defensive power do? Moreover, the sound of this kind of movement has actually been reduced a lot by Hermione's deceleration and anti-shock spell on the armor in advance, otherwise the sound would be louder and attract more people's attention. Soon the remaining two armors did not stay silent for long, and they launched a new round of attack again. But this kind of attack strength is much lower than the 3 sets of armor just now. Of course, Hermione is not as good as John in the mastery of advanced spells and black magic, but her advantage lies in her extremely solid learning of basic spells. In the situation where the Hogwarts carriage is already accompanied by danger and everyone is compressing their spare time and studying hard, Hermione can be called the well-deserved king of papers. Even if she lost 1.5 years of study, she still caught up with the normal pace of the 4th grade students on the carriage with her own efforts, and even ranked among the best among them. It's just that Hermione's performance on the carriage was relatively low-key, and she didn't have any active performance in class. In addition, due to the ups and downs in the past few years, no serious exams were taken on the carriage, which left many people with her not such a good illusion. Freezing spell, binding spell, slowing spell, transfiguration spell. Hermione is very clear that her attack direction is to limit the actions of the 2 armors as much as possible. After blowing up a pair of armor to relieve her defensive pressure, the rest does not require her to have any offensive pressure. Just use the shorthand quill to completely copy the magic text on the desk. Things went smoothly after that. The 2 sets of armor didn't even touch the corner of Hermione's robe, and the movements of those auras were obviously much slower than she expected before. They just came from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor in about 2 minutes. Because they only heard the sound of movement from the upper floors of the castle, but they couldn't know exactly which room on which floor the sound was coming from, so it was extremely time-consuming to check layer by layer. After the shorthand quill completely stopped its nib and lay quietly on the parchment where the ink was not completely dry, Hermione did not stop for a moment. She immediately dodged the big axe raised by the armor again, and then grabbed the parchment on the desk. Fox. Fox is always reliable, and when Hermione calls its name, it glows golden and red. The flash of golden light illuminated the window glass of the principal's office, and Lee, who had been watching the window on the 7th floor, must be able to see it. Okay, Hermione's signal has arrived, her mission in the castle is over, hurry up, we're going back to the carriage. Lee immediately had no intention of pretending to be with John anymore, and John knew very well that the moment they started pretending was the countdown to the revelation of the matter. So John didn't hesitate. After hearing Lee's words, he immediately stood up from the bench, and the 2 didn't stay any longer. Little Barty is not an idiot, since there is no need to doubt John's gender, and they are in a hurry to leave now. Even if he is really an idiot, he will know what is wrong at this time. You said, is it possible that your plan failed at the beginning, and they are now pretending to us from beginning to end? Snape's words were full of sarcasm. He didn't seem to have much sympathy for Barty Jr.'s failure. Originally, he was only playing a supporting role in this plan, doing everything he should do as Voldemort's second in command. If you do it, you have fulfilled your duty. The biggest beneficiary and responsible person for this matter, whether it succeeds or fails, is only little Barty. Little Barty's face was livid, and he had obviously thought of this. What are you gloating about? Haven't you thought about why they want to accompany us to perform such a scene? To attract our attention, there must be something wrong in the castle. No matter what kind of problems you have, don't they all come from your arrogance, Mr. Crouch? Snape said contemptuously, I just did what I should do, and all the consequences are of course you bear it alone. Of course little Barty knew this, but he didn't know that at this moment he had drawn his wand out of his cuff, staring closely at the backs of John and Lee and stood up from the shadows. Since they use themselves as bait, then there is no poison, why can't we just keep them? The mockery on Snape's face remained undiminished. If you can think of this 5 minutes in advance, there may be this possibility, but now, if you look carefully ahead, do you think you still have a chance? At this time, Barty looked in the direction Snape pointed out. In the direction of the end of the garden path, at some point there was an old man with crescent-shaped glasses, wearing a dark purple robe, and grey hair and beard standing there. He was right next to the streetlight, and in the shadows where the light did not shine, John and Lee obviously saw him. They called out to Professor Dumbledore, and then walked quickly towards the old man. Dumbledore still had such a gentle smile on his face, he seemed to be looking at John and the others, and he seemed to look across them and meet little Barty. Little Barty's face became more and more ugly, it was gloomy like never before, but at the same time, he also rationally put down the half-raised wand in his hand, then turned around and walked towards the castle without saying a word. Snape didn't leave with Barty Jr. He stayed where he was and gave Dumbledore a deep look. There seemed to be a lot of things in the eyes of the two, and then he turned around and returned to Hogwarts Castle. John felt a little nervous after seeing Dumbledore, and then completely relaxed. Has Hermione gone back yet, Professor? Dumbledore walked beside them, and the three returned side by side in the direction of the carriage. Of course, I came over as soon as she got back into the carriage, and took a walk while picking you up. To be honest, they arranged this place really well. His tone was very relaxed, and he didn't mention the scene where he met Barty Jr. and Snape just now. By the way, John, I also left you a secret Christmas present. I think you will like it very much. Lee ate a big piece before he came to you. Please forgive me, Professor, I really don't dare to think about the picture of stuffing that thing into my mouth. If this is really the case, you might as well let me fight some Death Eater one-on-one. If you don't try it, you'll really regret it, John. It's really rare and delicious. Thanks to you, I have indirectly felt the power of that thing from you just now, so let you enjoy this delicacy alone. The figures of the three gradually disappeared under the light and shadow, and finally only a piece of Dumbledore's happy laughter came from the direction of the Hogwarts carriage. Midnight, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked at the rune on the desk that Hermione brought from the castle. He's actually done it. On the wall, Slytherin's voice came over, he had obviously read the contents of the parchment. Dumbledore didn't look up. This rune can actually reveal a lot. Leaving aside the question of whether he can finish it or not, what I'm thinking is that Hermione entered the principal's room so obviously, did he really not notice it at all? His fingers tapped lightly on the desk surface. I don't believe he really didn't notice it at all. Hermione said that there was a snake guarding that office, many portraits, and 3 sets of armor. It seemed that these arrangements were perfect, but in fact it didn't need to be so troublesome at all. If you care about that office, you can let 1 or 2 house elves in the castle stay there permanently, and report to him immediately if there is any sign of someone breaking in, and there is no possibility that anyone will have any thoughts about it. Dumbledore's words caused the portraits of the headmaster on the entire wall to look at each other. They obviously couldn't understand Dumbledore's speculation. But if he doesn't care about the office, why do he still have these preparations? Aren't these all meaningless? Lizzie asked. After a few seconds of silence in the principal's room, Dumbledore said suddenly. Is it possible that he did it on purpose, that he deliberately gave us the illusion that he actually valued that office, but was actually covering up other things? But his progress is about to be completed, isn't it? Phoenix yelled loudly. You and Slytherin have both identified this rune, and are sure that if he really follows the progress on the rune, he has actually completed it. Without control of the castle, what's the point of him making such a demonstration? Is it fun to deceive us deliberately? His words sparked debate among many principals. Each of them seemed to have their own opinions, but in the end, no one could say why. In the end, Dumbledore stopped their quarrel and said in a deep voice. Actually, regarding Riddle's questions, we only have two most critical questions now, and that is why he must start this Triwizard Tournament, and then what is he going to do to capture this castle? Our own appeal is also very simple. One is to take back the castle in its entirety, not just a nominal right of ownership through the blood oath, and the other is to win this Triwizard Tournament and confirm our foundation in France. Foundation. First of all, the most important thing is to meet our own demands. I believe in John regarding the matter of the Triwizard Tournament. With him participating, there is no need for other people to intervene too much. So what we have to do now is how to complete to bring back this riddled castle that has been tossed by Riddle is also the purpose of my decisive promise to hold the Triwizard Tournament from the very beginning. Dumbledore turned to look at the headmasters on the wall. I think everyone should know better than me that this castle may not be worth mentioning to Riddle. It is just a signboard to highlight his rule in England, but it is the root of everything for us. Regarding this, the principals in the portraits all nodded solemnly, agreeing with Dumbledore's words very much. Then, Slytherin's voice sounded. Retaking the castle completely is actually not a problem for us. Because the castle has not surrendered to Riddle from the very beginning, it belongs to us, and all we have to do is to take back what has been imposed on it. Get rid of all the influences, then Hogwarts will be able to return to the original Hogwarts castle. Dumbledore's gaze became deep, as if he was thinking about something. If it's just like this, of course there is no difficulty for us, but the first thing we need to ensure is that we can't let his influence on this castle go further, otherwise I always feel that it is a burden that no one can bear. A consequence. Chapter 390-390. Lost Contact. In Hogwarts Castle, the ball in the auditorium is still going on. Just after John and Lee lured Barty Jr. and Snape out of the castle, the carriage and Durmstrang students who were still attending the ball had already left early under the leadership of Roger. And Lucius also got a report from his subordinates about the changes in the upper floors of the castle, but he didn't take it too seriously, and just asked a team of Aurors to go to the confinement room where Selwyn was held. Thought it was the eldest lady who was having a bad temper. However, when Barty Jr. returned to the auditorium with an ugly face and found him, Lucius felt something was wrong. Immediately send someone back to the Ministry of Magic, and inform the Death Eaters staying in the Ministry to meet up at Hogwarts immediately. Then seal the entrance and exit of the auditorium for me now, but don't disturb the students, referees and newspaper reporters here. Tell them the castle is undergoing a routine investigation, and they need their cooperation to stay here. All the other Aurors are sent out to search the entire castle, and report any abnormalities immediately. The old Snape was standing beside Barty Jr., and when he was giving orders, he acted indifferently like an irrelevant person. After hearing Barty Jr.'s order, Lucius turned his head and glanced at Snape, and found that the vice principal, who had always been at odds with Barty Jr., did not make a sound. Lugo unfolded the arrangement according to his words. After commanding Lucius, Barty Jr. turned his head to look at Snape again, and lowered his voice. This matter must be reported to the Master, and all consequences will be borne by me. Snape just glanced at him lightly. Don't stress to me, whether you admit it or not, the consequences should be borne by you. And why did you tell me about notifying the Master? You can do it yourself. Little Barty pursed his lips tightly. Obviously, Snape's words undoubtedly added fuel to his already burning anger. Don't play tricks on me at this time. I can't contact the master at all. After the first project ended, I reported my plan to him, and I never received any instructions from him. Hearing what he said, Snape frowned slightly, and he took a deep look at little Barty. You sure? I'm sure. I tried to contact the owner twice during this period, but I didn't receive any reply. I thought the owner was dealing with other important matters and didn't have time to communicate with me. Snape didn't continue to say anything strange. He obviously noticed the big problem involved. Follow me. He left this sentence, and Barty Jr. did not hesitate, leaving Lucius to organize the Aurors to arrange the entire castle, while he followed Snape to his office. Snape selected a book with a black cover and no mark on it from the bookshelf, spread it out on the desk, sprinkled some Floo powder on the pages, and finally tapped the book with his wand. The next moment, the Floo powder on the page ignited a green flame. The flame was not violent, just like a small flame burning on a candle. However, after the green flames lit up, nothing happened. The green light reflected on the faces of Snape and Barty Jr., making their faces look so ugly. The master has lost contact with us. Little Barty's voice was trembling, and he rarely showed such emotion, especially in front of Snape. Snape didn't speak. He knew that he was staring at the miserable green flame quietly. His already pale face looked even more bleak at this moment. When was the first time you couldn't contact the owner? Second week of October. It has been almost 2 months now. You have contacted twice. This is the first time for me. It is definitely not a coincidence that I have not been contacted 3 times. After Snape's words fell, the office fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, Barty Jr. said in a voice that returned to that terrifyingly calm voice. This matter must absolutely not let others know. Snape didn't make a sound. He still looked at the green fire, but nodded heavily. In the castle, Barty Jr.'s arrangement was quickly implemented. Voldemort gave him and Snape a lot of power, including the Lestrange couple before, but now that the Lestrange couple are killed by John in public, they are the entire British wizarding world in existence below 1 person and above 10,000 people. After the Death Eaters who stayed in the Ministry of Magic came to the castle, they took over the job of commanding the Aurors as a matter of course. Each Death Eater led a team of Aurors to conduct a carpet search of the entire castle. The students who were still in the carnival in the auditorium have not found anything wrong. It is still early, and no one wants to go back to the dormitory for the time being. After staying in the auditorium enough, they will go to the garden in pairs. The Aurors did not stop the move. Thanks to enough manpower, that is, within an hour or so, the Death Eaters led the Aurors to search all the places that could be searched up and down the castle, but none of them found anything unusual. Place. After coming out of the Vice Principal's office, Barty Jr. and Snape, who had been staying in front of the castle foyer, soon got the news. Little Barty's face didn't look as ugly as when he just returned to the auditorium. Instead, he showed enough composure at this time. Are you sure you have searched all the places in the castle? There's only one place we know we haven't gone in, Lucius said, looking into Barty Jr.'s eyes. Even if he didn't directly say where it was, Barty Jr. and Snape both knew where Death Eaters and Aurors knew but didn't dare to search. Snape stood up at this moment, and he looked at Lucius with a cold face. The master left me this power. I will take you into the principal's office. Lucius frowned. I've never heard of this matter, and even if you really have this power, don't we need to report to the master first before making a decision? At this time, Barty Jr. showed a sufficient tacit understanding with Snape. You don't have to doubt his words. I can fully prove this. And now the master is doing a very important thing. He warned us that no one should disturb him. Voldemort divided most of the power in his hands between Snape and Barty Jr. just for this situation. If everything goes well, Barty Jr. will definitely target Snape, who is clearly from a mixed race but occupies a high position, and fight for power and profit with him. But if there is a special situation, Barty Jr.'s loyalty to him will definitely abandon all the previous disputes with Snape, and unite together to deal with the situation. In the absence of Voldemort himself, as long as the voices of Barty Jr. and Snape are unified, it is considered that the Minister of Magic, Fudge, is not as effective as the two of them. So after hearing that Barty Jr. gave Snape a platform, Lucius didn't have any objections. They brought a group of people to the door of the principal's office on the 7th floor, and then, under the witness of everyone, Snape pushed open the door. There are fragmented and damaged portraits everywhere, a huge snake corpse with a hole in its head lying in a pool of blood, armor fragments scattered all over the floor, and two pairs of magic armor guarding both sides of the desk together. The scene in front of you, no matter who looks at it, knows what happened in this office. Snape took the lead to step into the principal's office. He came to Nagini's body and lightly stained some scarlet snake blood with his fingers. Not long after he died, at most 2 hours ago. When he said this, he was looking at Barty Jr. Both of them knew very well what they were paying attention to 2 hours ago. Little Barty avoided Snape's gaze. He came to the desk and looked at the 4 relics placed on it and the desktop full of runes that could not be noticed without paying attention. Soon he found it in the grooves of the runes. It was a few drops of dark green ink marks, which were left behind when the runes were copied with the shorthand quill pen, and when the sword and shield armor hit the Gryffindor sword. Seeing the traces of these inks, and looking at the runes on the table, Barty Jr. could easily think of something. But he didn't say these findings, but turned his head to look at the fragmented portraits around him. Reassemble these portraits for me immediately, and then find their portraits in other locations to see if I can find anything. Soon an Auror carried out his orders, returning to the Ministry of Magic with the shattered portraits, trying to mend and find work. At this time, a Death Eater finally raised an objection. If this happens, should we report the matter to the Master first? It was the first time for them to enter the principal's room, so no one knew what it was like before it was destroyed, and no one knew whether any precious things had been stolen, so it is most correct for someone to propose to report to Voldemort first's choice. But Barty Jr. just said lightly, "The Master is doing something that can't be distracted. Even if there is such an accident in the principal's office, he can't be disturbed." The only Snape who could question his statement like this did not open his mouth, so the others wisely chose to believe it. At this time, Lucius continued to ask new questions. Then how do we track down the murderer now? There is no need to track down the murderer. The only person who has the opportunity to enter the principal's office is in this school. Chapter 394-392. The second project. After John got up every day, he routinely aimed his wand at his heart and used an animagus transformation spell. For half a year, he did this almost every day without stopping. After finishing these, he got up to wash and then had breakfast. When he came to the restaurant, Lee, George, and Hermione were already sitting here. I read the Daily Prophet, and he was the only one who was still talking about the ball and decided that we stole something precious from the castle, and it was only because of the generosity of the Dark Lord that he didn't treat us well. Instead, continue with today's competition. Oh, yes, they also published the photos of the portraits and armor fragments you destroyed, Hermione. George said triumphantly while holding a glass of pumpkin juice. Looks like Fred and I got a great effect on the Weasley ball. Hermione used the alchemy ball to successfully blow up the armor in the principal's office. Of course, it was the research success of the Weasley twins discovered by John during the summer vacation. The most perfect thing they have made so far is the small bomb, which is stable in triggering and powerful. At the end of the first game, George showed Dumbledore what they had accomplished. The finished product, and all the refining skills and materials are shared, hoping that it can reduce some casualties for the wizards of Wupingxian. Just like what the twins and John said during the summer vacation, they will not hide their research results from Dumbledore. With Durmstrang's funding, they don't have to worry about the experiment, and at the same time they can share the research results for free. Give Wupingxian a blood transfusion. But they wanted free gifts, and Dumbledore certainly saw the value in these things. The ideas of the Weasley twins are very ingenious, and they are extremely talented in alchemy. It is not uncommon for previous wizards to think of embedding the blasting spell in a sphere and mass-producing this advanced black magic, but this technology is the biggest. The most difficult problem is the instability of the blasting spell. When the finished product will explode and under what circumstances it will explode, even if the person who made it is unknown. However, the Weasley twins have overcome this difficulty. John doesn't know how they did it, but it seems that they used a rune handed down from the Weasley family, and after the technology of the alchemy ball is fully matured, they gave away all the research for nothing. Of course, Grindelwald paid for it, and they also got such a technology. After Dumbledore learned of the research results of the Weasley twins, he did not accept their gift. Instead, after careful consideration, he proposed to establish a patent for George and their invention, and then gave George a gift for each Weasley ball produced. They are paid in the form of a lump sum. But this kind of remuneration was also rejected by the twins. They still insisted on their original idea of giving free gifts without taking any money. In the end, Dumbledore didn't insist anymore. He just left a trophy in the names of the Weasley twins in the trophy room that had been kept on the carriage, and at the same time sent a sum to the Weasleys in the Whooping Line generous bonuses, on the grounds that George and Fred have done absolutely fine and therefore rewarded their parents. In this regard, George and the others did not refuse after learning about it. Although Arthur and Molly didn't know what they did, they were both happy and proud of it. The Weasley ball that Hermione used in the principal's office this time was given to her by Dumbledore, and it was made by Wupingxian using the technology provided by the Weasley twins. Now the first time it is used in actual combat, it has achieved remarkable results. It's very useful, and powerful. Hermione affirmed. Although they were the ones who actually sneaked into Hogwarts Castle on the day of the ball, the public opinion from the outside world had no effect on John and the others. It can even be said that except for the Daily Prophet, which was still reporting on this matter, other magic newspapers have long since ignored it, and instead began to focus on the second item of today's Triwizard Tournament. In fact, John already knew what the second project was after the first project was over. The three events of the Triwizard Tournament were proposed by Voldemort and Dumbledore, and the final event was decided by Matthew and the others. Snatching the Golden Snitch from the Forbidden Forest was the competition project proposed by Voldemort's side. The second project was naturally chosen by Dumbledore and the others, so John and Daisy asked Draco and the others to take a lot of opportunities. Of course, such an advantage is allowed by the rules, just like Draco and Emil knew about it before the start of the first event. So since the end of the first event, John has been staying by the Black Lake to prepare for the second event. That's right, the venue for the second event is in the Black Lake. The only difference from the game in the original book is that this time, instead of John and the others going to the lake to rescue someone from the obstruction of the mermaid, they need them to search for pearls from the bottom of the lake. The difference from the first game is that there are only 10 pearls in total. The scope of the Black Lake and the time the students can stay underwater are far from being as long as they were in the Forbidden Forest. According to John's estimation, the game will end in as little as one morning at the earliest. The most critical problem that the contestants have to face is not only how to move underwater, but the key point is that it is only January 1st, and the ice layer on the surface of the Black Lake has not only not melted, but is also the thickest time. It is a problem for this layer of ice to enter the lake water, and secondly, how to continue activities in the cold water is also a difficulty. Compared with these two, finding pearls is still an easy problem to solve. Dumbledore specifically proposed to compete in the Black Lake for a reason. John was fishing by the lake every day during this time to prepare for entering the lake. As for how to enter the water, of course he and Daisy also have sufficient plans. After breakfast, Dumbledore and Roger led the team to the Black Lake, where many students from Hogwarts Castle had gathered for a long time. Now that the Christmas holiday is not over yet, and because everyone at the Christmas ball did not go home for the holidays, these students are in the most boring state without classes in the castle. There are no restrictions on them in this competition. The competition venue is on the Black Lake, so they can all come to be spectators. In addition to the students, Matthew and 2 other referees were already waiting here, and Snape and Beauxbaton's vice principal Boster also brought Draco and Emile by the lake. John and the others were the last to come, but in fact, there was still half an hour before the game officially started at 9 o'clock. When he came here, John clearly saw something unusual in the hands of Emile and Draco, which looked like a kind of herbal medicine, which made him and Daisy look at each other. Daisy obviously also saw what they were holding, and mouthed something to John. Ergilium. This is a herbal medicine that allows the user to breathe underwater, and the maintenance time can reach 1 hour. What really troubled John was not the herb itself, but that Draco and Emile had prepared in advance. Who told them the rules of the game in advance? When John thought of this question, he subconsciously raised his head to look at Matthew, but then he also realized that it was not only the American wizard. In fact, compared to him, the other 2 Federation referees were more suspicious. Especially the Asian wizard who had already revealed some problems in the first project. After everyone arrived, Matthew announced the rules of the second event in public. After passing through the woods, your challenge turned to being underwater. This Black Lake is the venue for the next event. Even if I am an American, I have heard of this legend. 1,000 years ago, that when the 4 great wizards chose this place to build Hogwarts Castle, they rowed across the lake. So in this competition to determine the ownership of the castle and the name of Hogwarts, of course you also need to go through the path traveled by the founders of this school. We have hidden 10 pearls in the Black Lake in advance. What you have to do today is to collect these underwater pearls as quickly as possible. As for the judging criteria for the final score, it is similar to the first game. Rank according to the number of pearls obtained and get 70 points. 50, 30, and 10 points, and get 40, 30, 20, and 10 points according to the ranking of the return time. There is no limited game time for this game. As long as you have enough ability, you can stay in the lake for as long as you want, but likewise, if someone doesn't come back for a long time, we send someone out underwater to check that they still have signs of life. You also need to pay attention to one thing, everyone, because of the special underwater environment, no matter what you experience in it, we will not be able to know it in time, so as long as you enter the lake, I can't guarantee your life safety. Because of this, I want to tell you these words in advance, so that you can be mentally prepared. Matthew took a serious look at all the warriors present. Of course, when he looked at John, he just glanced over, and only focused on Daisy, Draco, and Emile. Daisy is definitely unwavering. She has already made all the preparations when she signed up from Durmstrang and chose to throw her name into the goblet of fire. Of course, Emile's expression would not change. It's not that he wasn't afraid, but it was doomed the moment Voldemort found their house to replace the Bellas and his wife in the Lestrange house. He could only go forward, not backward. Draco was also very calm, but if someone kept staring at him, they would find that his calf was actually trembling slightly all the time. For him, starting from the second project is the real meaning of participating in this Triwizard tournament. Thanks to John, he escaped the first fire dragon crisis and has not suffered much. Scorn and scold. Now, however, how much panic he has inside cannot be revealed on the surface. In fact, before the start of this game, John even contacted Lucius privately once, asking him if he would like to have the same scene as the first event again. He eliminated Draco at the beginning, and it was not necessary tell Draco himself that as long as Lucius agrees, he can find a chance to fight at the beginning of the game, so that Draco's reaction can be more realistic at that time. Anyway, the Malfoy family doesn't care much about the results. Well, maybe Draco would care a little, but it doesn't matter how much he cared. Lucius apparently thought carefully about this, and finally declined John. He obviously still took into account that some of his sons would have to save some face while studying and living in the castle in the future. It's okay to say that he was directly eliminated by John for the first time. And solved in the same way. Draco really has no face to stay in Hogwarts Castle in the future, and even Lucius himself may be doubted by other Death Eaters. So no matter what, Draco has to go to the competition by himself this time. After seeing that no questions were asked, Matthew glanced at the time on his pocket watch, and without delay, officially started the inspection work before the start of the game. They checked the wands and belongings of the four of John in turn as before. It is worth mentioning that the Kaji grass held by Draco and Emile is allowed to be held, and John fragments of the ash snake eggshell trait worn by Diane are also allowed to remain. The second item is different from the first item. The contestants can use magic props within an appropriate range, which can only be appropriate with the permission of the referee group. After ensuring that there were no other questions, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Matthew announced in front of all the students, professors, and reporters around that John and the others could start the pre-match preparations. Soon John figured out what the so-called pre-match preparations were. This was a period of time specially reserved for them to find a way to break through the ice of the Black Lake. During this period, the four participating warriors cannot attack each other. Such rules are restricting John in disguise, because if the start of the game is announced directly, then the ice surface of the Black Lake will definitely become a big fight. Regardless of whether you can get the pearl or not, you can directly eliminate everyone else, and the person who wins in the end will become the number one in this project. In order to avoid such things from happening, there is a period of pre-match preparation work. Only when the players enter the water, the game will officially start. Pi. Chapter 395-393. Under the Black Lake. For a while, the four of John were all standing on the ice of the Black Lake. Each of them was still wearing a thick robe, surrounded by unmelted snow, and the cold wind was blowing their hair. The four of them did not stand together, but stood separately. John did not take any action after reaching the ice, but turned his head and glanced at Emile and the others. Obviously, Emile and Draco had passed their breath beforehand. Although they were not standing together, their wands cast a spell on the same piece of ice. It's just that Emile used the crushing spell, while Draco used the splitting spell. In comparison, of course, the crushing curse destroys the ice surface the fastest, but it's not that Draco doesn't want to use it, but because he's only in the 4th grade this year, and he doesn't know the crushing curse, an advanced spell that only 6th grade students can learn. Under the joint efforts of the two of them, a pothole appeared on the ice, but the lake hadn't been completely opened up yet. After observing Emile and the others' spell casting, John didn't stay any longer. He turned his head and looked at Diane, then nodded, then held the magic wand in his hands and pointed it at the 5 in front of him. Meters away from the ice. His strange holding posture attracted the attention of many people present, but the next moment, a huge explosion shook everyone's ears. Thunderbolt explosion. Boom. The dazzling flame suddenly lit up in the direction that John's staff was pointing at, and the deafening roar made the students who hadn't reacted for a while scream in fear. The ice surface of the entire Black Lake trembled, and countless shattered ice turned into snowflake-like debris in the huge impact explosion, flying around John. This blasting spell not only directly blasted through the ice layer, but also the icy lake water soared into the sky, leaping up to a height of more than 2 meters, and finally splashed on the cracked ice again. Draco and Emile were the closest to John. Before the explosion spell sounded, they were still using spells to destroy the ice layer. The sudden loud noise caught them off guard and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the target of John's spell was not aimed at them, otherwise there would be no need for this game to continue, and of course Dumbledore could not be regarded as winning, because John seriously damaged Dumbledore's establishment. The content of the Blood Oath under. Soon the surrounding reporters realized that they pressed the shutter extremely fast. John's blasting spell like this can make a lot of sense in tomorrow's news. After successfully breaking through the ice layer, John didn't stay. He immediately used the soaking spell on himself that Rozier had taught him and Daisy. Immediately, his whole body was wrapped in a transparent blister. This kind of spell is an enhanced version of the Bubblehead spell, which is similar to the relationship between all protection and armor body protection, from enveloping the head to enveloping the whole body. Daisy also used the same spell as John, and then John jumped into the icy water of the Black Lake, followed by Daisy. The breathing of the two of them underwater can be guaranteed by the body soaking spell, and the fragments of the ash snake eggs prepared at the beginning can ensure that their body temperature will not be affected by the lake water. Soon the lake returned to calm, leaving only Draco and Emil with uncertain faces as they watched the big ice hole that John blasted. Emil stared at the ice hole where John returned to calm after jumping into the water, with tangled eyes on his face, but in the end, he continued to use the crushing spell on the ice hole that had not been crushed without hesitation. Many students around saw this scene, and Cedric was also watching. He was actually thinking that the design of the Triwizard Tournament was complicated. If the three events were directly designed as 3 duels from the beginning, then the game would end very quickly, and it would not need to span a whole year. Why don't Lestrange and Malfoy go directly into the ice hole that Green blasted out? Why do they have to dig this laborious hole themselves? A student beside him asked this question in confusion. Cedric said softly. Remember how Malfoy was eliminated in the first match? It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they were afraid that Green and Rozier would be waiting underwater, waiting for them to jump in, and then do it directly. Both of them were eliminated. Cedric's answer answered the doubts of many people around, which made these mixed-race students curl their lips. Although they didn't speak out because of the presence of the professor, they still felt ashamed. Finally, with the efforts of Draco and Emil, they successfully opened a hole from which they could enter the lake. The two of them didn't stop, and immediately ate the fish gill grass, and then cast a spell on their bodies that seemed to keep warm from the cold, and finally jumped into the icy water of the Black Lake. When they jumped in, they felt a sense of relief in disguise. Neither of them had thick skins. They had such a sharp contrast with John just now under the gaze of so many people, and no one could bear it. After entering the water, they could clearly feel that the icy lake water was irritating the skin on the surface of their bodies, but soon the anti-cold spell used in advance had an effect, helping them resist the cold and protect the heat in their bodies. Even if they have taken off the thick robes they are wearing, they are still as comfortable as soaking in warm water. After entering the water, Emil didn't slack off either. He immediately raised his wand and looked around, in case the despicable and shameless John hadn't gone far and was still ambushing near the hole they opened. But in fact, John has no interest in ambush them at all. Entering Black Lake openly and above board, his task is not only to compete, and he has already gained enough advantages in the first event, so he actually didn't want to do anything to Emil and Draco. After entering the lake with Diane, he made gestures and the two separated here. Diane mainly went to finish the game, while John dived deep and straight towards the bottom of the lake. The area of the Black Lake is very large, and the lake is also very deep. The deepest point is about 40 to 50 meters away from the lake surface. It took John nearly 10 minutes to step on the soft mud at the bottom of the lake. He glanced around, determined the southwest direction, and then walked along the bottom of the lake in this direction. After entering the lake, his first goal was to check whether there were any mermaids in the lake. Chapter 396-394. Catch a Draco. When formulating the content of the game, Dumbledore obviously didn't pay much attention to the game. His goal is very clear: as long as the students representing the Triwizard Carriage Tournament can enter the Black Lake in a fair manner, and whether they can gain an advantage in this competition is not within the scope of consideration. This lake obviously has a very special meaning to Hogwarts, a 1,000-year-old school. Not only did the four creators first pass through it to build Hogwarts Castle, but there is also a lake in the water. Some unspeakable secrets. Dumbledore believes that after Voldemort became the headmaster of Hogwarts, he must also know the importance of the Black Lake. Just like defending Hogwarts Castle, it is also important to Dumbledore in terms of the Black Lake. Leto and the others take strict precautions. But after actually coming here, things don't seem to be like this. John explored the lake for many days, but he didn't find any signs of tampering with the lake, just like Dumbledore's conjecture was completely wrong. Voldemort actually didn't care about the lake at all. Don't mind what they're going to do to the stuff in the lake. It's true that they didn't do anything, and they didn't interfere with their contact with the Black Lake. The problem is that after so many days by the lake, John didn't find what Dumbledore wanted him to find. This gave John a not-so-good guess. He told Dumbledore his guess. Dumbledore was silent for a while, and finally let him go into the water on the day of the game to have a look. Now, he just wanted to see if his guess was correct. The land under the Black Lake is uneven, but John doesn't have to walk along the ground like on land. As long as he can see the bottom of the lake in his vision, he can always float in the lake. His time is precious. Regardless of the game, the soaking spell that is being maintained on him cannot last for too long. During daily practice, John can stay underwater for an hour and a half at most. But now he can only allocate at most half an hour to look for the mermaid in the Black Lake. But in fact, it didn't take him so long to search for it. Soon, he found it in the southwest corner of the entire Black Lake. It's just that what he found was not traces of mermaids, but a dilapidated underwater building. There are many stone buildings, but they were obviously damaged a long time ago. There are broken walls everywhere, and green algae are all over the surface of the stone pillars, swaying with the cold water. John frowned. It was certain that this was the underwater residence of the mermaid. After all, Dumbledore had been a professor and headmaster at Hogwarts Castle for 50 or 60 years. Of course, he had communicated with this mermaid tribe living in the Black Lake, and he knew roughly where their territory was. John found this place according to his guidance, but now there are only some schools of fish wandering around. This involuntarily made his heart sink slowly. However, he didn't stay here, but went deep into the mermaid territory to try to see if he could find the remaining creatures like the centaur in the Forbidden Forest. But until he passed through here, he didn't find anything, not even a steel fork commonly used by mermaids. Just when John was about to leave here in disappointment, at the end of the ruined wall, he suddenly discovered a huge ditch at the bottom of the lake. That big ditch is obviously not a product of nature. He can tell from the neatly broken stones around it and the fish bones half buried in the mud that it must be caused by a magic similar to Shen Feng Wuing. Such a discovery couldn't help but make him shiver. He didn't know if Dumbledore could do it with such a skill, but he definitely couldn't do it, even if he cast a spell with both hands. He slowly approached this lake ditch, and finally stopped at the edge of the ditch. The deep, huge black ditch that seemed to lead to was filled with pale bones. The upper body of these bones is basically in the shape of a human being, but the lower body does not have leg bones, but a skeleton like a fish bone. Looking at the densely packed skeletons, John now finally understands where these disappeared mermaids have gone. He can roughly determine just by seeing the number of bones in this lake ditch. The mermaid tribe in the entire Black Lake has been completely wiped out. If Voldemort really wanted to kill them, he would have less psychological burden than killing the centaurs. After all, creatures like mermaids have less contact with wizards than usual, and they are closer to beasts than humans. but the high probability is that no matter whether it is to kill all the horsemen or all the mermaids, this demon will not have any psychological burden. John's heart was a little heavy. He wasn't mourning for these unmasked mermaids, he was just feeling the pressure once again to witness the bloodiness of Voldemort's rule. The bloodline policy implemented by this man is not just to gain power for himself, he really does not regard any life other than pure blood wizards as human beings. Centaurs and mermaids may be defined as beasts in the magic world, not humans, but even if they are defined in this way, these species are all thinking, feeling, and civilized existences, just like that enduring problem. Similarly, if pigs could speak, think, and have feelings like humans, would you still eat pork? Looking at it this way, it turns out that under his rule, the generational encounters of the hemp seedlings have become remarkable, but they have only become slaves. But if one day Voldemort fulfills his long-cherished wish and becomes the master of the whole world, what will he think of Muggles? John took one last look at the bones in the lake ditch, probably the same fate as the mermaid. In the end, John left the mermaid territory with a heavy heart. Originally looking for the mermaid was just for him to confirm his guess and try to see if he could find some clues. Now that the mermaids are gone, he naturally does not will be here for a long time. It's just that there are no clues now, and John doesn't have a clear goal for what he is going to do next. Dumbledore's biggest purpose for letting him enter the Black Lake was to find the giant squid that lived in the Black Lake, and John stayed by the lake for so many days without finding any signs of squid, and later he came from Serbia. Derek learned from Derek that since he entered school, he has never seen the legendary monster living in the lake with his own eyes. Combined with the experience of these mermaids, John already had a very bad feeling in his heart, but in the final analysis, he still needs to check it himself. Originally, he planned to get some information about the squid from the mermaid, but now it is obviously not feasible. Just as he was circling the Black Lake to try his luck, a figure cowering and hiding in a pile of water plants suddenly caught John's attention. He looked with great interest at Draco, who was surrounded by aquatic plants and didn't dare to look in his direction. "What are you doing here?" "Shit." Draco blushed immediately. It stands to reason that after he followed Lucius and witnessed the deal between his father and John, he would not have to be afraid of seeing John, but in France Draco couldn't get his mind off that night in the Ministry ballroom. But although the fish gill grass allows him to move freely underwater, there is no way for him to speak like John. He only needs to open his mouth, and he can only drink the water in the Black Lake non-stop. Fortunately, John thoughtfully helped him release a bubblehead spell. When Draco saw John cast the spell, Draco's face showed a desperate ashes, and then he realized that he hadn't been stunned, knocked down or knocked down. "Kill, but can speak." "No, it's not." "Then what are you doing?" "Prepare to ambush me here to surprise me? Eliminate me to prove yourself in the first round." Facing what he said, Draco just gritted his teeth, and finally took out 2 pearls from his pocket. "Here. I'll give you everything. Let me go, don't let me go out in such a shameful way. They have already talked about me a lot behind my back. Said that I am a waste of pure blood." Seeing his actions and words, John couldn't help raising his eyebrows. He held the wand and came to Draco's side with great interest, and glanced at the 2 pearls in his hand. "The harvest is still quite a lot. How long did it take you to find 2 out of 10 in total? If you find one more, you will be stable. It's not the last one. You don't actually have one in your possession, do you? Only these 2? Draco was a little out of breath, because he was angry at his own cowardice and John's aggression. John reached out to take the 2 pearls from Draco's hand, and the young master of the Malfoy family was obviously in great pain. It can only be said that he was lucky to find 2 so quickly. He found a fish with pearls in its mouth when he just went down to the Black Lake. He was clever and did not attack this fish immediately, but followed it from a distance. Behind the fish, at last, indeed, another pearl was found in the place it had passed. Then Draco didn't wait any longer, and directly killed the donkey, stunned the fish, and took the one he was holding in his mouth. Before he could wait for his excited fantasy that if he became the number one in this game, he would be able to wash away the stigma of his previous failure, and when he was once again showing off in the pure blood, he saw John floating over. In a panic, Draco could only choose a piece of aquatic plants nearby, and didn't have time to think about whether he would be entangled, so he hid in it immediately. However, even so, he still did not escape John's clutches. John was not only not angry at his sudden tantrum, but also looked at him with a smile. "How about we make a deal, Master Malfoy?" Draco suddenly became vigilant, and his body that had already emerged from the water plants shrank back again, as if this could give him some sense of security. "What do you want to do?" John shrugged. "Don't be so wary of me. Anyway, your father and I can barely be called business partners, right? I have a very good proposal. I will give you a pearl. You will give Emile Lester. How about Lanka's location, tell me?" Hearing John's suggestion, Draco's eyes widened. "This pearl is mine. But you just gave them to me, so of course they're mine now." "I can't say that. Are you quite loyal?" "Amir is the headmaster who asked him to win the first place in the Triwizard tournament. If I help you deal with him, it is against the headmaster. If you expose this matter later, my family will suffer." "Danger." John looked at Draco in amazement. "You are not stupid." John's praise not only did not make Draco feel the slightest pride, but was full of humiliation. "Okay, but we can talk about another deal." The old John looked at him. "It's also a pearl as a reward, as long as you can tell me something that is valuable to me." "Yes, what about the rumors you heard about this lake in school?" Draco was a little hesitant at this time. Of course he wanted to earn the pearl back from John, but he knew very well that he couldn't play with John at all. Even his own father was extremely cautious when facing him, let alone him. "Why do you want to know this?" Draco asked cautiously. "Don't worry, it's definitely not to cheat you. If I really want to do something to you, wouldn't it be better to use the Imperious Curse on you now and waste time with you here?" Regarding this, Draco believed it, and even believed in the fact that John knew the Imperious Curse. Does this need to be questioned? It may be necessary for other fourth graders, but John Green is certainly an exception. If it is said that he does not know the Imperious Curse, this matter needs to be seriously questioned. Such words made Draco let go of his guard a little bit, and he began to think very seriously. "I heard, from 7th graders, that there used to be a big squid living in the Black Lake, but now it's gone." "Then do you know when was the last time someone saw this giant squid?" "Have no idea." John shook his head in disappointment. "That doesn't count. Is there anything else?" "It's not fair. No matter what I say, you don't count. You are not cheating me for a fool. Do you have the right to choose? Try it, maybe you can earn a pearl from me. If you don't try, you will lose everything." Draco gritted his teeth and continued to think for a while before hesitating again. "There is another one. I don't know if it is a rumor. I heard from my father that when Hogwarts was still sorted, the lounge of Slytherin College was underground, and it went deep into the Black Lake." Chapter 397-395. The Abandoned Slytherin Lounge. The lounge of Slytherin College is in the Black Lake. John pondered. He really hadn't thought of it. "Yes." Draco became more and more fluent. "My father told me that the Slytherin Lounge was underground, but after Mr. Headmaster ruled the UK, he cancelled the previous sorting criteria. The standards for the 3 colleges of Scumbag, Mixed Blood, and Pure Blood have already been determined before admission. So when it is confirmed that the basement is the territory of scumbags, of course there will be no students from other colleges there living here. The Slytherin Lounge is naturally deserted, and no one has been in it for more than 10 years. John looked at Draco again, wanting him to tell some more secrets. So what? That common room was abandoned in the Black Lake, and because of that it became a rumor in the castle. Draco could reveal more information as expected. The rumor is not this, but someone said that in the place where the Slytherin lounge used to be, some strange movements could be faintly heard in the middle of the night, as if something was beating the foundation. John frowned at this. I remember that the curfew policy in the castle is extremely strict. Who can hear this late at night? No matter how strict the policy is, it is no big deal for pure blood to violate it. If the hemp breed violates the curfew, it will only lead to death. If the mixed blood violates the curfew, they will be expelled from Hogwarts Castle. Asked to submit a review, or spend a day in a brig. Even in front of John, Draco couldn't help but feel complacent when talking about the privileges of pure bloods. Pure blood students cannot be expelled. This is the rule set by Mr. Principal. Even if there was a suicide incident about a mixed-race student some time ago, the main participant was a pure blood student, but her graduation was delayed for 1 year and she was sent home. It's just a year of reflection. Draco is indeed right about this point. The privileges of pure bloods not only in Hogwarts Castle, but also in the British wizarding world are obvious. No matter how serious the magic laws violated by the pure bloods, it is impossible to be imprisoned in Azkaban with Dementors acting as jailers, but a special prison for wizards located in the British mainland. John didn't express anything about Draco's current complacency. He still has the mentality of a young master. He never thought about how many privileges the pure bloods have now. When Voldemort is really defeated in the future, they will double and double. Spit it out. You're getting too far away from the topic. Since this is the case, do you know where the Slytherin's former public room is located in the Black Lake? Hearing John's question, Draco pointed to the northeast direction. The lounge extends from Hogwarts Castle, so it must be in the direction of Hogwarts Castle. If you walk northeast from here, you should be able to find something. John did what he said, and after getting useful news from Draco, he returned a pearl to him as a reward. What do you want to know about these? Although it is clear that it is better not to ask, but Draco couldn't help asking after getting the pearl. I said I'm going to dig out the roots of your principal, do you believe it? John said without turning his head. His answer made Draco shiver uncontrollably, with a terrified expression on his face, watching John gradually go away. After his figure completely disappeared, Draco dared to swim out of the aquatic plants carefully. But at this time, he realized that he was actually entangled in aquatic plants, and he didn't even have the ability to reach out for his wand. Come back. Green. Mr. Green. Come back quickly. I will pay you a pearl. Help me. However, the underwater sound cannot travel very far, and John has already gone away, so no matter how much he calls, he will get any response. John soon came to the northeast corner of the entire Black Lake. To be honest, he didn't have much hope for this trip, he just wanted to try his luck. Seeing the tragic situation of those mermaids, it is very likely that the giant squid, which has a far-reaching significance to the entire Hogwarts Castle, also encountered an accident. Still following the clues given by Draco to look here, John just wanted to give Dumbledore some relief when he went back. Along the edge of the northeast corner, John quickly inspected, and when he swam to a deep recessed rock wall, he actually found something. It was a huge gap, and it was obvious that there should be a wall before the gap, but now the wall is broken through, and the lake water is poured into the lounge, turning the originally sealed lounge into a part of the Black Lake. John swam along the gap and into the space that was obviously the Slytherin lounge. There are also some furniture inhabited by aquatic plants and underwater creatures. There are green and silver cloth strips on the walls that are still fluttering with the flow of the lake. Some broken portraits can be vaguely seen on the surrounding walls. Distinguished house representatives that used to hang in the Slytherin common room. Looking at the messy and dilapidated scene around him, John felt an inexplicable ridicule. He has not forgotten that this was once the place where Voldemort himself lived for 7 years, but now it has become like this. Obviously, it is impossible for him not to know, and there is a high probability that he did it on purpose. Carefully inspecting the surrounding area, John could clearly find some marks that seemed to have been whipped by some huge whip, leaving deep ravines on the ground and walls. It can be seen from these signs, among other things, the giant squid must have been here before. John's heart was cheered up, and he went deeper. This common room was not the end, and a gap was opened in the wall facing the lounge, but this gap was obviously facing upwards, and he expected to go further. If you walk up a little bit, you will be able to get away from the water level of the Black Lake. The area by the lake is not that deep. Sure enough, as John expected, he continued upstream for about 3 or 4 meters, and the top of his head was blocked by an equally thick layer of ice. He didn't hesitate, and immediately raised the magic wand in his hand, and used the blasting spell underwater to explode the ice layer. In fact, when John climbed out of the water, he had already seriously violated the competition rules of this event. As long as the participating warriors landed, they could not go into the water for the second time. Read it in front of everyone. But John obviously doesn't care about this, not to mention that even if he goes ashore 100 times in this crappy place, no one will know. Even if he is discovered, he will only be settled on the spot. It must be the first to last and the second to last. After coming out of the water, John could see that this should belong to the range of the former Slytherin bedroom. The reason why I don't say it's a certain room is because the walls around here have been broken through, and the ground is full of broken stones and fragments of broken beds, tables, and chairs. The space is huge, and only the ceiling exists above. However, the ceiling that originally belonged to the Slytherin student dormitory is not very low, it is 4 or 5 meters high, so even if the space is large, it will not make people feel oppressed. John lifted the body-soaking curse on his body, breathed in the cold and humid air here, he turned over the pile of ruins in front of him, and then saw a shocking scene. The huge squid was spread out on the hard and cold ground in this way, and under it was a circle of light green runes that glowed with faint silver light. But only when you walk into these runes and observe carefully, you will find that the light green color is not the runes themselves at all, but the blood slowly flowing from the squid. John looked at the giant squid and couldn't help holding his breath. He found that its tentacles still showed some signs of activity, which meant that even though it was dying, it was not completely dead. Without stopping, he immediately took out a feather from his body and summoned Fox. Soon Jingguang appeared beside him, and Fox was always reliable. After it appeared, it didn't stop, and left with the giant squid. But John didn't leave immediately, he stared at the runes on the ground and studied them carefully for a while. When he pretended that he was very interested in runes in front of Sir Stoke-at-Sea before, he specially studied the basics of runes. Later this year, every time Hermione copied some runes from the castle, he also you can see and listen to Dumbledore explaining some of the principles to him. Because even if he is still a half-baked man in terms of rune, he is also a half-baked man who has been in contact with high-end games. Seeing these things that look like ghostly symbols in the eyes of ordinary people is not only a black eye. After careful study, he can at least judge that these runes have not been engraved here for a long time, probably only within the last year, which means that the blood of the giant squid was almost drawn out. About half a year. But it has never appeared in the Black Lake before, and it has been imprisoned here for more than 10 years. John inspected the surroundings again, and he saw some scattered and broken chains on the ground, and the ceiling directly above where the giant squid was before had obvious signs of being hit hard. Just as Dumbledore expected, when he first took over Hogwarts Castle, Voldemort had already discovered the unusualness of this squid. Although he did not take any precautions against the Black Lake itself, he directly addressed the most fundamental problem. The giant squid was imprisoned and used when needed. And now the various arrangements he made in the castle have been clearly placed in front of Dumbledore and the others. The runes in the Chamber of Secrets are used to wear down the will of the castle itself, the runes in the principal's room are used to fill one's own will, and the runes in this room where giant squids are used to transfuse blood, the meaning of which is temporarily unknown. 3 places, all of them are the key to Voldemort's arrangement. He seems to have a lot of preparations for gaining absolute control of the castle, but now it seems that he doesn't care about any of them. While John was looking at these runes, he suddenly discovered that as the giant squid was taken away, the runes themselves not only did not dim, but gradually became brighter and brighter. An extremely bad premonition surged in John's heart. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed towards the direction of the Black Lake. While running, he used the body-soaking curse on himself again. Then he jumped off the blasted ice and dived back into the lake. And less than a minute after he entered the water, the runes had already become dazzlingly bright. The curved symbols swam and spread on the ground as if they were alive, and finally dark green lines bulged from the ground, turning into living creatures one by one and rushing into the water. In less than 3 minutes, all the space in this area was filled with these rune snakes. They seemed to be able to produce endlessly from those runes, constantly appearing and jumping into the lake. John kept swimming forward after leaving the area of the Slytherin lounge. He had a premonition that something was wrong, and even suspected that the rune under the lake was actually just a trap. However, even if his swimming speed is fast enough, there is still no way to compare with those snakes who are like lightning in the water. John knew he couldn't escape, he had to verify how much trouble these snakes could bring him. His forward action remained the same, but he turned around holding the wand in both hands and aimed at the black snake group that looked like a wasp at first glance. Shenfen Wuying. The icy water flow was split by the invisible sharp blade in an instant, and the resistance of the lake water reduced the power of Shenfen Wuying a lot, but it was better than the blasting spell used underwater. Almost in the blink of an eye, the poisonous snakes rushing to the front were silently split into 2 sections, but the sharp blade did not stop there, separating the whole group of snakes along the middle, just like the original black piece. The chocolate is now neatly cut open. But none of the venomous snakes that were cut in half showed any signs of death. Instead, they split into 2, continuously spewing dark green liquid from the cut, and then grew back to their original size, making the whole group of snakes look like a monster. It got even bigger. At the moment when John turned around and cast a spell, some poisonous snakes began to approach John. When they were about 1 meter away from John, they exploded suddenly, causing a violent impact underwater. Fortunately, the iron armor curse was maintained on John's body all the time, so he didn't suffer any damage because of it, but the body-soaking curse used to keep breathing was destroyed because of it. This made John lose the ability to breathe underwater, and there was no way he could use it again. Chapter 398-396. Landing. After being completely covered by the lake water, he couldn't recite the spell, and the soaking spell was a magic he had only mastered in the last few months, and he could use it normally, but he still couldn't do it to the level of silent casting. Immediately, John knew what choice he should make. Anyway, he has already completed the original task of entering the Black Lake. His grades are not important to him who has already won the first place in the first event. Because he didn't stop for a moment, and after reaching a conclusion in his heart, he struggled to swim upstream, and more poisonous snakes kept approaching him, and they exploded continuously, filling the surrounding with a dark green liquid. These swarms of snakes are not only aimed at John, in addition to the swarm that is biting him, there are more rune snakes pouring out of the Slytherin common room towards the Black Lake in all directions. Rushed over. John also tried to use the universal solution on the ring during the ascent process, but he still had no effect on the snakes. Fortunately, he is proficient enough in the iron armor curse, and there is no problem in casting spells silently, so he can continue to strengthen it under the constant destruction of the surrounding rune snakes, giving him enough time to rush out of the Black Lake. John's speed is very fast. He drowned in the water in his previous life. Of course, he will not die in the water so simply in this life. When he saw the thick layer of ice above his head, he raised his wand again with both hands. Casting a spell silently, a huge explosion instantly boiled the surrounding lake, and even the rune snakes that were always entangled with John were shattered into dark green liquid under the explosion. But soon the dark green liquid reformed into the form of a snake, but at this time John had already rushed out of the water. The place where he rushed out of the Black Lake is close to the lawn where Hogwarts Castle is located. The lawn is full of students in the castle. Many of them have already started betting on who will be the first person to come out of the Black Lake. Who? Among them, Draco was the most oppressed, followed by Daisy, then Emile, and finally John. Many people think that John will be the same as the one in the Forbidden Forest this time. He will still focus on getting points, and the speed of finishing the game is second, so basically no one thinks that he will be the first to finish the game. Draco suppressed the most people because some people thought he was likely to be eliminated first. However, when the ice on the shore exploded, no one could have predicted it in advance. Many students were caught off guard by the splashing ice, and retreated in a hurry while screaming. John jumped up from the lake, climbed onto the ice, and then panted heavily. He looked back and looked behind him. Those rune snakes didn't go ashore with Rampant, but the originally dark lake turned dark green at this time, and it seemed that the riots in it didn't end because of his departure. Of course, the students didn't see that John was actually chased out. Everyone's immediate reaction was, why did he come back so soon? Have you already found more than 5 pearls to confirm that you have the first score? Of course, the referees waiting by the lake also noticed the scene of John returning to the shore, and they walked over quickly. John was wet on the side of the shore facing himself, but because of the protection of the soft shell of the fire ash snake, he was not counted. Duo's icy robe cast a spell, and looked up at Dumbledore. There was no special wink, everything was said without saying anything. Are you going to end the game, Mr. Green? Matthew asked loudly. John also bluntly took out from his pocket the only pearl he knocked from Draco's hand. I've already landed. I definitely don't have the chance to continue the competition. Of course, I want to end the game. The scene became a little quiet, and everyone present looked at the pearl in John's hand with strange expressions. Soon the students on the bank reacted, and they burst into quite enthusiastic cheers. Although they all felt that if there were no accidents, John would probably be number 1 in this match, but after all, John and them are still not in the same position. As long as they are enemies, they will naturally not have a good face. Now even if he finished the competition first, but Pearl only got back 1, the score would definitely not be higher. Doesn't that mean that Draco and Emile could have a high ranking? In the face of their cheers, John didn't care. Neither he nor Dumbledore thought about how good the results would be in the second project itself. As long as they won the last project, the key it is that they have to complete the tasks that should be completed in the plan, and obtain more benefits and benefits, not to mention that these students are happy a little too early. In the referee, Snape still had that expressionless face, making it impossible to see what kind of mood he was in at the moment, but Burst couldn't hold back the joy in his heart. He didn't know that John was careless. It is still intentional, but this time is undoubtedly an opportunity for Emile. As long as John's score in the second item is the last one, he gets 10 points, and the first one to finish the game gets 40 points, which is only 50 points in total. Such a score is probably the second last or the last one. As long as Emile wins the game and can finish the game second, the score is also the highest. 70 plus 30 is 100. The current scores of the two are basically the same. That is to say, John's advantage in the first event is gone, and they are standing on the same starting line since the third round. This of course made Burst excited. But soon, the next sentence John said to Matthew made his heart cool down. For unknown reasons, there was a riot in the Black Lake. There are strange snakes that attack people when they see them. If they can't be killed, they will explode themselves. I suspect that this is the castle's intention to cheat. John beat him up without saying a word. Anyway, Voldemort himself is not here. Who would have known that there would be such a rune in the Slytherin common room before? Since no one knows that this Black Lake was under the jurisdiction of the castle before, isn't it his turn to splash dirty water as he wants? His words made the scene quiet again, and some students around heard it, and they were spreading the news in private. Soon there were whispers on the lawn. Many people didn't believe John's accusation at all, thinking that he was making excuses for his mistakes in the game. But in fact, John really doesn't care how many points he can score in this game, because no matter what, his ranking will not be low. There is one thing that many people forget, but he has not forgotten it. Chapter 399-397. Final ranking. While the students in the castle by the shore were jubilant, before John Ju had just dried his robe with a spell, a distressed figure crawled out of the ice hole that John had blasted out before. Daisy's body was covered with a dark green liquid. Apparently those rune snakes also found her underwater and entangled her for a long time. And she made an angry complaint as soon as she got ashore. There is a problem in the lake. Before entering the water, the rules did not say that there would be a group of snakes attacking. Those snakes can't be killed at all, and they will explode. As she spoke, she also saw John at the same time, and her eyes widened. John and her looked at each other, didn't say anything, just shrugged. Matthew frowned at this time. He turned his head to look at Snape. Snape just said indifferently. Before the game started, the referee team had inspected the entire Black Lake, and no one has entered it since then. I think you should be very clear about whether there is any problem with this lake, Mr. Graves. Rozier raised her head. She said with a frown. No problem. Why is it only our students who have problems now? What about the other two contestants? Did the snakes also attack when they met them? Or do they not know about it at all? The scene began to give Matthew a headache again. To be honest, he just wanted this Triwizard tournament to end in a safe and sound way without any other troubles, but obviously neither Dumbledore's side nor Voldemort's side were honest from the beginning of the game until now. It's just that there have been two troubles in the two games that have already been played. As for the problem at the bottom of the lake, I will investigate again after Mr. Lestrange and Mr. Malfoy return. Now I need to summarize your competition results. As if Daisy turned her head to look at Rozier, the frost on Rozier's face remained undiminished, but she still nodded to her. Then Daisy took out 3 pearls from her wet pocket. I could have gotten a 4th one, already found it in a shell, but these snakes messed with my movements. Regardless of what she said now, the students by the lake became even more excited after seeing that she took out a total of 3 pearls. John only found 1, and Daisy found 3. Although they are now ranked first and second in terms of speed, the harvest is really not much. Daisy is a little too much, but the students in the castle never regarded her as a threat at all. The students in the castle didn't expect much from Draco and Emile, but now that they have enough time, at least they can continue to find the remaining pearls with peace of mind, right? However, just when they had such thoughts, the lake surged again, and Emile climbed out of the water in ragged clothes. He seemed to be much more uncomfortable than John and Daisy. Not only was he attacked, but the cold spell cast on the body also failed, and his lips were purple from the cold. He tremblingly hugged his 2 arms, and stared at Dumbledore and Rozier hatefully as soon as he came up. It must be that these wanted criminals moved something underwater. John Green must have released some vicious black magic. Those poisonous snakes are not real snakes, but formed by magic or some medicine. While he was still blaming him, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of John, who was standing aside, watching him cursing and boisterously with Daisy, and he froze on the spot. "How will you be here?" He almost blurted it out. Obviously what he said just now was his true words. He really felt that John made those anomalies in the Black Lake. It was to force them to end the game as soon as possible, so that they could not have a longer time to find the pearl, so he never thought that John would end the game earlier than him. But now the John people are already here. You got a few pearls. Even though his frozen body was still shivering, Emil still had no intention of warming his body, but stared at John and asked. John just spread his hands and gestured in the direction of Matthew. You show your results first, so you can know my results. Before he could move, Boster had already dried his tattered robe with a spell, and at the same time whispered a few words in his ear, and everyone present could clearly see the look in his eyes all of a sudden. In an instant, the anger and eagerness on his face disappeared. At this time, he didn't talk about whether the snakes at the bottom of the lake were John's handwriting, but turned to face Matthew, and put his hand into his pocket. On the shore, all the students held their breaths. Although Emil was not a student of Hogwarts Castle, he now represented their Mr. Headmaster, that is, represented Hogwarts Castle. As for Draco, let that be a bonus. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Emil showed a very calm attitude, but many people could see from the uncontrollable smile at the corner of his mouth that his heart was not as calm as he pretended on the surface. He took out the hand from his pocket and opened his palm at the same time. Under the sunlight, there were dazzling light reflected from 4 pearls. The next moment all the students were boiling. Now even if Draco has not come back, the situation is already clear. Emil's 4 pearls are firmly in the first place, because there are only 2 pearls left. Even if Draco can find them all by chance, it will not affect as far as Amir's current ranking is concerned. Even if he finished the race at the 3rd speed, the proportion of this part is still very low. This basically predestined that John can only be 4th. Just as they were cheering, a green head crawled out of the lake trembling. Draco finally came back. The main snakes that John accidentally released were lucky or unlucky for him. Just when he was completely entangled in water plants and his whole body was desperate, those snakes found him and exploded beside him, helping him to blow up all the aquatic plants. Of course, Draco himself also suffered a lot of injuries, and the flesh on his right arm was blown up. Fortunately, the bubble head curse that John cast on him before was broken by the snakes, allowing him to strengthen his body in time. The cold spell did not freeze to death in the lake. But his appearance was tragic enough. When he crawled out of the water, Lucius' face turned black, and he rushed to his son in a hurry, and helped him pull him out of the lake. The rune snakes following him were still in the water and made a bang-bang sound. Lucius wanted to try to catch one from the water, but the rune snakes turned into a puddle as soon as they got out of the water. The dark green liquid cannot be formed at all. Lucius, who was eager for his son, didn't need help from others. He dried Draco's robe by himself, while turning his head to stare at Snape. Snape didn't let him speak, and took out a glass bottle filled with white powder from his inner pocket and handed it to Lucius. Draco threw himself into Lucius's arms on the spot, his body trembling. It wasn't from being frozen, but rather from being frightened. If there were no these rune snakes, he would really be trapped in the aquatic plants and drown when the effect of the fish gill grass ended. Experience the pain that John experienced in his previous life, but the same rune snake almost blown him up died in the lake. Matthew has not forgotten his duty. Now it is obvious that every participating warrior has been attacked by those strange snakes, which makes the situation look fair again. Of course, he also counted the final results of this game at this time. Mr. Malfoy, may I ask how much you have gained? The pale Draco raised his head. He glanced at John first, then turned his head and took out 2 pearls from his pocket tremblingly, and said, Originally I found 2 shells, but I lost one of them. Later, when I was chased by these snakes, I suddenly found another shell from a shell that was engulfed by snakes. There are 2. His words made Matthew nodded, and now the result of the game is already clear. Even Lucius didn't have any hope for Draco's grades. Even if his grades are unexpectedly good now, it didn't make him feel any emotional changes. It was impossible to select his son to play. His only hope is that Draco can survive this dangerous Triwizard tournament. As long as he can survive, he is better than anything else. The students on the shore also reacted mediocrely to this. Draco was lucky, but he could only be ranked 4th, but the smiles on their faces showed no signs of disappearing. Mill is now determined to be the number 1, the undisputed number 1. Matthew returned to the referee group, and turned to look at Dumbledore, Snape, Roger, and Burst. Now, do you have any objections to the final result of this game? Voldemort is not here, Snape is entrusting him with the jurisdiction, and the most respected person at the moment is naturally Dumbledore. He said softly. During the competition, how these disturbances were caused still needs to be investigated by the referee team, but since all the contestants have suffered such attacks, it means that the competition itself is still fair now, and we have no objection. His attitude is naturally Roger's attitude. While Dumbledore didn't question it, Snape and Bulstrode had nothing to say. Since everyone has no objections, we will investigate in detail how the anomaly under the Black Lake occurred, but we can announce the results of the competition now. Matthew announced the ranking of this project in front of everyone. Emile Lestrange, with 4 pearls, was first with 70 points, while he was the 3rd warrior to finish and could score another 20 points for a total of got 90 points, is the first place. There was loud applause from all around. After the first project ended, the students in the castle had a mediocre response to the competition. It was because the 2 people who represented them participated in the competition, one was 3rd and the other was 4th. The results were embarrassing, so naturally it was nothing easy to mention. But now they are the first ones, this must be a warm celebration. Hermione and George were naturally also present, but they stood alone with Durmstrang's students, and they had a clear boundary with the huge number of mixed bloods and pure bloods. Looking at their excited cheers, Lee couldn't help curling his lips. Why do they give people the impression of being a villain, and even if Lestrange is the first now, the total score of the 2 items does not seem to be as high as John. Hermione thought for a few seconds, and quickly calculated the score. Lestrange scored 70 points in the first round, 90 points in the second round, a total of 160 points. John scored 100 points in the first round, now 10 plus 40 is 50 points, a total of 150 points, he's still 10 points ahead of John. Lee didn't calculate it carefully, but just relied on his impressions to feel it, and Lee suddenly lost his face. We are 10 points lower than them. Yes, because he couldn't be said to be 3rd at that time, but tied for 2nd with Daisy. Daisy also scored 70 points in the first round, and adding 80 points in this round is 150 points. The total score is equal to that of John. Tied. This result made George and Lee even more upset as they watched the cheering students around them, but Hermione obviously didn't finish her sentence. It's just that John's score is more than that. She smiled and looked at Lee and George. Did you forget something? In the referee group, the scores of the other 3 people announced after Matthew were the same as those calculated by Hermione. In the second event, Daisy is still the 2nd place, with 50 points plus 30 points for a total of 80 points, while John only has 1 pearl but is the first to come back, so the score is naturally 10 plus 40 points for a total of 50 points. And Draco can only say that he got lucky in the end. He was almost looking for a needle in a haystack, and he actually found another one. The pearl ranked 3rd with 30 points plus the last one returned. 10 points, now a total of 40 points or the last one. Matthew coughed lightly at the end, stopping the jubilant scene. All the students had already calculated the final scores in their hearts, knowing that now the total score Emile is the first. But now that the 2 projects are completed, Matthew still has to announce the results of everyone before the last project starts. The competition has progressed so far, and the specific scores related to the last item have been completely determined. At present, John Green is in the first place with a total score of 180, and Emile Lestrange is in second place with a total score of 160. Diane Rozier is third with a total score of 150 and Draco Malfoy is fourth with a total score of 60. The scene gradually became quiet when it was announced that John was number one. Those half-bloods and purebloods with frozen smiles on their faces just looked at Matthew in a daze, as if they wanted to pinch his neck and question him. Will he count the same? John's total score is obviously 150 points and tied with Daisy. Where did the extra 30 points come from? I came back late, there are still more, probably around 5 or 6 in the morning. Reply at 4:30 in the morning, I can't stand it anymore, the number of words is not enough, I will write after I wake up. Where did John Green get 180 points? The first person to question this was Boster. The smile on his face was the first to froze, and the first to react among all the people, and he almost couldn't resist interrupting Matthew on the spot. On the shore, the students in the castle also stared at Matthew, and when they heard someone leading the question, they also yelled. That's right. John Green scored 100 points in the first game, and now he has 50 points in this game. There is number 180 points in total. Did Mr. Graves miscalculate? Such a simple addition is not intentional, is it? Listening to such doubts, Matthew just put down the parchment in his hand, and he calmly stared at everyone and said, John Green's score of 50 points in this game is not wrong, but he didn't just get 100 points in the first event. There were no students around at the time, but we were all there. He was the one who found the most golden snitches. He ranked first and got 70 points, and the second came back from the Forbidden Forest to get 30 points. Isn't that 100 points or something? You announced it in front of all the referees. Boster couldn't bear it anymore. He seemed to sense some kind of conspiracy. Matthew probably wanted to turn black and white together with Dumbledore. The result of the second project could not be changed under the eyes of everyone. Then just start with the first project. He shouted, turning his head to look at Snape. You were there at that time, right? Say something, Snape. They are cheating. Snape only responded with an indifferent look, and did say something, but it was for him. Incurably stupid. After speaking, he nodded to Matthew, as if he had greeted him, turned around and walked towards the castle under everyone's puzzled gaze. Naturally, none of the students surrounding him dared to stop him, and they all hurriedly opened a passage for their vice principal to pass through. Burst Road didn't react at first, he froze on the spot, and the expression on his face became distorted only after Snape had walked away far away. What does he mean? How dare he scold me like that? Scold like that? The expression on Matthew's face remained unchanged from the beginning to the end, and he continued what he hadn't finished speaking just now. I think you may have forgotten, Mr. Bird. After the first competition event, the referee team launched an investigation into the problem of the dragon disaster at that time. Although there were no clues and results in the end, the compensation for John Green was at that time, all the referees, including the headmaster of Hogwarts Castle, agreed, and this compensation was based on his first event plus 30 points. The distortion on Boster's face froze in an instant. When this matter was confirmed, he was naturally notified, but he didn't care about it at the time, thinking that John was already the first in the first project, and adding points to him would not affect anything. But it wasn't until the second event was over that he came back to his senses at this time. The scores of the first two events were added to calculate the ranking before it would have an impact on the third event. That is to say, the 30 points added to John at the beginning are actually very important, basically ensuring his invincibility. No wonder he could go ashore without changing his face after only harvesting one pearl, and he also showed no concern for the results of Emile and Draco. In fact, even if John doesn't go looking for pearls at all, as long as he returns immediately after entering the water, and gets the guaranteed 50 points, it is tantamount to winning. As for whether the 30 points compensated to him were justified, this was something Voldemort agreed to, and it was impossible for Boster to express any objection to this. So the situation is already doomed. And he is still like a clown, still questioning Dumbledore's collusion with the referees to cheat, and even let Snape speak. At a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye, Bulstrode blushed, because all the students were looking at him at this moment, and Snape left without a sound. The headmaster answered whether the news was true or not. Yes, there is such a thing. Bost almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Matthew looked away from him. From the beginning, he couldn't understand how the vice principal could be so happy. Students around don't understand how the score of the first item is calculated, don't you understand it too? It really confirmed what Snape said before he left, it was so stupid that there was no cure. At this time, Amir felt as if he had been poured cold water on his whole body, and his whole body sank down. John not only notified the referees when he added points, but the players below also knew about it. It's just that they had already recognized John's first one at that time, so they didn't think it was a big deal. But when the two competition events are completely over, the total points are added up, and this advantage is completely reflected. After the students in the castle heard the confirmation from Boster, no one showed the slightest smile on their faces. The expressions on their faces can even be a little embarrassing, like the embarrassment of a group of ducks bringing swan eggs back to their nests, but being publicly pointed out that ducks are ducks and cannot lay swan eggs. As for George, Hermione and the others, after John confirmed that the total score was the first, no one cheered. As if things were supposed to be like this, the cheers of the students in the castle did not make sense to them. In front of everyone, Matthew finally asked again. Anyone have any questions about the total score for the first two items? The scene became extremely quiet. Now every point scored by the four warriors is traceable and complies with the rules. Of course, no one will have any problems. At this time, Matthew also heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the first two games finally passed safely. As for the abnormality in the game under the Black Lake, it is probably the same as the dragon disaster in the first game. It can only be a mess. Then, I announce that the third match will start at 10 a.m. on April 12 this year, and the specific rules will be made public that day. When Matthew finishes saying this, it means that today's game is completely over. The students in the castle didn't seem to want to stay any longer. They turned their heads and hurried back to the castle, as if every second they stayed would make their faces more embarrassing. Little Barty watched the scene condescendingly from the tower of the castle. As for the result of this game, he had already determined it before it even started, so there was no need to watch it at all. Only an idiot like Boster would have any illusions about the final result of the game. As long as he counted John's points in the first game, he wouldn't be so unconscious. After returning to the castle, Snape did not go to his office, but also came to this tower and stood beside Barty Jr. There was an accident during the game. Can you be sure who did it? Dumbledore. Or the means left by the master before? I will go to the lake to check later, the specific source is still to be discussed. Little Barty squinted his eyes, and he looked at a girl with long chestnut hair among the group of people returning to the Hogwarts carriage. No matter what the result of the game is, as long as Dumbledore and the others don't find the problem of the disappearance of the master, it will not be a big deal. If you lose the first two games, you will lose. The key to winning is not here, no matter how big the advantage is. It's just to provide some help for the last game. If you really want to win, you still have to lift the Tri-Power Cup. Snape was also looking down. He squinted his eyes and was looking at John, who was being hugged by George and Lee and playing behind Dumbledore. Does the master have any arrangements for the third game? Of course I don't know what the master has arranged, even you so far, I don't know what the last crucial match is. But since the master didn't leave us any news, either he has actually arranged it everything, or... Little Barty took a deep look at Hermione for the last time, let himself fall over the girl who had a big somersault, and finally turned and left the tower. Master actually doesn't care about this Triwizard tournament at all. The so-called blood oath and the attitude he attaches to now are just to attract Dumbledore's attention. The last words he left, the whole person had disappeared in the doorway, only Snape was still standing on the tower. He did not continue to look at John and his party who had returned to the carriage, but raised his head, looked to that blue space. The glare of the sun shone on his empty eyes, and it was unclear whether he was whispering to someone or talking to himself. No matter what, live well. John was not surprised that the second match ended like this. He and Daisy knew the content of the second event very early on, and the competition system was the same as the first event. Naturally, they had already figured out that as long as they went through a cutscene in this competition, the first position would basically be the same. Nothing will change. Making the score bigger may have a better impact on the third item, but in fact it is completely unnecessary. After returning to the carriage, John followed Dumbledore to the principal's office just as he would go to the principal's office for a summary meeting after all major events in the past. Is there any problem with that big squid? As soon as John sat down, he blinked and asked. Dumbledore's face was calm. Fawkes helped to bring it to Lyon, where there were specialized magical animal experts to treat it, but even if it didn't die directly this time, it didn't have a few years to live. John was silent for a moment. He had never seen this giant squid before today, but whether it was in the original book or from the mouths of other students, he could hear that this huge guy maintained the most friendly attitude towards every student. May I know why the squid was tortured by the Dark Lord like this? Dumbledore's eyes showed a heavy look. Because its existence has a deep relationship with another founder of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor. Riddle is interested in this. If we say that the one in the headmaster's office is if the four things are relics left by the creators, then this squid is a living fossil, and it has even more profound meaning to the entire castle. John frowned. Even though he hadn't been deeply involved in Dumbledore and Hermione's previous plans in the castle, he could see the problem now. But Professor, if the Dark Lord really attaches great importance to taking the castle into his hands, why hasn't he appeared to stop us until now? Let's not talk about the runes in the Chamber of Secrets for now. Whether it's in the principal's office or in the Black, we basically left a lot of hands on these two places in the Slytherin lounge under the lake, and I don't think the Dark Lord won't realize that we have found out his secret. Dumbledore said softly. Actually, not only the John you mentioned, but we haven't even figured out what purpose Riddle himself wants to gain control of the castle. This castle should be meaningless to him. Now that he has the nominal headmaster position is enough, but he still wants to go all out to get a complete Hogwarts. John was also curious about this. Does Hogwarts really have its own consciousness? Why not? Dumbledore asked rhetorically. Gryffindor took off his hat, and that hat became the sorting hat that must be able to identify students. Hogwarts Castle is where the four great wizards came together. The school created, everyone who studies and lives here is a little wizard with magic power, and it should also produce its own standard of recognition. How did the Dark Lord make sure that he was not recognized by that castle, but was rejected instead? Dumbledore did not answer his question, but suddenly showed an expression of interest on his face. If you get the chance, John, promise me one thing. John was a little dazed. He didn't know why Dumbledore said this suddenly. What's up? The next time you go back to that castle and go in openly, try to go to the principal's office again, and then say a word in the principal's room. Dumbledore said with a smile on his face. Throw this sentence as if you were talking to yourself. Throw rotten eggs in my head, Hogwarts. John couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Is this some secret order? If you have a chance, you can try it. This is not a mission or a secret order, but an interesting experiment. Dumbledore seemed to be really interested in this matter. The expression on his face became serious again after he said this. Okay, let's get back to the topic now. There are still 4 months before the final match, and during this period, Salazar has one thing to give you.